The latest starting point for Xiao Yan heralds a new journey, a path towards the ascendance of a formidable powerhouse. Is the summit an inevitability or a necessity? The persistence within his heart, does it stem from the pursuit of strength or from kinship? The familiar foes from another realm, is their presence predestined or is there an underlying reason? Everything arises from strength and ultimately concludes with it. Chapter 1. Xiao Yan is not dead. On the Doqi continent, in Zhongzhou, lies the dual emperor's abyss. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled, the void shattered, and the energies of the cosmos continuously converged towards a milky white vortex of energy suspended in the void. On the ground, countless spectators quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. Amidst the vastness of the heavens, apart from a scant few individuals, all beings, human and mythical beasts alike, were prostrate, gazing in awe at the scene unfolding in the sky. Only a young man clad in white, hovering in the air, radiated a fervent light from his eyes. Within his bright gaze burned an exuberant battle spirit, causing the entire void to resonate with tremors. The space surrounding the man was incessantly impacted by his soaring battle intent, violently fracturing and then reforming, as if a mere additional push could cause the entire realm to collapse in an instant, leaving the two figures beside him in profound astonishment. Indeed, the might of a Dou Emperor is formidable. Merely the surge of battle intent within him can induce continual tremors and ruptures in space. Truly, a Dou Emperor is the pinnacle of existence on the Doqi continent. Behind the young man in white stood 4 men and 3 women, alongside 3 children who appear to be around 11 or 12 years of age. The children clung to 2 beautiful women, who gently bent down to embrace the younger of the children. Among them was a girl, seemingly 13 or 14, who stood suspended in the air, her presence evoking astonishment. Despite her tender age of merely 14 or 15, her strength had terrifyingly reached the late stage of an 8-star Dou Saint. Such power is exceedingly rare across the entirety of the Doqi continent, with few capable of rivaling her. It is unfathomable to imagine the terrifying heights her strength could attain in the future, given her youth. Yet, at this moment, the girl's bright, beautiful eyes remained fixed on the seemingly unassuming figure before her. Around her eyes, glimmers of unshed tears sparkled. This scene echoed in the expressions of the other children and the 2 women. Their reddened eyes reflected their reluctance to gaze upon the figure before them, fearing they might succumb to tears. However, if they turned away, they feared they might never have the chance to meet him again, worried that in the blink of an eye, the figure before them might vanish forever. After all, the events about to unfold today were an enigma for both them and him. The 2 beautiful women gazed intently at the young man in white, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears, their lips pressed tightly together. Although they longed to utter words of comfort, they found themselves rendered speechless. For this man before them, all they could offer was their unwavering trust. They believed in his strength and the power he possessed. Concerns should not cloud his mind. They needed only to have faith in his indisputable prowess. At last, the day has arrived. It seems the ancestors' predictions were correct. The Dou Emperor is not the pinnacle of this world. Beyond the Dou Emperor, there truly exists a summit. Xiao Yan's gaze was fixed upon the jade vial in his hand, his pupils swirling with the brilliance of exotic flames, and his expression grew increasingly fervent. At this moment, Xiao Yan distinctly felt the fluctuations of Dou Qi within him escalate violently, a sensation that had not manifested for over a decade, igniting a fervor within him. Ah, if only I'd been present when Xiao Yan broke through. Perhaps he would not have vanished from this realm. Beside him, Gu Yuan, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, could not help but sigh deeply, a hint of guilt crossing his features as he spoke in a tone tinged with melancholy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan chuckled and offered words of comfort to Gu Yuan. Haha, rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law. The ancestor Xiao Yan has not entirely vanished from this world. What? What did you say? Xiao Yan is not dead. At Xiao Yan's proclamation, both Gu Yuan and the nearby Xiao Zhan were taken aback, while Zhu Kuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Over the years, he had heard numerous tales concerning Xiao Yan, harboring deep admiration for him. Thus, learning that Xiao Yan was alive filled him with immense joy. After a moment, Gu Yuan's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he inquired further. What they knew was merely that Xiao Yan had expended the remnants of his soul's power to assist Xiao Yan in breaking through to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, thereby entering the Emperor realm, engaging in battle with the spirit of the heavenly tomb, and subsequently dissipating into the cosmos. However, they were unaware of Xiao Yan's endeavors to gather the essence of his soul, leading to their shock upon receiving this news. Once Xiao Yan elucidated the circumstances, the two began to comprehend the situation. Ha, I knew it. If he could survive under such dire circumstances, How could he possibly perish so easily? Ha ha ha. With this realization, Gu Yuan laughed heartily, seeming to regain a youthful vigor, while Xiao Yan offered a slight smile. He understood that Gu Yuan had long harbored feelings of guilt regarding the decline of the Xiao clan, as they had once been allies of the ancient clan. Yet, with Xiao Xian's demise and the fall of the Xiao clan, the ancient clan had provided little assistance. Gu Yuan, hindered by the elders of his clan, felt helpless, and deep within, he harbored a profound sense of guilt, believing that the ancient clan owed a debt to the Xiao clan. Although Xiao Yan has ascended to the rank of emperor and the Xiao clan has once again risen to prominence, the sense of guilt he harbors for the valiant ancestors of the Xiao clan has not diminished significantly. Upon hearing that Xiao Xian is not dead and still holds the possibility of resurrection, his inner remorse dissipates entirely. As long as Xiao Xian is revived and witnesses the Xiao family flourishing, even more so than during his own time, then all will be deemed inconsequential. Regardless of what Xiao Xian may say upon his return, Xiao Yan will possess ample justification to face him. Ah, but Xiao Yan, you truly are something else. Why didn't you mention such a monumental matter sooner? You made me feel unnecessary guilt for all these years. Were you intending to deliberately undermine me? Upon your return, I shall demand an apology from you. Gu Yuan's massive hand thudded against Xiao Yan's shoulder, their eyes locking in a firm gaze as he laughed heartily while teasing him. Naturally, Xiao Yan was aware of the deeper implications behind this banter, yet he could only nod in quiet acknowledgement. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts stirring within Xiao Yan, Gu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, poised to speak further. However, Xiao Yan shifted the conversation, bursting into laughter as he declared, "Dear father-in-law, I did not intend to withhold this information. Over the years, I have lacked the confidence to resurrect our ancestors. Hence I refrained from making presumptuous claims. Yet today, I sensed a stirring within the essence of our ancestor's soul, instilling me with the conviction that I can indeed bring him back to life. As for my journey ahead, I cannot ascertain whether I shall return alive. Nonetheless, I vow to exert every effort to return and offer my sincerest apologies to you, dear father-in-law." As soon as his words fell, Xiao Yan exchanged a brief glance with Gu Yuan before abruptly turning away, disregarding the solemn expression that had overtaken Gu Yuan's face, and instead directing his gaze towards the peculiar milky white vortex in the void that had ceased gathering the energies of heaven and earth. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Yan's aura suddenly became tranquil, resembling an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. His eyes, serene and unwavering, fixated on the white energy vortex merely several paces away, as if he intended to see through it entirely. Xiao Yan stood silently in the void, yet the aura that emanated from him surged like a razor-sharp sword, slicing through the heavens and piercing the fabric of reality until it reached the very edge of the void. Throughout the decade of Xiao Yan's reign as emperor, he had ventured into numerous ancient tombs of mighty Dou emperors. Although most had been ravaged by outsiders, some remained undiscovered by the world. Nevertheless, the insights gleaned from these endeavors were but a drop in the ocean for Xiao Yan. However, it was only a year ago that he ceased his explorations, and from that moment on, he harbored a strong premonition that the method to resurrect Xiao Xian was imminent. Now, that premonition has materialized, as the means to revive Xiao Xian lies within the milky white vortex before him. Ancestor Xiao Xian, your descendant Xiao Yan can finally repay your grace. Gazing at the milky white energy vortex, Xiao Yan mused inwardly. He then turned to Sun Er and Kai Lin, both of whom looked at him with tearful eyes, brimming with profound reluctance and affection. Xiao Yan extended his arms, embracing both women and the children they held, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered upon them. With a tone laden with reluctance, he spoke, "Take care of yourselves and the children until I return." The two women silently closed their eyes and nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan then shifted his attention to the little girl nestled in his embrace, bending down with a warm, affectionate smile and gently saying, "Xiao Xiao, as the elder sister, you must look after your two younger brothers." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's admonition, Xiao Xiao could no longer contain herself. Her beautiful eyes turned crimson as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She wrapped her slender arms tightly around Xiao Yan's neck, resting her delicate head against his chest and sobbing loudly. Observing this scene, Sun Er and Kai Lin's eyes reddened further, their glistening tears on the verge of spilling like precious pearls. Witnessing his daughter's weeping stirred an unease within Xiao Yan, yet he understood that if he could not maintain composure, his family would be consumed by worry after his departure. Quickly gathering his emotions, Xiao Yan lifted the embracing Xiao Xiao into his arms, allowing a warm smile to grace his lips as he turned to Sun Er and Kai Lin, playfully teasing, "You two, this is not a parting of life and death. I'm merely off to another place for a while. I will return, So why the tears? Do you not believe in my strength? As soon as Xiao Yan's words left his lips, Sun Er and Kai Lin hastily composed themselves, exchanging glances before forcing a smile. They gently set Xiao down, wiping away the tears from her cherubic face before tenderly placing her between them and turning their focus to the two elders a short distance behind. These two elders were undoubtedly the most significant figures on Xiao Yan's journey of growth. The first was his father, Xiao Yan. Before he became acquainted with Yao Lao, throughout his formative years, whether during the 3 years of being deemed a waste or afterward, Xiao Yan had unwavering faith in him. Xiao Yan's abduction by the Soul Clan was one of Xiao Yan's deepest regrets in life. Had he not been impulsively reckless in his youth, provoking the destruction of his family, his father might not have been captured. Conversely, had Xiao Yan not been taken, it might not have ignited the drive and desire for strength within Xiao Yan, propelling his rapid growth. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. The second crucial figure in Xiao Yan's journey was Yao Lao. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's 3 years of hardship, Yao Lao would not have awakened. Without those 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have learned the virtue of patience. Had it not been for those years, he would not have laid a solid foundation for his cultivation. Perhaps, without those 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have annulled his engagement with Nalan Yanran, nor would he have incurred the wrath of the Yunlan sect. In those 3 years of being deemed a waste, Xiao Yan bore the weight of scorn and derision, ultimately leading to Nalan Yanran's withdrawal from their engagement and the ire of the Yunlan sect. However, had it not been for these 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have experienced the moment of dominance over the Black Corner region. Without these 3 years, he could not have single-handedly orchestrated the establishment of the Flame Alliance, thereby asserting his supremacy over the Jiama Empire. Were it not for these 3 years, the Central State would remain eternally estranged from Xiao Yan, and the Xiao clan would cease to exist. Had it not been for these 3 years, Xiao Yan would not have forged an alliance with the forces of the Central State to establish the Heavenly Palace Alliance, nor could he have attained the current exalted status of a Dou Emperor. Thus, all that Xiao Yan possesses today is inextricably linked to these two individuals. It can be said that without the encouragement and support of Xiao Yan, along with the devoted mentorship of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan would ultimately find himself languishing in the obscure corners of that continent, with the splendid realm remaining merely a distant aspiration in his heart. Over the years, Yao Lao has achieved the formidable rank of 6-star Dou Saint. While although Xiao Yan may not possess Yao Lao's strength, he has nonetheless attained the status of a 3-star Dou Saint. Together, they stand as unparalleled titans upon the Duki continent. Certainly, even so, there are many individuals on the continent who surpass them in prowess. However, none would dare to show them disrespect. Given their current standing, even the patriarch of the Flame Clan cannot be compared to them. This is solely because of Xiao Yan, the unparalleled powerhouse who has salvaged the entire Duki continent. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the two elders, he suddenly bent his knee and knelt in the void, prompting an outburst of admiration from the onlookers below, who felt envious of the powerful and respectful disciple these elders had nurtured. Witnessing this scene, Yao Lao and Xiao Yan harbored the desire to assist Xiao Yan in rising. Yet as a dignified Dou Emperor, a true pinnacle existence on this continent, there was little they could do to impede the actions of such a formidable Dou Emperor. Thus, they could only watch as Xiao Yan prostrated himself 10 times. I am deeply grateful for my father's nurturing. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my teacher for his guidance. I, a wayward child, can no longer serve my two elders, and I hope that in the future, you will take care of yourselves and refrain from overexerting yourselves, prioritizing your health above all else. Xiao Yan spoke, and the weathered faces of the two elders were illuminated with satisfied smiles, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. To live a life where one can boast such an exceptional and respectful disciple is indeed a fulfillment of existence. After expressing his gratitude for their nurturing and guidance, Xiao Yan turned to the side where Zhu Kuan, with an envious expression, stood and inquired, "Uncle Zhu, may I ask what Ziyan is currently occupied with? Or does she simply wish not to bid me farewell?" Xiao Yan was well aware of the sentiments of the crowd. This was evident from the absence of the little doctor, which added a tinge of apology to his tone. Dear nephew Xiao Yan, you need not concern yourself with this matter. That little girl harbors no reluctance towards your departure, so do not overthink it. In due time, you will come to understand. Just proceed with confidence, ha ha ha. Yet, to Xiao Yan's surprise, Zhu Kuan's response was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Upon seeing the unwavering confidence in Zhu Kuan's gaze, he chose not to press further, instead redirecting himself toward those friends and family who had once aided him, casting his eyes over them one by one. Lu Qing, Wu Hao, and others came into view. After a few breaths, Xiao Yan faced them, clasped his hands in a salute, and bowed deeply. Without looking back, he turned toward the floating, pearlescent vortex of energy. The onlookers behind him were momentarily stunned before regaining their composure. As they beheld Xiao Yan's white figure moving toward the vortex, they all slightly bowed, clasped their hands in salutation, and collectively shouted, "Farewell, Flame Emperor! Farewell, Flame Emperor! Farewell, Flame Emperor!" The chorus of voices continued long after Xiao Yan had vanished from sight. During this outpouring, no one resorted to employing Do Qi. They simply utilized their utmost vocal strength, a testament to their respect. Nonetheless, the resonance of their voices reverberated throughout the entire continent. In that moment, none among them harbored reluctance, for the one they hailed was the savior of the Duqi continent, none other than the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. Chapter 2. Life or Death. Within the milky white vortex, Xiao Yan stood in a daze, gazing at the space before him, or more precisely, at the dense white mist floating within it. This was the very essence that had long since vanished from the Duqi continent. The object that the Soul Emperor had schemed for a millennium to acquire, even at the cost of the entire continent. The source of the Emperor. The source of the Emperor. The Soul Emperor had plotted for countless years over just a trace within the Imperial Great Elixir. Yet now, these sources of the Emperor seemed as plentiful as air itself. What a stark reflection of the changing times. Once one ascended to the Do Emperor level, the sources of the Emperor would likely be more abundant than mere air. Alas, the opportunity to return from this space had slipped away. Had he been able to present these sources to his father-in-law and the venerable Zhu Kun, they could have conjured 2 Do Emperors from thin air. How regretful it was. Indeed, what a pity. With this thought, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh, but then he quickly resolved not to dwell further on it. Ancient Yuan and Zhu Kun were already advanced in years, having grown accustomed to the leisurely life on the Duqi continent. Forcing them to break through to become emperors and engage in battle in a strange world would not only be against his wishes, but even Sun Er and Kai Lin would surely oppose such a notion. Thus, he moved forward, soaring toward the dense white mist ahead. Unbeknownst to him, as he progressed, the sources of the Emperor were converging at imperceptible speed, seeping through his garments and integrating with his body, melding with his Do Qi and flesh, while Xiao Yan, the unwitting protagonist, continued to advance into the thick mist. Time slipped by, and eventually, Xiao Yan came to a halt, his brow furrowed and his expression dark. He had not consciously tracked the duration of his journey, but it must have been around 10 days to half a month. Yet, from the beginning until now, the path ahead remained shrouded in a thick, white fog, devoid of any semblance of an exit. Xiao Yan had attempted to change direction, yet the outcome was the same. There was no sign of a way out. Reluctantly, he unleashed his Emperor Realm Soul, but still found nothing. Instead, he sensed something amiss with the soul energy he had retracted, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, which deepened his grave expression. Eventually, Xiao Yan felt a strange swelling in his body. Initially, he attributed it to an inability to adapt to the sources of the Emperor, and so he attempted to quicken his pace, only to discover that the faster he moved, the more pronounced the swelling became. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed that his hands were covered with a multitude of fine cracks, and upon closer inspection, he realized that his entire body was similarly afflicted. Alarmed and heavy-hearted, Xiao Yan realized he had sustained grave injuries without even realizing it. His physical form teetered on the brink of collapse. He wished to harness his Do Qi to forcefully suppress his condition, but as he attempted to channel his energy, he discovered that he could no longer summon his Do Qi, let alone control his injuries. What could be the cause of this? Why was this happening to my body? My Do Qi? How could it be like this? What on earth is going on? Is there truly no one stronger than a Do Emperor? Were all my perceptions of soul power over the years mere illusions? Did those ancient Do Emperors perish here? Then what significance does the Do Emperor hold? In a fit of inexplicable rage, Xiao Yan's inner turmoil erupted into a furious outcry. I am unwilling. For my master, for my father, for Sun Er, for my family, for the entire Duqi continent, I have relentlessly trained, achieving the 9 transformations to Saint, ultimately breaking through the constraints of Do, Saint to become an Emperor, defeating the Soul Emperor. Yet why does it all culminate in a mere joke? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept it. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiao Yan raised his head, letting out a hoarse roar of defiance, straining to the heavens. In that moment, his hair became disheveled. His face flushed crimson, with rivulets of blood flowing from the fissures in his skin, staining him entirely in a deep red, transforming him into a bloodied figure. His eyes bulged with fury, his muscles taut, standing rigidly as if he were a maddened beast, the very image of terror. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's body tilted backward and collapsed. his eyes slowly closing, his soul power involuntarily radiating outward and dissipating. Were someone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly recognize it as the precursor to the disintegration of the soul's essence. Yet this soul power did not vanish. Instead, it merged with those sources of the Emperor in an extraordinarily peculiar manner. Xiao Yan plummeted downward at an alarming speed. Had there been a rock directly beneath him at that moment, he would have surely met a shattering end. While he descended into unconsciousness, Xiao Yan dreamt of his past, the years of being a waste, the derision of his kin, the joys and perils of journeying with his master across the continent, and the bittersweet memories shared with Sun Er. Suddenly, all of this began to fade. He watched helplessly as his friends and family departed from him one by one. Though he yearned to hold on to them, his efforts were in vain. As he gazed at Sun Er's form gradually fading, he stretched out his hand in desperation, yet grasped only emptiness. All was but a void. In his dream, Xiao Yan clenched his fists, pouring out his sorrow and fury into a thunderous cry. Ah, Sun Er, how is the heavens so unjust? How is the heavens so unjust? Simultaneously, in the waking world, as his body continued to descend, he reached out again. And this time, he grasped a wispy strand of silver light. This silver light, caught off guard by the sudden restraint, struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from his grip. Though Xiao Yan was unable to channel his Do Qi at that moment, as the illustrious Flame Emperor, his physical strength was formidable enough to prevent a mere wisp of silver light from escaping. Thus, after a prolonged struggle yielded no success, the light finally succumbed, lying quietly in his hand as they both continued to fall. Chapter 3. An Unfathomable Familiarity. An unfathomable familiarity. Before him lay an expansive, boundless forest. In the depths of the forest, a towering peak, half red and half white, soared into the clouds, piercing the heavens like a celestial pillar. In a clearing amid the trees, a figure wreathed in crimson flames sat cross-legged upon the ground. Above him, a colossal vortex of energy spun languidly, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth at an astonishing rate, creating gusts of energy that toppled nearby trees. However, lying motionless in the clearing was a white-clad man in a state of unconsciousness, entirely unaffected by the tempest around him. Moments later, the fiery figure rose to his feet, the flames dissipating to reveal a handsome visage. At his brow, a half-black, half-red flame mark glimmered faintly. At this moment, he furrowed his brow and glanced at the man lying nearby. After confirming that the man was unharmed, he raised his gaze towards the distant mountain peak before settling down cross-legged once more, patiently awaiting his awakening. After a considerable time, accompanied by a few coughs, Xiao Yan slowly rose from the ground, coughing as he murmured, "Am I still alive? Have my injuries healed?" As he surveyed his surroundings, he turned inward, inspecting the state of his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that aside from an increase in the source of imperial energy within him, there were no other changes. Even the blood that had poured from his grievous wounds had vanished. This left Xiao Yan with the peculiar sensation that he was ensnared in a dream. Turning his head, he beheld the fiery silhouette seated beside him. Hui? Ah, yes, Hui. Do you remember our experiences in that realm? It was only upon seeing Hui that Xiao Yan came to his senses, and he then inquired with a hint of curiosity. What puzzled Xiao Yan was that during his brush with death, Hui had not appeared. They were originally one entity, despite having developed its own consciousness. How could Hui disregard him in his moment of peril? This thought troubled Xiao Yan, yet he hesitated to ask too directly, opting instead for a more roundabout approach. I recall everything. I witnessed your injuries in their entirety, Hui replied with a tinge of regret, seemingly aware of the unspoken questions in Xiao Yan's words. However, I was unable to assist you or even provide a warning, for upon entering that vortex, all my powers were sealed, and no matter how I struggled, it was in vain. At this juncture, Xiao Yan began to comprehend that even with his emperor-level strength, he had nearly perished within that realm. What could he, now at the pinnacle of a 9-star Do Saint, possibly do? Merely escaping unscathed was already a fortunate outcome, let alone providing any form of rescue. Over the 10 years, Xiao Yi's power had steadily ascended to the peak of the 9-star Do Saint realm, just a step away from complete mastery. Yet, despite this advancement, it was still insufficient to aid Xiao Yan, which left Xiao Yi feeling quite helpless. The name of Yi was adopted due to its transformation from an infantile appearance. And given that Hua Yi now possessed its own intellect, it was akin to two minds converging within Xiao Yan, leaving both parties feeling quite uncomfortable. Consequently, their thoughts were severed by Xiao Yan, though the strange fire inherently belonged to him. Thus, He had painstakingly separated Hua Yi's consciousness from the strange fire, subsequently crafting a fiery spirit form for Hua Yi using the strange fire, nurturing it over several years until success was achieved. Therefore, Xiao Yan could still wield the strange fire, and Hua Yi, having cultivated the ancient fire secret technique that Xiao Yan had once obtained, had evolved into a unique variant of strange fire. As Hua Yi concluded its words, it flipped its palm, causing a strand of silvery light to materialize, twisting and writhing in its grasp, while the surrounding space began to manifest slender fissures. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, observing Hua Yi with intrigue. This was a manifestation of spatial power. With his keen perception, he could easily discern its exceptional nature. After all, ordinary spatial force did not possess the sentience exhibited by this strand, albeit its intelligence was limited, sufficient nonetheless to showcase its extraordinary attributes. You captured this within that realm. When I first emerged, I noticed you clinging tightly to it, so I temporarily stored it for you, Hua Yi explained. Upon hearing that it was something he had caught, Xiao Yan immediately recalled the dream he had experienced. Fortunately, it had merely been a dream, or he would have been at a loss for how to survive. After a moment of composure, instead of reaching out for the silvery strand of spatial power, Xiao Yan extended his hand, and with a flash of golden light, a dazzling golden dragon spiraled above his palm, gazing intently at the slender strand of spatial power, emitting excited roars. Little Jean, what are you doing? The golden dragon, referred to as Little Jean by Xiao Yan, was the 9-shin golden thunder that had survived due to Xiao Yan, albeit its strength had diminished considerably as a result. Yet, unexpectedly, it had come to regard Xiao Yan as kin, which amused Xiao Yan, who, due to the affection of Xiao Xiao and the other children for it, had accepted this bond. After all, the 9-shin golden thunder had assisted Xiao Yan before, and over the past decade, he had helped restore its strength to the level of a Do Saint, thereby becoming a first-tier Do Saint. However, Xiao Yan was utterly taken aback to find this little creature had followed him into this realm, and judging by its current demeanor, it seemed intent on devouring the strand of spatial power. Observing the 9-shin golden thunder before him, and then glancing at the strand of spatial power, Xiao Yan pondered briefly, retracting his hand. In an instant, Little Jean dashed forth like a wild stallion, appearing before the strand of spatial power. The serpent-like strand, sensing a wave of danger, coiled its body and trembled incessantly, while Little Jean circled it excitedly. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light emanated from Little Jean, enveloping the slender strand of spatial power as the little creature rolled about, emitting hissing cries. Finally, after a moment, Little Jean released a triumphant roar, spiraling back into Xiao Yan's arm, falling into slumber as it began to refine the energy it had just acquired. Xiao Yan watched Little Jean meld into his arm, shaking his head with a smile before turning to Hua Yi and inquiring, "What of Haiyan? Why is he not with you?" Haiyan referred to the void-devouring flame from years past, which had returned to the strange fire plaza to seal the Soul Emperor. However, a decade had passed, and the Soul Emperor had long since been obliterated, while the void-devouring flame had emerged from the plaza, reclaiming its freedom. Yet, due to its singular ambition to ascend to emperorhood, it had remained by Xiao Yan's side without acknowledging him as its master. To facilitate their mutual awareness of each other's whereabouts, Xiao Yan had merged part of the source of the strange fire with Hua Yi, ensuring they could locate one another when necessary. However, upon hearing his question, Hua Yi did not respond but instead turned its gaze towards the towering mountain peak. Characterized by its striking red and white hues, a lingering trace of confusion in its eyes. Chapter 4. The Anomaly Within the J Bottle. Following Hua Yi's line of sight, Xiao Yan beheld a magnificent mountain peak that pierced the clouds, distinctly red and white. A slight frown creased his brow. In that fleeting glance, he had felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the peak, yet that sensation had vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving him in a state of perplexity. "You must have sensed something as well," Hua Yi remarked, its expression laden with bewilderment as it gazed at the colossal mountain. "Indeed, I did perceive something, though I cannot discern what it truly is. It evokes a sense of profound familiarity, yet that feeling is so faint that it eludes my grasp," Xiao Yan replied, his brow furrowing in curiosity as he redirected his gaze towards the sky overhead. "Nevertheless, it has piqued my interest in this world." With a blend of jest and sincerity, Xiao Yan articulated his thoughts before turning to Hua Yi once more. "Let us embark on a journey to discover what it is that evokes such a sense of familiarity in us who have traversed from the future to this place." No sooner had the words left his lips than he intended to take flight, but in the very next moment, Xiao Yan's form abruptly halted. For at the instant he began to channel the energy within his body, A tempest erupted in the surrounding area, spanning thousands of miles. Fierce winds whipped through the skies. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, and towering trees were uprooted by the gale. Yet, amidst this chaos, only Xiao Yan and Hua Yi remained steadfast, unaffected by the tempestuous winds. Initially startled by the sudden tumult, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the scene before him, showing no concern for the fallen trees. This was not due to a lack of reverence for the world around him. Rather, the surge of energy within him had stirred an excitement that rendered him oblivious to the destruction. This was the manifestation of overflowing energy on the verge of breaking through. It seemed the essence of the emperor was indeed not without merit, and this occurrence was likely intricately linked to it. Thus, the desire to proceed further must be temporarily set aside. Without further ado, Xiao Yan settled onto the ground in a meditative posture. He had already sensed with his spiritual perception that the vicinity was devoid of any humans or magical beasts, having been cleared by Hua Yi, ensuring their safety from any disturbances. With complete assurance, he settled into a cross-legged position, preparing for the imminent breakthrough. The energy within Xiao Yan coursed through his meridians, continually refined by the ethereal flames, ultimately converging within the fiery vortex at the center of his energy reservoir. Since attaining the rank of Do Emperor, his energy reservoir had undergone a significant transformation. Prior to reaching this level, all energy reservoirs relied on absorbing external energies from the heavens and earth, which are then sealed and integrated into the body for utilization. However, upon reaching the rank of Do Emperor, a new space would materialize at the center of the energy reservoir, specifically designed for storing and refining the energies drawn from the outside world. This space would expand in tandem with the individual's strength. The greater the power, the more energy could be stored, significantly reducing the consumption of energy during battles. Moreover, this space possessed a degree of insulation. Unless an adversary's strength far surpassed one's own or employed some extraordinary techniques, it would be nearly impossible to disrupt the flow of energy within. This greatly mitigated the unnecessary harm that might arise from unscrupulous actions in combat. After half an hour, Xiao Yan, who had been seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment. A piercing beam of fiery light burst forth from his gaze, vanishing into the void. At last, it is done. After a decade of restraint, the flow of energy now feels exhilarating. Hua Yi, I'm about to break through. Please assist me in guarding my position. For 10 years, Xiao Yan had continuously suppressed the energy within him. Had he not done so, he would have likely reached this point much sooner. He exhaled a deep breath, releasing the stagnant air within, and spoke to Yi, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Without hesitation, Hua Yi nodded emphatically, then soared into the distance to safeguard Xiao Yan. With a tranquil mind, Xiao Yan formed a series of hand seals, initiating the flow of energy along the pathways of his cultivation technique. As the energy within him surged, the energies of the heavens and earth began to converge towards Xiao Yan. As the speed of his energy flow increased, his body ascended uncontrollably into the air, surrounded by a massive vortex of energy. The energies of the world swirled frantically around him, coalescing into his meridians, where they were continuously refined by the ethereal flames before being transported into the fiery vortex at the heart of his energy reservoir. Within that vortex, the space was filled with dense, pure, milky white energy, expanding and contracting as if it awaited the accumulation of enough energy to complete the breakthrough and evolve into a more expansive realm. Crack! Just then, a sharp cracking sound emanated from Xiao Yan's finger, jolting him awake and nearly causing the tumultuous energy within him to rebel. The source of the sound was none other than his mystic sea storage ring, which had been violently shattered by the overwhelming energy, spilling its contents like a small mountain. Under ordinary circumstances, Xiao Yan would have dismissed this, but he was acutely aware that a fragment of Xiao Xian's soul essence resided within a jade vial in the ring. If that vial were to be crushed by the powerful energy, Xiao Xian would truly vanish from the world. If such a fate were to befall him, Xiao Yan would carry an everlasting guilt, leading to a decline in spirit and ultimately rendering him a true failure. Thus, Xiao Yan urgently suppressed the impending upheaval of energy within him, channeling a portion of it to envelop the jade vial in a protective barrier before refocusing on his breakthrough. However, in his eagerness to advance, he remained unaware that within the safeguarded vial, Xiao Xian's fragment of soul essence was drawing upon the Emperor's essence that had coalesced from Xiao Yan's breakthrough, releasing a faint breath of life, akin to a slumbering dragon stirring in its sleep. Yet, Xiao Yan was oblivious to these occurrences, and Hua Yi, diligently guarding from afar, remained unaware of the events transpiring within the small vial. Chapter 5. The Divine Bloodline. In a clearing within a vast forest, the surroundings resembled the aftermath of a fierce battle. Trees had been uprooted, lying in ruin, while the ground was strewn with the remnants of ancient trunks severed in half. Only a figure, seated cross-legged and suspended in midair, remained pristine in white attire, unruffled by the chaos, as the fabric billowed with the wind, creating a symphony of whistling sounds. Surrounding him was a colossal vortex of energy, rapidly swirling and gathering the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, producing a cacophony reminiscent of wails and howls. Amidst this scene, Xiao Yan's energy surged within him, akin to an overinflated balloon, continuously compressing and expanding. The special space within him absorbed the refined spiritual essence, yet the energy reservoir, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth, remained remarkably sturdy. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan intensified the operation of his cultivation technique, his energy flowing violently through his meridians, while the ethereal flames raced within, refining the energies he absorbed from the world. Yet, this was still insufficient. The majority of the energy he sought was intertwined with the Emperor's essence. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's ethereal flames could not refine the Emperor's essence, necessitating its removal during the refining process, which consequently slowed his absorption of energy. If this continued, failure was inevitable. However, at that very moment, an unparalleled and ferocious suction force emanated from elsewhere. It was uncertain whether this was intentional or accidental, but the force seemed to exclusively draw upon the essence of the imperial origins that existed within the world. Those imperial origins, as if summoned by an invisible command, swiftly converged toward the direction of that formidable suction. Xiao Yan's rate of absorbing and refining the energy of the heavens and earth consequently accelerated, as pure strands of fighting spirit surged into that peculiar space, causing an increase in the density of fighting energy within, and the space itself began to swell ominously, clearly nearing a point of rupture. Yet, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the origins of this mysterious force that even breached the watch of Yi. From external perspective, one would observe that the vast energy vortex, which had previously manifested solely during Xiao Yan's relentless cultivation, had now doubled. Relative to the realm in which Xiao Yan resided, the only discernible difference was that the vortex behind him absorbed the energies of the heavens and earth, emanating a powerful and domineering aura, while the opposing vortex consumed the imperial origins of the world. The milky white imperial essence twirled gracefully in the air, slowly condensing into a droplet resembling pure milk, vanishing in an instant into the void. Although the rotation of that milky vortex was languid, it was astonishing to witness all the imperial essence within this realm being drawn towards it, showcasing an extraordinary phenomenon. The differing energies each vortex absorbed resulted in a contrasting hue that cloaked the massive energy whirlpools, resembling two colossal beasts vying for dominion over the energies of the cosmos, presenting a captivating spectacle from afar. Meanwhile, Yi, situated 100 miles away, was taken aback by this scene. Logically, under the pressure of his power, it was utterly implausible for anyone to breach his defenses, especially within a 10-zhang radius of Xiao Yan. Yet in the next moment, his furrowed brow relaxed as curiosity piqued his interest in that peculiar energy vortex. He had just noticed that the previously sluggish Xiao Yan was now accelerating his cultivation due to the inexplicable vortex, leading him to conclude that this unknown force was indeed aiding Xiao Yan. An increased rate of cultivation signified that Xiao Yan was inching closer to a breakthrough. So what need was there to interfere further? What, after all, was this entity that was assisting his elder brother Xiao Yan, and to what end? He found himself torn between joy for Xiao Yan's progress and concern for the unknown. Surrounded by swirling winds, Xiao Yan was inundated with the energies of the heavens and earth, as the burning decision technique operated at an unprecedented speed, refining and absorbing the modeled energies within. The fighting energy within that peculiar space grew exceedingly dense, causing the spatial barriers to tremble and fissures to emerge. Upon discovering these cracks, Xiao Yan was filled with exhilaration, intensifying his efforts to absorb the energy of the cosmos, while the imperial origins of the world rapidly converged in another direction. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a crisp sound of rupture, a mighty aura surged forth into the sky, accompanied by the roar of winds, akin to a great dragon soaring into the heavens. Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across them. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a flurry of punches, the sounds crackling like fireworks. Finally, exhaling a long breath, he murmured with a hint of excitement, The sensation of advancement is something I have not experienced in ages. It is truly exhilarating. However, as he glanced around, his brow furrowed once more. The peculiar vortex had vanished. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed further thoughts on the matter. After all, he had suffered no losses, and since his internal state remained unchanged, he saw no reason to dwell on it. Casting a glance at the shattered, ghostly sea ring, he stooped to tuck the jade vial into his bosom. Then, with a casual motion, he tore open a dark spatial rift, placing the remaining items within before turning to soar towards Huiyi's direction. At his current level of power, Xiao Yan could effortlessly rend the void, and the space he had just created was merely a temporary convenience. However, just as he secured the jade vial within his garments, it emitted a faint glow, unnoticed even by Xiao Yan himself. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, within an exquisitely adorned grand hall, an elderly man clad in white stood with wide eyes, astonished as he gazed upon a crystal ball radiating brilliant golden light resting upon a stone table. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the crystal until its brilliance faded, at which point he reacted with fervent excitement, exclaiming, "Divine bloodline! Ha ha ha! Truly, the heavens favor the Xiao clan." Before his laughter had fully subsided, he vanished from the hall, leaving behind an echo of his booming voice reverberating through the chamber. After the old man disappeared, the crystal ball, after a brief period of calm, suddenly glowed once more, this time emitting an even more resplendent rainbow of colors, illuminating the entire hall in a dazzling display. Unfortunately, the elder had already departed and missed witnessing this breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 6. A Meeting in the Secret Chamber. In a pitch-black secret chamber, several individuals clad in dark cloaks sat opposite one another, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension within the dimly lit space. One individual, with a voice tinged with age, suddenly spoke in a deep tone. "Old Three, why have you summoned us to this family secret chamber in such haste? Are you unable to contain your impatience once again? In the past, you could manage 4 or 5 years without issue. But now you have only just taken over from your second brother for less than a month. Are you already weary of your duties? You seem to be pushing the limits. Do you wish to be confined?" The voice was not loud, yet every person present could discern the underlying anger, and most astonishingly, they could not pinpoint the source of the voice. Upon hearing this, a figure in a black robe, whose face remained obscured, stepped forward and addressed the assembly with a smile. "I am not here to shirk my responsibilities. Rather, I shall no longer be required to do so." The elder's calm demeanor elicited furrowed brows among the gathered individuals, their displeasure evident. At the moment he spoke, the temperature in the room began to rise, and one of the cloaked figures felt their garments swell as their aura intensified. Observing this, the elder quickly abandoned his playful facade, his expression turning serious. The group seemed to perceive the dark space as though it were daylight, and they ceased their chatter, the escalating temperature and the terrifying aura gradually subsiding into calm. Once the atmosphere had settled and the group regained their composure, the earlier jovial voice reemerged, this time devoid of jest, resonating with utmost seriousness and caution. The elder fixed his gaze upon the tallest cloaked figure, whose eyes remained shrouded by the fabric. Yet, inexplicably, both individuals raised their heads in unison, gazing into each other's eyes from afar. If not for the obscuration of the black robes, it would have been a scene of 4 eyes locked in mutual regard. After a few breaths, the aged voice finally spoke softly. "The holy blood crystal has illuminated, and moreover, it bears a divine bloodline." A mere utterance ignited the previously somber atmosphere into a fervent excitement. The elders exchanged glances, their faces streaming with tears of joy. The holy blood crystal was a harbinger of their family's impending prosperity. They had safeguarded the holy blood crystal for many years, hoping that one day it would shine brightly, symbolizing the family's hope. For as long as the holy blood crystal radiated light, it signified the return of a descendant to this continent, a descendant endowed with an exceptionally potent bloodline and extraordinary talent. At that moment, the dawn of the family's flourishing was at hand. Now, their prolonged vigilance had finally borne fruit. The holy blood crystal had not betrayed their expectations. Suddenly, an overwhelming tempest of soul energy surged through the chamber, engulfing it entirely, only to gradually subside as several seals were placed outside. Once the soul storm erupted, the elders within the chamber stood in silence, swiftly tidying their robes, awaiting the unfolding events. The elder who had first spoken then addressed the assembly with a grave demeanor. "Third elder, how dare you jest before us about such a grave matter, thus delaying our course of action? What punishment do you deserve?" Upon hearing this, the third elder's complexion paled. He realized that the family's grand elder was genuinely enraged. He hastily replied, Xiao Mingyuan acknowledges his wrongdoing. I beseech the Grand Elder to bestow judgment. Although Xiao Mingyuan held the esteemed title of Third Elder within the Xiao clan, he was notorious for his penchant for mischief, often neglecting his duties to protect the holy blood crystal. He frequently ventured beyond the family, embroiling himself in numerous troubles, much to the chagrin of the clan's higher-ups, were it not for his habit of causing only minor disturbances and his status as the Third Elder. He might have long been confined. The Elder Council had previously endeavored to counsel him, but he remained indifferent, pursuing his whims. This year, however, it was once again his turn to guard the holy blood crystal. Had the Grand Elder fortuitously emerged from seclusion and learned of Xiao Mingyuan's escapades, he would have surely unleashed his formidable prowess and the clan's regulations to subdue him. Otherwise, Xiao Mingyuan would likely have fled once more. Fortunately, he held great respect for the Grand Elder and, coupled with the clan's rules, he refrained from straying too far. Yet now, merely a month after transferring responsibilities with the Second Elder, he summoned the assembled elders, which irked those familiar with his character. The Grand Elder was equally displeased. Ultimately, after a lengthy ordeal, Xiao Mingyuan conceded, resigning himself to the Grand Elder's judgment. The Grand Elder decreed that, due to the Third Elder's delay in reporting significant clan matters, he would face a month of confinement. However, in light of Xiao Mingyuan's contributions in locating the whereabouts of the family S member with a divine bloodline, the task of pursuing that individual was entrusted to him. Do you have any objections, Elder Xiao Mingyuan? The Grand Elder's gaze was unwavering as he posed the question. Xiao Mingyuan slightly bowed and replied to the Grand Elder. Xiao Mingyuan has no objections. At that moment, he felt immense relief at the Grand Elder's punishment and was filled with gratitude, having no inclination to oppose it. Though he faced a month of confinement, the prospect of leaving the clan thereafter rendered that time inconsequential. Thus, he readily accepted the punishment. The Grand Elder's actions merely provided him with a reason to depart from the clan, effectively removing the troublemaker while also seeking the clan as prodigy. Once the arrangements were concluded, the Grand Elder, exuding an authoritative aura, solemnly stated, "The events of today must remain known only to us and the clan head. Should any outsider come to learn of this, they shall face merciless retribution." His words were imbued with a sense of dominance. Yet the assembly understood it was for the welfare of the clan's future, leading them to nod in agreement. Yes. The Grand Elder acknowledged their response and gradually faded into the darkness of the chamber, while the other elders departed in turn. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Xiao Yan was soaring toward the towering mountain peak alongside Hui. Little did they know, the seemingly short distance proved to be quite time-consuming, leaving both somewhat exasperated. Chapter 7. Reunion with the Soul Clan. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Hui were still en route to the lofty mountain, and despite their steady progress over several hours, the peak remained a distant goal. This journey illustrated just how far they were from their destination. Yet, neither was in a hurry. After years of cultivation, if they could not endure such a journey, how could they have achieved their current level of prowess? Moreover, traveling could be considered a unique form of training. Given their natural patience and lack of urgency to hasten their pace, they did not dwell on their lengthy journey, though they were slightly astonished by its extent. Along the way, they took the opportunity to marvel at the breathtaking scenery of this otherworldly realm, even collecting rare spiritual herbs that left even Xiao Yan, a master alchemist, at a loss for words. This led to Hui playfully mocking him, ensuring their journey remained entertaining. Furthermore, those mysterious herbs piqued Xiao Yan's curiosity about this world, solidifying his suspicions. As for his status as a master alchemist rather than an emperor-level alchemist, it could primarily be attributed to his unfortunate luck, though one might argue it was also due to his own choices. Historically, those who achieved the rank of Do Emperor did so by comprehending the path of the heavens and deriving their own emperor-level pill formulas, or by seeking out ancient formulations left behind by powerful Do Emperors. Xiao Yan, however, was in a rather unfortunate position to grasp an emperor-level formula. He would need to manifest his Do Emperor strength and integrate with the heavens. Yet, if he were to do so, he would undoubtedly leave the Do Qi continent afterward, a prospect he would never agree to. After attempting the second method and failing repeatedly, he ultimately abandoned the pursuit of an emperor-level formula, thus remaining merely a master alchemist. However, had he faced off against any other alchemist on the Do Qi continent, none would stand a chance against him. As Xiao Yan soared through the skies, he suddenly pressed his foot against the void, halting his forward momentum. His brow furrowed, a mix of gravity and exhilaration etched across his face. Following closely behind, he came to a stop as well, observing the slightly solemn expression on Xiao Yan's countenance. It was the first time he had witnessed such a look since Xiao Yan ascended to the throne of emperor. However, the excitement radiating from Xiao Yan was not lost on Hui either. After a brief contemplation, he found himself with an inkling of an answer. Although he now stood as a 9-star Do saint, the distance rendered him unable to sense the source of Xiao Yan's unease, leaving him uncertain. After all, Do emperors were not as commonplace as cabbages in the market. Encountering one was no trivial matter. Thus, Hui, still curious, inquired, "What is it? Has something happened with that object?" Xiao Yan shook his head, casting his gaze toward the distant mountain peak. "It is not that the object has encountered a change, but rather that there are two incredibly powerful auras present. The owners of those auras are at least on par with my own level. It seems that the treasures there have also drawn the attention of formidable beings from this continent." Xiao Yan's unwavering conviction regarding this continent stemmed from a peculiar sensation he experienced upon awakening, a feeling distinct from that of the Do-Chi continent. This was not related to the omnipresent source of imperial power, but rather to the very fabric of this world space. His initial instinct was that he had become weaker, but it was not a diminishment of strength. Rather, he felt a significant suppression of his capabilities, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. This was precisely why he and Hui had yet to reach the mountain despite their prolonged flight. At this revelation, Hui Yi's expression shifted, realizing that if the two presences were indeed on par with Xiao Yan, it meant they were at least Do emperors. This thought confirmed his earlier suspicions, and his demeanor grew grave as he pondered how to acquire that mysterious object from the hands of two Do emperors. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with fervor, for he had discerned that although his strength was somewhat restrained, the Do-Chi within him had become increasingly solidified. Coupled with the hours spent acclimating to this world's spatial dynamics, he felt confident that should he confront the Soul Emperor again, he would undoubtedly prevail within 100 moves. However, since ascending to Emperor, he had encountered only one opponent of equal standing, the now defeated Soul Emperor. Thus that aspiration remained unfulfilled. Yet now, with his abilities more refined and two Do emperors readily available for practice, what was there to lose? With that thought, Xiao Yan pressed his foot against the void once more, propelling himself towards the striking red-and-white mountain peak. Hui, glancing at Xiao Yan's determined charge, could only shake his head and follow suit. It was evident from Xiao Yan's expression that although he had hesitated earlier, the realization of his solidified power had reignited his fervent fighting spirit. A grand battle was now inevitable. After several hours, the two halted 1,000 zhang away from the Do emperors, concealed among the floating clouds, silently observing the distant scene. Their keen eyesight allowed them to perceive clearly within a radius of 1,000 miles. Before them, the towering mountain peak, resplendent in its red and white hues, loomed high into the clouds, obscuring much of the sky and casting a shadow over the land, making the surroundings appear dim. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the darkness, rendering the area nearly pitch black. However, for Xiao Yan and Hui, such darkness was hardly an obstacle to their vision. From afar, they spotted two figures hovering mid-air at the mountainside, separated by 100 zhang, each commanding their own space. One was an elderly man clad in azure robes, his hair streaked with white, his visage lean yet kind. With his hands clasped behind him, he stood illuminated by sunlight, exuding an ethereal presence. In stark contrast, the other figure was shrouded in a black cloak, swirling tendrils of darkness obscuring much of his form. The menacing mask he wore, adorned with an unknown beast's insignia, hinted that he was no benevolent soul. At that moment, Xiao Yan and Hui were too engrossed to concern themselves with appearances. Their eyes widened in shock as they beheld the shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. In unison, they uttered two words, Soul Clan. Chapter 8. The treasure that drives Do emperors mad. Xiao Yan and Hui stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure enveloped in darkness, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interval, Xiao Yan's expression hardened as he scrutinized the figure, his eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. Judging by the figure's appearance and the surrounding aura of darkness, it was highly probable that he belonged to the Soul Clan. Yet, Xiao Yan had not anticipated encountering a member of the Soul Clan so soon upon arriving in an unknown world, which indeed took him by surprise. This realization, however, also prompted a cautious demeanor reminiscent of his past experiences in external ventures. His wariness was not solely directed at the figure shrouded in black mist below, but also extended to the uncertain path that lay ahead. The Soul Clan was anything but benign. After years of conflict, Xiao Yan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them. Thus, whenever he encountered a member of the Soul Clan, he would invariably seek to eliminate them. This was not born of ruthlessness, but rather stemmed from hard-earned experience and an unwavering conviction. What an ironic twist of fate. Having just vanquished one member of the Soul Clan, he found himself in another world, only to face yet another. It seemed that destiny intertwined his path with theirs. How amusing, Xiao Yan remarked with a cold smile, while He echoed his sentiment with a scoff as they concealed their forms, intently observing the two figures from afar. Yuan Qing, we had agreed upon a 10-year moratorium on the treasures within this realm. This was your proposal. Are you now intending to violate our pact? After a moment, the elderly figure in azure robes finally spoke, his voice laced with ire. Conversely, the figure enveloped in darkness remained unfazed, a mocking smile evident beneath his mask. Yuan Qing, whoever told you that the members of the ghostly severance sected here to rules? When have you ever seen us abide by any regulations? Moreover, these rules were meant to be broken. I merely brought that to light. It seems you are woefully ignorant of this principle. Truly foolish. Yuan Qing's expression darkened at this retort. He was well aware of the ghostly severance sect's notorious reputation. They were a ruthless group, driven by their own interests and objectives. They had once annihilated an entire city just to eliminate a severely injured individual seeking refuge within its walls. Yet, in this instance, both parties had dispatched a single representative, and their strengths were comparable. Thus, he believed that, given his strength and the agreement made with the infernal demon, he could not afford to breach their accord lightly. However, it was utterly unexpected that this fellow had stealthily arrived here, seeking to monopolize the mysterious treasures of this place while his guard was down. It is worth noting that since discovering the treasures, he had not even conducted a thorough investigation. The infernal demon, on the other hand, had already explored this area long before him, and it was precisely because he had arrived in the nick of time that the latter's ambitions were thwarted. Yet now, the infernal demon brazenly attempted to pilfer the treasures right under his nose, inciting both astonishment and fury within him. Firstly, the audacity of the infernal demon to blatantly disregard his prowess infuriated him beyond measure. Secondly, the mere fact that the infernal demon dared to approach alone suggested that the treasures were of extraordinary significance. Should he succeed in acquiring them, his power would surely surge, placing him above Yuan Qing. At that point, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage, not only failing to accomplish his mission, but also risking his very life, a truly unacceptable outcome. As Yuan Qing contemplated this, an unparalleled fury surged within him. His eyes practically ablaze as they locked onto the infernal demon across from him. Suddenly, his aura escalated dramatically, a dense azure fighting spirit shooting skyward, causing the surrounding space to tremble with resonant vibrations before it finally subsided. In contrast, the infernal demon opposite him merely allowed a cold smile to grace his lips, emitting a disdainful snort as his own formidable aura erupted, enveloping the entirety of the realm in a shroud of dark gray fighting spirit, rising to match Yuan Qing's intensity, each claiming their own dominion and clashing fiercely. In the distance, Xiao Yan observed this spectacle and, with a swift flourish of his sleeve, withdrew Hui into his being. His fighting spirit surged tumultuously, enveloping him in a protective aura, his expression grave as he regarded the two formidable Dou emperors, Yuan Qing and the infernal demon, while his fighting spirit continued to circulate, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. Abruptly, Yuan Qing surged into the air, his hand seals shifting continuously as he executed several rapid maneuvers, leaving behind 3 afterimages in his wake. Yet it did not end there. He continued to flicker between those 3 shadows, and Xiao Yan discerned that the hand seals of the afterimages were in constant flux, indicating that this was a form of avatar technique. Although the formation of these avatars was gradual, once completed, it would manifest as a significant augmentation of power. Should this technique be successfully executed, its might would be formidable indeed. Upon recognizing the technique, the infernal demon's expression shifted to one of grave concern, his mouth twitching beneath his mask as he cursed vehemently. 9 transformations avatar technique. Yuan Qing, you old wretch, it seems you truly wish to sever ties with me completely. Enough of your prattle, infernal demon. It was you who transgressed first, seeking to leverage that treasure to suppress me. Now you dare to cast blame upon me? Today, I shall eradicate you, even at the cost of my own injuries. Yuan Qing's voice grew increasingly fervent, laced with an underlying intent to kill. Yet the core of his motivation was the insatiable desire for that mysterious treasure. After all, it was evident that even a powerhouse like the infernal demon was desperate to obtain it, indicating its extraordinary value. At this juncture, the infernal demon was not in a position to ponder such matters. Upon hearing Yin Qing's words, he was struck with alarm, his face solemn as he regarded the three avatars of Yin Qing. Had this been spoken by anyone else, he might have dismissed it for at their level of power. Inflicting severe injuries was no simple task, let alone outright killing. However, hearing it from Yin Qing compelled him to reconsider. The 9th chapter of the 9 Transformations Avatar Technique. Yin Qing's audacity to utter such words was not without assurance, a fact the infernal demon understood all too well. He had witnessed a foe of comparable strength, if not slightly superior, being obliterated by Yin Qing's current technique, reduced to nothingness without a trace left behind. Although this had come at the cost of Yin Qing sustaining severe injuries, he had subsequently recovered within a few months, leaving no residual effects. This incident had catapulted Yin Qing to fame, earning him a reputation as an invincible force among his peers. Everyone recognized the tremendous cost associated with executing this technique, particularly when facing multiple adversaries. Yet the sheer audacity of being able to trade one's life for survival was a gamble everyone would willingly accept, as long as life persisted. What did mere injuries matter? Now, however, the very cause of that past turmoil stood resolutely before the infernal demon in the form of Yin Qing's 3 avatars. The technique Yin Qing practiced was known as the 9 Transformations Avatar Technique, a high-level celestial tier fighting skill. Should a practitioner master it to its pinnacle, they could supposedly condense an avatar with power equivalent to their own, capable of executing any fighting techniques known to the original body. Upon entering the discipline, practitioners could condense 9 avatars, each possessing half the strength of the original. As their cultivation progressed to a minor completion, these 9 avatars would merge into 3, each boasting 2/3 of the original's power. At the peak of mastery, these 3 avatars could further divide back into 9, ultimately converging into a single avatar with strength equal to that of the original body. As long as the original body endured, the avatar would remain immortal. The immortality of the avatar, akin to the principles underlying Xiao Yan's own Earth tier high-level technique, the 3,000 lightning phantom bodies, sparked a fervent excitement within him. If he could acquire this so-called 9 Transformations Avatar technique and combine it with his 3,000 lightning phantom bodies, the potential for innovation and enhancement was boundless. In such a scenario, even though emperors in this world would seem like mere ants, and he would surely possess sufficient power for self-preservation. As he entertained these thoughts, a glimmer of determination ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, fixating intently on the distant figure of Yin Qing. The process of condensing each avatar, however, was fraught with challenges. One must first utilize attribute crystals that mirrored the original's properties as the foundational essence of the avatar. Following this, one would employ their soul energy to continuously refine and condense, imprinting the techniques learned by the original body onto the avatar, and subsequently control the avatar to absorb the energies of heaven and earth to solidify its form, all while honing it with the pure fighting spirit of the original until a perfect fusion was achieved. Moreover, each time the avatars were set to merge and elevate, it would invoke heavenly thunder, necessitating that the avatars withstand the cataclysmic force of the lightning, enduring a baptism beneath its fury to ensure their forms became more solidified, thus signifying the true completion of their enhancement. After each fusion enhancement, the avatar harnesses the cataclysmic power of heavenly thunder to spontaneously generate an exceedingly ferocious energy within itself. Should the main body choose to detonate this energy during a confrontation, the resulting explosion from the avatar would rival a significant fraction of the main body's self-destruction power. While this technique boasts considerable might, the price it exacts is equally steep. Namely, the main body would be left gravely injured, plunging it into a perilous predicament. If one is not sufficiently cautious, death could loom at any moment. Nevertheless, it is fair to assert that the 9 Transformations Avatar technique is indeed an exceptional combat skill. Ultimately, whether the avatar can achieve fusion enhancement hinges upon the tenacity of the main body's soul, as the avatar and the main body are intrinsically linked. The avatar's evolution is inherently reliant on the main body. Enduring this trial could lead to a transformation akin to a dragon emerging from the night, becoming a formidable power. Failing it, however, could result in the avatar's complete demise and severe damage to the soul, or worse, the obliteration of the soul itself, leaving one as a mere shell, subject to the whims of others. Although mastering this martial art is notoriously arduous, success yields a power so potent that it astounds. This is evidenced by Yuan Qing's ability to obliterate peers with a single, fully unleashed strike. Ordinarily, the infernal demon Old Ghost would not fear Yuan Qing wielding this technique. particularly with several subordinates by his side, as Yuan Qing would undoubtedly harbor reservations. However, in the current scenario, it is just the two of them, Infernal Demon Old Ghost and Yuan Qing. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yan's presence looms in the shadows. Otherwise, Yuan Qing would never resort to employing such a perilous technique, akin to gambling with his own life. Driven by an intense desire to acquire the celestial treasures hidden within the mountain's depths, while wary of Yuan Qing's potential interference, the infernal demon Old Ghost ventured forth alone, leaving his weaker subordinates behind. As he surveys the present circumstances, he realizes that his solitary existence may jeopardize his return to safety. Beneath his mask, a pair of shadowy, aged eyes dart anxiously around the environment. When his gaze lands on the towering mountain beside him, a flicker of malevolence ignites in his eyes. Turning to Yuan Qing, he smiles slyly. Haha, Yuan Qing, while you indeed possess the power to annihilate me here, do you not wish to know what lies within? With a dismissive huff, Yuan Qing retorts, you truly believe that by slaying me, you can claim the treasures of this mountain? How utterly laughable. The infernal demon Old Ghost sneers at Yuan Qing, his tone nonchalant. Yet something unspoken lingers in the air, creating an enigmatic tension. What do you mean by that? Yuan Qing inquires, momentarily hesitating, his brow furrowing in contemplation. If I had come solely to seize the treasures within this mountain, do you think my strength could be so easily detected by you? If I truly wished to evade you with my ghostly saber-sex concealment techniques, would you stand any chance of discovering my presence? The infernal demon Old Ghost disregards Yuan Qing's confusion and continues his line of questioning. Yuan Qing's brow furrows deeply as he ponders the implications of the infernal demon Old Ghost's words. He acknowledges the truth in the Old Ghost's assertion. With his sex stealth capabilities, it would be nearly impossible for him to be detected if he were determined to hide. Yet, what is the purpose behind this insinuation? Is it possible he deliberately wants me to discover him, intending to lure me out and annihilate me in one fell swoop? The mere thought sends a chill down Yuan Qing's spine, prompting his soul power to involuntarily radiate outward as he begins to probe the surrounding aura. However, he is not foolish. After a brief reconnaissance, he retracts his soul energy, refusing to let fleeting thoughts disturb his focus. He reflects that since the infernal demon Old Ghost emerged alone, it is clear that he cannot hope to defeat Yuan Qing by himself. Surviving the encounter would be a considerable achievement. So, what could the infernal demon Old Ghost's elaborate scheme to draw him out possibly entail? High above, concealed among the clouds, Xiao Yan observes Yuan Qing's deep in thought expression, shaking his head with a soft sigh. They say the older one gets, the wiser one becomes. Yet I find Yuan Qing's naivety astonishing. It seems that the longer one lives, the more they cling to life, becoming fearful of death. How could he fall for such a simple ruse? After a moment, Yuan Qing lifts his gaze to meet the infernal demon Old Ghosts, his eyes unwavering as he states solemnly, "Speak plainly. What exactly do you desire from me? Surely, you did not draw me here merely for idle conversation." The infernal demon Old Ghost's lips curl beneath his mask, his entire being relaxing subtly within the encompassing darkness. Though Yuan Qing remains oblivious, Xiao Yan, from his vantage point in the clouds, furrows his brow slightly, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. The members of the Soul Clan truly cannot shed their treacherous nature, no matter the setting. These individuals invariably resort to gauging strength first. When they find themselves superior, they resort to even more ruthless torment. When faced with opposition, they resort to every conceivable tactic to divert attention, waiting for the opportune moment to strike like a venomous snake, relishing the ensuing agony. The infernal demon Old Ghost regards the motionless Yuan Qing and his three avatars. Grinning as he speaks, Brother Qingyuan, there is indeed a celestial treasure hidden within the heart of this great mountain. However, a formidable barrier protects it. It is likely that this treasure was discovered by a powerful being long ago, yet it was perhaps not fully matured at that time, prompting the imposition of this barrier for future retrieval. I trust you understand the implications of my words. The infernal demon Old Ghost flashes a grin at Yuan Qing, adopting an unexpectedly cordial tone. Yuan Qing's brow furrows at this, his irritation evident as he retorts. You wish for me to join forces with you to breach the protective barrier and acquire the treasures within? On what grounds? The infernal demon Old Ghost seems to have anticipated this inquiry, casting a brief glance at Yuan Qing before continuing. After my investigation, it appears that the treasure within the mountain is none other than. His words suddenly halt as he gazes at the impatient Yuan Qing, the edges of his mouth curling upward before he continues, the ice-fire vermilion fruit. At this proclamation, the atmosphere falls into a profound stillness. Yuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment, his aged gaze betraying an unmistakable excitement and a hint of avarice. His entire body trembles slightly, and the fighting spirit within him surges. Had it not been for the recognition of the infernal demon Old Ghost's lingering utility, he might have already unleashed his full strength in an attempt to obliterate him the instant those words escaped his lips. The Icefire Fruit, a rare celestial herb that thrives under exceedingly harsh conditions, can only be found at the confluence of potent fire and ice energies. During its growth phase, the Icefire Fruit must first absorb a substantial balance of both ice and fire energies from its surroundings, followed by a century of self-directed maturation. At the end of this century, it must be harvested immediately. Otherwise, one must wait for it to mature for a millennium before it can evolve into its next form. Visually, the fruit resembles a garnet, adorned with slender intertwining threads of fiery red and icy blue, transforming it into a stunning work of art, radiant and captivating. Although ice and fire are inherently oppositional and should not merge, perhaps due to divine design or the fruit's unique nature, these two energies coexist harmoniously within it. This very characteristic allows the practitioner to unleash an extraordinary surge of energy, many times greater than usual, upon ingesting it, facilitating their advancement in cultivation. In the vicinity of its growth, a peculiar and formidable pressure emanates, instilling a sense of awe in all living creatures, compelling them to refrain from encroaching within a 1,000-mile radius. Indeed, the situation remains unchanged. It is undeniably the Icefire Fruit. Yuanqing steadied his mind, fixating his gaze on the Inferno Demon, then glancing at the strikingly red and white mountain beside him, ultimately nodding in confirmation. "Speak, how shall we divide it?" Yuanqing inquired directly, addressing the matter of utmost concern. The Inferno Demon, unfazed, was well aware that Yuanqing had been stagnating at this cultivation level for many years. Now that the coveted treasure lay within reach, it was only natural for him to feel an overwhelming urgency. Haha, that is easily resolved. Since we have jointly breached this restriction, it would be only fair for us to split the spoils evenly. What do you say, brother Yuanqing? After a brief moment of hesitation, a smile curved Yuanqing's lips as he responded, "Very well, let be half for each." With that, the two approached the mountain, preparing to dismantle the barrier surrounding it. Chapter 11. The Self-Sealing Strange Fire. Yuanqing and the Inferno Demon surveyed the mountain for some time before selecting a section that appeared to have been forcibly excavated by a massive hand, leaving a recess barely large enough for one to rest. They stood side by side in the void, adopting a cooperative attack angle, yet leaving a few yards of space between them. The three avatars beside Yuanqing effectively shielded him, forming a flawless defensive formation, causing the Inferno Demon, a short distance away, to twitch beneath his mask. Reluctantly, he cast a wary glance at Yuanqing, maintaining his distance and opting not to engage further. After extensive exploration, they concluded that the barrier in this recessed area was notably weaker, perhaps due to frequent inspections by a powerful being, making it the most suitable location for their breach. Yuanqing glanced at the Inferno Demon to ensure he was not attempting any deceit, then focused his attention on the cliff face. After a moment of contemplation, he initiated action. With a thought, one of his avatars surged towards the rock wall, crashing heavily against it with a resounding impact. Instantly, the entire mountain trembled violently. Yuanqing smiled, believing the barrier to be of little consequence, and that the Inferno Demon was overcomplicating matters by needing his assistance to break through. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. The barrier possessed a retaliatory attack mechanism. The avatar he dispatched was violently propelled back, its once solid form now ephemeral, leaving it in a state of disarray, which elicited a derisive laugh from the Inferno Demon. "Inferno Demon, you seek death. You are fully aware of this retaliatory barrier. Why did you not inform me? Do not forget, if my avatar exhausts its energy, I cannot guarantee the barrier can be breached. At that point, not only shall we forfeit the treasure within the mountain, but we shall also provoke a formidable entity. For the sake of our lives, I advise you stop your tricks. Otherwise, I shall leave at once." Yuanqing glared at his now unstable avatar, his crimson eyes ablaze as he shouted at the Inferno Demon. The Inferno Demon merely chuckled coldly, replying, "Oh, Yuanqing, it is you who is mistaken. When you commanded your avatar to attack the rock wall, I intended to caution you, but your actions were too swift, and your avatar flew forth before I could warn you. How can you place the blame upon me? If you truly wish to abandon the Icefire Fruit, I will not insist. You may depart. I can call upon my subordinates to sacrifice their lives for this fruit. It would be a blessing for them, ha." The Inferno Demon, aware of Yuan Qing's prolonged stagnation at this realm, spoke with a tone devoid of concern, almost indifferent. Yuan Qing's face flushed with anger upon hearing these words, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, his old eyes wide as saucers. Yet, he ultimately refrained from further words. There was no benefit in prolonging the argument, especially since he was currently at a disadvantage. It seemed he had no choice but to temporarily cooperate, breaking the retaliatory barrier first. Once that was accomplished, he could leave the rest to fate. If there's anything else it would be wise to disclose it now. Otherwise, if we each take precautions against one another, how can we hope to attain the treasures within this mountain? I implore you, do not withhold anything further, or I shall depart. After all, abandoning the Icefire fruit is but a minor sacrifice, Yuan Qing said, feigning rage while contemplating their next steps. The Inferno demon, fully aware of Yuan Qing's intentions, nodded in agreement, and together they commenced dismantling the barrier surrounding the mountain. Xiao Yan observed the two below, bickering for a considerable time, his mind racing with thoughts of how he could seize the opportunity to investigate the mountain that felt oddly familiar. Now that the two had reached an accord, he noticed them gradually approaching the mountain's face, their attention entirely focused on the rock wall. Recognizing this as an opportune moment for exploration, Xiao Yan carefully extended his spiritual consciousness, weaving delicate strands of soul energy to gently probe the rock wall above Yuan Qing and the Inferno demon. As anticipated, after his powerful spiritual energy swept over the mountain, he discovered a thin, invisible barrier encasing the entire peak without a single flaw. However, as his spiritual energy brushed against this ethereal veil, he sensed a violent force within, a seething energy intermingled with a chilling essence. A type of energy he was all too familiar with. Strange fire. This is the power of strange fire. How could it possess such overwhelming ferocity? Could be that this strange fire has existed for a millennium, or even longer. Xiao Yan felt the familiar aura emanating from the energy barrier, and a profound astonishment surged within him. No wonder, he mused, that there exists a presence here which resonates with both me and Hui. It originates from this Do-Chi barrier. The potent aura radiating from the barrier suggested that the extraordinary fire contained within possessed its own sentience. Yet, if that were the case, why would this extraordinary fire choose to confine itself here? Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yan discerned that this seal was evidently designed to imprison something, and the energy associated with this seal was, without doubt, linked to the extraordinary fire. This clearly indicated that the fire had willingly sealed itself away. For if the extraordinary fire were to be provoked, it would not merely imprison its adversary, allowing for an escape. Instead, it would annihilate them with merciless ferocity. However, under Xiao Yan's probing spiritual force, the aura of the barrier unmistakably belonged to a type of extraordinary fire, implying that within this mountain, an incarnated spirit of fire had inexplicably confined itself here. The extraordinary fire discovered by these two individuals is indeed remarkable. Perhaps it underwent some unforeseen mutation. And how tragic it is for such a powerful treasure of heaven and earth to be sealed away in this manner. Presently, it seems that only that individual from the Soul Tribe, who claims to be from the so-called Ghostly Gate, possesses knowledge of what lies within this mountain. In light of this, he chuckled to himself, almost revealing his thoughts to Yuan Qing and the others. Yet fortunately, nothing untoward transpired, or else he might have found himself in peril. Once Xiao Yan composed himself, he delicately affixed a thread of spiritual energy to the seal, and then closed his eyes, patiently awaiting news from the two below. Chapter 12. The clam and the heron compete, the fisherman appears. Boom! With a sound akin to thunder. A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he slowly opened his eyes and gazed downward. At last, he had breached the rebound seal. Xiao Yan observed the unfolding scene below with a calm demeanor. The moment he had been awaiting had finally arrived. Just moments ago, Yuan Qing, who had been relentlessly assaulting the rebound seal, suddenly underwent a dramatic change in expression. His body, which had been streaking toward the barrier, abruptly twisted in the air, and he struck out toward a certain point in the void behind him. Simultaneously, the two avatars remaining by his side rushed toward him. Ultimately, Yuan Qing's hand collided forcefully with a skeletal hand that had unexpectedly materialized from the void. A few breaths later, a violent explosion erupted beside the two, and at that moment, they were scarcely several meters away from the mountainside. As the epicenter of the explosion, both Yuan Qing and the infernal demon Old Ghost naturally bore the brunt of the impact. In tandem with the explosion of the two avatars, a cataclysmic energy storm swept through a vast expanse of forest, throwing the two of them backward. The barrier upon the mountainside appeared on the verge of collapse, as if it only awaited a final strike to bring the entire mountain crumbling down, presenting a truly perilous sight. In the next instant, Yuan Xing propelled backward, crashed heavily against the already precarious barrier. A sound rang out, sharp and crystalline, reminiscent of shattering glass, as the once mighty barrier fractured at that moment. Yet even so, the rebound force unleashed by the collision between the barrier and Yuan Xing's body only served to exacerbate his already grievous injuries. In contrast, the infernal demon Old Ghost, who had just exchanged blows with Yuan Xing, while also wounded, had sustained injuries that paled in comparison. Cough, cough, cough. You despicable wretch, infernal demon Old Ghost. Yuan Xing spat blood as he glared at the approaching figure of the infernal demon Old Ghost, his eyes aflame with rage. At this moment, the once ethereal aura of Yuan Xing had vanished, replaced by a tattered blue robe and a back marred by wounds, revealing bloodied flesh and even glimpses of bone. His face was smeared with blood, droplets spilling from his lips, staining his azure robe. His once pristine white hair now danced wildly, with strands clinging to his bloodied visage, rendering him a ghastly sight, exuding a chill that emanated from the depths of the human soul. How does it feel, old man Yuan Xing, to have fallen victim to my demon cloud swallowing palm? The infernal demon Old Ghost approached Yuan Xing, taunting him with a mocking laugh. At that moment, the black mist enveloping the infernal demon Old Ghost had dissipated significantly, revealing a gaunt form. Yet, he bore an expression of assured triumph, each of his steps seeming to crush Yuan Xing's heart, instilling a profound sense of dread within him, rendering him immobile. Above, Xiao Yan observed the unfolding drama with a tranquil expression, his douqi swirling through his meridians as he leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently upon the infernal demon Old Ghost, poised for an immediate strike. At their level of prowess, their senses were remarkably acute. None would dare to launch a surprise attack without absolute certainty, for who could guarantee that their target lacked a hidden card or had not already sensed their approach? Thus, even a successful ambush would yield little benefit, as the adversary would have already anticipated the attack. The infernal demon Old Ghost continued to advance slowly toward Yuan Xing, seemingly savoring the psychological domination and the fear it instilled in his foe. 3 meters. At last, only a mere 3 meters separated the infernal demon Old Ghost from Yuan Xing. In that moment, Yuan Xing began to grow numb to the oppressive terror emanating from the infernal demon Old Ghost. He gradually lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the infernal demon Old Ghost with an expression devoid of emotion. This calm demeanor momentarily halted the advancing footsteps of the infernal demon Old Ghost, igniting a spark of anger within him. How could he allow himself to be intimidated by a man on the brink of death? His pace quickened, and within mere breaths, he stood before Yuan Xing. Old man Yuan Xing, I dare say you were contemplating how to kill me once the barrier was broken, but alas, I have bested you by a hair. The infernal demon Old Ghost extended his hand, summoning a pitch-black 3-foot-long sword, gripping it tightly with both hands. Raising it above his head, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty intent as he fixed his gaze upon Yuan Xing. Then, he swung the sword downward with ferocity. Now's my chance. Xian Fire Finger kill. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan dove downward, unleashing his Xian Fire Finger in the process. Just as the infernal demon Old Ghost was about to strike down Yuan Xing, at a distance of less than a foot from Yuan Xing's head, he abruptly twisted his wrist, redirecting the sword upward in defense. Crack! The infernal demon Old Ghost's hasty defense proved inadequate, as it offered minimal resistance before shattering with a sharp sound. The black sword in his hand broke apart, and Xiao Yan's formidable finger continued its relentless assault toward the infernal demon Old Ghost, as he felt the terrifying aura approaching him. The expression on the face of the inferno demon elder turned grave. He could distinctly sense the extraordinary nature of the technique before him. Should this strike truly collide with his body, it would likely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. In such a case, he would be faced with a life or death decision. After years of arduous cultivation to extend his lifespan, how could he possibly relinquish it easily? Realizing he could not let go, he understood that sacrifices had to be made. It appeared that evading the attack of the mysterious fire finger was utterly unavoidable. He had already been locked onto by its aura. Thus, his only course of action was to avoid the vital points of his body as much as possible. With determination, the Inferno Demon Elder fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching mysterious fire finger, his body twisting sharply in midair to successfully evade his critical areas. Yellow Springs Wrath. At that moment, the Inferno Demon Elder's evasive movements momentarily stalled, and he quickly realized it was too late. In a clash between powerful beings, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. The next moment, a sound echoed as flesh was pierced, and the Inferno Demon Elder let out a distorted, anguished scream. The immense force propelled him backward, his body skimming the ground and leaving behind a long trail of several hundred meters, crashing through numerous towering ancient trees before finally smashing into a rocky wall, embedding himself into the hard surface. Xiao Yan stood quietly, casting a glance at the grateful Yuan Qing, who was using medicinal pills to heal his wounds, before turning his eager gaze back to the Inferno Demon Elder. Although the Inferno Demon Elder had indeed been struck by Xiao Yan's mysterious fire finger and had demolished several ancient trees along the way, those at their level possessed extraordinarily resilient physiques. For him, such injuries were merely superficial. With a bit of time to recover, he would undoubtedly mend completely. Boom! Stones flew in all directions, creating a cloud of dust. As a gentle breeze swept through, the haze dispersed to reveal a somewhat weakened figure. Given the Inferno Demon Elder's formidable physical cultivation, he should not have appeared in such a state. However, he had been previously injured by Yuan Qing's two avatars, and now endured the strike from Xiao Yan's mysterious fire finger, which accounted for his apparent frailty. At this moment, the Inferno Demon Elder's black robe was tattered, and much of the surrounding dark mist had dissipated, revealing his true form. His appearance was emaciated, with skin taut over bones, and on his right shoulder was a charred, thumb-sized hole, from which wafted a faint scent reminiscent of burnt flesh. Surprised, the Inferno Demon Elder glanced at the wound on his shoulder. Realizing the anticipated damage had not manifested as expected, seeing that he had not sustained severe injuries, he immediately relaxed, thinking to himself that this person's attack was merely bluster. He looked mockingly at Xiao Yan, who had been observing him from distance, until he noticed the cold smile on Xiao Yan's face, at which point he sensed something was amiss. Bang! In the next instant, a violent explosion echoed from within the Inferno Demon Elder's body, and he was violently propelled backward, spewing blood as he crashed into the pile of rocks, rendered immobile. Chapter 13. Repelling the Inferno Demon Elder. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Qing awakened from his recovery, turning to the standing Xiao Yan. With a face full of gratitude, he rose, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "I am deeply indebted to you for your life-saving intervention, esteemed sir." Yuan Qing could easily surmise that Xiao Yan had been lurking nearby, yet now that he had been saved, it seemed inappropriate to voice any further queries. Instead, he inquired, "May I ask your name?" Before Yuan Qing could finish, he felt that such a direct question might be inappropriate, so he added with a hint of flattery, "I consider myself knowledgeable about many prominent families on this continent, but seeing you at such a young age, wielding such power piques my curiosity regarding your lineage. I hope you can forgive my impertinence." Xiao Yan smiled in response to Yuan Qing's gratitude, and, upon hearing his question, replied, "Haha, your words flatter me, my friend. To be candid, I am Xiao Yan. I arrived here out of curiosity after sensing a fluctuation of fighting energy in this area. When I saw that creature attempting to harm you, I merely intervened out of convenience, nothing more." To Yuan Qing, this explanation was satisfactory, considering they had just met. Xiao Yan's decision not to exploit Yuan Qing's predicament was commendable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation seemed to come to a natural conclusion. However, as Xiao Yan revealed his name to Yuan Qing, the Inferno Demon Elder, who had just emerged from the rubble, overheard. Suddenly, the Inferno Demon Elder's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Xiao Yan, panting heavily, his crimson eyes betraying a mix of greed and bloodlust. Staring intently at Xiao Yan, the Inferno Demon Elder, fearful of losing him, bellowed with a bloodthirsty tone, "Xiao Yan? You claim your name is Xiao Yan, correct? He. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me? I don't believe we have any connection," Xiao Yan replied, furrowing his brow. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he had stepped into a vast trap the moment those words left the Inferno Demon Elder's lips. A sense of impending danger surged within him, inexplicably reminding him of the already scattered Soul Emperor, which felt oddly unsettling, as if the path ahead had been preordained. This unsettling feeling caused Xiao Yan's gaze towards the Inferno Demon Elder to grow increasingly frigid. Xiao Yan, prepare to meet your demise." In an instant, the Inferno Demon Elder lunged to Xiao Yan's left side, his palm crashing down toward Xiao Yan's head. In response, Xiao Yan thrust his right fist forward to meet the Inferno Demon Elder's strike head-on. Boom! As the fists collided, a tremendous shock wave emanated from their point of contact, causing fissures to appear in the air. The ground beneath them fractured, creating spiderweb-like cracks that spread wide, and even the towering mountain nearby trembled slightly. As their fists separated, Xiao Yan remained steadfast, while the Inferno Demon Elder was forced to retreat several hundred steps before he could regain his footing, his expression heavy with concern. In that moment, he realized that he had been the one at a disadvantage throughout their exchange, although it appeared that he had made the first move and gained the upper hand. The sheer force behind Xiao Yan's blows revealed the futility of his earlier confidence. Even if he combined his strength with Yuan Qing, they might not be able to contend with Xiao Yan. The Infernal Demon Elder pondered deeply, ultimately appearing to make a resolute decision. Unleashing a thunderous roar, Xianming's soul devouring palm. In an instant, the gaunt figure of the Infernal Demon Elder surged forth, ascending into the heavens, where his hands moved with the swiftness of lightning to form intricate seals, accompanied by a series of pulsating energy waves. The once diminished black mist surrounding him began to rise again, enveloping him in a dense protective barrier, completely shielding him from harm. Yet this was merely the prelude. The Elder's hand seals continued to shift and transform. Their speed now exponentially increased. However, unbeknownst to him, the price for such acceleration was exorbitantly high, as evidenced by the tremors coursing through his frail form. When Xiao Yan sensed the faint yet formidable fluctuations of fighting spirit emanating from those seals, his expression instantly shifted to one of grave concern. It was evident that he was about to confront an exceedingly powerful combat technique. Alas, despite the relatively short distance separating him from the Infernal Demon Elder, the latter's speed suggested that by the time he reached him, a grand feast would already be laid out in preparation for him. The Infernal Demon Elder, gazing at the imminent success of his technique, bore a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. In the next moment, he lunged toward Xiao Yan and Yuan Qing with a violent rush. Observing the rapidly approaching figure of the Elder, the solemnity that once marked Xiao Yan's face vanished, replaced by a flicker of worry and trepidation. He turned to glance at Yuan Qing, whose face was ashen, and with a swift movement, both vanished from their spot, reappearing 10 zhang away, where they conjured a protective barrier of fighting spirit before them. Yuan Qing regarded Xiao Yan, clad in snow-white attire, with a curious gaze, filled with questions about the difference between their current position and the previous one. In the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The Infernal Demon Elder, now less than a zhang away from Xiao Yan, suddenly halted in midair. The hand seals that had been shifting erratically became disordered, and in that moment, a tempestuous surge of energy, infused with a modicum of soul power, struck violently against the protective barrier Xiao Yan had erected. The barrier trembled violently, emitting resonant vibrations. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to dismantle the barrier to assess the situation outside, an unexpected occurrence transpired. An excruciating pain, akin to a piercing headache, erupted from the depths of his very soul. At that moment, the fiery spirit, previously contained within Xiao Yan, manifested once more, and both of them clasped their heads in agony. However, Xiao Yan, a formidable practitioner with a soul force that had transcended into the Emperor realm and a skilled alchemist, swiftly overcame this pain with his overwhelming soul power. He watched as the fiery spirit and Yuan Qing writhed on the ground, crying out in torment. Frowning, he waved his sleeve forcefully, unleashing a torrent of soul power that struck both of them, gradually alleviating their suffering. Before Yuan Qing could fully regain his senses, Xiao Yan hastily reabsorbed the fiery spirit, cognizant of the potential turmoil that could ensue should others learn of its existence. When Yuan Qing finally regained his composure, Xiao Yan was taken aback. The awakened Yuan Qing radiated an ethereal aura. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's immense soul power, one might have mistaken him for a mere apparition. Staring in astonishment at Yuan Qing, who appeared to be in a state of spiritual detachment, Xiao Yan understood that this was not a mere out-of-body experience. For a cultivator, such an event was non-existent. If it were to be considered, it could only be the soul power extending outward to perceive the surroundings. What Yuan Qing exhibited now resembled a half-embodiment of the 9 transformations incarnation technique. Or perhaps it was a manifestation of soul detachment occurring under the condition of a powerful practitioner's physical demise while their soul essence remained intact. As Xiao Yan contemplated in silence, Yuan Qing quickly retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring and, with a swift motion, vanished within it. Xiao Yan remained in a stupor, watching this unfold until Yuan Qing disappeared from his view, leaving only the jade vial behind. He blinked in disbelief as the vial inexplicably soared toward him, landing in his hand. A faint, weakened voice emerged from within. "Xiao Yan, my friend, I beseech you to temporarily safeguard my soul within your spatial ring. Thank you. Before Xiao Yan could respond, the voice faded away, and Yuan Qing's soul slipped into a state of slumber. Huh? Xiao Yan remained wide-eyed for a considerable time, wishing to utter something, yet ultimately heaved a resigned sigh. Tucking the jade vial into his robe, and turning his gaze back to the shadowy figure sprawled amidst the ruins. Boom! With a resounding crash accompanied by the shattering of stone, the infernal demon elder re-emerged, only to immediately spew forth a copious amount of blood, his entire body teetering on the brink of collapse, as if he were on the verge of death. With his blood-red eyes filled with venomous hatred, he glared at the motionless figure of the black flame entity lying merely 3 zhang away, none other than the earlier arrival, He Yan. It was this very individual whose abrupt appearance had led to the elder's failure in executing his combat technique, resulting in a grievous backlash. Now, while Xiao Yan remained unscathed, the infernal demon elder, severely injured and unable to continue the fight, realized that capturing Xiao Yan to bring him back for a reward was nearly impossible. Thus, he resolved to relay news of Xiao Yan's arrival to the ghostly sect, hoping to exchange it for something of value. With this thought in mind, the infernal demon elder seized the fleeting opportunity while Xiao Yan was preoccupied tending to He Yan's injuries, and, filled with rancor, rapidly fled the scene. Chapter 14. The 9 Transformations Incarnation Technique Secured. Xiao Yan gazed at He Yan, suspended in the air before him, and could not help but sigh inwardly. This fellow had indeed endured a full-force strike from a Dou Emperor in his quest for ascendance to the imperial realm, and remarkably, he had succeeded. Although the primary reason was the failure of the Xianming soul-devouring palm, it was still a staggering feat. He Yan had managed to intercept a Dou Emperor with the strength of a 9-star Dou Saint, albeit at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. Such an astonishing turn of events was beyond comprehension, yet it was undeniably true. Thus, it became evident that Xiao Yan's sudden shift to a position merely 10 zhang away from his previous location was not without intent. He had deliberately drawn the infernal demon elder's attention, positioning himself in what he deemed the safest and most open terrain at that moment. This was not only for his own safety, but also to lure the infernal demon elder, creating an advantageous opportunity for He Yan. As soon as Xiao Yan made his move, the infernal demon elder indeed pursued him fervently, intent on eliminating him. In this moment of distraction for the elder, He Yan seized the chance, merging seamlessly with the void, swiftly encircling the elder's space and, with great difficulty, dismantling the hand seals he had formed. Fortunately, the cataclysmic strike from the Inferno Demon Elder ultimately failed due to the intervention of He Yan. Hence, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as defying the heavens. In truth, everything had been prearranged between Xiao Yan and He Yan. Although time was of the essence, conversations among the powerful need not be lengthy. This individual had candidly informed Xiao Yan that he would intercept that formidable attack. He Yan had already perceived that even someone as formidable as Xiao Yan displayed an expression of grave concern upon witnessing the Inferno Demon Elder strike. Of course, He Yan was not one to engage in a losing venture. The price for his assistance in withstanding that attack was Xiao Yan's aid in successfully breaking through the constraints between Dou Sheng and Dou Di to ascend as a Dou Di powerhouse. Naturally, if Xiao Yan were unwilling, he could forcibly endure the full brunt of that attack. However, the consequence of such an action would inevitably reveal all of Xiao Yan's trump cards, and in the end, he might not withstand the strike entirely. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Yan was still cradling the jade vial containing the essence of Yuan Qing's soul, and without the barrier of the spatial ring. Who could say whether it had already awakened, quietly waiting for him to deal with the Inferno Demon Elder, only to deliver a devastating blow and profit from the chaos. Such a fate would render Xiao Yan a tragic figure, becoming the first Dou Di in the history of the Dou Qi continent to be slain by an injured soul entity, thus ensuring his infamy throughout eternity. He Yan typically would cause ordinary people to scatter in fear at the mere sight of a Dou Di in action, yet he dared to obstruct such a powerhouse's strike. Moreover, he had withstood a full-force attack from a Dou Di and yet remained alive, which left Xiao Yan in a state of helplessness, prompting a sorrowful sigh to escape his lips, lamenting his own lack of such fortune. Even with his essence being the void swallowing flame, capable of devouring all things under heaven and earth, and despite being favored by the heavens, this was an exaggeration. After all, it was a full-force strike from a Dou Di, and He Yan had managed to forcibly break through it. Even Xiao Yan at this moment could not help but admire He Yan's bravery, feeling a tinge of jealousy. After administering a healing elixir to He Yan, Xiao Yan, akin to a phoenix, absorbed him into his body. After all, Haiyan's injuries were grievous, and recovery would take considerable time, especially since the primary damage was to his soul essence. Fortunately, Haiyan's soul power had already advanced to the Imperial realm, and the physical injuries he sustained had been partially healed by Xiao Yan. Therefore, all that remained was to patiently await Haiyan's recovery. Xiao Yan first meditated for a while, then retrieved a palm-sized jade vial from his sleeve. Placing it before him on the ground, he observed it momentarily. With a thought, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from his brow, coalescing above him into a colossal fist that radiated a formidable aura, distorting the surrounding space. Accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, the massive soul fist hurtled towards the jade vial containing the essence of Yuanqing's soul, creating a wide vacuum in the air, propelled by an intense gust as it struck down towards the vial. Should this fist connect, the slumbering Yuanqing would undoubtedly be obliterated alongside the vial, leaving not a trace of essence behind. Bang! With a sound reminiscent of a balloon bursting, the soul fist detonated just inches from the vial, sending out a ripple of invisible waves that caused the jade vial to sway precariously. Ultimately, it toppled with a muffled thud, while Xiao Yan remained seated, his eyes slowly closing, ignoring the fallen vial. He began to cultivate within, expressionless, as he activated the burning decision technique. Meanwhile, within the jade vial, the essence of Yuanqing's soul, condensed to an unfathomable degree, trembled violently. Just moments ago, Yuanqing had gazed through the vial at the seemingly formidable figure of Xiao Yan, their eyes locked, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of Xiao Yan's being. However, in the next instant, the once vacant gaze of Xiao Yan transformed dramatically, unleashing a piercing sword-like glare that severed Yuanqing's probing intent. In that moment, Yuanqing distinctly sensed a pressure emanating from Xiao Yan, reminiscent of an ancient dragon, so potent that it nearly robbed him of breath before it dissipated. At that instant, Yuanqing's expression was one of sheer terror. His previously solid features appeared ghostly pale, were it not for his violently trembling body. Any observer might have mistaken him for a lifeless corpse. The Inferno Demon Elder's eyes brimmed with fear, his entire being exhibiting signs of fatigue from Xiao Yan's earlier strike. He understood that the blow had merely been a test, and not a genuine attempt to annihilate him. Yet, based on the energy fluctuations he sensed from that strike, he knew that had it been a real attack, he would have had no hope of survival. Thus, Yuanqing realized that the intent behind the test was far more threatening than mere curiosity. He peered through the jade vial once more at Xiao Yan, now seated in meditation, and his thoughts raced. From Xiao Yan's earlier words, he surmised that Xiao Yan had recently emerged from a hidden, formidable power to undergo training. Such exceptional strength at such a young age, combined with Xiao Yan's ruthless methods, unwavering determination, and the mysterious force behind him, indicated that, barring unforeseen events, Xiao Yan was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse renowned across the continent. Even if he did not reach such heights, he would undoubtedly be a formidable figure in his own right. If Yuanqing could cultivate a good relationship with someone like him, it would greatly benefit his own future advancement. Yet, considering the current circumstances, it seemed that any petty schemes he had harbored had long been seen through. Now, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan had not killed him. How could he even contemplate further schemes against him, especially after Xiao Yan had saved his life? After a period of careful deliberation, Yuanqing finally emerged cautiously from the palm-sized jade vial. As he manifested, his previously solid form within the vial once again became ethereal. Yet he remained utterly unconcerned, standing beside with a keen gaze, observing Xiao Yan, who was still immersed in his cultivation. As Xiao Yan diligently practiced, the once somewhat depleted Do-Chi space, a result of his recent advancement, gradually began to swell with vitality. The pure Do-Chi within him continuously condensed and compressed, subsequently refined and purified by the extraordinary fire, ultimately returning to the center of the cyclone within the Do-Chi space. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally opened his clear eyes, which ignited with a fierce flame, before vanishing into the void. Yuanqing, with a face adorned by a sincere smile, watched as Xiao Yan rose. The ethereal figure inclined slightly, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yan, and expressed, "I am deeply grateful to you, my friend Xiao Yan, for saving my life today. I regret my earlier disrespectful demeanor, and I pray that you can overlook my transgressions." Before Xiao Yan could respond, Yuanqing continued, "I also possess a scroll of quite remarkable Do technique, one that has brought me fame. I can assert without hesitation that few techniques across the continent can match its efficacy. Therefore, I hope you might reconsider your displeasure in light of this offering. Should you find this Do technique unsatisfactory, I vow to seek out a technique that will surely meet your expectations. May I ask if you are content with my apology? As Yuan Qing spoke of the 9 transformations technique, a sudden pride illuminated his face, though it swiftly reverted to a cautious demeanor upon glancing at Xiao Yan. He extended his hands, offering the long-prepared 9 transformations technique to Xiao Yan, as if fearing that any sign of annoyance from Xiao Yan might lead to his own demise. Yet, amidst Yuan Qing's respectful attitude, Xiao Yan sensed a subtle undertone of flattery. Xiao Yan nodded inwardly, appreciating the ability to be both assertive and humble, recognizing right from wrong, and acknowledging past missteps with an apology. It seemed this man was worthy of forgiveness, and it was likely he had substantial backing that could assist him. Thus, Xiao Yan had already absolved him of his previous actions. However, he was slightly taken aback by Yuan Qing's subsequent remarks. Could it be that this old man truly perceives me as a junior emerging from a major power? After Yuan Qing finished speaking, Xiao Yan maintained an expression of indifference, but internally he scoffed, not even reaching out to accept the 9 transformations technique that Yuan Qing offered, causing Yuan Qing's face to twitch. Once Xiao Yan processed the situation, he stifled a laugh and, maintaining a neutral expression, swiftly placed the long-desired 9 transformations technique alongside the items he had conjured in the space he had created. Yuan Qing's lips twitched in disbelief. Many coveted this scroll of technique, and numerous individuals had attempted to barter with him for it, only to return empty-handed. Some had even resorted to ambushes, seeking to seize it by force, but had ultimately perished at his hands, while others who managed to escape were hunted down by Yuan Qing's allies. This was why Yuan Qing possessed such an extraordinary Do technique, yet none dared to seize it. Now, however, Yuan Qing was willing to part with his most cherished Do technique to cultivate a relationship with a powerful individual, suppressing his reluctance. Yet, witnessing Xiao Yan's demeanor, it was apparent that he regarded Yuan Qing's proud technique with disdain. Yuan Qing sighed inwardly, realizing that the descendants of great powers were indeed different. What he considered his crowning achievement seemed trivial in their eyes. His gaze towards Xiao Yan dimmed, and his already ethereal form appeared even more insubstantial. It seemed he was fated to be distanced from Xiao Yan. Ah, a prodigy with boundless potential. How could I, an old man of meager strength, ever hope to latch onto such greatness? As Yuan Qing's thoughts spiraled into despair, Xiao Yan suddenly regarded him with a look of surprise. Specifically at Yuan Qing's increasingly insubstantial form, compounded by the old man's lackluster demeanor. This prompted Xiao Yan to furrow his brow and, unable to suppress his curiosity, he pointed at Yuan Qing and inquired with grave concern, "Brother Yuan Qing, what is amiss? Why does it seem as though your soul's essence is disintegrating?" Xiao Yan's words jolted Yuan Qing from his self-reflection. In an instant, he hastily retrieved the fallen jade vial, his soul force contracting as he transformed into a glimmering light, vanishing into the vial once more. Subsequently, a voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, tinged with remorse as Yuan Qing explained, "Dear friend Xiao Yan, I am currently unable to appear and converse with you due to the world's imperial essence. Should there be any perceived negligence, I hope you can forgive me. Once I regain my corporeal form, I shall repay you handsomely. But for now, I must simply express my apologies." Xiao Yan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What connection could there be between the disintegration of his soul's essence and the imperial essence? It seemed Yuan Qing had noticed Xiao Yan's frown, for his aged voice resonated again in Xiao Yan's mind. "Ah, I suspect my friend Xiao Yan has focused solely on enhancing his strength throughout his life, rarely perusing the tomes in the library regarding the continent. Allow me to enlighten you on this matter." At this juncture, Yuan Qing paused, his miniature form within the jade vial dimming slightly, sighing before lifting his gaze to meet Xiao Yan's curious eyes. His expression devoid of light, he muttered, "If only my strength were sufficient, I would not fear the detachment of my soul's essence. If only my strength were sufficient, I would not have spent years failing to cultivate the 9 transformations technique to its pinnacle. Ultimately, the foundation of all achievements lies in strength." With a mournful sigh, Yuan Qing continued, "Forgive me, dear Xiao Yan, but the dissolution of my soul's essence is indeed tied to my own inadequacies. In this continent, those whose strength has not reached the transmutation realm will find that upon the death of their physical body, if they do not acquire a new vessel within a certain time frame, their soul's essence will gradually merge with the world's source energy and dissipate into the ether. Unless one possesses the strength of the transmutation realm, capable of harnessing the world's source energy for sustenance, no matter the means or the might of their protectors, they shall ultimately vanish from existence. Such is the law of this realm. The laws of nature are immutable. No one can contravene these rules. nor transcend the boundaries set by the fabric of this world. For every soul born on this continent has already adapted to its essence and aligned with its fundamental principles long before their birth. The rules of the continent dictate that within the realm of the source transformation, all are mere ants. Those whose strength lies beneath this level have yet to truly merge their corporeal form with the essence of the heavens and earth. Consequently, they invariably reject the natural energies of the world. When the source energy comes into contact with the essence of the soul, it is the soul, being the most connected part of the body to the source energy, that is most susceptible to merging and dissipating. Once the essence of the soul penetrates the source energy, it fuses with it, ultimately leading to the soul's essence being carried away by the energies of heaven and earth, scattering throughout the cosmos, rendering it unable to coalesce. To preserve the essence of the soul, there exists but one remedy: the spirit infusion stone. This unique stone holds immense significance for practitioners below the source transformation realm. Serving as the soul means to stabilize the essence of the soul and prevent its dispersion. As its name suggests, the spirit infusion stone possesses pure energy from the heavens and earth and can resist the natural energies, aiding practitioners in their cultivation. Within this stone lies an extraordinarily refined and dense innate spiritual energy, which, due to its nature as a spirit stone, can only contain the energies of the world, rendering it impervious to contamination, unless the stone itself is fractured or destroyed, leading to the automatic release of its innate energy, thus resulting in its eventual transformation into a useless scrap. However, should one utilize the spirit infusion stone effectively before its innate energy is depleted, some benefits can still be regained. Consequently, spirit infusion stones are quite popular in the market, for this world reveres the strong, and many below the source transformation level face the daily peril of their soul essence dissipating. Thus, whenever a spirit infusion stone appears on the market, throngs of practitioners from beneath the source transformation level rush to procure it. This is not due to the rarity of the stones, but rather because the majority have long been acquired by powerful factions, leaving only a scant few available for purchase. Typically, when spirit infusion stones surface, they are auctioned off at grand events. As for Yuanqing's soul essence not having dissipated for so long, it is attributed to his formidable strength. However, should Yuanqing's essence linger outside for an extended period, it would adversely affect his soul essence, stalling his cultivation progress. Of course, a portion of this stability also stems from a jade bottle he possesses, a palm-sized vessel crafted from spirit infusion stone, prompting Yuanqing to enter at the moment Xiao Yan alerted him. It becomes clear why you were so eager to enter this jade bottle. But why not craft a body for yourself? Xiao Yan nodded as if struck by a revelation, then continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing seemed momentarily paralyzed, as if every muscle in his body had seized. Regaining his composure, Yuanqing spoke with a hint of hope in his voice, asking, "From your words, does that mean you can indeed craft a body?" Daoist friend Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, his eyelids twitching slightly as he regarded Yuanqing with curiosity. "Brother Yuanqing, you cannot be lacking such fundamental techniques, can you?" Xiao Yan's words elicited a peculiar expression on his face, but he quickly sensed the inappropriateness of his tone, forcing a sheepish smile. In contrast, Yuanqing's mouth twitched in response, pondering whether Xiao Yan had truly ventured out for training or merely to belittle others. With a sigh, Yuanqing explained, "Crafting a body is a matter of life and death. Those capable of such feats have long been taken by powerful factions. The few remaining are either seasoned elders who refuse to be constrained or mere novices with only a superficial understanding of the craft. Moreover, such secret techniques are not readily available. Most reside within the confines of great powers or ancient families, leaving outsiders with no opportunity to acquire them." Yuanqing's face bore unmistakable envy as he spoke. Yet, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. The methods for crafting bodies were, in fact, basic techniques available to anyone with a modicum of strength on the Duqi continent. Yet here, not a single tome could be found. It seemed he had stumbled upon a barren wasteland. While Xiao Yan lamented his situation, Yuanqing continued, "This scarcity of body crafting techniques does not stem from their rarity, but rather from our own lack of strength. To others, we are merely the lowest of the low. They disdain assisting us in body crafting. Even if some possess strength inferior to ours, their ability to craft bodies elevates them above many of their peers." Initially, Xiao Yan assumed the strength of these individuals was limited, but upon learning that their kind were regarded as mere ants, he was taken aback. The might of the Dou Emperor was thus perceived as merely the lowest tier of existence, leading him to ponder the terrifying strength of the pinnacle beings within this continent. The mere thought sent beads of sweat down his brow. He had not expected this foreign realm to be so formidable. Xiao Yan recalled the words of the ancient demon who had awaited him for a decade, and he wondered how he could be recognized here when it was his first visit. Even Soul Heaven Emperor, long deceased, could not be found. It seemed he would soon return to his solitary journey of exploration. Nevertheless, he resolved to unravel the layers of mystery one step at a time. Having contemplated the day's events, Xiao Yan nodded decisively, his eyes brimming with determination. During the subsequent period, he utilized his original materials to craft a new body for Yuanqing. Understanding Xiao Yan's intentions, Yuanqing swiftly departed after acclimating to his new form, leaving the remaining time for Xiao Yan alone. Chapter 16. The Trial. After Yuanqing's departure, Xiao Yan's gaze fixated on the shattered giant mountain before him. His eyes burned with fervor, and his heart raced with excitement. Ensuring no one else was present, he soared toward a massive fissure in the mountain. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious cavern lined with dozens of individuals. As soon as he stepped inside, an invisible wave of heat assaulted him. Undeterred, he wore a look of delight, raising his hand to summon a flame barrier that enveloped him. The searing heat crashed against the flame barrier, producing a resounding boom and sending ripples through the air that eventually dissipated into nothingness. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that the heat waves not only mirrored the external restrictions with their rebounding capabilities, but also possessed the ability to retaliate. Fortunately, the power of these attacks was not overwhelming, at least not enough to breach Xiao Yan's Doqi shield. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, he noticed that the intensity of the heat waves emanating from within grew ever more ferocious, relentlessly battering against his Doqi barrier. Yet, Xiao Yan paid no heed, resolutely pressing forward. Yet, from the tightly furrowed brow of Xiao Yan, one could discern that his inner world was far from the calm facade he projected. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, for with each violent surge of the fiery waves crashing against his flame barrier, he became acutely aware that an imperceptible flicker of flame was infiltrating the barrier he had meticulously crafted. Initially, Xiao Yan believed this to be a fragment of the origin of the strange fire, a true manifestation of grand fortune, and he welcomed it into his collection of extraordinary flames. However, upon gathering just a small portion, he was astounded to realize that these fragments were not mere strokes of serendipity, but rather a deliberate act by the spirit of the strange fire, seeking to usurp the flames within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan wished to sever this connection, yet he was further astonished to find that he could not extricate the strange fire from within himself. Instead, his own bone spirit cold fire was being devoured. In the blink of an eye, it had been consumed by more than half, and retreat was no longer an option, for the passage behind him was engulfed in raging flames. To turn back would necessitate traversing this infernal sea of fire, and given Xiao Yan's current prowess, he had little confidence in his escape. Thus, he resolved to forge ahead. With a grave countenance, Xiao Yan finally reached the terminus of the fiery onslaught. Yet there was no sign of anything useful to be found, not even a shadow of the strange fire. Standing at the end of the passage, he confronted an abyss of unfathomable depth. The mere sight of this chasm instilled within him a profound sense of mortality, clearly marking it as a forbidden zone. Even Xiao Yan would never dare linger there for even a fleeting moment. Only the series of ascending stone platforms, suspended in the void, offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Gazing upward, Xiao Yan noticed at the pinnacle of the stone platforms a faint flickering of firelight. Though dim, it illuminated the entire cavern. Surrounding the platform were 6 ice pillars, each connected and emanating fierce flames. Under the cover of this inferno, he could not discern the contents within, but he was certain that the 6 pillars were no ordinary artifacts. Intricately inscribed upon the platforms were flame prohibitions, and torrents of scalding energy surged forth, sending shivers down Xiao Yan's spine. However, when his gaze fell upon a towering stone carving on the opposite wall, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a colossal sculpture, resplendently silver white, radiating a luminous brilliance. The figure depicted was an elderly man, resembling an ordinary elder, yet standing with an air of majestic defiance. His eyes, though sculpted from stone, emanated a palpable aura of superiority. Clad in a robe devoid of embellishment, his stone-carved hands formed a peculiar seal, exuding an enigmatic essence that caused Xiao Yan's brow to furrow in intrigue. The only colored part of the sculpture was the hair, an ice blue, lustrous mane that shimmered like jade, each strand discernible despite being carved from rock. Xiao Yan stood transfixed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon the statue, and after a prolonged moment, he finally gasped the 4 words, "To a ancient emperor." Simultaneously, within a grand hall of ice blue hue, a figure clad in a white robe, with a mane of ice blue hair, abruptly opened his previously closed eyes. The old man's appearance was strikingly similar to that of the stone sculpture. He squinted towards the vaulted ceiling of the hall, in the very direction where Xiao Yan stood. A hint of joy flickered in his gaze, mingled with a touch of wistfulness, as a relieved smile graced his lips. Then, the resounding voice of the elder echoed throughout the hall. "Ha! After more than a decade, you have finally arrived. Huh, I wonder which of these old fellows can rival me this time." The elder cast a few more glances toward Xiao Yan's direction before closing his murky eyes once more. Returning to his meditative state, patiently awaiting Xiao Yan's approach. As the elder fell silent, the hall was enveloped in tranquility, save for the sound of his rhythmic breathing resonating in every corner. Xiao Yan, still frowning as he regarded the monumental stone sculpture, was particularly struck by the visage of the elder and his flowing ice blue hair. A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's refined features. He had not anticipated that the Tuo ancient emperor had once been here, suggesting this place might indeed be a repository of his legacy. "Well, I suppose I am somewhat of a disciple of the Tuo ancient emperor," he mused, a grin forming on his lips. Ancient emperor, I shall not be modest in claiming your inheritance." The mere thought of possibly standing on the ground of the ancient emperor's legacy ignited a surge of exhilaration within Xiao Yan, causing him to rub his palms together, reminiscent of a seasoned thief plotting his heist. However, in the next instant, he regained his seriousness. If this were indeed the ancient emperor's legacy, it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. No wonder he had sensed such a terrifying aura of strange fire earlier. It seemed that claiming this legacy would not be an easy feat. Xiao Yan glanced once more into the boundless abyss, and then at the series of floating stone platforms. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his way towards the first platform. Upon approaching, he was finally able to discern the details of the platform. To his astonishment, each of the 4 cardinal directions was tethered to delicate black iron chains, descending into the depths of the abyss unseen by Xiao Yan. Moreover, between every 2 platforms, a segment of the inky black chains connected them, leading up to the highest platform, which emitted waves of fiery light. Each chain bore intricate and arcane symbols that pulsed with faint energy, adding an air of mystery to the entire space. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn as he murmured to himself, "I never anticipated that such a vast array would be present here. It seems that passing this trial will be quite challenging. If the first trial is this formidable, I shudder to think of what lies ahead. TSK. Ancient Emperor Tuo, you are clearly making this difficult for us." With a shake of his head and a sigh, Xiao Yan approached the edge of the abyss. Unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Taking a moment to steady himself, he fixed his gaze upon the first stone platform. Bending his knees slightly, he leaned forward and with a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, his entire being launched toward the suspended stone platform that lay merely 3 or 4 paces ahead. Yet, contrary to the perfect arc he had envisioned, as he reached the midpoint of his leap, Xiao Yan found himself plummeting instead. In a moment of shock, he planted his foot firmly down again, landing heavily upon the dark iron chain. Xiao Yan's falling body finally took off again, and in the end, it narrowly landed on the edge of the stone platform. At the moment when Xiao Yan landed, his body involuntarily sank downwards. However, Xiao Yan didn't pay too much attention and instead looked back with a lucky expression. But at this glance, Xiao Yan saw the originally pitch-black iron chain emitting a faint light. At this moment, the iron chains in several directions on the stone platform, where Xiao Yan is located, are also emitting light from their contact points with the platform. At a visible speed, it gradually extends towards the distance. I believe that soon, the iron chains covering the entire cave will emit a brilliant light. Xiao Yan's face immediately became solemn upon seeing this. Once all the iron chains emitted light, it meant that the mysterious formation in the cave was about to be activated. At that time, it would be really difficult to handle. Xiao Yan turned his head and frowned carefully, thinking about it carefully, and then he wanted to get up. But it made his face slightly change, but in the next moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a sudden tremor, he stood up, ignoring the strong, pulling force from his feet and the immense pressure on his body, and walked straight towards the stone platform across from him. As if seeing the pressure on this platform is nothing. You should know that Xiao Yan is a strong person who combines fighting spirit and physical fitness. How powerful is his physical strength? And how can this pressure be suppressed? With his first experience, Xiao Yan gradually became familiar with the situation on this stone platform. Although the pressure on the platform was increasing one by one, it still couldn't defeat Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yan also found that as long as he stepped on a stone platform, the iron chains around that platform would be activated, starting to shine and extend further, which made Xiao Yan slightly anxious in his heart. And Xiao Yan also kept jumping forward time and time again. Finally, Xiao Yan was only one step away from the last stone platform. As long as he took this step, he was only one step away from that platform. A comforting smile also appeared on Xiao Yan's sweat-covered face, but when he looked around at the iron chains that were originally pitch black, his face turned ugly again. Xiao Yan walked forward step by step with heavy steps. It can be seen that even Xiao Yan is somewhat powerless at this moment. Bang! Xiao Yan was half kneeling and squatting on the ground, panting heavily in his mouth. Sweat droplets on his face kept dripping onto the ground like blooming chrysanthemums. Xiao Yan's face was solemn, with a furrowed brow as he looked at the platform only 9 zhang away from him, his teeth chattering loudly. Xiao Yan looked up at the nearby platform and then at the formation of the formation around him. With a cross in his heart, he forcefully propped up his half-kneeling body on the ground and looked at the platform across from him with resolute determination. Due to the height of the platform, Xiao Yan couldn't see what was on top of the stone platform, but as long as he got there, the divorce fire was probably not far away. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's gaze became even more resolute, and his gaze towards the platform was full of hope. Xiao Yan walked step by step towards the opposite edge of the stone platform under his feet, while the light on the iron chains around him continued to extend. And only at this moment did Xiao Yan realize that the endpoints of those iron chains were actually connected to those 6 ice columns. At this moment, the 6 ice columns were also emitting sparkling lights, echoing the shimmering iron chains. Xiao Yan's face changed again, and his pace quickened a bit before he reached the edge of the stone platform. Looking at the platform that was taller than the stone platform, I took a deep breath, bowed forward again, and my legs parted in a bow shape, bending slightly. In an instant, I suddenly shot towards the platform and burst out. Chapter 17, Dragon Fighting. Xiao Yan looked at the platform that was getting closer and closer to him, at the faint fluorescence that was about to meet the 6 ice columns. But his heart was extremely anxious. Soon, it's almost there. Finally, accompanied by the cries in Xiao Yan's heart, he landed on the platform before the fluorescent light met the ice pillar. Xiao Yan glanced at the fluorescent light that was about to touch, turned his head to the center of the platform, but was slightly stunned. The center of the platform was not the strange fire that should have existed, but a vertically downward opening with a diameter of about several zhang. The entire opening was a pale blue color, emitting a faint light that shone brightly above, dazzling the eyes. Xiao Yan is at least an experienced person. After taking a few breaths, he stepped on the ground with his foot and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. He saw that he was only a few yards away from the entrance, but at this critical moment, the entire platform where Xiao Yan was located did indeed shine brightly, with a beam of light reaching the sky, making Xiao Yan's eyes squint involuntarily. Xiao Yan let out a loud roar in his heart. His body rushing forward did not retreat, but instead advanced. His foot stomped heavily on the ground again, and he shot even faster towards the beam of light. But just as Xiao Yan was about to enter the beam of light, his face suddenly changed, and he slammed his palm forward, bombarding the beam of light in front of him heavily. Boom! A shocking sound echoed from the palm of Xiao Yan's hand, and a huge anti-vibration force stirred up the qi and blood in Xiao Yan's body. His body retreated to the edge of the platform before stopping. At this moment, Xiao Yan naturally knew what had happened. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the towering beam of light in front of him, and his fighting energy slowly circulated throughout his body. After a moment, the beam of light gradually dissipated, revealing what was inside. Across from Xiao Yan, in front of the cave entrance, there were 6 ice dragons that were hundreds of zhang long, surrounding them. The huge dragons emitted low roars and cold breaths, causing some small pieces of ice debris to appear in the space. However, at the moment when the ice debris appeared, it was engulfed by a fierce heat, turned into mist, rose up, and dissipated into the void. At this point, if Xiao Yan still can't recognize which kind of self-sealed strange fire it is, then he really tarnishes the title of Emperor Yan. At the moment when Xiao Yan saw the 6 ice dragons, he knew what kind of strange fire was inside the mountain. This strange fire was obviously one of the longest and first strange fires that Xiao Yan had ever dealt with. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. I didn't expect that the strange fire sealed here would be Bone Spirit Cold Fire. It seems that in order to obtain this Bone Spirit Cold Fire, one must first pass this level. Xiao Yan looked at the 6 ice dragons, shook his head lightly and sighed, then raised his fighting spirit, preparing for the next battle. The 6 ice dragons seemed to know that Xiao Yan was about to start fighting, so their huge bodies that were originally coiled around each other began to twist. emitting a terrifying dragon power that was palpitating. With Xiao Yan's strength, one could naturally feel that the strength of these 6 ice dragons had probably reached the level of Emperor Do. Even compared to himself, they were probably only slightly weaker. I didn't expect this ice dragon formed by the formation to have such strong strength, even possessing a hint of Dragon Clan pressure. It seems that this formation is not simple. Xiao Yan felt the terrifying dragon power emanating from the ice dragon and secretly sighed in his heart. As he looked at the 6 giant dragons, a fiery battle spirit suddenly erupted in his eyes. He flashed his body and charged towards the 6 ice dragons, striking the leading dragon with one punch. The dragon did not show any weakness, and its huge claws clenched into fists. With one punch, it met Xiao Yan's fist and struck heavily together. The punches intersected, and in a moment a thunderous explosion echoed through the cave, causing the entire cave to rumble. Xiao Yan and the giant dragon each took a step back, and the giant dragon's body swung back, striking Xiao Yan again with one claw. Yan rushed forward, and Xiao Yan burst out laughing. With a thought in his heart, a brilliant golden light bloomed all over his body, and a majestic dragon power emanated from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked up at the sky and let out a long howl. Suddenly, a proud dragon roar echoed through the cave, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. The golden light dissipated, and Xiao Yan was covered in purple and gold dragon scales all over his body. However, it was not over yet. Xiao Yan's hands were constantly changing their seals, and the once dim golden light suddenly became bright again. Xiao Yan's body also began to change, gradually increasing in height. In just a few breaths, Xiao Yan had transformed into a golden giant 9 zhong and 9. Xiao Yan looked at the giant dragon flying close to him and punched it out, fiercely striking the huge dragon claws. Xiao Yan suddenly let out a roar. A huge golden giant. The power of the giant fist intensified fiercely, and with one punch, the ice dragon in front of him was blasted backwards. The knot in Xiao Yan's hand changed again. The ancient imperial seal in the imperial seal was cast by Xiao Yan, who slapped the dragon's body with a palm and blasted it away heavily. After this move, Xiao Yan stopped shooting and waited quietly in place. The remaining 5 ice dragons looked at the ice dragon that had been beaten back and let out low growls. They all stared at Xiao Yan with fierce eyes and surrounded him. Since you can't escape, let's have a good fight. Xiao Yan grinned and let out a loud roar as he looked at the 5 ice dragons surrounding him. Their huge bodies suddenly bombarded them, and their huge fists fiercely attacked the head of one ice dragon. With the other hand, an ancient imperial seal was once again struck, and their huge feet were unwilling to fall behind. Xiao Yan's long and used level 8 avalanche was hit by another giant dragon with one foot, even using Huangquan Tiannu. Moo! Moo! Although Xiao Yan's attack power is not weak, all of them are fierce moves, but the 5 giant dragons are also not weak. Under the wrath of the Yellow Spring, they were only sluggish for a moment. After a moment, they rushed towards Xiao Yan again. These giant dragons themselves are condensed from Bone Spirit Cold Fire and are also the attack method of the formation. Seeing that those powerful attacks are about to come, white flames are ignited on each dragon's body, and flame beams are sprayed out from their mouths. Finally, they merge together and form a thick flame beam, shooting towards Xiao Yan fiercely. Xiao Yan's face turned solemn as he saw this. Each of these dragons had almost the same strength as him. At this moment, these dragons had fused their attacks together, and their power had multiplied. Xiao Yan looked at the flame beam that was getting closer and closer to him, and his hands reached forward to his chest. With a loud bang, the brilliant flames rose up in his palm. With a fierce slap from his hands, sparks bloomed in the void, and the flames in Xiao Yan's hands skyrocketed. In an instant, the flames enveloped Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan looked at the 5 dragons that were getting closer and closer, and his fighting energy was fiercely directed towards the strange fire in his palm. The movements on his hands, it was also getting faster and faster. After a few breaths, Xiao Yan's huge golden body crashed towards the beam of flames, forcefully blocking it with his own body. The flames in his hand became even brighter. As Xiao Yan rushed towards the 5 giant dragons with his injured body, he suddenly pushed his right hand forward, and a magnificent lotus flower flew out of Xiao Yan's hand, shooting straight towards the 5 dragons. At the same time, Xiao Yan also shouted wildly, Buddha Fury Lotus! Explosion! Boom! A loud bang echoed through the entire cave, and Xiao Yan's massive body slammed fiercely onto the stone walls of the cave. Cracks like spiderwebs spread out around Xiao Yan, and the 5 giant dragons were also blasted backwards with wounds all over their bodies, embedded in the stone walls along with the leading ice dragon. Boom! Xiao Yan's huge feet kicked fiercely on the shattered stone wall, and his massive body suddenly flew towards the central opening of the stone platform. After Xiao Yan's huge figure flew out, it returned to its original appearance. His face was slightly pale, with blood stains hanging from the corners of his mouth, and his white robe was messy and disheveled, looking extremely disheveled. However, his forward rushing body still gave people a powerful feeling full of strength, making them feel an unparalleled and powerful pressure invisibly, as if everything in this world was under his feet. Roar! Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed out of nowhere, and the original 6 ice dragons disappeared, replaced by a massive dragon that filled 1/5 of the entire cave space. As soon as Xiao Yan's figure landed on the platform, he quickly dodged to the side. He saw a huge dragon tail flash past Xiao Yan's place just now, bringing a gust of wind that made Xiao Yan's clothes rustle. The cold wind carried by the dragon tail made Xiao Yan's skin feel like it was being cut by a knife. Xiao Yan's figure kept flashing and finally stopped at the edge of the platform, with a solemn look in his eyes. The huge body of the ice dragon kept circling above the cave entrance. Xiao Yan glanced at the statue of Tuoshigu Emperor, whose corner had been shattered by its blow, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. However, he couldn't help but think too much. The giant dragon attacked again, and with one claw, it slapped Xiao Yan's head. If he caught it with the other claw, Xiao Yan would surely die on the spot. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan struck it with his right palm, while his mouth was wide open, and his left hand pointed to the dragon's forehead and pointed at it. Huang Quan Palm. Wang Guan Zi. Wang Guan Dianfui. Moo. Moo. The dragon was about to make a move, but as soon as it saw the finger, its 2 dragon claws went up together and angrily grabbed Xiao Yan's 2 hands. The huge dragon's eyes were filled with a look of fury, because Xiao Yan's use of the yellow spring finger was not good, but he used the middle finger instead. This has truly angered this ice dragon. Boom! In the end of this attack, Xiao Yan and the dragon retreated 100 zhong each, but the dragon did not give Xiao Yan any chance to breathe. As soon as it stopped, a chilling aura emanated from its entire body. However, within that coldness, there was also an extremely fierce and domineering flame aura, making people feel that the temperature of the entire body was constantly changing between extreme cold and extreme heat. Roar! The giant dragon suddenly emitted a beam of light from its mouth, which was incredibly dazzling. It enveloped the entire dragon and turned into a part of that beam, shooting toward Xiao Yanbiao. The power of this blow was enough to shake the sky and shatter the void, as if under this move, all things were ants and nothing. Xiao Yan's face was extremely solemn. In his palm, a strange fire emerged. The strange fire kept circling in the center of his palm, getting faster and faster, eventually forming a flame ring. The flame ring kept rotating, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the center of the flame ring, a thumb-sized black that continued to spread until it filled the entire center of the flame ring. As Xiao Yan beheld the energy beam approaching ever closer, he raised a fiery halo in his hand, aligning the black center directly with the energy beam. With a serene composure, he uttered 4 words: Buddha's wrath reincarnation. Boom! A tempest of violent energy surged forth from a towering peak deep within the ancient forest, sweeping across a vast expanse of thousands of miles. Neither human nor beast remained alive within its wake. Chapter 18. Bone Spectre. Boom! Within the cavern, as the dust settled, 2 figures stood at opposite ends of a modest platform. Before one of them, a colossal ice dragon lay prostrate behind a white-clad figure. The swirling dust parted several paces in front of the elder, revealing his countenance. Clad in a simple white robe, with hands clasped behind him, his ice-blue hair cascaded to his shoulders. Though his face bore the marks of time, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man. Yet, the enigmatic smile gracing his lips imbued him with an air of mystery. At this moment, the elder, with a hint of amusement and a touch of exasperation, regarded the astonished Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stared at the somewhat familiar elder, his normally composed visage now awash with shock. For the figure standing before him was none other than the very likeness of the immense stone statue. Tuo, Shi, ancient emperor. Hey, young lad, are you intent on destroying my retreat? The elder quipped, his gaze playful yet piercing. Xiao Yan, taken aback by this remark, realized the implication. This ethereal flame spirit was not sealed away, but was instead in seclusion. The realization struck him. Not only had he demolished someone's dwelling, but he had also interrupted a sacred meditation. Xiao Yan was dumbfounded. After all, he had battled his way here only to discover it was a place of retreat. Reflecting on the prior restrictions, it dawned on him that they were likely intended to repel those of lesser power. The thought made Xiao Yan's face twitch with embarrassment. His actions had unwittingly intruded upon another's tranquility. Was the ethereal flame he sought now merely a fleeting illusion? It is a well-known fact that practitioners loathe to be disturbed during their seclusion, for if an individual is in the midst of a breakthrough, an external interruption could lead to dire consequences. Should one's progress be disrupted, the chaotic energies within could wreak havoc, damaging the practitioner's meridians and risking explosive backlash. Such an event could either halt their advancement or, in the worst case, result in their untimely demise. At this moment, Xiao Yan had evidently transgressed this sacred rule of the continent. Yet, the consequences seemed trivial compared to the elder's seemingly benign demeanor. Xiao Yan surmised he might not withstand a single move from the elder, causing his expression to grow increasingly grave. Behind the elder, the immense dragon emitted a low growl. Perplexed by the situation, the elder shot a fierce glare at the dragon, silencing it instantly, though the dragon's eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement, adding to Xiao Yan's discomfort. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Xiao Yan gazed up at the elder, his expression resolute, and spoke, "You must be an imperial-grade elixir. For how else could you resemble the Shi ancient emperor? Surely, you are a product of his alchemical prowess." Puffed. The elder, who had just taken a sip of wine, spat it out in surprise, the liquid cascading down his wrinkled face. Ignoring the droplets on his visage, he glared at Xiao Yan with indignation, while the dragon behind him trembled, barely containing a thunderous roar. Xiao Yan sensed he had misspoken, yet it was too late to retract his words, so he stood silently, awaiting the elder's response. After a moment, the elder finally reacted, scoffing lightly, "You little brat? An imperial-grade fledgling elixir has left such a profound impression on you? Truly a naive youth. Come, follow me, and I shall enlighten you on who I am, so you may gain some perspective. Your meager discernment will only suffice at the periphery of this continent. Venture into the central regions, and you shall see." As the elder spoke, he erupted into a series of chuckles, prompting Xiao Yan to grimace, but simultaneously ignite his curiosity about the elder. It was evident that the elder possessed an intimate understanding of Xiao Yan, hinting that there were many secrets about himself yet to be uncovered. Xiao Yan trailed the elder into the grand hall where the elder had previously resided. Upon entering, he noticed the plaque adorned with the elegant characters, Bone Spectre Hall. Casting a brief glance, Xiao Yan continued to follow the elder inside. The interior of the hall bore no distinction from ordinary assembly chambers, save for the presence of only 2 chairs and a single mat, leaving Xiao Yan puzzled as to their purpose. The elder gestured for Xiao Yan to take a seat at one of the chairs, which were positioned across from each other with a table in between. Xiao Yan complied, sitting quietly, aware that he was on the brink of unraveling the mysteries that had plagued him. Indeed, once seated, the elder settled into his own chair, and with a flourish of his sleeve, an exquisite tea set materialized, exuding steam that wafted through the hall. "My name is Bone Spectre," he declared, his tone imbued with a commanding presence. "My essence is that of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, a unique flame of universe, capable of incinerating all in existence. I once accompanied the Shi ancient emperor here, and under his command, I have awaited your arrival." As Bone Spectre spoke, his voice resonated with an air of superiority. Yet Xiao Yan discerned an underlying implication. Bone Spectre was waiting for someone. Given that Bone Spectre had now openly expressed this before Xiao Yan, it was evident that he referred to none other than Xiao Yan himself. The thought sent a wave of anxiety coursing through him. He could not fathom the reason behind it, but he had always felt an undeniable need for power, a potent force that had driven him to ascend this colossal mountain. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "I gather that when you mentioned waiting for someone, you meant me, correct?" Bone Spectre nodded, continuing, "My task is to assist you in mastering the entirety of your cultivation technique, guiding you to its ultimate form." Xiao Yan, initially engrossed in the conversation, abruptly lifted his gaze upon hearing the words "entirety of your cultivation technique." An expression of incredulity flooded his features as he fixed his eyes intently on the elder. It was abundantly clear to Xiao Yan that the technique in question was none other than the one he had been diligently practicing, the flame decision. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, his throat emitting a faint sound as he struggled to gulp down his saliva, his gaze fervently fixed upon the elder in the plain robe. His entire being trembled with excitement until, after a considerable pause, he finally mustered a somewhat hoarse voice to inquire, "Are you suggesting that the burning decision has a subsequent chapter that can be further enhanced?" The elder, keenly aware of the overwhelming emotion coursing through Xiao Yan's voice, nodded solemnly, refraining from jesting. Xiao Yan's heart surged with exhilaration at this affirmation, and just as he was about to pose another question, Bone Spectre interjected, While I can assist you in mastering the burning decision to its pinnacle, the complete technique must ultimately be acquired by you. For even I possess but a fifth of the complete version, with the remaining 4 parts residing in the hands of 4 other individuals. Whether you can obtain them is entirely up to your own endeavors. Initially transfixed, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the latter part of Bone Spectre's revelation, his countenance shifting to one of dismay as he regarded the elder. Bone Spectre, equally perturbed and exasperated, pondered how the blame had fallen solely upon him for the actions of the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Yet, as Xiao Yan's realization dawned, he pressed further. You mentioned that the other 4 parts are held by different individuals. Do you know who they are? Why not reclaim them yourself? Just as Xiao Yan was about to continue, a sudden thought struck him, and he stared at Bone Spectre in shock, exclaiming, "Or perhaps you are not a match for those 4. Are they each more formidable than you?" As Bone Spectre listened to Xiao Yan's erratic speculations about the whereabouts of the incomplete technique's fragments, he was suddenly invigorated by Xiao Yan's previous words. Erupting in an impassioned roar, "How dare you speak of Senior in such a manner? Those 4 old codgers could never rival me. Moreover, I have now found a worthy successor. How could they possibly be compared to me?" Seemingly realizing he had let slip something he ought not to have, Bone Spectre turned to see Xiao Yan's ominous expression and abruptly fell silent, remaining still until Xiao Yan's penetrating gaze lingered upon him for some time. Finally, Bone Spectre sighed deeply. "Ah, you young one, it seems you are convinced that I would not harm you, hence your deliberate provocation. Very well. It is only a matter of time before I reveal this to you. I am Bone Spectre, one of the guardians of the 5 flames sealing cavities, specifically the ghost bone cavity. The ancient Emperor Tuashi, which is the essence of us 5, originally emerged from the Dochi continent, merging with numerous exotic flames, ultimately achieving supreme mastery in this land. On the day of his ascension, the heavens trembled, fire rained down, incinerating all corners of the world as if it were a cataclysm. The earth quaked incessantly. Magma surged skyward like a fountain, harmonizing with the rain of flames, engulfing the world in a fiery inferno, transforming the entire continent into a hellish landscape. Witnessing this devastation, the ancient Emperor Tuashi, wielding unparalleled power, invoked the life force of all beings to reshape the myriad creations of the continent, allowing countless lives to survive. Yet, after a century of experiencing the world's vicissitudes, he yearned to return to this realm. However, due to an unresolved secret in this land, he chose to leave behind his legacy, awaiting a fated individual to claim it. Fearing that the benevolent would be deceived and deprived, he subsequently divided himself into us 5, tasking us with selecting a successor while he relinquished his powers, fading into the fabric of existence. Bone Spectre exhaled deeply, his heart slightly stirred as he concluded his tale. Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully, but soon furrowed his brow and asked, "If the ancient Emperor Tuashi perished in this land, what then of the Tuashi Emperor's cave in the Dochi continent? And what? Is it forbidden for a living being to leave behind a cave? It is merely a cave. What is there to be astonished about?" Bone Spectre replied nonchalantly. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yan, still skeptical, scrutinized Bone Spectre but found no further clarity, ultimately resigning himself to abandon further inquiry. Yet, he felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the distant exotic flame square on the Dochi continent, as if something unknown was beckoning him, only to be interrupted by Bone Spectre's voice. In a daze, Xiao Yan muttered, "That exotic flame square. It feels as though I've seen it somewhere before." Bone Spectre's pupils constricted sharply at this remark. In a grand, ice-blue hall, 2 figures clad in white robes sat facing each other, one old and one young, each holding a teacup, sipping tea leisurely. Suddenly, Xiao Yan directed his attention to Bone Spectre, Elder Bone Spectre. "Since you claim to be one of the guardians of the ghost bone cavity of the 5 flames sealing cavities, the other 4 must be the remaining guardians, correct?" Bone Spectre, unperturbed by the inquiry, nodded and set down his teacup. Indeed, the 5 flame sealing cavities are composed of 5 types of exotic flames from a world. As long as one of these flames retains its sentience, the 5 flames sealing cavities shall persist in this realm. The other 4 guardians are situated in different cardinal directions of this continent, and they hold the remaining 4 parts of the burning decision. However, our tasks differ, and the challenges we present vary in difficulty. Ultimately, whether you can obtain the fragments of the burning decision depends solely on your own capabilities. As for their identities, I can only disclose 2 for now, as the other 2 are elusive even to me, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Encountering them will depend on fate. Bone Spectre proceeded to elaborate on the identities of the 2 guardians. One is known as the Sea Elder, named Hyemo Chun, whose essence is the heart of the sea flame, located in the far northern region of the continent, amidst an expansive ocean where his five flames sealing cavity resides. He has established a Northern Sea Academy there. Perhaps you may wish to visit, though it is merely an inconsequential academy. Xiao Yan paid little heed to this remark, continuing to listen intently. However, his indifference did not extend to others. At the very moment Bone Spectre spoke those words, in a wooden cabin far in the North Sea, an elderly figure clad in a blue robe suddenly sneezed, furrowing his brow and murmuring, Which old fool is speaking ill of me this time? Bone Spectre continued. The second individual is a woman, but his tone suddenly heightened with caution. Do not underestimate her. While ordinary women may be inconsequential, this one is not to be trifled with. She possesses an arrogant and reclusive disposition, exhibiting extreme indifference towards others. Once she strikes, it is truly a matter of life and death. However, it is precisely for this reason that from those years until now, she has only taken on a single disciple. Moreover, had it not been for her disciple possessing a temperament similar to hers, it is likely that they would have found her intolerable. Now that I have apprised you of her dangers, let me elaborate on her true essence. She embodies the crimson lotus flame, known to the world as Yi Honglian, also referred to as the Crimson Lotus Matron. She resides in the fire maple forest, located in the extreme southern lands, where she remains in seclusion for years on end, with only her disciples venturing outside. Therefore, should you intend to journey there, I would advise you to seek out that old fellow Haimachin first. He is far more amenable than Yi Honglian, and given his fondness for alcohol, you might find that by merely bringing along some fine wine, he would willingly accompany you. As Guyu concluded, it almost seemed as though Haimachin was following him. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. The reason he had conversed with this venerable elder for so long was in hopes that Guyu would ultimately choose to accompany him. Now, understanding the implications of Guyu's statements, he realized that the five elders were indeed destined to follow the inheritor of the ancient Tua Shi Empire. This realization meant that he would avoid considerable trouble in acquiring five types of extraordinary flames that had existed for over a millennium. Such flames are undoubtedly far more formidable than the mere 4 or 5 ordinary varieties. While Xiao Yan reveled in this newfound prospect, Guyu cast a sidelong glance at him, shaking his head as he remarked, Do not harbor such fanciful thoughts. If it were as simple as you imagine, I would have long since followed you. Although it is true that we five are meant to accompany the inheritor, it is contingent upon whether that inheritor possesses the talent and strength to earn our respect. As for your current capabilities, TSK, had you encountered anyone else, it would have been impossible. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyebrows lifted slightly as he grinned broadly, regarding Guyu with a curious expression. He understood that if the five elders were to accompany him, it would inevitably involve a myriad of formidable trials. Much like Xiao Yan's recent experience entering Guyu's training cave. Although Guyu had not personally participated in assessing Xiao Yan's strength, he was undoubtedly aware of it. Otherwise, how could he have greeted this stranger with a smile after being disturbed during his meditative retreat? The wealth of knowledge Guyu imparted was not something Xiao Yan could extract merely through a few seemingly clever remarks. For after all, Guyu was a formidable being who had lived for centuries, far surpassing the young Xiao Yan, who, despite being no longer a child, was but a mere youth in Guyu's eyes. With a sigh, Guyu looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of resignation and said, The simplicity of my trial was due to my consideration for your recent arrival and relatively weak strength. Thus, the array I presented was of comparable power to yours, merely surpassing yours by a narrow margin to afford you a respite. What I did not anticipate was your possession of human tier combat skills, which is why you navigated my trial with such ease. Furthermore, this is also due to my personal inclination. I deemed you a worthy young man, and thus intentionally lightened the burden for you. Remember my kindness toward you, young lad, haha. Initially serious, Guyu couldn't help but jest as he spoke, leaving Xiao Yan somewhat speechless. However, he continued, You must heed my warning. The challenges I present here are drastically simpler than the most fundamental trials elsewhere. Should you reach Old Hai's domain, I might be able to assist you, but if you venture to Yi Honglian's territory, TSK, just claim you have never met me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe return. Should you be unfortunate enough to encounter those two monsters, it would be best to feign ignorance, for they are notoriously stubborn. Guyu's expression turned slightly grave as he cautioned Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was left astonished, realizing that the array he had just faced did not even qualify as a true trial. If that was merely a prelude, the real challenges must be exceedingly daunting. Nonetheless, this also provided ample time and motivation for his growth. The increase in his strength was only a matter of time. and with the remnants of the burning decision as his driving force, he felt no cause for concern. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan turned to Gu Yu and inquired, "May I address you as Elder Gu?" Gu Yu nodded in affirmation, and Xiao Yan continued, "Now that I have successfully passed Elder Gu's trial, does this imply that I may receive the remnants of the burning decision from you?" As he spoke, Xiao Yan extended his palm toward Gu Yu. However, Gu Yu shook his head, expressing a hint of regret as he replied, "That is not possible. In order to safeguard the burning decision from being lost, and to serve as a further trial for the inheritor, the remnants were integrated into our 5 bodies by the ancient Tua Shi Emperor. Unless one can refine the essence of the extraordinary flames, it is impossible to obtain them. Currently, you lack the strength to refine my source flame, so you cannot possess it. At best, it will remain within you until you acquire sufficient power to merge with it. Moreover, the fusion process is fraught with peril during your refinement of my essence. My soul will be automatically obliterated, a precaution to ensure that the inheritor does not suffer any peculiar aftereffect from the flames." Xiao Yan stared wide-eyed, his expression twitching slightly. It was indeed disheartening to have access to such a treasure, yet be unable to claim it. However, on the bright side, it meant he would have a powerful ally at his disposal in the future. Just as a smile began to form at the corner of his mouth, a calm, aged voice intruded upon his thoughts, as Gu Yu stated, "Do not get ahead of yourself. I will not intervene on your behalf, even in life-threatening situations." Gu Yu's words were firm, and even Xiao Yan could discern no hint of jest in his tone. Thus, he merely cast a glance at Gu Yu and chose silence. After a brief pause, as if to dispel the slightly somber atmosphere, Xiao Yan finally broke the silence, asking, "Might Elder Gu share the origins of the burning decision? Given its formidable effects, it surely must have been crafted by an extraordinary individual." Xiao Yan's voice brimmed with a thirst for knowledge, a fervor unlike any he had ever experienced before. This was entirely understandable, as the creation of a transcendent technique, such as the burning decision, could only have been achieved by an exceptional figure. Hearing its origins would undoubtedly be exhilarating. And this inquiry brought a sense of satisfaction to Gu Yu. With a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, Gu Yu regarded Xiao Yan with an expression of approval, saying, "The burning decision. Indeed, the creator of this technique was a truly formidable and domineering individual. He achieved greatness solely through this scroll, wielding the power of flames to forge his own realm, rescuing countless souls from despair. His might was enough to shake the heavens." As he spoke, Gu Yu's voice grew increasingly impassioned, but suddenly it deflated like a punctured balloon, his earlier fervor dissipating in an instant. With a calm demeanor, Gu Yu continued, "Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, unfortunately, he ultimately perished at the hands of his own brothers. A pinnacle powerhouse, brought low by a few kin, he met an ignoble end." As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Yan felt an immediate stillness envelop the grand hall, a silence so profound it seemed to stretch across epochs. Yet, in an instant, the atmosphere returned to its former state, leaving Xiao Yan with the sensation of having traversed an entire era. It was only when Gu Yu emitted a low grunt from his nasal cavity that Xiao Yan was jolted back to reality. With a face marked by terror, he gazed at Gu Yu, who had merely conjured a recollection of an ancient powerhouse, yet the emotional resonance it stirred was profound. One could only ponder the sheer magnitude of power this ancient being must have wielded had he still been alive. "Very well, I shall not linger on this matter. Once I seal this place, we shall depart." Gu Yu spoke with a serene demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan composed himself, refraining from further dialogue as he followed Gu Yu out of the hall. Upon exiting, Gu Yu cast several lingering glances at the place he had inhabited for a millennium, the Ghostbone Hall. He raised his hands slowly, forming intricate seals that manifested in his aged palms. The ground before the hall trembled as a wall of inky blackness erupted from the earth, sealing off the entrance with formidable solidity. As the wall emerged, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, unable to discern the material from which it was constructed. The mere fact that he could not identify it led him to conclude that he lacked the capability to even damage it in the slightest. Gu Yu, however, merely smiled, his expression unyielding as he soared away from the mountainside. Chapter 20. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Xiao Yan followed Gu Yu back through the depths of the Ghostbone Hall to the cavern's entrance. As they emerged, they beheld the immense ice dragon stationed at the cave's mouth. Its colossal form encircled the entrance, its surface shimmering with a silvery flame that emanated an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura, akin to a true dragon awakening. This spectacle invoked within one a solemn impulse to bow in reverence. With a roar that resonated through the cavern, the dragon stirred, its massive body coiling upwards. its head directed towards the passage leading into the depths, emitting a series of low growls. Suddenly, two white figures shot forth from a cave, halting midair in parallel formation. Xiao Yan regarded the ice dragon with a faint smile. Though it was a construct of a formation, its intelligence was indeed remarkable. Observing the bond it shared with Guyu, it was evident that Guyu did not perceive this ice dragon merely as a tool of the array. The ice dragon, noticing Xiao Yan's warm smile, lowered its colossal head to nuzzle him, issuing several roars that reverberated throughout the cavern. The dragon's breath enveloped Xiao Yan, causing his garments to cling tightly to his skin, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Guyu chuckled lightly, stroking his beard as he regarded the ice dragon with an expression tinged with reluctance. The dragon, sensing Guyu's sentiment, nudged him gently with its massive head, its eyes reflecting a touch of human-like sorrow. Guyu reached out, caressing the dragon's azure-hued mane before stepping back, standing in the air as his hand began to weave intricate seals once more. Waves of potent energy radiated around him, creating ripples akin to water. As Guyu continued to manipulate the seals, beams of milky white energy shot forth from his hands, merging into the body of the ice dragon. Gradually, an ethereal white glow enveloped the dragon, its previously vibrant vitality waning as it descended from the air, curling into a ball with its eyes closed, resembling an elderly figure on the brink of slumber. Yet, Xiao Yan sensed that this was not a weakening of the dragon, but rather a recondensation of its released power back into its form. It appeared that Guyu intended not only to seal this power, but also to induce a deep slumber upon the dragon. Xiao Yan contemplated the implications of this, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Although the ice dragon was a mere construct of the array, their coexistence over a millennium had fostered a profound friendship, transcending the bounds of servitude. The prospect of such a fate was unbearable for anyone to contemplate. The Formation S setup consumed a significant amount of Guyu's time. Yet Xiao Yan remained patient, offering ample space and waiting quietly. In such a poignant moment of farewell between old friends, haste was not an option, especially for Xiao Yan. After several hours of steadfast waiting, Guyu approached Xiao Yan with a bittersweet expression, offering a faint smile before guiding him towards the exit. To avoid triggering the formation, Guyu maneuvered Xiao Yan through a series of intricate turns, carefully navigating the seemingly endless depths of the cavern. Xiao Yan treaded cautiously, not out of distrust towards Guyu, but rather due to the unnerving aura of the abyss that sent chills down his spine. Guyu remained undeterred by Xiao Yan's trepidation, leading the way with a somber demeanor until they finally glimpsed the distant light of the sun. At that moment, Guyu's mood shifted, and he turned to Xiao Yan with a smile, exclaiming, "Let us embark. I wish to see what remarkable talents this new continent has produced. I wonder how they compare to the chosen ones of the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi." With that, he quickened his pace towards the radiant light. During Xiao Yan's initial entry into the mountain cave, his progress had been hindered by the torrents of heat emanating from the mountainside. However, now that he had dispelled much of that heat, with Guyu's presence nullifying the remnants of the bone spirit's cold fire, their exit became significantly expedited. In just a few breaths, they emerged from the depths of the cavern, which extended thousands of feet below. Upon their emergence, even Guyu could not suppress his astonishment. The once towering mountain had vanished, leaving behind colossal boulders and a thick layer of lime covering the ground, testifying to the fall of a monumental entity. Here, once stood a peak that could overlook the entire continent. Here, a grand plaza had once existed, yet none bore witness to this history. With a sigh, Guyu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling the stagnant air that had been trapped within him. He lifted his gaze towards the vast expanse above, where a brilliant silver flame ignited in his eyes. In an instant, he shot up into the sky, his fierce gaze piercing the heavens. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow at Guyu's peculiar behavior, wondering if he intended to set up yet another array or some form of restriction. Before Xiao Yan could formulate any conclusions, he witnessed the figure of Guyu, surging into the sky, flash to stand atop a lofty cliff. With his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes ablaze with silvery flames, he gazed intently at the heavens. Suddenly, Guyu let out a thunderous laugh that reverberated throughout the land, instilling dread and awe in the magical beast within a 1,000-mile radius, causing the very earth to tremble. "Ha ha ha! I am Guyu, having awaited a millennium, and today I finally behold a successor. Since I am born of heaven and earth, I hereby vow, as heaven and earth have given me life, I shall forge the transcendent in their name, to unite with the cosmos." At these words, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. Just as Guyu uttered those words, the previously clear sky transformed into a tumultuous sea of dark clouds, thunder roaring ominously. Yet, Guyu remained unfazed, standing resolutely at the cliff's edge, silently observing the terrifying thunderclaps that echoed around him, making even Xiao Yan's heart race. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, staring blankly at the scene, his eyelids twitching. He could distinctly sense that these descending bolts of lightning were far from ordinary. Although they appeared similar to the common heavenly thunder, the power unleashed upon detonation suggested that he would be incapable of withstanding even a fraction of it, let alone the residual shockwaves. What kind of formidable power could inflict such immense devastation? Are even the Dou Emperors mere ants in comparison? Xiao Yan murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Hey, kid, you haven't been dumbstruck, have you? Guyu, having descended from the cliff, couldn't help but tease upon seeing Xiao Yan's stunned expression. It was only then that Xiao Yan realized the thunder in the sky had already vanished, and the dark clouds had dissipated entirely. Shaking off his daze, he turned to Guyu, ready to inquire, but Guyu was quicker to speak. That thunder is known as the Nine Heavens' divine thunder, capable of annihilating all things of utmost evil and darkness in the world, a nemesis to wicked entities. However, it also binds mortals, serving as a celestial artifact to establish the oath of heavenly thunder, wielding the might of heaven and earth to strike the firmament. Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing his understanding had been overly simplistic. He had assumed that even with Guyu's strength, the Nine Heavens' divine thunder would merely match him. He had not anticipated its true potency, which could even bind Guyu. Enough. Let's move on. This thunder is formidable, and you'll come to understand its might in due time. For now, our priority is to find a city, so you can familiarize yourself with the situation of this continent, allowing you to learn how to survive here. As Guyu's voice faded, he transformed into a streak of light, entering Xiao Yan's body. Startled, Xiao Yan questioned, Gulao, what are you doing? Hey, those two little fellows within you are still injured. If they were to recover slowly, it would take at least 3 to 4 months. If I don't enter your body, how will I expedite their healing? Besides, while my strength is indeed considerable, you might be overestimating your own capabilities. As long as I remain within you, even if you encounter someone stronger who would dare to harm you, have you ever considered that? Guyu chuckled, eliciting a bewildered expression from Xiao Yan. After a moment, Xiao Yan fell silent, pursing his lips as he soared toward the edge of the forest. After a while, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, surveying the expanse of endless green forest ahead. He had previously utilized his soul power to investigate and found that within 1,000 miles, there existed only an unending sea of verdant trees. No matter how he searched, he could not locate an exit. Resigned, he inwardly asked Guyu Gulao, what is the situation now? Could you assist in scouting the surroundings to find a path with human presence? If we continue aimlessly, we may never escape. Guyu chuckled mischievously before responding, Xiao Yan, be mindful of your words next time. If anything were to happen, only you would be trapped, not me. Now, enough of this childish banter. Head southeast, 8,000 miles from here. There's a presence of humanity. You should be able to leverage that to exit this forest. Xiao Yan's spirits lifted at this revelation, and he swiftly set off in that direction. Moments later, he halted, gazing down to see a young figure, bloodied and engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal wolf-like magical beast. The beast, though visibly injured, was in far better condition than the human. After a moment of distraction, was caught off guard and struck in the chest by the wolf's claws, sent crashing through several trees before finally coming to a stop. Yet the giant wolf showed no signs of relenting, lunging again to deliver a fatal blow. The human, eyes filled with unwillingness, slowly closed them, awaiting death. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as the giant wolf fell, and the young figure's defiant gaze snapped open, locking onto the white-robed figure perched upon a branch. He then slumped, unconscious. Chapter 21. The Source Martial Continent, Division of Realms. Xiao Yan smiled as he observed the young cultivator slowly regaining consciousness. Through his perception, he discerned that this young cultivator possessed commendable strength, at least a notable figure in the Duki continent, having reached the rank of 7-star Dou Emperor. The colossal wolf he had battled was a 7th-grade magical beast, the howling moon dark wolf, known for its ferocity in combat. It would unhesitatingly charge at any opportunity to kill, showing no intent to evade even when facing imminent danger. Many would adopt a defensive strategy against such a relentless foe, waiting for an opening to strike decisively, but few could endure long enough to seize that moment. Yet the young cultivator before Xiao Yan appeared somewhat peculiar. Although Xiao Yan had encountered several deceased individuals, they seemed to possess lesser strength than this one. likely having been brought from his own faction. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Xiao Yan, the young cultivator instinctively leaped up from the stone upon which he lay, landing several paces away in a cloud of dust. After a moment, he seemed to recollect himself, quickly approaching Xiao Yan and bowing in gratitude. "I am Lu Xiang, and I owe you my life. I did not recognize my benefactor at first. I beg your forgiveness." Lu Xiang spoke without the slightest hesitation, suggesting he possessed a forthright and candid disposition. Consequently, Xiao Yan bore him no ill will. After elucidating his intentions, the two set forth together towards the outskirts of the forest. To avoid unnecessary complications and to gain a better understanding of this world, Xiao Yan refrained from taking to the skies with Lu Xiang. As they journeyed, Xiao Yan found himself quite fond of Lu Xiang. Through their conversations along the way, he learned that they were situated in the southwestern region of the continent, adjacent to the ancient and perilous forests of the south, teeming with formidable magical beasts. Some of these creatures were powerful enough to threaten the very pinnacle of the continent, rivaling even the strongest of human beings. However, it appeared that these beasts were bound by some unspoken agreement with humanity, preventing them from attacking indiscriminately. Failure to comply would result in a joint pursuit by the strongest of both parties until the offender met their demise. Lu Xiang resided within a city known as Qingyang City, a modest locale in the southwestern region. He belonged to one of the two prominent families within the city, the Lu clan. For centuries, the two families had engaged in subtle and overt rivalries, the other being the Wu family. The balance of power between them had persisted until a decade prior, when the head of the Wu family achieved a breakthrough in strength, wounding the head of the Lu family in battle. This injury left the Lu patriarch with lingering effects, stalling his progress for years. Despite this setback, the Lu family's foundation remained robust. Though the patriarch's affliction had not been entirely resolved, the right medicinal herbs could restore him fully. Unfortunately, during the past decade, the Wu family had grown increasingly oppressive, monopolizing most of the trade in Qingyang City. While the patriarch was nearing recovery, the situation had grown dire. The remaining herbs had yet to be located, and the Wu family was poised to lay siege. In desperation, Lu Xiang led his kin in search of the herbs. After 2 months of arduous searching, he finally discovered their precise locations. Following several fierce battles, the number of Lu Xiang's companions dwindled significantly, yet the last herb, the Soul Guardian Grass, remained elusive. The urgency was palpable as the family stood on the brink of war while the patriarch's condition lingered unhealed. In a final desperate gamble, they planned to strike while the 7th-tier magical beast, the Howling Moon Darkwolf, was away hunting. However, for reasons unknown, the wolf detected their presence. Exhausted from previous skirmishes, they had no choice but to engage in battle, resulting in complete annihilation. Had Xiao Yan not arrived in time, it was likely that Lu Xiang would have already become prey. Time passed unheeded as the two conversed and walked, and soon they approached the city. Xiao Yan gazed into the distance, spotting a dark line on the horizon. The ground beneath their feet had transitioned from lush greenery to solid, well-trodden pavement, indicative of frequent travel. Breathing deeply, he savored the familiar human presence in the air, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "It's far more pleasant to be amidst humans. Being alone is simply too dreary. Lu Xiang, I have matters to attend to. We shall meet again another day. Until we meet again." With that, he vanished from Lu Xiang's sight before the latter could fully comprehend, leaving only the lingering echo of his words to testify to his brief presence. Lu Xiang stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before regaining his senses. As he took a step forward, he nearly stumbled, realizing his legs had gone numb. Channeling his internal energy, he dispelled the numbness and continued towards Qingyang City. This time, however, he moved with enhanced speed, leaving behind trails of faint green light, his figure swiftly vanishing into the distance. Along the way, he muttered to himself, "Such speed. It seems only the patriarch at full strength could match it. Does that mean his power is at least on par with the patriarch? How terrifying. With such talent, he must be a disciple from a major sect. If my Lu family can forge a bond with him, even the Wu family will have to treat us with respect. This news must reach the patriarch without delay." With that thought, he quickened his pace, racing towards the Lu family's residence within Qingyang City. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had already begun to explore the bustling streets within the city. He observed the lively market with a smile, navigating through the throngs of people until he finally located a merchant association specializing in news. Upon entering, he found the counters cluttered with mundane information about various factions. After a brief perusal, a smile crept across his face as he picked up a book and tossed a handful of gold coins onto the counter before exiting. As he examined the dusty tome in his hands, he noted its title, A Comprehensive Guide to the Continent. The book contained many essential details about the continent, but Xiao Yan focused solely on the sections most pertinent to him. This continent was named Yuanwu Continent, a realm once teeming with ancient powers and extraordinary talents. The Yuanwu continent was primarily divided into two regions, the central domain and the outer domain, the latter further subdivided into four sections, east, west, south, and north. Each section comprised 9 states, which in turn contained 36 prefectures and 72 counties. The book offered scant details about the central domain, which did not surprise Xiao Yan, prompting him to read further. Naturally, his greatest concern was power, as strength served as the passport to traverse the continent. Thus, he scrutinized this section with utmost care. The power hierarchy in Yuanwu continent mirrored that of the Duqi continent, though Xiao Yan furrowed his brow when encountering the distinctions regarding Do emperors. In Yuanwu continent, once one reached the rank of Do Saint, the classification diverged significantly. Beyond Do Saint, the hierarchy comprised Half-Emperor, Do Emperor, Transformation Origin Realm, Return to Origin Mirror, Origin King, Origin Emperor, Origin Sect, Origin Venerable, Origin Saint, and Origin Emperor. While the ethical framework remained largely congruent with the Duqi hierarchy up to Do Saint, the divergence occurred between the Transformation Origin and Return to Origin realms. The text elucidated that unlike other realms, there were no 9-tier distinctions within the Transformation Origin and Return to Origin realms. They were categorized solely into early, mid, and late stages. The late stage further subdivided into late and peak late stages. Prior to reaching the Transformation Origin realm, individuals could harness the imperial essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, provided they first acclimated to the surrounding source energy. Xiao Yan's prior breakthrough had been hindered by his incompatibility with the heavenly source energy, and without that jade vial, he would have found himself in dire straits. The inhabitants of Yuanwu continent adapted to the heavenly source energy primarily because they were born of this land, naturally acclimatizing over time. Once they matured, no further adjustment was necessary. In contrast, someone like Xiao Yan would require a significant period to achieve true compatibility. The primary function of these two realms lay in cultivating a practitioner's familiarity with the heavenly source energy, allowing them to channel it into their own being for personal use. At the stage of the origin realm, practitioners cultivate both fighting spirit and source energy. However, upon reaching the source return realm, one primarily focuses on refining source energy. The human body cannot perpetually grow, for if it could, the concepts of aging, illness, and death would be rendered moot, while fighting spirit can strengthen the physical form. Should one's power reach such heights, even the most formidable cultivation would be rendered futile, as the overwhelming fighting spirit within could lead to an explosive demise. The essence of cultivating source energy lies in its absorption and refinement to fortify the body, as it has been discovered that source energy is far gentler and denser than fighting spirit. An abundance of practitioners within does not pose a threat. Yet, it bears a significant drawback in that its lethality pales in comparison to that of fighting spirit. Fortunately, all individuals at the source return realm must employ source energy, alleviating concerns for practitioners. As for those at the peak of the fighting emperor level, despite still cultivating fighting spirit in a true contest, even 10 peak fighting emperors would fall short against a single source return expert. This illustrates that the disparity in realms cannot be bridged merely by the strength of one's power. The primary aim of cultivation in the source return realm is to harmonize one's body with the source energy of heaven and earth, achieving a perfect unity. This step, while seemingly straightforward, is arduous in practice. It requires the practitioner to refine and absorb the source energy until it coalesces into a white source pearl within the body. The purity and quality of this pearl are paramount, with the milky white source pearl being the epitome of refinement, indicating a boundless future and attracting the attention of numerous prestigious sections. Should only one sect become aware of it, they would go to great lengths to suppress all information and recruit the individual, as the successful condensation of the source pearl would guarantee entry into the grand realm of the source sect. Thus, many linger in the source return realm, aspiring to secure a position within those super sections. Should they succeed, both they and their respective families would attain unparalleled glory, making the source return realm their greatest reliance. Chapter 22. Conflict. The source return realm serves as the watershed between true peak power, a realm where all aspire to linger, yearning for the dawn of their rise to greatness. Subsequently, Xiao Yan delved into explanations of various techniques and combat skills. As anticipated, The techniques from the source martial continent were significantly more potent than those from the fighting continent. The techniques of the source martial continent are categorized based on the fundamentals of heaven and earth into 5 tiers: human, spirit, intent, sacred, and sacred forbidden. With each tier further divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Although there are 5 categories, effectively, only 4 are prevalent, as sacred forbidden techniques cannot be casually cultivated. The term sacred forbidden carries weight and concern, as these techniques enable practitioners to cultivate at a pace surpassing that of standard sacred techniques. Upon reaching the pinnacle of sacred techniques, a practitioner can seamlessly harness the energies of heaven and earth, amplifying their cultivation. Sacred forbidden techniques, however, are even more formidable. They encompass all characteristics of sacred techniques, but with enhanced capabilities. Once cultivated to great success, these techniques autonomously operate within the practitioner, perpetually aiding their cultivation and expediting the healing of injuries through the energy of heaven and earth, exhibiting remarkably potent effects. Such extraordinary abilities naturally captivate many practitioners. Yet they merely contemplate these thoughts internally. For the most dire flaw of sacred forbidden techniques is their relentless siphoning of the practitioner's life essence, ultimately leading to their demise. This explains the untimely deaths of many young and powerful practitioners on the source martial continent, who, in their pursuit of power, rise and then fall, returning to dust. Even in death, they face societal contempt, as those who practice such techniques are labeled as demonic cultivators due to their cruel and tyrannical nature, ostracized by society. Yet this perspective is merely that of outsiders. Within the central domain, strength reigns supreme, and few care for the means of one's cultivation. Beneath the sacred techniques lies the intent tier, which, as its name suggests, combines intent with source energy for cultivation, releasing the power of the soul to merge with the source energy of heaven and earth, creating energy storms that refine the source energy as if refining the very fabric of the universe. The spirit tier techniques draw upon the earth's spiritual veins, absorbing the essence of the land to channel the energy of heaven and earth, resulting in a formidable presence post-cultivation. If an earth-type practitioner engages in this cultivation, not only do they reap substantial benefits, but they may also attract the power of the earth, unraveling the mysteries of the universe. The human tier techniques embody the practitioner themselves. The technique becomes the individual, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth without the need for extensive understanding, resulting in rapid cultivation speed. Xiao Yan found himself captivated by the myriad benefits of these cultivation methods, lamenting that his own burning flame art seemed a distant prospect. These techniques are extraordinary. Even their auxiliary abilities surpass those of many heavenly tier techniques by several folds. Just the thought of the profound capabilities of these techniques left him in awe. Following the discussion of techniques, the text transitioned to combat skills. Ever since witnessing the Inferno Demon's adaptation of the Xianming Soul Devouring Palm, Xiao Yan developed a profound interest in the combat skills of the source martial continent. Coupled with Bone Ghost's earlier mention that his Buddha Fury reincarnation was a human tier combat skill, Xiao Yan's interest intensified, leading him to study it with great earnestness. The book's exposition of combat skills mirrored that of the techniques. Human tier combat skills manifest a humanoid shadow upon execution. Naturally, the more adept one becomes in their cultivation, the more substantial the shadow, amplifying the power of the technique. This shadow represents the creator of the technique, as they possess the deepest understanding of it, allowing for effortless control and application. Spirit tier combat skills summon the Earth's energy to enhance their might, becoming more potent the longer they are wielded, absorbing greater quantities of heavenly energy. Intent tier combat skills, as the name implies, fuse the power of the soul with source energy. They complement each other, where source energy primarily targets the body while soul power strikes at the essence, inflicting tremendous damage capable of annihilating both body and soul. Truly terrifying. For instance, the Xianming Soul Devouring Palm employed by the Inferno Demon was an intent tier combat skill. Even Yuan Qing was momentarily stunned by its might, leaving Xiao Yan oblivious to its tier. Yet it was evident that intent tier combat skills were not easily accessible to them. Upon reading this, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. If only he could seize one from the Inferno Demon, it would serve as an invaluable trump card. The sacred rank combat techniques, once unleashed, cause the heavens to tremble and the earth to shatter, instilling fear in all living beings. When such a technique is invoked, It harmonizes with the very fabric of the universe. Once the sacred rank combat technique is deployed, there is no escape for anyone. Its power likened to incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, capable of annihilating all existence. It is famously proclaimed, when a sacred rank is unleashed, the world descends into silence. This revelation left Xiao Yan astounded. Merely a combat technique could evoke such trepidation among the populace. One could only imagine the terrifying might of the sacred rank forbidden techniques. The last entry was dedicated to the sacred rank forbidden techniques. This page stood alone, unlike the others that were interconnected, opening with 6 striking crimson characters, emphasizing its weighty significance, instantly rendering Xiao Yan's expression solemn. The sacred rank forbidden techniques surpass their sacred rank counterparts, possessing the genuine ability to devastate the world. If wielded by a superlative powerhouse, once unleashed, even an opponent of equivalent strength would be summarily obliterated, with no chance of survival. Even facing a superlative being of a higher tier, they could still be vanquished. At the very least, left grievously wounded. The words were penned with unyielding conviction, leaving Xiao Yan gasping in disbelief, his pupils contracting sharply, taking a considerable moment to regain his composure. If this referred to superlative powerhouses, then they must be of the source sect level. It was truly astonishing that a mere combat technique could wield such immense power. If the source sect could unleash such destruction, what might be the extent if a source sovereign or even a source saint were to wield it? The mere thought was beyond Xiao Yan's imagination, compelling him to seek refuge in an inn after finishing his reading. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan found himself standing before an inn named Wanfu Tower. With a slight smile, he entered, glancing at the bustling first floor before ascending to the second. Upon reaching the second floor, he spotted a table by the window and approached. As soon as he sat down, a waiter cheerfully approached him, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what may I serve you?" Xiao Yan ordered a few small dishes and settled in to wait. However, not long after he had taken his seat, 2 individuals ascended the staircase, a young man and woman. The man, strikingly handsome with flowing black hair, exuded a certain charm, though a hint of softness and cunning in his brow marred his otherwise heroic demeanor. Dressed in green garments, golden threads intertwined in his sleeves formed the semblance of a golden serpent, which appeared almost alive with his subtle movements, radiating an otherworldly golden glow. In his hand, he wielded a jade fan, entirely green with gold trim, interspersed with delicate golden lines that made the fan exude a brilliant azure golden luminescence. The woman beside him was clad in pure white, her delicate features accentuated by waist-length purple hair, adorned with gold and silver, presenting an impression of fragile refinement. Yet, the spoiled haughtiness evident on her face dulled her initial allure. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the admiration and envy directed towards the pair by the onlookers in the inn. Upon their arrival on the second floor, nearly everyone, save for Xiao Yan, gazed at them with starry-eyed reverence, while the duo remained oblivious. Their expressions steeped in arrogance as they approached Xiao Yan's table. As they reached his table, the shadowy young man suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at the composed Xiao Yan, who was calmly dining. The beautiful young woman also displayed a flicker of displeasure. The young man, clutching his jade fan tightly, crossed his arms defiantly and glared at Xiao Yan, exclaiming, "Humph, who is this wild brat? Are you not aware that this table is reserved for me and my sister? Depart at once, or you shall face my wrath." With that, he waved his jade fan, which opened with a cacophony of raucous sounds, provoking irritation. However, at the sound, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. A weathered old man in a black robe had appeared behind the young man. Unperturbed by the young man's words, Xiao Yan continued to enjoy his meal, not out of compassion, but due to a sense of satisfaction from the day's newfound knowledge. To him, the young man was but an insignificant insect, and even the black-robed elder behind him was merely a 2-star dozome of little concern. The young man, however, was incensed by Xiao Yan's indifference, his expression darkening considerably. With a flick of his jade fan, the black-robed elder lunged at Xiao Yan, a mocking smile on his lips as he declared, "Your demise is of no concern to me. You chose to provoke my young master. Since you have incurred his ire, your blood shall appease it." The young man, observing the elder's actions, coldly chuckled, addressing the rushing black-robed figure. "Old M.O., do remember not to sully the table. Otherwise, my sister and I cannot enjoy our meal." The black-robed elder nodded slightly and launched a punch toward Xiao Yan's head. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the elder's emaciated fist was halted by a fair hand, unable to advance even a fraction. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as Xiao Yan gently pushed, effortlessly sending him crashing into a pillar of the inn. Though he did not spit blood, the elder's face grew grave, gazing at Xiao Yan as though he were a demon, struck by terror. In the inn, the black-robed elder looked on in horror at the still dining Xiao Yan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He pondered the power of Xiao Yan's earlier strike, attempting to gauge his strength. After a few breaths, the elder estimated Xiao Yan's prowess, concluding, based on the force of that strike, this individual's strength must lie between 7 and 8 stars of Dozone. Such formidable power and extraordinary talent suggest he is backed by a powerful force. Engaging him would be unwise. We must strive to befriend him, lest we provoke an entity that our Wu family cannot afford to offend. Alas, my young master has stirred up a great calamity. Upon returning, I must ensure the family head disciplines him properly. Suddenly, the elder cloaked in black lunged forward, positioning himself between the young man in green and the girl. Before either of them could react, he seized their wrists tightly and, with a swift motion, attempted to dash out of the inn. Yet, Xiao Yan remained motionless, seemingly allowing their departure. Just as the trio was on the verge of reaching the staircase, a light laughter unexpectedly resonated from the second floor of the inn. Xiao Yan, who had been leisurely enjoying his appetizers, now stood up, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the three. He then spoke in a light, airy tone. "Have you just arrived? Why the haste to leave? Since I have finished my appetizers, might I invite you to enjoy a sumptuous feast instead?" Xiao Yan's tone was so casual that it genuinely sounded like an invitation to the elder in black. However, upon hearing those words, the elder was taken aback. If the appetizers were finished, did that not imply that the main course awaited them? The elder's feet quickened as he sought to escape the inn before Xiao Yan could act. Yet, just as he moved, he abruptly halted, terror-stricken as he turned to face Xiao Yan. In that fleeting moment when he intended to descend, the elder was horrified to realize that he could no longer move, while Xiao Yan advanced step by step towards the trio. In stark contrast, the elder appeared significantly more composed than his companions. The young man in green and the girl had succumbed to Xiao Yan's soul pressure, rendered unconscious, whereas the elder found himself immobilized. Realizing Xiao Yan's intent, the elder's soul energy surged violently, targeting the foreheads of the two beside him in a desperate bid to awaken them. At last, both the young man and the girl stirred from their stupor. As they regained consciousness, the elder forcefully flung his arms, casting them out of the window, and simultaneously conveyed to the young man, "Young master, return to the family at once and inform the clan leader of this matter. Tell him the force behind this individual is formidable. We must do everything in our power to befriend him and cannot afford to make him our enemy. Otherwise, our clan will surely face disaster." Remember, the elder's final words bore a sense of tragic urgency, leaving Xiao Yan momentarily speechless, as he reflected on how he had inadvertently become the villain in their eyes. At that moment, everyone on the second floor of the inn suddenly came to a realization. This young man was no fool. He was a peerless genius, having attained the level of Dozong at such a tender age. His future promised to be that of an extraordinary powerhouse, perhaps even a legendary figure in the making. The Wu family, instead of forging connections with such a rare talent, had attempted to eliminate him. They truly were foolish beyond measure. Many lamented the squandered opportunity, while others wore smug expressions, relishing the thought that the Wu family, long arrogant and overbearing, was finally about to face their reckoning. Upon hearing the elder's command, the young man in green felt his pupils constrict, abruptly pivoting in midair to embrace the now pale girl, landing gracefully on the ground before hastening towards his family estate. Xiao Yan, without a glance at the fleeing pair, maintained his calm demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the elder in black. The elder, feeling Xiao Yan's scrutiny, quickly donned a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, saying to Xiao Yan, "I must apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. It was merely a miscommunication. My young master is accustomed to sitting in your esteemed position. I have already sent him back to the family to summon the clan leader, who will personally come to apologize to you. I hope you will not harbor any anger over this matter." Xiao Yan responded with a cold chuckle. "You are from the Wu family, are you not? Previously, a member of the Liu family assisted me, and I was informed that your Wu family is notoriously overbearing and ruthless in Qingyang City. I see that this reputation is indeed well-deserved." Xiao Yan's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon the elder, who felt a prickling discomfort akin to sitting on pins. However, the elder quickly devised a plan and replied with a smile. "Ah, so it is you. What a coincidence. The one who assisted you must be Liu Xiang, my grandson. Had I known of this connection earlier, there would have been no misunderstandings. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow at this revelation, while the onlookers in the inn felt their faces twitch. This old man was remarkably brazen, impersonating a member of the Liu family. Should this deception be uncovered, it would spell disaster for him. The elder was acutely aware of the risks, yet the words had escaped his lips, and retreating was no longer an option. Besides, if Liu Xiang sought his aid against the Wu family after assisting Xiao Yan, even the Wu family's might would be insufficient to confront him. The only course of action was to stall for time. If necessary, he could wait for the clan leader to arrive and eliminate Xiao Yan in one fell swoop. As long as he silenced all those privy to the information, even if the Wu family had indeed murdered a scion of a great power, what consequence would it entail? With this thought, the elder's smile grew even more radiant, though to Xiao Yan, it appeared eerily unsettling. Xiao Yan, knowing the elder's intentions all too well, merely turned his gaze towards the inn's window, a look of surprise crossing his face. He regarded the elder without making a move, maintaining his smile. The elder seemed to understand the unspoken message and refrained from further claims of being associated with the Liu family, remaining still alongside Xiao Yan as they awaited developments. After a brief moment, a commanding middle-aged man swept in from outside, appearing suddenly beside the elder. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's connection to the Liu family, the Wu family head's expression shifted dramatically. He whispered something to the elder, then approached Xiao Yan with a beaming smile. Yet, as he reached Xiao Yan, both he and the elder suddenly launched an attack, intent on eliminating Xiao Yan in one fell swoop. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged, evoking a sense of unease in the two attackers, who increased the ferocity of their onslaught. Yet, Xiao Yan stood immobile, hands clasped behind his back, making no move to defend himself. Just as their strikes were about to land, a resounding crash echoed as a slightly weary figure emerged before them, absorbing their assault. In an instant, this figure staggered back 3 paces, while the Wu family head and his companion only retreated a single step. As they regained their composure, their gazes turned cold, their disdain for Xiao Yan palpable. However, Xiao Yan paid them no mind, instead focusing on the middle-aged man before him, who appeared to sense his scrutiny and turned around, a gentle smile gracing his pale features. Xiao Yan offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. The Wu family head, incensed by the disregard shown towards him, bellowed in fury, channeling his dou qi as a shimmering sword materialized in his grasp, aimed directly at the man who stood with his back to him. Yet, the man remained unflinching, pivoting to meet the attack with a punch. Heaven and earth sword. Mountain-shaking fist. Both combatants roared simultaneously as blade and fist collided, each forced to take a step back. The Wu family head felt a tremor ripple through his form as he dissipated the terrifying force of the impact, while the middle-aged man experienced a surge of blood and energy, a flush of color rising to his pallid face. Ha ha, Liu Wabai, you truly are still lacking. With your current capabilities, I strongly advise you to depart promptly, for it would be unwise to attempt to forcibly protect this child any longer. If you choose to leave, I assure you that within 5 years, I shall not lay a finger on the Liu family. However, should you remain, I can let you go today, but come tomorrow, the consequences will be dire, and you must ponder whether your family holds more significance than an outsider with whom you share no ties. The head of the Wu family spoke with a cold smirk, his gaze towards the Liu family patriarch laced with derision. Upon hearing this, the Liu family patriarch's brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of conflict flickered across his flushed face. Logically, he had no connection to Xiao Yan. In fact, they had only just met. Yet, Xiao Yan had rendered him a significant favor, albeit indirectly, while what of his own family? After much contemplation, the Liu patriarch ultimately resolved to safeguard Xiao Yan. After all, protecting him would signify an alliance between the Liu family and this young man. Given Xiao Yan's remarkable aptitude, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable forces. If the Liu family could endure until then, even the Wu family, small as it was in Qingyang City, would have to show them some respect, regardless of how much more powerful they might be. With this thought, the Liu patriarch's earlier indecision transformed into unwavering resolve. He positioned himself before Xiao Yan, shielding him from the impending attack of the Wu family patriarch. Observing this act of bravery, Xiao Yan's calm demeanor softened with appreciation, and he subtly nodded, continuing to watch the unfolding scene. The Wu family patriarch, witnessing the Liu patriarch's resolute stance, darkened his expression, his hand slowly clenching into a fist, a clear indication of impending violence that rendered the Liu patriarch's face grave. Yet, the next moment, the Wu patriarch erupted into laughter, exclaiming, well, bravo Liu Huabai, bravo Liu family. Prepare yourselves for the wrath of the Wu family. I had intended to grant you a moment's respite, but since you refuse, do not blame me for what is to come. Cleanse your necks for the execution tomorrow." With that, the enraged Wu patriarch stormed out of the inn with his companion, heading towards their clan to prepare for the impending showdown. Lu Huabai, watching the Wu patriarch vanish from sight, turned to Xiao Yan. Noticing Xiao Yan's indifferent expression, his gaze sharpened momentarily before he inquired, "Might I ask what your plans are? If you have none, I would like to invite you to my humble abode for the night, to spare you from any midnight assaults by the Wu family. Would you be amenable to my proposal?" Xiao Yan regarded Lu Huabai with a smile and nodded. "Then I shall impose upon you." Lu Huabai quickly waved his hands in denial, smiling as he and Xiao Yan exited the inn. As they emerged, Xiao Yan spotted Lu Xiang, who had previously guided him. Observing Lu Xiang's respectful demeanor, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly. After a considerable exchange, Lu Xiang reverted to his previous manner of joviality, leaving the Lu patriarch feeling somewhat neglected, compelled to follow the two as they made their way toward the Lu family estate. In the grand hall of the Lu family estate, several individuals were gathered. At the center, upon a mahogany chair, sat a pallid figure appearing somewhat frail. Lu Huabai turned to Xiao Yan, smiling as he queried, "Might I inquire where you reside, Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan understood that Lu Huabai sought to ascertain the value of his stake. After all, Huabai had wagered his family's safety to protect him. Should he fail, the repercussions would be beyond his capacity to bear, perhaps even costing him his entire clan. Xiao Yan did not respond immediately, instead surveying the assembly. Most were elders and prominent younger members of the Lu family, all aware of the impending conflict instigated by this outsider named Xiao Yan. They likely surmised the patriarch's motivations for risking the family's safety to shield him, and thus their expressions bore traces of hope. After scanning the room, Xiao Yan turned to Lu Huabai and replied with a smile, "I am but a solitary cultivator, having encountered certain fortuitous events that have led to my current prowess. Y pusas no definita affiliation." Upon hearing this, a stir rippled through the hall. Their anticipation had hinged upon a confirmation of Xiao Yan's backing. Yet it appeared he was devoid of any such support, merely posturing. Even Lu Huabai's countenance shifted slightly at this revelation, but he quickly regained his composure upon observing the faint confidence in Xiao Yan's smile. This calm and assured demeanor was not unfamiliar to him. He had witnessed it before when Xiao Yan faced the Wu family patriarch. The poise with which he maintained his composure suggested depths yet unseen. A reason for Huabai to gamble his family's fate. With this realization, Lu Huabai felt a surge of certainty. He struck the finely crafted table with a resounding thud, causing wood shavings to scatter and silence to envelop the hall. The assembly glared at Xiao Yan, yet refrained from uttering a word. Lu Huabai, sensing the stillness, radiated an imposing aura that compelled everyone to focus on him. Looking at the gathered individuals, he took a deep breath before addressing them. "Though Xiao Yan may stand alone, he has rendered great service to me, as the Wu family seeks to devour the Lu family, and given that Xiao Yan opposes them, how can we remain passive? Even if the Wu family refrains from striking for 5 years, can we truly enhance our strength to match theirs in that time? Therefore, I have resolved to join forces with Xiao Yan to confront the Wu family. Should we triumph, the Lu family shall endure in Qingyang City. Should we falter, I shall ensure the Wu family is left severely weakened." As Lu Huabai's fervor escalated, his voice rose to a shout, and his impassioned declaration ignited a chorus of agreement from the assembly. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Xiao Yan observed, nodding in quiet approval. However, Lu Huabai, noticing Xiao Yan's approving gestures, felt a slight unease. Xiao Yan's perspective resembled that of an esteemed elder lauding a junior. This realization startled him. Could Xiao Yan be a formidable ancient being, having lived for centuries? In this world, there are always some venerable elders who delight in employing secret arts to revert to their youthful appearances, masquerading as innocuous beings amidst the crowd, provoking a mix of indignation and helplessness among onlookers. At this moment, Lu Huabai found himself reflecting upon the various actions preceding his alliance with Xiao Yan, his heart swelling with excitement. If Xiao Yan were indeed a certain elder masquerading as something lesser, then Lu Huabai's efforts to safeguard him with the full strength of his clan would surely endear him to the Lu family, marking the dawn of their resurgence. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the hall as 5 elderly men, clad in white garments and with graying hair, strode into the grand chamber. Instantly, the assembled crowd parted to make way, and the 5 approached Lu Huabai, the foremost elder's gaze glinting with a subtle light as he addressed Lu Huabai, clan leader. "I believe this course of action is ill-advised. If the Wu family grants us 5 years of respite, your strength may undoubtedly rise, especially now that you have healed robustly. After 5 years, the Liu family shall surely remain steadfast within Qingyang City. Yet, you wish to gamble the clan's future for an entirely unfamiliar junior? This is indeed a reckless wager. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically, their eyes laden with skepticism as they regarded Lu Huabai. The elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Huabai with piercing intensity. However, Lu Huabai paid them no heed. Instead, he gazed at Xiao Yan, who wore an expression of calm indifference. Noticing Lu Huabai's attention, Xiao Yan offered a slight smile and rose to address the 5 elders. Speaking in a measured tone, "Clan leader Lu, these 5 must surely be your family's elders?" Lu Huabai's brow furrowed slightly at this remark, yet he nodded in affirmation. Elaborating to Xiao Yan, "The elder in the center is our family's grand elder, having reached the pinnacle of the 7-star dozong. He is the strongest among us. Aside from myself, the other 4 are also esteemed elders of the Lu family, all formidable dozong experts, the very backbone of our clan." Alas, as Lu Huabai's enthusiasm grew, it ultimately waned, tinged with melancholy. Xiao Yan, unimpressed, turned his attention to the 5 elders, one of whom, upon catching Xiao Yan's gaze, scoffed derisively, retorting, "Who is this ignorant youth? I advise you to depart from the Lu family at once and refrain from inciting trouble. Otherwise, I shall dispatch you on the spot." With that final remark, the elder cast a disapproving glance at Lu Huabai, who occupied the main seat. Xiao Yan observed this exchange with keen interest, a cold smirk curling his lips as he mockingly addressed Lu Huabai. "It appears your elders harbor considerable discontent towards you. Clan leader, allow me to discipline them on your behalf." Though Xiao Yan's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, they struck Lu Huabai's ears like thunder, leaving him utterly astounded. Just as he contemplated an appropriate response, he noted the elders erupting into laughter, their expressions shifting slightly. Lu Huabai inwardly cursed. These old fossils lacked the insight to recognize that if Xiao Yan were truly an ordinary person, I would not undertake such measures to engage with him. They are a pack of foolish swine. Boom! As Lu Huabai's words faded, the laughter of the 5 elders abruptly ceased, replaced by a thunderous crash that reverberated throughout the hall. All present stared in shock at Xiao Yan. Disbelief etched across their faces. Just moments ago, Xiao Yan had merely waved his sleeve, and those 5 formidable figures, renowned throughout Qingyang City, were sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the pillars of the hall. This unforeseen spectacle jolted the Lu family members into realization. This youth, seemingly of similar age, was undoubtedly a superlative powerhouse, his strength at least surpassing that of Dozun. Lu Huabai, both astonished and helpless, gazed at Xiao Yan, having suspected his extraordinary nature but never anticipating such overwhelming might. Grateful that he had not provoked Xiao Yan like those elders, he sighed in relief. For had he done so, the Lu family might very well have faced annihilation today. Xiao Yan regarded the 5 Lu family elders with a dispassionate gaze, emitting a cold snort. With a mere thought, he bound them in midair before stretching out his hand, poised to strike. "Hold on, esteemed senior," Lu Huabai exclaimed, his heart racing at the prospect of Xiao Yan slaying his elders. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly at this interjection, but he ultimately snorted in response. The 5 elders were unceremoniously flung out of the grand hall like discarded sacks. Lu Huabai exhaled a breath of relief, rising to address Xiao Yan with a deep bow. "I am grateful for your mercy in sparing their lives. I shall ensure they face the consequences as per our family rules." As he spoke, Lu Huabai was resolute, calling for attendants to carry the 5 elders to the family prison, awaiting his judgment. He instructed them to hasten their pace, claiming he wished to prevent them from tainting the eyes of the esteemed senior Xiao Yan. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances but refrained from commenting, causing Lu Huabai's face to flush slightly with embarrassment. However, for the sake of the elders' safety, he bore the humiliation in silence. "May I inquire if the esteemed senior finds my actions satisfactory? Should there be any dissatisfaction, I shall immediately summon the attendants to return them for your disposition," Lu Huabai asked, bowing once more before Xiao Yan, who remained impassive. "That is of no consequence," Xiao Yan replied. "I merely hope that you, clan leader Lu, will manage your family judiciously henceforth, avoiding further entanglements. I trust today's events will not be repeated. Otherwise, you are surely aware of the consequences that may arise, which would not be as lenient as today." Xiao Yan's words, though delivered calmly, resonated deeply within Lu Huabai, who felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, That Xiao Yan had chosen to spare the lives of his elders demonstrated a remarkable level of magnanimity. Were it another, the entire Lu family might have already met its demise. This thought sparked a wave of indignation within Lu Huabai, who ultimately exhaled a sigh, muttering to himself, "It seems our clan requires a thorough reformation." Though his voice was low, those present were all individuals of substantial strength, and the sentiment was sufficient to incite murmurs throughout the hall. A storm of familial upheaval was now inevitable. Xiao Yan paid no heed to the shifting expressions of the crowd, turning instead to exit the grand hall. Lu Huabai, sensing the urgency, hurried to accompany Xiao Yan, eager to guide him. Yet, it appeared that Xiao Yan had no intention of allowing Lu Huabai to lead. He continued forward, as if meandering through the Lu estate. This direction, however, sent a tremor of alarm through Lu Huabai. Xiao Yan was heading toward his own quarters. Was it possible that Xiao Yan intended to provoke him? Despite Xiao Yan's status as a senior and his formidable prowess, Lu Huabai, as a clan leader, found himself vexed by such disregard. If he were not still uncertain of Xiao Yan's ultimate intentions, he might have already engaged in a fierce confrontation. Bang! With a swift motion of his sleeve, Xiao Yan unleashed an invisible force that violently burst open the tightly shut door of Lu Huabai's chamber, revealing a handful of furnishings and a bed within. Leading the way, Xiao Yan stepped inside, followed closely by the grim-faced Lu Huabai. As soon as Lu Huabai entered, a solid wooden door, crafted from precious nanmu, slammed shut behind them, enclosing the two within. Lu Huabai's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Xiao Yan, who, undeterred, seated himself beside the tea table, neglecting to acknowledge Lu Huabai, and proceeded to fill the jade teacups on the table with tea. After sipping a small amount, he addressed the visibly troubled Lu Huabai. "I noticed your unstable aura, the pallor of your blood energy, and the concealed injuries lurking within you. Previously, Lu Xiang had procured medicinal herbs for you. It seems your family's alchemist lacks the skill to completely eradicate the lingering aftereffects, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Lu Huabai initially froze in surprise, then nodded in agreement, his expression one of astonishment. Xiao Yan inclined his head slightly and continued, "In light of Lu Xiang's favor, I shall assist you. Sit upon the bed and remove your upper garments. I will directly address the hidden dangers within you." Lu Huabai, upon hearing this, promptly complied, and Xiao Yan, with a faint smile, approached to tend to his injuries. Chapter 25. The Wu family's assault. Xiao Yan's soul power surged from his brow, penetrating Lu Huabai's body to explore the depths of his afflictions. In mere moments, he discerned the nature of Lu Huabai's lingering injuries, which had persisted for a decade, accumulating to a severity beyond what Lu Huabai's family could easily dispel. Had it been 3 years prior, with the Lu family's financial means, and a willingness to invest a significant sum, Lu Huabai's afflictions would have long been healed. Unfortunately, internal discord within the Lu family had rendered the elimination of these injuries exceedingly difficult, exacerbating their severity in the shadows. Had Xiao Yan not arrived just in time, it was likely that within 2 years, Lu Huabai would have succumbed to his internal injuries, gravely wounded or worse. As Xiao Yan explained Lu Huabai's condition, he continued to sense the hidden wounds within him. After a brief moment, a slight smile graced his lips as he withdrew a medicinal pill from the void and urged Lu Huabai to consume it. Lu Huabai, oblivious to the pill's potency, gazed in a daze at Xiao Yan's effortlessly rending hand, only jolting back to awareness when an overwhelming surge of medicinal power coursed through him, prompting him to mobilize his internal energy for refinement. Xiao Yan remained composed, his demeanor unperturbed as he sipped his tea, though the slight furrowing of his brow betrayed a hint of impatience. He chose not to voice any concerns, patiently awaiting the outcome. That night, in Qingyang City, at the Wu family estate, Bang Wu Bai, the patriarch of the Wu family, slammed his palm onto the table with such force that the exquisite nanmu would shatter into splinters. His eyes burned with an insatiable malice, as the aura of a peak dozong expert erupted from him, causing the assembled members in the family council chamber to stifle gasps and retreat towards the exits, leaving Wu Bai alone to roar his fury. "Humph! What a bold Lu family! What a brazen Lu Huabai, daring to confront me directly! Very well. If you believe the Lu family has lingered too long, allow me to bring your endeavors to a halt." Wu Bai bellowed, his face twisted in wrath as he called out to the attendants beyond the hall. A family guard promptly rushed in, and Wu Bai shouted again, "Go check whether the Grand Elder has emerged from his seclusion. He mentioned he would break through today. The moment he does, it shall be the day of the Lu family's annihilation." "Fear not, Patriarch. I have emerged," a voice interjected, An elderly man clad in coarse robes, bearing the marks of age, appeared at the entrance of the hall. The Grand Elder was well aware of the events that transpired earlier that day. Yet he understood his clan leader's temperament. Wu Bai, when he declared an action for the following day, would ensure that no adversary survived to see the dawn. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Wu Bai's face lit up with a smile as he regarded the elderly man, saying, "Now that the Grand Elder has emerged, this is indeed the opportune moment to eradicate the Lu family." The Grand Elder's lips curled into a slightly sinister smile, and without further deliberation, they exited the hall. In a flurry of footsteps, all of Wu family's elite gathered, poised to heed Wu Bai's command and march upon the Lu estate. The Wu family's grand maneuver could not escape the notice of the Lu family. Moreover, with the Wu family confident in their success, they had no need for stealth. Their approach resounding through Qingyang City. The townsfolk began to speculate about the impending clash between the Wu and Lu families. Some hoped for the Lu family to emerge victorious, as their conduct had earned them genuine respect, while many others sighed in resignation, acknowledging that despite the Lu family's merits, their fate was sealed. The family's decline was an inevitability that could not be altered. Even if the Lu family managed to evade destruction, they would forever live as exiles, bereft of hope for resurgence. In stark contrast, the Lu estate was enveloped in tranquility, the members displaying no signs of anxiety regarding the impending conflict. As if the events unfolding bore no relevance to them, they continued their tasks, fully aware of the Wu family's intentions to assault them. Yet, with the formidable Xiao Yan among them, they believed that even a full-scale assault by the Wu family would yield nothing but failure, perhaps even total annihilation for them. However, Lu Huabai's thoughts diverged. He surveyed the lethargic members of his family, a shadow of concern crossing his features. How could the fate of the Lu family rest solely upon a newcomer whom he had known for less than a day? Furthermore, Xiao Yan's presence in the Lu residence was merely a result of his favorable disposition towards Lu Xian. Lu Huabai's fate was of little consequence to him. In a bid to rouse his family, Lu Huabai, in desperation, fabricated a tale that Xiao Yan would not intervene in their affairs. The family members, startled by this revelation, stirred with unease. Yet at that moment, the sound of clashing metal and thundering hooves resonated from outside the Lu estate, awakening the family members to the grim reality. The time for battle had indeed arrived. Lu Huabai, his brow furrowed with worry, gazed towards the entrance of the Lu estate, where two formidable presences loomed, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's almost imperceptible aura, these two forces radiated an icy chill that enveloped him entirely. As the members of the Lu family sensed these overwhelming auras, fear washed over them, leaving their faces ashen, devoid of the fighting spirit that even a cultivator ought to possess. In the face of such absolute power, they ultimately chose to retreat. This force was beyond their capacity to confront. Even the combined strength of the Patriarch and the 6 elders would likely prove insufficient. Unless, of course, Xiao Yan chose to intervene. Yet, Xiao Yan had made it abundantly clear that he would not take action, rendering any further conflict unnecessary. Seeing the pallor of his kin's faces, Lu Huabai's mind raced, and he finally conceived a plan. He raised his voice, calling out to the gathered members. "Will you truly resign yourselves to defeat so readily? Your despair will only cause the esteemed Xiao Yan to completely lose any remaining goodwill towards my Lu family. Without the courage to fight, how can we hope to earn the favor and assistance of Xiao Yan? A family devoid of strength and valor cannot expect the support of a venerable elder. Come forth, summon your courage, and let Xiao Yan witness our worth. Let us battle with our blood. Let us exchange for the eternal brilliance of the Lu family. Rise, charge forth, and slay those wretched scoundrels of the Wu family." Lu Huabai's fervor grew increasingly intense, culminating in a near roar as he shouted at the crowd, igniting the spirits of the Lu family cultivators. They raised their hands in unison, chanting, "Fight! Defeat the pack of scoundrels from the Wu family, and show them that the Lu family does not breed cowards. Fight! Fight! For the eternal glory of our clan." In an instant, the members of the Lu family were invigorated by the shimmering radiance of a future glory, channeling their internal fighting spirit. As vibrant hues of energy surged skyward, the entire Lu estate was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. Even the 5 elders, previously injured by Xiao Yan and currently recuperating, emanated the unique aura of Do Zone power, forcing themselves toward the entrance of the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, resting in his guest room, couldn't help but smile slightly, murmuring to himself, "The Lu family is not so lacking after all. Perhaps they truly deserve my assistance." Outside the gates of the Lu residence, A throng of cultivators clad in dark robes and veils surrounded the estate tightly, their faces betraying a mix of tension and excitement as they gazed at the entrance. From the resounding roars echoing from within, they discerned that the Liu family was indeed preparing to engage in a full-scale battle against their own kin. The adage states that when two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. Although the Wu family seemed to hold the upper hand, the Liu family's boisterous display in the moments leading up to the conflict suggested they possessed some unknown advantage. Thus, caution was paramount, particularly for the ordinary members of the Wu family. However, for the elder in the tattered robe, he was confident that as long as he was not matched by an opponent of equal standing, he could easily subdue the Liu family, prompting him to regard their fervent response with disdain. With a creaking sound, the gates of the Liu estate slowly swung open, and hundreds of figures emerged, each wielding weapons and glaring fiercely at the Wu family. Liu Huabai surveyed the assembly of the Wu family from a distance, realizing that their numbers likely exceeded those of the Liu family by a considerable margin, which caused a slight heaviness in his heart. With such a numerical advantage, coupled with the presence of two formidable auras, he feared that without Xiao Yan's assistance, the Liu family might struggle to endure this day. Whether Xiao Yan would intervene remained an uncertainty, and a deep sigh escaped his lips. As Liu Huabai prepared to step through the threshold, a hand suddenly rested on his left shoulder. Turning to see the eldest elder, wounded yet resolute, he contemplated urging the elder to retreat, but the elder spoke earnestly. "Head of the family, there is no need for that. Regardless of my injuries, I am still a member of the Liu family, and I must fight for our clan. Through today's events, I have come to understand that the elder was right. I have been too concerned with power. A family cannot thrive on arrogance. Those ancient clans have thrived on humility as the cornerstone of their legacy. As a mere frontier family, what right do we have to maintain such pride? If our Liu family can survive today, then I shall no longer interfere with family matters. Everything shall rest in your hands." The elder's sincerity struck Liu Huabai profoundly, rendering him reluctant to argue. Given the elder's grievous state, he could only nod in agreement, and together they turned their attention to the Wu family head, Wu Bai, and the elder in the tattered robe. The moment the elder locked eyes with the tattered elder, his pupils dilated in shock, and disbelief washed over his face as he stammered, "Why, you're not dead." A cruel smile spread across the tattered elder's face as he replied, "What do you think? Are you not thrilled to see me alive? Indeed, I have not only survived, but have attained the power of Dozong. Are you not delighted to hear this news?" Ha ha ha. The elder of the Liu family and those surrounding him were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at the implication of Dozong's strength, a level of power that hadn't graced Xinjiang City in a century. With the emergence of a Dozong, what could the Liu family possibly stand against? "You have become a Dozong? How can you still be in Xinjiang City? Shouldn't you have been taken away by those above?" The elder inquired, initially trembling before the tattered elder, disbelief evident in his voice. Chapter 26, suppressing the entire scene. The tattered elder scoffed, addressing the Liu elder. "I am well aware of the rules. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, departure is inevitable. However, having just broken through, is it not permissible for me to rest at home for one night before departing?" "Haha, Liu Xinxing, it seems you have made little progress over the years. I am genuinely astonished. Ha ha ha. What has become of that once promising genius? That unparalleled prodigy? It seems you are nothing extraordinary after all." The elder's taunts struck deeply, causing the Liu elder to tremble with rage, his injuries rendering him unable to retaliate effectively. At that moment, Liu Huabai seemed to recall something. He had previously thought the tattered elder merely looked familiar. However, as the memory resurfaced, his face, which had regained some color, turned pale once more as he stammered, "Why, you are Wu Kuei, the former elder of the Wu family." The faces of the Liu family members shifted dramatically at the mention of Wu Kuei's name, a figure that inspired dread in their hearts. In his youth, Wu Kuei had not been particularly formidable, even weaker than some outsiders, yet he possessed remarkable tenacity. Despite his initial shortcomings, he had managed to cultivate to the level of Douling. However, he mysteriously disappeared just as he reached that threshold, and no one had paid a mind. After all, he was merely a lowly Douling. Yet, mere months after his disappearance, the Liu family began to notice their kin vanishing mysteriously, many dying under inexplicable circumstances, with the strength of the deceased steadily increasing, some even reaching the realm of Dowang. Yet the reasons for their deaths remained a mystery. It was only when a member of the Liu family stumbled upon the truth that Wu Kuei was the one committing the murders that the veil of mystery was lifted. It turned out that during his disappearance, Wu Kuei had stealthily attacked the members of the Liu family, swiftly eliminating the formidable warriors among them. Remarkably, his own power had surged from a mere one-star Doling to an impressive three-star Dowang. Moreover, he had inexplicably acquired assassination techniques, enabling him to escape even from the clutches of Dohuang experts with ease, which incited a growing sense of dread within the Liu family. A three-star Dowang was not inherently terrifying. However, the combination of his lethal skills made him a formidable adversary, even against Dohuang practitioners. Eventually, even the current Grand Elder of the Liu family fell victim to his assassination attempt. Although he ultimately failed, the once revered Grand Elder, celebrated for his extraordinary talent in cultivation, was rendered a mere shell of his former self, becoming a laughingstock for the Liu family over the course of a century. This ignited the Liu family's fury, prompting them to dispatch their strongest warriors to hunt down Wu Kuei while simultaneously seeking to create trouble for the Wu family, hoping to salvage their dignity. Yet, their efforts culminated in failure. The Liu family even informed their Grand Elder that Wu Kuei had perished after falling off a cliff. But everyone knew this was merely a facade. As fate would have it, Wu Kuei was very much alive. And not only that, his strength had escalated to a level that surpassed even the Grand Elder of the Liu family. Witnessing the flicker of despondence in the eyes of his kin, Liu Huabai bellowed, "For the future of the Liu family, charge forth. Annihilate these Wu family scoundrels." Without hesitation, he led the charge, inspired by their patriarch's fervor and recalling the presence of Xiao Yan still within the Liu estate. The warriors of the Liu family felt a surge of battle fervor, their weapons drawn as they unleashed their duki upon the Wu family. Meanwhile, Liu Huabai and the Grand Elder charged towards the Wu family patriarch, Wu Bai, and mysterious elder clad in a tattered robe. This sudden onslaught initially threw the Wu family into disarray. Yet despite the Liu family's fervent assault, they were soon overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Wu family. It appeared that annihilation of the Liu forces was imminent. However, to everyone's astonishment, a faction of the Liu family held their ground tenaciously against the relentless assault of the Wu family. No matter how fiercely the Wu family attacked, they were repelled by Liu Xiang's contingent. Observing this, Xiao Yan realized that Liu Xiang was fighting with all his might to rally the family for Xiao Yan's sake. The sight prompted a frown from the Wu family's elder, who then scoffed, dismissing the retreating Liu warriors to focus his attention on Liu Xiang. Within the Liu estate, Xiao Yan sensed the tumult of battle outside and the approach of Wu Kuei towards Liu Xiang. A cold smile crept across his face as he ambled leisurely around the courtyard, observing a few fish vying for food in the pond. Picking up a nearby stone, he hurled it at the largest fish, which darted away just before the stone struck. At that very moment, the mysterious elder, Wu Kuei, felt a sudden chill wash over him, his movements momentarily stilled. His pupils constricted, and he was drenched in cold sweat, an icy dread surging from the depths of his soul. In an instant, he retreated several dozen feet, bowing deeply and clasping his fists, trembling as he spoke. "I do not know which esteemed predecessor is playing such a jest on me, but I humbly request that you remain a bystander and allow me to handle this matter. I shall express my gratitude later." Wu Kuei spoke with utmost caution, as if afraid of incurring the wrath of this mysterious elder. The peculiar behavior did not escape the notice of others. The Liu family members turned toward the Liu estate with faces alight with excitement. Although Xiao Yan had not yet made an appearance, his voice floated from within, carrying the weight of a jest that sent tremors through the hearts of the Wu family. "Since you have come to kill me, I shall no longer be courteous. I was in a good mood and did not wish to engage. You have given me no respite. Therefore, do not blame me for what ensues." As he spoke, Xiao Yan turned slightly and stood at the entrance of the Liu estate, his eyes devoid of any emotion as they locked onto Wu Kuei, causing the latter to shudder violently. He quickly descended from the air and rushed to Xiao Yan's side, bowing deeply as he stated, "I am Wu Kuei, and I have come to apologize for the disturbance caused by my ignorant kin today. I hope you will forgive us. I shall send them away at once." With that, he turned sharply to his kin, barking orders, "Get back home. You ignorant fools dare to disturb this esteemed predecessor's peace. Do you wish to perish? Go. You are all to remain within the family for a month. Otherwise, face dire consequences. Depart. Go. Leave now." After his outburst, Wu Kuei turned back to Xiao Yan, but found the latter's expression as calm and cold as ever, which caused Wu Kuei's countenance to shift. Just as he was about to turn and continue his reprimand, Xiao Yan raised a hand, saying coolly, "Enough of this charade. All of you from the Wu family have come here with the intent to die. You even dared to target someone I've taken an interest in. Your audacity is commendable. Since you have arrived, you shall stay." Xiao Yan's words, uttered in an untroubled tone, sent Wu Kuei's face into a frenzy of color. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to flee, but how could a mere dozong escape the grasp of a formidable half-emperor? Xiao Yan raised his hand slowly and brought it down lightly. The fleeing Wu Kuei was struck by an unseen force, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld Wu Kuei, bloodied and lifeless, sprawled on the ground, his body exuding a gruesome aura as blood pooled around him. All present stared in shock at Wu Kuei's corpse. Even the Wu family members who had been rolling on the ground froze momentarily before frantically fleeing. Even the higher-ups of the Wu family were caught in a panic. Xiao Yan regarded the fleeing Wu family with a dispassionate gaze, raising his hand once more. In an instant, the Wu family members disintegrated into a mist of blood. Their screams stifled before they could escape, leaving behind a nauseating stench of death in the air. The Liu family members exchanged glances, awed by the ruthless efficiency of Xiao Yan's actions. Such a method, such a temperament, and such a merciless strike indicated that their elder was indeed extraordinary. Should the Liu family be able to forge an alliance with him, unifying the southwestern borders would surely be an attainable goal. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, they cast reverent looks at Xiao Yan, some even kneeling in hopes that he might select one of them as a disciple. Xiao Yan, however, merely glanced at Lu Xiang, nodding slightly to summon him forward. He then turned to Lu Xiang, whose clothes were drenched in blood, and suddenly inquired, "You are an alchemist, are you not?" Lu Xiang's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing the words, and he responded to Xiao Yan, "Esteemed senior, I am indeed an alchemist. However, regrettably, my experience is lacking and I have had no one to mentor me. Thus my skills have stagnated at the level of a fourth-tier alchemist. I beg your pardon for this inadequacy." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, his gaze towards Lu Xiang now imbued with a hint of approval. He reached into the void, and a scroll appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed to Lu Xiang. He then continued, "This is the lifelong insights of an 8th-tier alchemist. If you find the time, you may study it. It should aid in your advancement along the path of alchemy." At these words, the members of the Liu family trembled visibly, and Lu Xiang nearly collapsed in astonishment. An 8th-tier alchemist is a pinnacle of strength in the realm of alchemy, and to so casually bestow such knowledge upon another was unfathomable. Should lower-tier alchemists learn of this, they would likely rush to Xiao Yan, offering everything in exchange for such wisdom. Lu Xiang was stunned for a considerable time before he managed to swallow hard, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the scroll in his hands. He bent his knee and knelt before Xiao Yan, uttering, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your benevolent gift. I am eternally grateful. Please allow your disciple to pay respects." As he spoke, he attempted to lower himself to the ground, but Xiao Yan waved his sleeve, a gentle force preventing Lu Xiang from falling. "I provide you with the insights of this 8th-tier alchemist, not to elicit gratitude or worship, but because I see potential in your character. Your foundation is solid, and you possess both courage and ambition. However, if you wish to take me as your master, you must first attain the status of an alchemist. To be frank, at your age, I had long surpassed your current abilities. If you genuinely wish to be my disciple, you must at least reach the level of the individual who compiled this scroll. Only those of such caliber are worthy of being your apprentices." Upon hearing these words, even Lu Xiang, a 4th-tier alchemist, felt his composure tremble. To think that an 8th-tier alchemist would only be fit to be a disciple. What strength must his master possess? This was beyond imagination. Lu Xiang's pupils contracted sharply, and he trembled slightly, lowering his head and falling silent. Chapter 27. Lu Huabai's gratitude in the Grand Hall of the Lu residence in Xinjiang City. Only a few individuals were present, with Lu Xiang among them. The seating arrangement had changed dramatically. The main seats had transformed from 1 to 2, occupied by Lu Huabai and Xiao Yan. The elders, including Grand Elder Lu Xinqing, sat to either side of the hall. Though seated at a distance, their expressions radiated joy. Behind the Grand Elder stood Lu Xiang, gazing at Xiao Yan with admiration, his eyes filled with profound gratitude. Lu Huabai smiled at Xiao Yan, then stood before the assembly, taking a step forward to face Xiao Yan. As he rose, the elders of the Lu family also stood, joining Lu Xiang and Lu Huabai in facing Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Lu Huabai knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and bowing slightly in respect to Xiao Yan, prompting the Grand Elder and Lu Xiang to follow suit, all kneeling in unison and exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your great kindness. We vow to follow you in this life, with you as our leader. We hope for your consent." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Lu Huabai not only intended to express his gratitude, but also wished to pledge his allegiance to him. This was quite a clever maneuver. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he stood, addressing Lu Huabai, I wish to visit your family's library. Is that agreeable? Xiao Yan's desire to visit the Lu family's library stemmed from his wish to identify the unknown herbs he had acquired in the ancient forest. However, to Lu Huabai, this inquiry took on an entirely different meaning. It was a tangible demonstration of Xiao Yan's intentions, filling Lu Huabai, the long-standing head of the family, with excitement. With a powerful ally backing the Lu family, even the old powers in the southwestern region would think twice before challenging them. Thus, Lu Huabai readily agreed and led the way for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, playing the role of a courteous guest, allowed Lu Huabai to lead, granting him the respect befitting his position. Lu Huabai, knowing that a figure of Xiao Yan's caliber was behind him, did not dare to slacken in his demeanor, maintaining the appropriate decorum. Xiao Yan, remaining inscrutable, concealed his thoughts. And it was this level of composure and wisdom that qualified Lu Huabai to be the head of the family and a formidable force, leading his clan to greatness worthy of Xiao Yan's support. As they walked in silence, Xiao Yan's expression remained indifferent, yet a flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes, while Lu Huabai's heart swelled with unspoken emotions. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Lu family's library after traversing the tedious and lengthy path through the garden. The Lu family's library bore no remarkable distinction compared to others, surrounded by a grove of bamboo. The ancient and unassuming structure of a library was enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Hidden within its shadows were a few formidable guardians, and the library was fortified by formidable energy barriers, rendering it impenetrable. Because of these barriers, Xiao Yan was unable to discern the true foundation of the Lu family. However, he did not pry. After all, it was their territory, and one must always show respect. As Xiao Yan halted before the library, two elderly figures clad in black emerged to dismantle the barriers. Lu Huabai, visibly displeased by the elders' actions, cast a fierce glare in a direction unseen by Xiao Yan. The elders, sensing his displeasure, averted their gazes, avoiding direct confrontation. At this moment, Lu Huabai truly embodied the authority and dignity of a family head. Turning to Xiao Yan, Lu Huabai's previously agitated expression transformed into one of warmth, much to the exasperation of the elders, who could only roll their eyes in silent discontent. Yet, they were powerless to contest his authority, especially with the support of such a formidable ally. Once the barriers were lifted, Xiao Yan finally beheld the true visage of the library. It was a grand structure, over 10 zhang in height, with an ancient design that drew no unnecessary attention. However, his gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 golden characters hanging from the ceiling, which appeared both majestic and ordinary. Library. Xiao Yan's gaze was firmly fixed upon the 3 characters that read Library Pavilion, a profound skepticism flickering within his eyes. He felt an undeniable allure emanating from those 3 characters, suggesting that the Lu family of Qingyang City was no ordinary lineage in the past. Just as Xiao Yan was about to step into the pavilion, he hesitated, nearly colliding with Lu Huabai, who was closely following him. Lu Huabai furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with confusion, pondering what this esteemed individual intended to do. Xiao Yan retreated a few steps until he could gaze upon the plaque without craning his neck. His eyes, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the plaque before he turned to Lu Huabai, who had also taken several steps back. Master Lu, he inquired, how long has this plaque of the Library Pavilion been hanging here? Lu Huabai paused momentarily, realizing that this individual had stepped back merely to inquire about the age of the plaque. Despite his internal musings, Lu Huabai respectfully responded, this plaque has adorned the Library Pavilion for quite some time, apparently dating back 700 or 800 years. However, it was not always here. It used to stand by the roadside. The reason for its relocation remains a mystery to me. As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby black stone tablet, inscribed with the 3 characters for Library Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan raised an intrigued eyebrow. Through his probing, he discerned that there was indeed something significant hidden within the plaque's inscription. It seemed to be a legacy left by the ancestors of the Lu family for their descendants to comprehend the profound truths of the universe. Regrettably, the descendants remained oblivious, lacking the guidance of their forebears, treating this invaluable relic as merely an ordinary signboard. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's discovery, this treasure would have languished in obscurity, unnoticed and unappreciated, which perhaps explains why the Lu family ultimately fell to the Wu family. Listening to Lu Huabai's words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head gently, letting out a sigh as he regarded Lu Huabai with a hint of sympathy. Alas, it is no wonder that your Lu family has fallen into such desolation. It truly evokes a sense of sorrow. Lu Huabai exchanged glances with the elder guardians of the pavilion. their brows slightly furrowed as they perceived a shared perplexity in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they turned their questioning gazes toward Xiao Yan, who, noticing their curiosity, shrugged helplessly and continued, "If I am not mistaken, the characters on this plaque were inscribed by your ancestors, embodying the essence of their lifelong cultivation, intended for the enlightenment of the Liu family descendants. It is a pity that your successors, lacking awareness, have failed to harness its potential, relegating this great treasure to mere decorative status. This indeed represents a significant loss for your family." With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan shook his head, casting a melancholic glance at Lu Huabai and the Elder Guardians, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In response to his words, the expressions of Lu Huabai and the elders transformed dramatically, their eyes widening in astonishment as they exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the grand plaque hanging above. With its elegantly inscribed characters, Library Pavilion. The Library Pavilion had always been the family's most cherished establishment, safeguarded by countless formidable guardians. Yet in their vigilance, they had inadvertently obstructed many opportunities. Perhaps years ago, they would have had the chance to uncover the secrets of this plaque, but sadly, it was only today that they came to realize the extraordinary gift left by their ancestors. In a sudden movement, Lu Huabai appeared before the imposing plaque, his hand reaching out to remove it from the pavilion. Upon landing, he struck the ground where the black stone tablet had stood, shattering it into a cloud of dust. He then thrust the radiant plaque into the earth where the tablet had once been, only to discover that the ground beneath was composed of an exceptionally hard green stone. Once the surrounding dust was cleared, it revealed a meditation platform crafted from the same material. With a soft sigh, Lu Huabai glanced at Xiao Yan, who nodded in encouragement. He then sat down upon the green stone cushion, placing his palm upon the plaque, immersing himself in cultivation. Boom! Not long after Lu Huabai had fully engaged in his practice, a powerful and domineering wave of energy erupted from him, harnessing the plaque's power to break through his limits. Remarkably, his strength surged from the 8th start Do Zone to the early stage of Do Zone. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with interest, though he remained still, patiently awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, the Elder Guardians, witnessing this transformation, gradually ceased their own cultivation, their gazes fixated on Lu Huabai, who was diligently utilizing the plaque to advance. As time passed, a quarter of an hour later, Lu Huabai finally emerged from his meditative state, his expression filled with exhilaration as he regarded the plaque. Turning to Xiao Yan, gratitude radiated from his face. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he rushed to Xiao Yan's side, expressing his heartfelt appreciation. "Thank you, Senior Xiao Yan, for assisting my Lu family in reclaiming this ancestral treasure. I, Lu Huabai, speak on behalf of my entire clan in expressing our deepest gratitude. I hope you will accept this token of appreciation should this plaque prove beneficial to you." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by his words, and the expressions of the Lu family's elder guardians shifted noticeably. While Xiao Yan understood Lu Huabai's intentions, the elders were perplexed. If the Lu family were to monopolize the ancestral plaque, their dominance over Qingyang City would be assured. However, sharing a portion of their ancestral legacy with an outsider could hinder their family's future for generations, a notion that the elders found unacceptable. Just as they prepared to voice their objections, a venerable voice resonated through the air. It belonged to the Grand Elder Lu Xinxing, who stepped forth from the bamboo grove, his fierce gaze directed at the Elder Guardians. With a disdainful snort, he ignored their presence and turned to Xiao Yan, smiling warmly. "My younger kin are but fools, unaware of your great kindness. Please forgive them. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on their behalf." Xiao Yan offered a gentle smile in response, turning to Lu Huabai. "If I were to lack such magnanimity, it would surely undermine the essence of my years of cultivation. Furthermore, it is only natural for any family to embrace such a precious inheritance when discovered. No one would wish for it to fall into the hands of the unworthy, thereby causing turmoil in the world. Thus, I can empathize with your family's sentiments. As for your generous hospitality, I shall graciously accept it." As he spoke, Xiao Yan, shedding his reservations, approached the plaque and seated himself before it. His palm gently rested upon its surface, and he directed his soul power towards the 3 grand characters inscribed on the plaque, Library of Books. Upon contact, a fierce and overwhelming force surged forth, instantly transporting Xiao Yan's soul into another realm. Here, mountains and forests soared majestically, an endless panorama of verdant peaks and lush woodlands lay before him, teeming with life. Snakes, insects, birds, and beasts abounded. Suddenly, a kind voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated in Xiao Yan's ear. Though soft, It caused the very fabric of the heavens and the earth to tremble, akin to the tolling of a colossal bell echoing through the cosmos, startling Xiao Yan and making his eyelids flutter involuntarily. "Are you not a member of the Lu family?" The middle-aged man's voice inquired. Xiao Yan, maintaining his composure, nodded in affirmation. At this moment, he dared not show any negligence, judging by the tone of the voice. The man's power was likely at least that of a 7-star half-emperor. Such strength warranted the utmost respect, and thus Xiao Yan displayed remarkable deference. The man spoke again, giving a slight hum, as the space before Xiao Yan subtly distorted. A figure appeared before him, a handsome middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair, adorned in azure robes, with an emblem of a sword piercing the sun etched upon his chest. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, suspecting this man belonged to some sect, perhaps having retreated with his family for certain reasons. The middle-aged man seemed to discern Xiao Yan's thoughts and nodded slightly. "It is I who permitted my descendants to allow you the use of this golden plaque, correct?" Xiao Yan did not deny it, nodding in agreement. The man continued, "In that case, the secrets contained within this golden plaque should be divulged to your kin, should they inquire." Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly, yet he nodded once more. If such a formidable being truly intended him harm, he would have acted long ago, rather than engage in such discourse. The man nodded again, then sighed deeply, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant as he stared into the distant horizon, as if reminiscing about the glorious past of his family, a past now faded, no longer belonging to them. The splendor of yesteryears had turned into mere history. Now, only a desolate Lu family remained, one that could only rise again through external aid. After a moment, the man's gaze regained its firmness, rekindled with a glimmer of hope as he turned his attention back to Xiao Yan. This sudden shift startled Xiao Yan, causing him to swallow hard, retreating a half-step with a nervous smile. The middle-aged man, however, bore a slight smile, his lips curving into a gentle arc. "Since you are deemed worthy of wielding this golden plaque, it signifies that you have rendered great service to my Lu family. I trust that our descendants shall follow your lead. Therefore, I must entrust my Lu family to you, hoping you can restore our former glory. We seek not to surpass our past, but merely to secure a place for the Lu family in this southwestern region. In return, I shall impart to you the entirety of my life's insights into the principles of the universe. What say you?" Xiao Yan's expression changed subtly, excitement bubbling within him. Yet he remained indecisive. While the prospect of gaining strength was alluring, he had his own matters to attend to. Prolonged stay in this southwestern region might significantly delay his quest for high emotion. Thus, he found himself torn between the choice to stay or leave. Remaining would bolster his power and understanding of the universe's laws, facilitating his future cultivation. However, his immediate goal would be significantly hindered. Moreover, the identity of the enigmatic flame demon Old Ghost remained shrouded in mystery. He could not disregard the potential threats that might arise. The middle-aged man seemed to sense Xiao Yan's apprehension, realizing that his request was perhaps overly ambitious. He blinked a few times, then spoke again. "If you have concerns, there is no need for undue contemplation. Should you be preoccupied, feel free to depart. All I ask is that you assist the Lu family in maintaining our foothold in this southwestern region, ensuring our survival. You need not remain with us at all times. My only request is that you lend us your strength in times of need to prevent our bloodline from extinguishing. That is all I, as a predecessor, ask of you." With a soft sigh, the middle-aged man infused his words with a hint of pleading. Xiao Yan, finally resolute, nodded, his gaze now imbued with determination. The middle-aged man, smiling with a hint of resignation, acknowledged this. Though he was powerful and had the allure of a legacy to entice Xiao Yan, he understood that it was not enough. Others might not perceive it, but he could see clearly that Xiao Yan's strength was nearly on par with his own, and crucially, Xiao Yan was still young. The man had spent over a century reaching his current level, while Xiao Yan's potential promise surpassing him was merely a matter of time, given sufficient opportunity. The middle-aged man hesitated, struggling to articulate his next words, but ultimately spoke out. "Young one, I have a humble request, which I hope you will consider." Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, but gestured for the man to continue. The middle-aged man, slightly embarrassed, continued, "I hope you can establish a thunder oath to ensure my trust in you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. A thunder oath? This was a terrifying commitment he had only recently learned about. To bind such a fearsome obligation upon himself was an unbearable thought. His brows knitted tightly, anger rising within him. He had already reached his limit in agreeing to assist the Lu family. But now this elder wished to impose the thunder oath upon him as well. The very idea was intolerable, and his displeasure was evident. Seeing this, The middle-aged man lowered his head, fully aware of the predicament he faced. Without this measure, he could not guarantee safety for the Lu family. Yet, imposing such a requirement might drive Xiao Yan away. It was a difficult situation, but one he felt compelled to pursue. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan managed to calm himself. The elder's reasoning held merit, so after a brief hesitation, he raised 3 fingers above his head, directing them towards the heavens. His voice imbued with a newfound resolve as he proclaimed, "I, Xiao Yan, in the name of the Flame Emperor, vow today that for as long as I draw breath, I shall exert every effort to safeguard the Lu family's peace. As long as I live, the Lu family shall endure." Meanwhile, beyond the golden plaque, the sky was engulfed in tumultuous thunderclouds. The true roar of thunder reverberated through the celestial expanse above Qingyang City as streaks of lightning struck the ground around Xiao Yan, scorching vast waves of earth into charred remnants. Lu Huabai and the other members of the Lu clan hastily retreated from the bamboo grove, not daring to linger until the storm clouds dissipated and light returned to the world. Only then did they cautiously approach the motionless Xiao Yan, their hearts seemingly filled with understanding, prompting them to refrain from further disturbance and instead usher away the onlookers. Within the confines of the golden plaque, a middle-aged man observed Xiao Yan as he established the thunder punishment oath, his expression one of relaxed acknowledgement. However, Xiao Yan turned to him, a peculiar glint in his eyes that stirred a hint of unease in the man's heart. Just as he was about to inquire, Xiao Yan preemptively spoke, "Senior, having now established the thunder punishment oath, is it not time for you to do the same?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Xiao Yan with confusion. "Might I ask what you mean, young friend?" Xiao Yan smiled faintly, a teasing glimmer dancing in his eyes. "It appears that you are truly unaware. In that case, allow me to elaborate. Senior, having prompted me to establish the thunder punishment oath, I have adhered to your wishes. Yet, if I were to depart without your own oath in place, I would be beholden to your Lu clan in all matters. Therefore, I propose that you should also establish a thunder punishment oath to bind your kin, ensuring that the oath is not misconstrued as a means of controlling me." As Xiao Yan's words settled, he narrowed his eyes, silently observing the middle-aged man, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he sighed deeply and ultimately nodded in agreement, mirroring Xiao Yan's actions by establishing a thunder punishment oath to govern his own clan. Outside, the Lu family members once again witnessed the resounding 9 heavens divine thunder. But this time they felt a binding force emanating from it, as though a part of themselves was restrained. Should they transgress that part, they would surely face divine retribution. Yet, aside from the clan leader and the elder, none comprehended the mysterious aspect that eluded even their understanding. The elder and clan leader, Lu Huabai, exchanged glances, each discerning a mix of resignation and relief in the other's eyes. Yet they spoke not a word, standing vigil and preventing anyone from approaching Xiao Yan. Within the golden plaque, Xiao Yan gazed with satisfaction at the middle-aged man as he established the thunder punishment oath, a smile gracing his lips as they exchanged knowing glances. The thoughts occupying their minds, however, remained inscrutable to all. After sharing a few light-hearted exchanges, Xiao Yan regarded the middle-aged man with a look of intrigue, and the man, seemingly understanding, sighed inwardly as he acknowledged that the pivotal moment had finally arrived. Chapter 29. Refining the Ancient Emperor's Legacy. The middle-aged man studied Xiao Yan, a complex expression crossing his features. With a resigned sigh, he nodded and addressed Xiao Yan. "In that case, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Let us commence. Allow me to introduce myself, as you seem to have no recollection of me. My name is Lu Feng, the Vice Master of Chuyang Sect, one of the 5 major sects in the southwestern region, known as the Wind Emperor for my unparalleled skill in the celestial step. Regrettably, my sect faced catastrophic tribulations 1,200 years ago, resulting in the tragic demise of countless disciples, and all that remains of the sect is my Lu family. It is indeed a significant loss on my part." As he spoke, Lu Feng appeared to reminisce over sorrowful memories, letting out a soft sigh before meeting Xiao Yan's gaze with a strained smile. "However, let us not dwell on the past. Instead, I shall fulfill my promise and impart the legacy to you." Upon hearing this, excitement gleamed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he gazed eagerly at Lu Feng. Noticing this, Lu Feng smiled faintly, his hands weaving intricate seals, summoning mysterious finger imprints that warped the space before him, sending ripples cascading outward. Xiao Yan's anticipation surged as he recognized the magnitude of this fortuitous opportunity. How could he not be exhilarated? Suddenly, as Lu Feng continued to craft the seals, he cautioned Xiao Yan, "I must inform you, as this is my first awakening in many years, and this legacy is now intertwined with my residual soul. Completely severing it may prove quite difficult, with a considerable risk of failure. Thus, you must prepare yourself mentally. Without pausing for Xiao Yan's response, Lu Feng focused intently on his seals. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn as he projected his soul energy outward, enveloping Lu Feng, for should there be failure, it would indeed be a significant loss, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. As time passed, the complexity of Lu Feng's seals increased, and the calm demeanor that once adorned his face turned grave. His corporeal form began to wane, becoming increasingly ethereal, while the spatial fluctuations around him intensified, emanating a terrifying aura that caused the very void to tremble. Minuscule fissures in space began to manifest, and Lu Feng's brow knitted tighter as he scrutinized the seals, his gaze heavy with concern. Xiao Yan felt a knot of anxiety. He had not anticipated that extracting a well-preserved legacy would prove so arduous. With a resigned smile, he shook his head to dispel further thoughts, settling into a cross-legged position to await Lu Feng's progress. After an hour had elapsed, Xiao Yan's eyelids, which had been gently closed, gradually opened. He swiftly moved to stand before Lu Feng, a radiant smile of relief illuminating his features as he gazed at the man with barely contained excitement. At that moment, Lu Feng appeared to be in a state of flux. His once rosy complexion had turned pale, resembling an elderly man on the brink of collapse. Yet, amidst his pallor was a smile of relief as he weakly addressed Xiao Yan. I have fulfilled my promise. At long last, we have succeeded. I hope this legacy proves beneficial to you. Xiao Yan understood the magnitude of Lu Feng's efforts, thus refraining from excessive words. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the fist-sized azure energy sphere suspended in the void before Lu Feng. From the very first moment he beheld it, Xiao Yan found himself profoundly captivated. His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he wished to draw that energy sphere into his very being. Regaining his focus, he swallowed hard, marveling at the extraordinary fortune that had befallen him upon entering this otherworldly realm. How could such a magnificent gift not incite exhilaration? Just moments ago, he had been anxious about obtaining the legacy of the Celestial Emperor, and now it lay before him, tantalizingly within reach. Such a surreal sensation was bound to stir excitement within Xiao Yan's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, a phantom hand, formed from the essence of soul energy, reached forth. A torrent of formidable soul power surged from its palm, enveloping an energy orb in an instant and drawing it into his grasp. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yan felt his heart racing violently, as if it were on the verge of bursting forth from his chest, a wave of uncontrollable exhilaration blossoming from the depths of his being. Lu Feng, witnessing the spectacle, could not suppress a chuckle, and the pallor of his face seemed to regain a hint of color with that smile. Casting a glance at the fervent expression on Xiao Yan's face, he offered a faint smile and shook his head. His already ethereal form gradually faded, ultimately vanishing from this realm. Xiao Yan gazed upward at the spot where Lu Feng had disappeared, then turned his attention back to the energy orb in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he settled into a meditative posture in the void, commencing the process of refinement. Seated in the void, Xiao Yan took a moment to steady his tumultuous emotions, drawing in his breath and allowing his spirit to relax completely. Once he felt his body and soul attuned to their optimal state, he flipped his palm and swallowed the energy orb whole. As the sound of his swallowing echoed, his form, manifested from soul energy, erupted with a brilliant azure light, which radiated and obscured the heavens. The vast world conjured within the golden plaque shattered in an instant, leaving behind only a small patch of forest, while the rest dissolved into a sea of emptiness. Within Xiao Yan, a tremendous power surged forth. Although his body was but a manifestation of soul energy, he could distinctly feel himself expanding, the soul power swiftly retracting and fleeing from the confines of the golden plaque. Boom! Just as Xiao Yan's soul energy returned to his body, an overwhelming wave of fighting spirit erupted from him, forcing Lu Huabai and the eldest elder of the Lu family to retreat hastily from the bamboo grove outside the library. Simultaneously, the tremendous wave of fighting spirit unleashed from Xiao Yan transformed into a colossal gust, sweeping through the bamboo grove and turning it into a wasteland in the blink of an eye. Dust billowed, obscuring the view for those nearby, and the ferocious gusts prevented them from entering. Thus, despite their rising anxiety, they could only remain outside, quietly waiting, while also dissuading other clan members from approaching to witness the spectacle. The onlookers, left with no choice, suppressed their curiosity and maintained a distant watch. The atmosphere outside was tumultuous, and Xiao Yan was no exception. Waves of relentless and domineering energy erupted from him, causing his complexion to turn grave in an instant. At this moment, a fist-sized azure energy orb floated languidly within his energy vortex, exuding waves of heart-pounding energy. The fierce and overwhelming force battered against Xiao Yan's meridians, causing them to swell like a balloon nearing its breaking point. His expression contorted with pain. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the excruciating sensations coursing through him. With a sudden motion, he waved his hand, unleashing a protective energy shield that enveloped him securely. Despite the agony, Xiao Yan managed to brace himself and focused inward, his expression turning solemn. His body was in disarray from the energy orb's assault. Had it not been for the protective flames, he would have sustained severe injuries by now. Realizing the peril, Xiao Yan quickly channeled his fighting spirit to envelop the orb's power, applying constant pressure. Yet, the force within the energy orb was formidable, repeatedly breaking through Xiao Yan's defenses and inflicting considerable damage, amplifying his suffering. Fortunately, after enduring several violent impacts from the orb, he finally managed to encase it entirely in his fighting spirit, surrounding the fist-sized energy orb with layers of fiery energy. The inner flames surged forth, enveloping the orb and commencing the refinement process. The ethereal flames raged against the energy orb, which retaliated fiercely, attempting to repel the flames' refining onslaught. Xiao Yan was taken aback by the orb's resistance. It withstood the refining flames for an extended period, rendering Xiao Yan's efforts seemingly futile. Yet ethereal flames, as divine elements of the universe, could not be matched by mere human-made energies. Gradually, the orb, initially the size of a fist, diminished to that of a quail egg, while the terrifying energy radiating from it was fully refined by Xiao Yan's flames, becoming a part of his strength. Xiao Yan's hostility intensified, and he believed it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. The ancient spirit had informed him earlier that his current strength was roughly at the pinnacle of a 1.5-star emperor level, just a single opportunity away from a genuine breakthrough. It was indeed a case of everything being in place, waiting only for the right moment. Now that moment had arrived, and the ancient legacy would aid Xiao Yan in transcending his limits. Once the time was right, his breakthrough would be as natural as flowing water, something no one could alter, not even Xiao Yan himself. Yet, how could he hinder his own advancement? Thus, all that remained was for Xiao Yan to await his breakthrough. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and half a month had already passed. The onlookers had grown increasingly impatient, including Lu Huabai, the head of the Lu family, and the eldest elder, who wore worried expressions. Together, they paced to the edge of the bamboo grove, now deemed a forbidden zone by the Lu family, where only a select few, like the family head, were permitted to enter. Standing outside, they gazed at the ruins of the once lush bamboo grove, spotting a white light still flickering at its center, the figure of Xiao Yan, whom they had awaited for half a month. With a sigh, they shook their heads and turned back, reassured by the life energy emanating from Xiao Yan that he was indeed alive. However, they could only hope he would finish refining the legacy. Not long after they departed, Xiao Yan's modest form before the library shook violently, a surge of overwhelming energy sweeping across the entirety of Qingyang City. An unparalleled and fierce aura erupted from him, shooting skyward, reaching for the heavens. With a resounding roar that echoed through the skies, Xiao Yan unleashed a cry that was both regal and thunderous, akin to a dragon-esque roar or a wild beast-esque howl. Yet was extraordinary enough to astound the world. The roar reverberated across thousands of miles, causing the magical beasts in the vicinity to cower in submission, voicing their low growls of acquiescence, leaving onlookers bewildered. Even the beasts deep within the ancient forest slowly opened their tightly shut eyes, revealing expressions of deep concern. Xiao Yan trembled as the sound of cracking joints filled the air, stretching his limbs. With a hearty laugh, he soared from the ruins, meeting Lu Huabai and the others who had come in response to the commotion. Chapter 30. The Shock of Another World. Haha! Congratulations, Senior Xiao Yan, on your significant breakthrough. Lu Huabai and the eldest elder, Lu Xinqing, greeted, their voices filled with joy as they clasped their fists in salute. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle, casually responding a few times before departing from the chaotic ruins. Within the Lu family's council hall, Xiao Yan and Lu Huabai occupied the seats of honor. With a smile gracing his face, Xiao Yan nonchalantly regarded the ever-watchful Lu Huabai, ultimately breaking the silence with a question. Might I inquire what matters the Lu family head wishes to discuss with me? Should there be anything of concern? There is no need for hesitation. Simply speak, for I trust the Lu family head would not utter anything unpleasant. Upon hearing these words, Lu Huabai's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression instantaneously became somewhat unnatural. After a moment of composure, thoughts racing through his mind, he eventually responded with a smile. Indeed, esteemed senior, you are correct. I have some queries I would like to ask for your elucidation. As he spoke, Lu Huabai's gaze flickered away from Xiao Yan, while Xiao Yan remained indifferent to Lu Huabai's inquiries. He was well aware that since Lu Feng, inscribed on the golden plaque, had gone to great lengths to compel him to swear the heavenly thunder oath, the Lu family would undoubtedly be informed of it. After all, the oath was designed to bind Xiao Yan, but he had ultimately uncovered its nature. Otherwise, he would now be but a puppet of the Lu family. Moreover, due to the 2 instances of the 9 heavens divine thunder, Lu Huabai sought to ascertain the precise circumstances surrounding Xiao Yan within the golden plaque. This revelation left Xiao Yan somewhat displeased. However, despite his discontent, he had already secured the inheritance and felt he had lost nothing. Thus, he became less concerned about Lu Huabai's questions. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly under Lu Huabai's anxious gaze, maintaining his composure. Indeed, your ancestors' aims have largely been fulfilled. Before Lu Huabai could fully revel in the news, he was rendered speechless, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes wide with astonishment, creating a rather comical appearance. Xiao Yan chuckled, prompting Lu Huabai to regain his senses. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Lu Huabai's brow, and he instinctively shifted in his seat, his lips twitching into a smile that resembled more of a grimace as he asked, "May I inquire what you mean by that?" "Esteemed senior?" Xiao Yan's smile turned frosty as he cast a piercing gaze upon Lu Huabai, causing the latter's complexion to change abruptly and his body to tremble. Hastily, he rose to his feet, clasping his hands in apology. "I beg your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion, esteemed senior. I merely failed to comprehend your meaning at that moment. I hope you can be lenient. It is wise that you understand. Some matters, once spoken, can lead to dire consequences." As these words left Xiao Yan's lips, the teacup he held shattered into a fine powder, scattering into the air. This caused Lu Huabai's complexion to shift once more, his already bent form bowing even lower, obscuring his view of Xiao Yan's expression. Whether this was a deliberate attempt to avoid Xiao Yan's gaze remained uncertain. Regrettably, in a moment he bent down to evade Xiao Yan's eyes, he missed the mocking expression that adorned Xiao Yan's face. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan prepared to continue. But Lu Huabai, noticing this, hastily retrieved an intact teacup and carefully brewed a steaming cup of tea for Xiao Yan. "In light of the legacy left by your ancestor, I shall spare your life today. However, I must say, your ancestor was indeed a remarkable figure. Alas, his methods were rather harsh. This heavenly thunder oath I have sworn is likely the first time in my life I have been deceived. As for you, a descendant of the Lu family, Lu Feng has undoubtedly shared his plans with you. I advise you to abandon any hopes. My promise to safeguard your family during times of peril is already the utmost concession. Therefore, I suggest you refrain from causing trouble in my absence. Otherwise, even bound by the heavenly thunder oath, I shall still eradicate your Lu family." Lu Huabai's complexion shifted, yet it was notably improved compared to before. His eyes darted around as he clasped his hands toward Xiao Yan, finally managing to compose himself enough to respond. "I understand, esteemed senior. Your willingness to go this far is already a tremendous concession to my Lu family. I shall certainly endeavor to keep my kin in check, ensuring they do not provoke unnecessary conflict. Should anyone dare to defy this, they will not be spared." Lu Huabai's words were resolute and uncompromising, conveying a sense of determination that Xiao Yan acknowledged with a nod. He then sipped a few cups of tea before rising and leisurely making his way towards the hall's exit, prompting Lu Huabai to hastily follow. After a moment, Lu Huabai furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the ruins beneath his feet before looking up at Xiao Yan, asking, "May I inquire where esteemed senior intends to go?" Xiao Yan smiled faintly, but offered no reply, instead gliding towards the entrance of the library pavilion. Lu Huabai raised an eyebrow, recalling Xiao Yan's request from half a month prior, shaking his head in exasperation. The powerful always seemed to fixate on certain matters. It was merely a library of a small family. Regardless of its former glory, what significance did it hold now? Hastening to catch up, Lu Huabai reached the entrance of the library pavilion, which no longer bore the plaques symbolizing the family's sacred ground. It appeared to be an ordinary loft. Standing before the entrance, Lu Huabai formed a series of intricate hand seals. A succession of mysterious seals struck the wooden door of the library. radiating ripples akin to water waves. Xiao Yan stood quietly behind Lu Huabai, observing the lone pavilion standing amidst the ruins. Glancing once more at the golden plaque resting upon the blue stone. With a soft sigh, he extended his hand. A dull thud resonated as a thumb-sized emerald flame flickered to life upon his fingertip. Though it was but a small flame, its emergence seemed to evoke a reluctant roar from the heavens. With a thought, Xiao Yan infused his soul power, allowing the small emerald flame to spread across the entire bamboo forest ruins, gradually sinking into the ground under his control. At that moment, Lu Huabai finally managed to open the library's door. Xiao Yan regarded Lu Huabai, whose brow glistened with beads of sweat, and smiled gently before stepping into the library pavilion. Lu Huabai cast one last glance at the ruins before his expression dimmed slightly. With a sigh, he turned and followed Xiao Yan inside. Within the library pavilion, rows of storage racks stood orderly, each adorned with ancient-looking tomes of combat techniques and methodologies. Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon a shelf nestled deep within, long neglected, where the words literary classics were inscribed in bold characters. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. While such matters might merely serve as a fleeting spectacle for lesser clans, they were precisely what he required. With measured strides, he approached the storage rack. His fair hands deftly sifted through the ancient tomes, each layered with a fine film of dust. At last, his gaze fell upon a somewhat tattered, archaic book nestled in the corner. Eagerly, Xiao Yan opened the tome, revealing illustrations and descriptions of various herbs, each with distinct properties. With a flick of his wrist, a verdant herb emerged from the intermediate spatial ring he had acquired from Lu Huabai. It had slender, elongated stems and leaves, measuring barely a foot in length, with a hint of soil clinging to its roots, reminiscent of a vine. As he searched through the book for the herb's likeness, Lu Huabai, noticing Xiao Yan's apparent discovery, instinctively moved closer, only to be warded off by a barrier of dou qi, which Xiao Yan conjured with a wave of his sleeve, keeping him at a distance of 3 zhang. Unable to discern the situation beyond the shimmering barrier, Lu Huabai could only wait patiently. Purple vine tendril, the primary ingredient for the 9th grade pill, the purple void celestial spirit pill. It takes a century for the seedling to sprout, a millennium to mature, and 5 millennia to truly ripen. During the seedling phase, it can invoke a heavenly tribulation once, harnessing the accumulated energy of heaven and earth over a millennium to refine its medicinal potency. Should it withstand the tribulation, the purple vine tendril will fully mature, transforming into the fully developed purple vine spirit tendril, gaining sentience and walking among mortals, potentially reaching the rank of a dou shang. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue in amazement, astonished that such a mere herb could lead to the rank of dou shang post-tribulation. Alas, my own cultivation seems to have been squandered, he mused. Evil soul demon fruit, an essential herb for the 9th grade emperor pill, a 1st grade herb that absorbs the corrupt souls of myriad beings. It requires a century of intake from malevolent spirits or a millennium from the souls of dou zong experts to yield a mystical fruit. The fruit grows on the ink blood demon tree after a millennium, taking a full 10,000 years to bear 10 fruits, of which only 9 are usable. The 10th must flow away. Should one attempt to use the 10th fruit, they are doomed to perish. Its prior users have mysteriously met untimely ends before consumption. As a result, those who encounter the evil soul demon fruit often discard it, for none can predict the calamity it might bring. After hours of astonishment, Xiao Yan was left in a state of wonderment, having encountered several herbs long extinct in the Douqi continent, alongside exotic plants of legendary repute. The afternoon slipped by in a haze of repeated revelations, and only as darkness fell did Xiao Yan return to the Lu family quarters, his expression one of profound shock, accompanied by perplexed Lu Huabai. Regrettably, Lu Huabai remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, merely blinking and choosing to disengage. The powerful are indeed enigmatic, he pondered, unaware of the bamboo grove that had sprouted from the ruins surrounding them. It was not until the following morning that Lu Huabai recalled the previous night's events, astonished by the implications of such strength. Indeed, the powerful are the architects of all creation, and with strength, what are the natural elements but trifles? Lu Huabai sighed, recognizing the frailty of the Lu clan. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yan continued to stay with the Lu family, much to Lu Huabai's delight. After all, with Xiao Yan's presence, who would dare to cause trouble in Qingyang City? Time passed swiftly, and 10 days had elapsed since Xiao Yan's arrival in this foreign realm. One day, while immersed in his training, he was jolted awake by Lu Huabai's cheerful voice. "Senior, tomorrow marks the annual grand auction of Qingyang City. Might you be interested in attending?" Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow at the suggestion, contemplating briefly before a smile graced his lips. He nodded at Lu Huabai and returned to his practice without further comment. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and dawn broke on the following day. As the sun crested the horizon, the city of Qingyang erupted into a cacophony of life. Streets teemed with throngs of people, and even the gates of the city were besieged by waves of eager attendees converging towards the heart of Qingyang City. A keen observer would discern that, despite the apparent chaos, all were drawn towards a singular destination, the bustling thoroughfare at the city's core, home to the Tianyan Auction House. Overseen by the formidable Tianyan Merchant Guild, the largest commercial entity in the entire southwestern region. Such was the guild's might that even the four major powers of the southwest dared not provoke them lightly. Their wealth was unfathomable, surpassing the accumulated fortunes of any of the four powers over the years. Had the Tianyan Merchant Guild sought to claim supremacy over the southwest, the four leading factions would likely have become mere footnotes in history. It is no wonder that even a modest auction hosted by them could draw such vast attention. Within the Lu residence, Xiao Yan, seated upon his bed, vanished in an instant, reappearing before the wooden door of his chamber. He opened it to find Lu Huabai poised to knock, his hand halted mid-motion. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, but upon seeing Xiao Yan standing before him, he quickly composed himself. "Ah, senior, you are already awake. Splendid. Allow me to escort you to our annual auction. Perhaps you may find something to your liking. Your presence would greatly honor the Tianyan Merchant Guild, which would indeed benefit my Lu family." "Very well," Xiao Yan replied. "I had promised to attend. So let us see if the Tianyan Merchant Guild truly wields such influence." Lu Huabai wished to articulate further remarks, yet was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Yan, who stepped forward decisively and strode out, heading towards the exterior of Lu Manor. Observing this, Lu Huabai hastily followed suit, accompanying Xiao Yan while elucidating some of the formidable background of the Tianyan Merchant Guild. However, due to the remote location of Qingyang City, Lu Huabai possessed scant knowledge about the guild, only aware that it had established itself in the southwestern region 2 centuries prior. Despite its relatively brief existence, it had experienced rapid growth and developed profound roots, rivaling even some of the venerable factions. This revelation caused Xiao Yan's brow to arch slightly, prompting him to silently commit this information to memory. Such a powerful entity could not be overlooked. After all, even a figure as formidable as Lu Feng had succumbed to the combined might of several established powers. The very fact that the Tianyan Merchant Guild had thrived for 200 years without faltering indicated its exceptional strength, thus warranting Xiao Yan's attention. As they conversed, the duo arrived at the entrance of Lu Manor, where the family as elder and others had been waiting eagerly for the arrival of Xiao Yan and Lu Huabai. Outside stood a lavishly adorned carriage, drawn by a red-brown, 6-tier magical beast known as the Liang steed. Such beasts were rare in the wild, as most were tamed by humans for transportation purposes. Due to their relatively weak attack power, they struggled to survive in the wild. Thus, any Liang steed with sentience would seek a worthy master in human society for survival. The steed before Xiao Yan had been acquired by Lu Huabai when it was in the early stages of the 6th tier, and it remained fiercely loyal to him, with Lu Huabai treating it with utmost care. Were it not for the presence of significant figures, Lu Huabai would never have summoned it. Yet at this moment, the once proud Liang steed, accustomed to being pampered by Lu Huabai, now trembled as if confronted by a primordial beast, startling Lu Huabai. It was well known that this steed had once glared at a Dozong expert years prior, so its current display of fear before Xiao Yan was perplexing. Realization dawned upon Lu Huabai, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. If Xiao Yan possessed such strength, then Lu Manor truly had the potential to ascend among the multitude of powers in the southwestern region. Xiao Yan glanced at the quivering Liang steed before him, raising an eyebrow, and turned to Lu Huabai with a resigned expression, stating, "It seems I cannot take this carriage." Lu Huabai was taken aback by this comment, about to respond, but saw that Xiao Yan had already turned to walk towards the auction house, leaving him with a somewhat slender silhouette and the still trembling Liang steed. Moments later, Xiao Yan and Lu Huabai, accompanied by a host of Lu family members, arrived at the entrance of the auction house. The throngs of people did not disappoint for this grand auction, with waves of eager attendees continuously surging towards the doors. Despite the presence of several burly men attempting to maintain order, the chaos remained palpable at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Huabai and his entourage, the crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically. For the people of Qingyang City had been astounded by Lu Manor's recent triumph over the Wu family. Rumors had circulated that Lu Manor had received assistance from a powerful entity, decisively overwhelming the Wu family and annihilating them without mercy. Yet, no one had laid eyes on this formidable figure, for in the heat of such a life-and-death struggle, who would dare show themselves? To do so would risk being mistaken for an opportunist and losing their life. A mere spectacle was not worth such a sacrifice. And the people of Qingyang City were not so foolish. Now, witnessing the Lu family mobilizing for an auction, the onlookers were filled with curiosity, and murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Some even took note of Xiao Yan, who stood alongside the head of the Lu family and the family elder. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed through the air, commanding attention. Silence. Step aside. You are obstructing the path of the Lu family head and elder. Those who do not wish to perish, clear the way. Xiao Yan turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to a burly middle-aged man. His face adorned with excess flesh and a prominent scar, resembling a wild bear. Within Xiao Yan's perception, this man's strength was notably formidable, possessing the power of a 9-star dozong. At that moment, the man cast a fierce gaze at the nearby bystanders, emitting a cold snort, which compelled the crowd into silence. He then turned his attention to Lu Huabai and his companions, his scarred visage appearing exceedingly menacing. While the Lu family members maintained their composure, Xiao Yan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The man's terrifying grin was truly unrivaled. With such an intimidating smile, even an opponent of equal strength might find themselves unnerved. Xiao Yan's expression did not go unnoticed by the burly man, who seemed poised to unleash his fury, only to be preempted by Lu Huabai. Stepping forward confidently, Lu Huabai clasped his hands and laughed heartily. Ha ha, Brother Xiaoman, it has truly been a while. Ha ha, The man known as Xiaoman furrowed his brow, causing the scar on his face to contort grotesquely. He regarded Lu Huabai with evident annoyance, but then noticed the deep furrows on Lu Huabai's brow and his subtly swaying head. His pupils narrowed slightly, realizing Lu Huabai would not jest without reason, and that the young man beside him was likely extraordinary. Xiaoman seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes widening as he gazed at Lu Huabai, who offered a slight nod. In an instant, Xiaoman understood, and a terrifying smile spread across his face as he looked toward Lu Huabai and his companions, particularly beaming at Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan merely forced a smile in return, suppressing his discomfort. Unfazed, Xiaoman approached with hearty laughter, engaging Lu Huabai in light-hearted conversation before turning his attention to Xiao Yan. Bowing slightly and laughing, "You must be the esteemed individual who assisted Lu Manor in its resounding defeat of the Wu family, elevating them to the foremost family in Qingyang City. Am I correct?" Xiao Yan smiled faintly, glancing sideways at Lu Huabai, who forced an awkward smile in return. Finally, Xiao Yan addressed Xiaoman, saying, "Indeed, I was entrusted to aid Lu Manor in securing its place in this southwestern territory." Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically, their expressions transforming in astonishment. Even the members of the Lu family exhibited signs of gravity, for despite Xiao Yan being an elder figure, such blatant audacity seemed to disregard the other powers in the southwestern region entirely. Only Lu Huabai remained unfazed by the expressions of the gathered family members, maintaining a composed demeanor as he gazed at Xiao Yan. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoman also raised an eyebrow. To claim a foothold in this southwestern region may sound simple, yet the reality is fraught with peril. Uttering such declarations without solid backing could very well seal one's fate. However, the audacity of the individual before him to make such grandiose assertions, especially in the presence of the Tianyin Commerce Association, suggested that he was no ordinary person. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Xiaoman clasped his hands and let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Predecessor, your spirit is indeed commendable. Surely, with your guidance, the Lu family will not only secure a place in this southwestern region, but perhaps even rise to become a top-tier power. Congratulations to the head of the Lu family. It appears I shall require your esteemed assistance in the future." As he spoke, Xiaoman turned to Lu Huabai with an exaggerated grin, prompting a frown from Lu Huabai, who was about to respond, only to be preempted by Xiao Yan. With a subtle smile and without turning around, Xiao Yan replied, "To become a top-tier power in the southwestern region, that will depend on the Lu family's fortune, so long as the Lu family endures. The rest is for you to manage. Should anyone seek to extinguish the Lu family, I would not mind letting them experience the taste of annihilation." As Xiao Yan's words echoed, a cold glint shot from his eyes, tearing through the space before Xiaoman, vanishing into the void. Xiaoman's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan, exclaiming, "Yes." With your formidable prowess, who would dare to offend the Liu family? Rest assured, I shall reside in Xinjiang City and collaborate with the head of the Liu family to build it together. Should anyone dare to provoke the Liu family, I, Xiao Yan, will be the first to take action. In making his point, Xiao Yan slapped Liu Huabai's shoulder with vigor, causing Liu Huabai to inwardly curse. Yet he forced a smile through the pain, understanding that Xiao Yan was merely preparing for his departure. After all, once Xiao Yan left, the Liu family strength would suffer significantly. Even with the golden plaque, sustaining the family in the short term would be a challenge. Thus, having someone step forward to assist the Liu family now would undoubtedly mitigate future troubles, benefiting the family's development. Therefore, despite the discomfort, it was a small price to pay for the future of the clan. The gathering continued at the entrance of the auction house for quite some time until a thunderous bell tolled in their ears. Xiao Yan then realized they had come to attend the auction, yet had lingered outside due to Xiao Yan's presence. His realization brought a hint of embarrassment, and scratching his head, he laughed heartily, ha ha ha. I've been so engrossed in conversation with Senior Xiao that I completely forgot about the auction. My sincere apologies, everyone. Ha ha ha. Let's proceed. After today's auction concludes, I will treat Senior Xiao and all of you to a meal to make amends for my oversight. Ha ha ha. Senior Xiao, please. With that, Xiao Yan ushered Xiao Yan and the Liu family into the auction house. Upon entering, the gathering was met with an abrupt darkness, as the entire interior of the auction house was shrouded in black. Through Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, he discerned that the walls and floors were constructed of inkstone, and, judging by the visible patterns, it appeared that the entire auction house was forged from a single massive block of inkstone. Remarkable, Xiao Yan mused. To construct an auction venue from an entire block of inkstone, the financial prowess of the Tianyan Commerce Association is indeed formidable. Following Xiao Yan's lead, they navigated through the dark corridors until they arrived at a stone door of the same obsidian hue. Xiao Yan approached the door, placed his palm against it, and channeled his energy into his hand, causing the door to creak open with a resounding boom, revealing a spacious private room. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Yan stepped aside to allow Xiao Yan to enter first, followed by Liu Huabai and the others. Once inside, Liu Huabai admired the walls emanating a gentle glow, the smooth and polished floor, and rows of exceedingly comfortable seats, exclaiming, wow. The treatment here is worlds apart. Every time I come, I'm relegated to a mediocre room. Yet here you are, senior, having made no special requests, and everything is already prepared. Xiao Yan, it seems you've been planning to curry favor with Senior Xiao all along. Xiao Yan grinned broadly, his face a canvas of joviality, while Xiao Yan took a seat without a hint of surprise. The others followed suit, but Xiao Yan remained standing, moving to the glowing wall before them. His energy surging once again. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow as the previously glowing wall transformed into a crystalline transparency, ripples spreading across its surface, granting it an otherworldly appearance. Moments later, a crystalline screen materialized before them, revealing a vast auction stage filled to capacity, the din of chatter creating a cacophony. The clear tolling of a bell gradually filled the auction space, and as the sound resonated, the clamor began to subside, countless eyes now fixated on the crystalline podium, brimming with anticipation. Only then did Xiao Yan turn around to take a seat beside Xiao Yan, joining the others in gazing at the auctioneer atop the podium. Greetings, esteemed guests. I trust your patience has been tested. Therefore, I shall refrain from superfluous pleasantries. The elegantly dressed, silver-haired elder addressed the throng, his voice booming as he surveyed the sea of eager faces, particularly those from other cities seated in the front rows. As an experienced auctioneer, he knew precisely what the audience wished to see and what they did not. Thus, he dispensed with the customary opening remarks that could induce tedium, eliciting a chorus of applause from the crowd, even prompting nods of approval from the dignitaries in the front. This annual auction, hosted by the Tianyan Auction House here in Xinjiang City, promises not to disappoint. As his words concluded, the elder clapped his hands once more, proclaiming, I hereby declare the Tianyan auction in Xinjiang City officially open. With his declaration, the massive crystal podium erupted in blinding light, which gradually faded after a prolonged moment. At this moment, upon the crystal platform, a long sword of deep emerald hue, tinged with a hint of azure, lay before the white-haired elder at the auction podium. Under the illumination of the lights, it radiated a chillingly exquisite luster, and the energy traces shimmering along its blade evidently indicated that this sword possessed formidable power, likely crafted by a master artisan. The audience below was momentarily captivated, and the elder's satisfaction was palpable as a smile of contentment creased his weathered face. his shadowed eyes narrowing into slits. Gazing down at the crowd, the elder began to introduce the weapon. This sword is known as the Azure Water Orchid Blade. Forged from azure gold, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. It possesses the remarkable ability to vanish upon entering water, rendering it invisible and intangible, making it exceedingly suitable for water attribute cultivators. When paired with advanced water attribute combat techniques, its power will multiply exponentially. It is indeed a rare divine weapon. If any of you are interested, do not hesitate to part with your gold. Wealth is merely a measure of strength. With power, riches become as inconsequential as dirt. As he spoke, the elder grasped the azure water orchid blade, causing a ripple reminiscent of water waves to emanate from its blade. With a gesture of his other hand, he summoned the moisture from the air, coalescing it into a soccer ball-sized sphere of water, which he then waved over the sword, enveloping it entirely. In an instant, the azure water orchid blade vanished from sight. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd, their fervent gazes fixed upon the elder standing on the crystal platform. Aware of their intrigue, he smiled slightly and proclaimed, "The starting bid is 500,000 gold coins. Esteemed guests, let us proceed." "Azure gold is indeed commendable," murmured Xiao Yan, eyeing the sword, yet it failed to pique his interest. At his level of prowess, weapons had become less significant. He was accustomed to wielding the formidable Xuanzhong staff, a weapon that exerted pressure through sheer force. After all, this was merely the beginning of the auction. The truly exceptional items would undoubtedly appear later. Naturally, Xiao Yan's discerning eye rendered these items unworthy of his attention. But that did not apply to others. The sword had already become an invaluable treasure in the eyes of many water attribute cultivators present. Thus, as the elder's words faded, a flurry of bids erupted throughout the auction hall. 15 million. I shall claim the Azure Water Orchid Blade. The bidding escalated with fervor, igniting the atmosphere of the auction. After several minutes of intense competition, the sword was finally secured by a slightly gaunt man in green attire, his face alight with excitement as he paid the exorbitant sum of 15 million. Xiao Yan shook his head in disapproval. To part with over $1 million for a mere sword seemed foolish. Surely, investing in cultivation resources would yield far greater benefits. The first round of bidding was swift and brief, as the sword was not universally applicable to all cultivators, resulting in a limited number of bidders. As several more rounds of fierce competition unfolded, the auction progressed to its mid-stage, and attention shifted to those seated in the front rows. The next item to be auctioned drew the entire audience's gaze, a pill of remarkable caliber, a 7th grade initial breaking sect pill, which could enhance a Do Huang Pinnacle expert as chances of breaking through to Do Zone by 50%. This revelation ignited palpable excitement among the crowd, particularly those whose powers had plateaued at Do Huang, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they fixated on the elixir within the jade vial. Even the Lu clan members, who had been quietly seated in the high-end box, were wide-eyed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the elder's announcement of the starting bid. Xiao Yan, however, merely scoffed, shaking his head, while Lu Huabai offered an awkward smile, resigned to the fact that the Lu clan's strongest members were merely dozone. At that moment, Xiong Man cast a serious glance at the breaking sect pill before bowing to Xiao Yan and exiting the box. Under the elder's direction, the new round of bidding finally commenced. The starting bid for the breaking sect pill is 500,000 gold coins, the elder proclaimed, his tone measured. Upon hearing this, aside from a few seated in the front rows and a handful of others, the auction hall fell into an immediate hush. Yet, the elder maintained his cheerful demeanor, observing the crowd in silence. After Xiong Man had dispatched a few cultivators attempting to seize the pill by force, it became clear to all that the remaining competition lay solely with the prominent factions. Soon enough, the bidding commenced. 20 million. The first bid came from a man in white seated in the front row, the son of a city lord from a nearby town, named Mo Bei. Known for his arrogance, he had previously seized a shipment belonging to the Lu clan without consequence due to his father's influence. Following Montauk Bai, numerous voices rose to place bids, and the price of the 7th grade breaking sect pill soared to 70 million, with Mo Bei as the highest bidder. Lu Huabai attempted to bid several times, and it was only upon his utterance that the crowd realized there were still bidders within the long quiet high-end box. However, upon recognizing Lu Huabai's voice, Mo Bei merely smirked, his previously furrowed brow now tinged with scorn. Ultimately, Montauk Bai's bid prevailed, and Lu Huabai was forced to withdraw in light of the exorbitant price. His expression darkened. He took a deep breath, as if resolving to take a stand. Lu Huabai then rose once more, casting his gaze beyond the screen, and boldly declared 100 spirit coins. Mo Bei's pupils constricted in surprise, and he fell silent, begrudgingly returning to his seat. Chapter 33. The auction continues. Upon Lu Huabai's proclamation, the auction hall fell into a stunned silence. Even the members of the Lu clan behind him were momentarily shocked, while Xiao Yan regarded the scene with curiosity. After a prolonged pause, the elder regained his composure, striking the auction podium with his wooden hammer, and announced, Lu Huabai, head of the Lu clan, bids 100 spirit coins. Is there a higher bid? The crowd erupted from their stupor, the previously quiet auction hall transforming into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Behind Lu Huabai, the Lu clan elders rose one by one, casting furious glances at him. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Yan, none dared to voice their wrath, opting instead to glare at Lu Huabai with indignation. Lu Huabai remained composed, his gaze steady upon the breaking sect pill, awaiting the elder's final word. Moments latte. The elder cast a jovial glance at the assembled cultivators, his hammer descending decisively as he proclaimed, Lu Huabai, head of the Lu clan, bids 100 spirit coins, and secures one 7th-grade breaking sect pill. Congratulations to Lu Huabai for acquiring this extraordinary elixir. As the wooden hammer descended, a muffled thud resonated through the air, marking the conclusion of the auction. The voice of the white-haired elder echoed in the ears of Lu Huabai and the others. Lu Huabai sat expressionless in his seat, while the other elders of the Lu family, with the exception of the eldest elder, Lu Xinqing, bore downcast expressions, letting out a collective sigh as they collapsed into their seats. When the white-haired elder retrieved another auction item from the crystal stage, the attention of those in the private room shifted back to the screen. The elder presented a cloak, eloquently extolling its remarkable qualities. Xiao Yan cast a fleeting glance before turning his attention to Lu Huabai, who, feeling the gaze directed at him, did not dare to be negligent and respectfully inquired, Might I ask if the esteemed senior has any questions, or do you perhaps have an interest in this cloak? If so, I shall procure it for you immediately. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the cloak, while Xiao Yan merely smirked, prompting Lu Huabai to redirect his attention. Observing the puzzled look on Lu Huabai's face, Xiao Yan chuckled and queried, Pray tell, what is that spirit coin you used to bid for the broken sect pill? Enlighten me. Lu Huabai raised an eyebrow and knitted his brow, regarding Xiao Yan with an expression akin to one witnessing an alien. Esteemed senior, you do not know what a spirit coin is? At this, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly, and his countenance altered, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he replied, I have mostly been secluded in the deep mountains for my cultivation. While I have ventured out occasionally, I must admit this spirit coin is a new concept to me. Please, enlighten me about its purpose. Perhaps I shall acquire millions of them in the future for my amusement. Lu Huabai's lips twitched at the thought. Esteemed senior, even with your prowess at the Dosheng level, do you truly regard spirit coins with such levity? Medial, the combined horde of my Lu family over the centuries, alongside the remnants of the Wu family you previously annihilated, amounts to merely 20 or 30,000 at most. To speak of millions is akin to robbery, for it is unlikely anyone could amass such a sum. However, Lu Huabai refrained from voicing these thoughts, fully aware of Xiao Yan's previous warnings. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, for a flick of Xiao Yan's wrist could spell his doom. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Lu Huabai carefully articulated, Spirit coins serve as the true universal currency in the realm. Unlike gold coins, spirit coins are forged from the earth's essence accumulated over the ages within the earth veins. One spirit coin is equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. Yet no one would willingly exchange spirit coins for gold, as gold is merely mundane wealth, of little value to true powerhouses. He continued, spirit stones, on the other hand, are energy crystals brimming with pure celestial energy, facilitating rapid cultivation for practitioners, making them a prime resource. Furthermore, spirit stones can serve as energy sources for various formations, sustaining their operation. Naturally, spirit stones are classified into low, mid, and high grades, with each grade differing in the quantity and purity of celestial energy contained within. There are also exceedingly rare top-grade spirit stones that practitioners can directly absorb and refine to enhance their strength. However, the scarcity of such stones rivals that of long-extinct medicinal herbs, making them exceptionally hard to find. Should someone stumble upon one, they must hastily absorb it, for if a powerful individual learns of its existence, it could indeed lead to their demise. The age-old adage rings true, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasures brings peril. Hence, the top-grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare, Their appearance invariably incites turmoil and bloodshed. As Xiao Yan absorbed this information, he gradually comprehended the significance of spirit coins, realizing they were incomparably superior to gold coins. It became clear why Lu Huabai's expenditure of 100 spirit coins had incited such fury among the elders of the Lu family. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to observe the fervent atmosphere of the auction. At that moment, the white-haired elder was smiling broadly, surveying the eager crowd below, occasionally glancing toward the high-end private room where Xiao Yan and his companions sat. After an extended pause, he finally extended his palm, revealing a jade box nestled within, inciting furrowed brows among the audience, as it seemed to contain medicinal materials, items of interest primarily to alchemists, with little appeal to the rest. Unfazed by the change in expressions below, the elder lifted the lid of the jade box, unveiling a crimson fruit resting within. Instantly, the auction hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement, as nearly everyone, save for Xiao Yan, fixed their fervent gazes upon the ruby-hued fruit. Xiao Yan, however, merely glanced at the fruit before losing interest and dozing off in his chair, leaving Lu Huabai and the others in an awkward silence. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder beamed with satisfaction as he surveyed the crowd below. After a lengthy pause, he cheerfully announced, I believe you are all familiar with this red fruit. Are you not? Indeed, this is the famed Qi Huizhugua. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in a frenzy. The Qi Huizhugua held immense allure for them, particularly for those at the Do Huang and Do Zone levels. This fruit, born in the depths of volcanoes, absorbs the fiery energy from within, transforming it into pure, celestial energy stored within the fruit itself. When consumed by a Do Huang or Do Zone powerhouse during a breakthrough, it can facilitate a direct advancement in strength, and with a stroke of luck, the volatile energy within may induce further breakthroughs, rendering it a treasure in the hearts of these powerful practitioners. The crowd remained rapt, their eyes glued to the jade box and its precious contents. The elder, sporting a satisfied grin, surveyed the eager gazes before announcing, "This Qi Huizhugua, aged 400 years, is available for purchase solely with spirit coins, with a starting bid of 10 spirit coins." Without hesitation, voices erupted from the crowd, calling out bids. 20 spirit coins. Oof. How dare you offer such a paltry sum? I bid 50 spirit coins. 100 spirit coins. The fervent bidding roused Xiao Yan from his slumber, his slightly bleary eyes fluttering open. He raised an eyebrow at the heated competition displayed on the screen, a smile gracing his lips before he once again closed his eyes, drifting back into a peaceful slumber. The auction persisted for what felt like an eternity, lasting over 10 minutes, until finally, the Qi Huizhugua was claimed by Mo Bei for the staggering sum of 3,000 spirit coins. Even Lu Huabai was left defeated, reluctantly returning to his seat. With the fruit now in Mo Bei's possession, the white-haired elder cast a beaming gaze over the crowd, preparing to speak once more. It is presumed that today, everyone has acquired what they desired. Of course, if you haven't obtained it yet, fret not, for as you are all aware, the forthcoming moments shall be your respective times for exchange. As long as no one resorts to violence, the Tianyan auction house shall remain uninvolved. Now, I shall leave the floor to you all. Henceforth, I declare the Tianyan auction this year officially commenced. Halt! The singular utterance reverberated throughout the venue, causing a collective stir as all eyes turned towards the source. A towering figure, a burly man with a face marred by a scar resembling a writhing worm, strode confidently towards the center of the crystal platform. It was he who had called for the halt. The elderly figure bowed respectfully towards the burly man, addressing him with deference, "President." The man nodded in acknowledgement, stepping into the spotlight, and turned to address the audience below. Today's auction will feature a few additional items on behalf of the senior. I trust there are no objections? Rest assured, the items I will present are beyond your usual reach. Today, the senior is in good spirits and wishes to broaden your horizons. Are you all willing? Oh, by the way, items such as the Crimson Fire Fruit are mere trifles compared to what the senior has to offer. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd upon hearing this proclamation. Among them, Mo Bei, seated in the front row, stood up eagerly, his face flushed with excitement as he inquired, "Haha, if that is the case, may I ask when the auction will commence?" "Ha ha ha, well said. I hereby announce that the auction shall proceed as planned. Remember, the subsequent items shall only be available for bidding with spirit coins." Another round of murmurs rippled through the audience. Chapter 34. The awe of authority. With a chuckle, the burly man's features contorted into a grin, his scarred visage eliciting involuntary twitches from the onlookers. Yet, the allure of treasures before them overshadowed their discomfort, compelling them to suppress their revulsion and continue observing. The burly man grinned broadly at the crowd, revealing a jade vial in his massive palm, its size contrasting sharply with his hand. The audience frowned slightly, for it was evident that ordinary pills no longer piqued their interest. With a cold smirk, the burly man uncorked the vial and poured out a pill the size of a longan. The moment it emerged, an overwhelmingly rich fragrance filled the auction house, causing all present to change their expressions instantaneously. Their gazes, once indifferent, were now consumed by greed and an insatiable desire for possession. Mo Bei, seated in the front, stood up, his excitement palpable as he called out to the burly man, "President, how shall we bid for this pill?" The burly man chuckled, his eyes sweeping over the fervent crowd before finally nodding slightly towards the high-end box where Xiao Yan was seated. This gesture caused Mo Bei, who had been watching intently, to narrow his eyes. Following the burly man's gaze, he furrowed his brow slightly. Was it he that the box of Lu Hua Bai in the Lu clan? Could it be that the senior he mentioned was present there? This realization caused Mo Bei's previously calm demeanor to shift, pondering whether Lu Hua Bai was merely attempting to deceive him or if there was some ulterior motive behind the burly man's assistance. As Mo Bei wrestled with his thoughts, the burly man erupted into a booming laugh that echoed throughout the auction house, his piercing gaze scanning the room. He then proclaimed, "All right, since young Master Mo has spoken, I shall not prolong this. Let me introduce this extraordinary pill. First and foremost, this pill is an 8th grade elixir." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the auction house. Even Mo Bei, who had been deep in thought, lifted his head in shock, eyes wide as he regarded the burly man. An 8th grade elixir. The attendees' eyes gleamed with intensity as they fixated on the burly man. The sound of swallowed saliva resonated throughout the room. With a mocking smile, the burly man regarded the crowd as if they were fools. After a brief pause, he continued, "This pill, classified as 8th grade, is named the Purity Spirit Pill. It allows cultivators to engage in cultivation continuously over a year, even without deliberate effort. The cultivation method will operate automatically, aiding in the enhancement of strength. And if utilized in conjunction with a specific technique, the results will be expedited beyond the norm." The revelation ignited a fervor within the auction house, as some individuals rose from their seats, eager to snatch the pill as others had done before. However, the specter of death loomed over them. Those who had acted hastily before bore dire consequences, and in this critical moment, their own fear saved them. Observing the burly man, the few who had stood in eagerness reluctantly resumed their seats, their eyes betraying their uncontainable greed. The burly man snorted derisively, casting a scornful glance at those who had retreated. However, the mere sight of his rugged exterior instilled terror, causing involuntary shivers among them, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. With a thunderous clap upon the auction table, the burly man commanded the attention of all present, nodding with satisfaction. He declared, "8th grade elixir, the Purity Spirit Pill, starting bid, 200 spirit coins." At this announcement, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, but Mo Bei wasted no time. Rising to shout, "I bid 500 spirit coins." Seated beside him, members from various factions swiftly followed suit, their voices clamoring in succession. 800 spirit coins. 900 spirit coins. I bid 1,200 spirit coins. Whoever dares to compete with me, I shall have them dealt with immediately. At this, the burly man offered a cold snort, glaring at the outburst. "Humph. You, sir, have gone too far." Startled, the individual paled, hastily muttering an apology before retreating to his seat, disgruntled. The bidding continued. 1,700 spirit coins. 2,000 spirit coins. 2,100 spirit coins. 2,500 spirit coins. 3,000 spirit coins. Mo Bei's eyes burned with intensity as he shouted, 3,000. The auction house fell into a hushed silence. Everyone exchanging glances, resigned. It appeared that the 8th grade Purity Spirit Pill was destined to be Mo Bei's. The burly man, donning a terrifying grin, grasped the wooden gavel, ready to strike, when suddenly a resonant voice of a robust middle-aged man echoed throughout the hall. "I bid 5,000 spirit coins." In an instant, all gazes turned towards the high-end box, for that voice had emanated from within. Even the ferocious Xiong man gazed in bewilderment at the opulent VIP box, while Mo Bei, whose originally crimson eyes were gradually regaining clarity, wore a peculiar expression as he regarded the elevated chamber. Mo Bei blinked a few times, a frown creasing his brow. Could it be that this formidable figure did not recognize Lu Hua Bai? Was Lu Hua Bai attempting to curry favor, hence the extravagant expenditure? After a moment's hesitation, Mo Bei ultimately refrained from pursuing the matter. While offering a high price was not particularly challenging, the crux of the issue lay in his own limitations. His abilities were merely a reflection of his father, the city lord, and he could not act on his father's behalf. Ultimately, Liu Huabai secured the 8th-tier cleansing elixir for 5,000 spear coins. Though the expenditure stung somewhat, he was confident that, if utilized properly, this 8th-tier pill could facilitate a breakthrough to the Dozun level within 2 years. Contemplating the power of the Dozun, Liu Huabai felt reassured. After all, once one attained sufficient prowess, what could not be obtained? In this world, strength dictated everything. With might, one could acquire anything. Moreover, as the items were auctioned by the Yintian chamber, the spirit coins would inevitably find their way into familiar hands. Thus, he considered it a means to align himself with the esteemed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, with eyes barely open, cast a glance at the resolute Liu Huabai before closing them once more, slipping back into slumber. Xiong Man surveyed the throng of spectators in the auction hall, then clapped his hands against the auction stage, producing a resounding echo that captured the attention of all present. A satisfied grin spread across Xiong Man's face as he declared in a booming voice, extending his hand forward to reveal a silver scroll, announcing the second auction item. An advanced Earth-tier martial art, the Thunder Dragon's roar technique. Following this, Xiong Man waved his other hand, producing yet another silver scroll, which he unfurled with a flourish. Suddenly, a Thunder Dragon soared forth from the scroll, ascending into the sky and unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars as the air vibrated with electric energy. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively recoiled, scattering in every direction. Mo Bei, however, attempted to ascend the stage, only to see Xiong Man hurl the scroll into the air, unleashing a palm of energy, coalesced from fighting spirit that surged towards him. Mo Bei's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly pivoted in mid-air, propelling himself off the edge of the crystal platform. The colossal energy palm gradually faded into nothingness. Although the energy vanished, Xiong Man's voice, laced with fury, reverberated through the hall. Young Master Mo, do you wish to disrupt the order of my auction house and seize items in my domain? I must inform you, this is not your Bei Mo city. Upon hearing this, Mo Bei's countenance paled. He realized Xiong Man was genuinely enraged. He hastily halted his retreat, bowing in apology. I am well aware of the auction house's rules. I merely found the power of the technique so overwhelming that my curiosity got the better of me, and I inadvertently almost caused a grave mistake. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, President Xiong. Xiong Man glared at Mo Bei, about to retort when a chilling, bone-piercing snort cut through the air. The moment the sound echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the auction hall. No one dared to breathe, trembling as though they were enveloped in an eternal frost. Xiong Man, feeling the weight of that icy disdain, momentarily froze before hurriedly bowing towards the VIP box where Xiao Yan resided. This junior has failed his duties, allowing someone to tarnish the items entrusted to the esteemed senior. I beg for your pardon. Should the senior be displeased, I shall eliminate the one who disrespected your divine artifact. As he spoke, he prepared to strike at Mo Bei, but the voice's owner interjected once more. Enough. I will let you off this time, granting you young ones an opportunity. Should there be a next time, do not expect me to intervene. I will handle it myself. Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere in the auction hall turned frigid, and both Xiong Man and Mo Bei nodded in agreement, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence, judging by the formidable presence conveyed through that voice. Mo Bei surmised that the individual possessed at least the strength of a 5-star Dozun. Though Bei Mo City had its own Dozun experts, they could not afford to provoke someone of such caliber. Realizing the potential consequences, he chose to yield. After this minor disturbance, the auction continued, albeit with an eerie atmosphere where no one dared to speak out of turn, adhering strictly to the established rules. In the elevated box, Liu Huabai cast a glance at the slumbering Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with unshakable gratitude. A faint smile graced his lips as he whispered, "Thank you, Senior Xiao Yan." Liu Huabai's gaze sharpened momentarily before he smiled again, remaining silent as he observed the ongoing auction. Following the recent events, the attendees were particularly attentive to the auction proceedings. Though the senior's admonition had been stern, the items for sale were undeniably exceptional, allowing the crowd to maintain their composure. Adhering to the rules fosters order. The esteemed senior merely sought compliance from them. As long as they bid appropriately and refrained from inappropriate actions, the senior would not overly concern himself with them, as an auction should be conducted. With the interlude concluded, Xiao Yan resumed the auction, his hearty laughter echoing throughout the hall. With his face alight with mirth, he proclaimed, "Very well. That was merely a minor incident. And I trust you all understand, there's no need to dwell on it. Now allow me to introduce the next martial art." As he held the unopened scroll aloft for all to see, he continued, "This is an advanced Earth-tier martial art, the Thunder Dragon's Roar Technique, a lightning attribute technique. Mastering this art enables one to summon the power of heavenly thunder, transforming it into a thunder dragon that resides within. This thunder dragon can summon heavenly lightning to assist practitioners in combat, wielding immense power and serving as a formidable trump card." With that, Xiao Yan withdrew his hand, extending the now open scroll forward as he elaborated, "This is a combat technique that complements the Thunder Dragon's Roar Technique, also an advanced Earth-tier combat skill, known as the Thunder Dragon's Shattering Strike." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such a potent martial art was remarkable in its own right, and the addition of a combat technique would undoubtedly amplify its power to extraordinary levels. Ignoring the awestruck expressions of the audience, Xiao Yan continued, "The Thunder Dragon's Shattering Strike comprises 5 forms. The first form, Thunder's Manifestation, harnessing the heavenly thunder power cultivated through the Thunder Dragon's Roar Technique. It summons the might of the heavens to unleash a devastating blow, shaking the very fabric of the sky. The second form, Divine Judgment from the Heavens. Building upon the first form, it invokes heavenly thunder to assail adversaries with tremendous force. The third technique, Serpents of Thunder. By transforming one's own fighting spirit into myriad arcs of lightning, one gathers the energies of heaven and earth, ultimately manifesting thousands of lightning serpents that fill the sky. The practitioner can detonate these serpents in an instant, unleashing an immense force over a vast area, rendering enemies unable to evade. The fourth technique, the dragon battles the heavens. Infusing all internal fighting spirit into the power of celestial thunder, it evolves into a tempestuous thunder dragon that delivers a fatal strike to foes. Its might sufficient to obliterate mountains and rivers. The fifth technique, the thunder dragon breaks the sky, similar to the fourth technique, yet requiring the practitioner to master the thunder dragon roar technique to perfection, transforming the internal celestial thunder into the ultimate grand purple thunder. Merging with the crafted thunder dragon to unleash the most powerful blow, the thunder dragon breaks the sky, with a force capable of shattering all existence. It reverberates through the heavens and shakes the earth. As these words were spoken, a chorus of swallowed breaths filled the air. Even those who did not practice thunder-based techniques gazed at Xiao Yan with fervent admiration, their eyes betraying insatiable greed and desire. Some even regretted their own elemental affinities, lamenting the missed opportunity to learn such a remarkable technique. Truly, it was fate playing tricks. Xiao Yan, a hulking figure, surveyed the crowd below and slammed his palm forcefully onto the auction stage. With each resounding strike, the sturdy platform splintered under his might. After the echoes subsided, all eyes turned to Xiao Yan, who stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as he proclaimed, "The Thunder Dragon Roar Technique. Both the martial art and the fighting technique, starting bid, 1,000 spirit coins. Each increment must not be less than 100 spirit coins. Now, let the bidding commence." At this declaration, the previously eager bidders fell silent, their expressions turning blank, then despondent as they slumped back into their seats. Only those in the front row, after a moment's hesitation, exchanged glances full of intrigue and began to place their bids. 1,500 spirit coins. 3,000 spirit coins. I bid 4,000 spirit coins. Such an extraordinary item, and yet you all hesitate to bid. Montakbai. Am willing to offer 10,000 spirit coins for this esteemed technique. Surely, none among you can present a better offer? With narrowed eyes, Mo Bei turned to the representatives of the front row factions, speaking slowly. The onlookers from those factions stiffened, their brows furrowing as they pondered, ultimately sighing in defeat. Xiao Yan's expression darkened slightly as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, everyone felt a jolt of energy, a wave of reverence washing over their faces as Xiao Yan cast a cold smile at Mo Bei, remaining silent. In that moment, Mo Bei felt as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, and his jaw clenched tightly. Icy dread coursing through him. With great difficulty, Mo Bei swallowed hard, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and after a prolonged silence, he rasped, "Esteemed predecessor, I acknowledge my error. I am willing to part with all my spirit coins. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my life this time." Xiao Yan, Though his eyelids fluttered slightly, did not open them. With a cold, calculating gaze, he replied, "Humph. Considering your status as a junior from a lesser realm, you may leave." With a thud, the sound of flesh colliding echoed as Mo Bei's slightly gaunt figure was forcefully propelled back, crashing against a pillar in the auction hall. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turned ashen, yet he struggled to maintain his composure, half kneeling on the floor, trembling as he respectfully said, "Thank you, esteemed predecessor. For your mercy, I shall abide by the rules." With assistance, Mo Bei laboriously returned to his seat, looking pale, but with eyes still ablaze with fervor for the technique. Those around him from various factions observed the spectacle with glee, and the bidding continued unabated. Xiao Yan, casting a derisive glance at Mo Bei, addressed the assembly, especially those from the front rows. "Since young Master Mo has made his bid, does anyone else wish to continue? If not, this advanced Earth-tier fighting technique will belong to young Master Mo." The crowd regarded Mo Bei with scornful looks before returning to their seats, quietly watching the unfolding drama. Xiao Yan surveyed the audience once more, his gaze landing on Mo Bei as he grinned. "Young Master Mo, this technique is now yours. Remember your words. Esteemed predecessors are not easily deceived." At this proclamation, Mo Bei's previously pale face flushed crimson, and with a sudden gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. His eyes glared venomously at Xiao Yan, low growls emanating from his throat, yet he remained seated, breathing heavily with rage and humiliation. In a fit of indignation, Mo Bei relinquished all the spirit coins from his spatial ring. Xiao Yan, unfazed by the look of malice, smiled as he beheld the pile of spirit coins before him. After a moment, under the fervent gaze of the crowd, he announced a staggering figure, 28,000 spirit coins. "Huh, young Master Mo is truly extravagant. Such a bold offer has not been seen in our auction house for many years." Gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the hall, for this was indeed the hallmark of the affluent. Yet, it was a pity that in the end, it merely served to benefit others. Amidst the astonishment, a hint of mockery lingered, yet the auction pressed on. Xiao Yan waved his massive hand again, presenting another item for auction, igniting a fervent atmosphere once more. However, since the incident with Mo Bei, no bid had fallen below 10,000, as none dared to offer less. Whenever the final price did not exceed this threshold, a cold snort would echo through the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present, although they hesitated to part with their wealth. What could be more valuable than life itself? Money must be spent with life. Within the opulent box in the hall, Lu Huabai and the Lu family members exchanged glances, their eyes glued to the auction, swallowing hard, faces etched with envy that was impossible to conceal. Eventually, they grew numb to the spectacle. Truly, the mighty were never short of riches. Alchemists, lacking strength and capability, merely paled in comparison. As time flowed, the day passed amid fervent bidding. As evening approached, the final item was finally auctioned off for a staggering 40,000 spirit coins to a short, portly merchant. At this moment, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief, surveying the room before nodding slightly and proclaiming with a booming voice, "The auction held today was exceptionally intense, marking the most significant event in the history of the Tianyan auction house in the southwestern region. This remarkable occasion is entirely attributable to the esteemed elder who has graciously afforded us such an opportunity. I, Xiao Yan, representing the Tianyan auction house of Qingyang City, extend my heartfelt gratitude to the elder." With that, Xiao Yan bowed deeply towards the luxurious box where Xiao Yan sat and subsequently rose to his feet, continuing, "Thus, I hereby announce the conclusion of this session of the Tianyan auction house auction." A thunderous applause erupted from the audience below, followed by the dispersal of the crowd, leaving the venue empty. Xiao Yan returned to Lu Manor with a broad smile, and once inside his chamber, he eagerly counted his gains from the day. With a probe of his soul power, a grin spread across Xiao Yan's face as he discovered that he had amassed a total of 280,000 spirit coins. This revelation thrilled him immensely. However, he quickly composed himself, tidied up a bit, and lay down on his bed, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 36. An apology from all kneeling. Within the discussion hall of Lu Manor, Lu Huabai occupied the main seat, with the elder Lu Xinxing seated beside him. Below, the family elders were present, and the atmosphere within the hall felt exceedingly peculiar. Almost everyone, except for the elder Lu Xinxing, wore expressions of awkwardness as they cast uneasy glances at the head of the family, Lu Huabai. Lu Huabai glared furiously at the elders below. Exchanging a glance with the elder Lu Xinxing, both recognizing the dissatisfaction reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment, Lu Huabai's eyes flared with intensity as he fixed his piercing gaze upon the elders below, rebuking, "Why the silence, HM? Now you deem that Elder Xiao Yan is beneficial to our Lu family, and wish for me to approach him with kind words? What do you take me, the clan leader, for? And what do you consider Elder Xiao Yan? You truly have some audacity." The elders of the Lu family shifted uncomfortably at his words, their expressions changing slightly as they furrowed their brows. One elder stood up, fixing his gaze on Lu Huabai as he spoke. "Clan leader, your words seem rather misplaced. You are the head of our Lu family, yet your tone resembles that of the elder." The elder let out a cold laugh and continued with a sneer, "Surely, you aren't intimidated by his terrifying strength, or perhaps you are captivated by the elixirs he possesses. Huh, a coward bound by the heavenly tribulation. And you wish for our esteemed Lu family to exhaust our resources to woo him? That would be too generous on his part. Once you meet him, simply mentioning our ancestors should suffice, HM. Then he shall." Before the elder could finish, he suddenly noticed the drastic change in the expressions of Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing upon hearing his words, their faces darkening with fury. Lu Huabai's countenance turned grim as he shouted, "Silence! You seek death." Both men simultaneously stomped their feet on the ground, charging towards him with ferocious intent, their internal fighting spirit surging forth. Each delivered a powerful blow aimed at the elder. The elder's face paled in an instant, and he attempted to retreat. But he was no match for the two 8-star dozongs. The path to escape was already sealed, and now he found himself with nowhere to flee, having to brace himself against their onslaught. A resounding crash echoed within the hall as their bodies collided. It was only then that the other attendees reacted, turning to witness the elder who had spoken earlier being propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the exquisitely crafted wooden doors of the hall and smashing into the outer wall, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The other elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of gravitas as they sprang to their feet, retreating a step to form a united front against Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing. One elder shouted in anger, "Lu Huabai, Lu Xinxing, are you two attempting to betray our Lu family?" In response, Lu Huabai merely snorted coldly, turning to face the encircling elders. Elder Lu Xinxing furrowed his brow, sighed lightly, and addressed the elders with resignation. "You ought to see clearly. Lu Kai brought this upon himself. Had it not been for me and the clan leader incapacitating him, he would have long since been reduced to nothingness." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions collectively shifted. One elder, after a moment of hesitation, could not help but question Lu Xinxing. "Elder, what do you mean by this? Did not the clan leader state that once Xiao Yan emerged from the Jinming plaque, he would become the most loyal member of our Lu family? Are you implying that he still possesses the capability to slay members of our Lu family?" This statement caused the elders' faces to change once more. If that were the case, then their previous disdainful attitudes toward Xiao Yan and their private disrespect would surely seal their fates. Several elders, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, began to exhibit concern. Some of the more timid elders trembled, overwhelmed with fear. Noticing this, the elder was about to respond to the one who had questioned him. But Lu Huabai let out a heavy snort beside him and admonished, "Leave." The elder is undoubtedly aware of the matters here. Yet since he has not taken action, it means he has granted you a chance. Those who do not wish to meet their demise should go and kneel in front of Elder Xiao Yan's courtyard, awaiting his forgiveness. Otherwise, even if our ancestors were to return, they would not save you. Upon hearing this, the elder's expressions shifted once more. Having held high positions for so long, the idea of kneeling before another was a bitter pill to swallow. "Oomph. If you refuse to go, then await your demise." Lu Huabai glared at the elders, giving his sleeve a dismissive wave as he exited the hall, with the elder following suit, sighing and shaking his head without uttering another word. The remaining elders exchanged glances, and eventually, a slightly stout elder, with a mournful expression, was the first to rush out. Shortly thereafter, the hall was emptied of elders. "Clan leader, do you think they will come harm?" As they walked along the paths of the manor, the elder glanced at Lu Huabai with a hint of concern in his voice. In response, Lu Huabai shook his head, sighed deeply, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky. The elder paused to observe him, and after a moment of silence, Lu Huabai finally spoke. "It all rests in the hands of fate. They have indeed been too presumptuous. In a world governed by the strong, what can a mere family accomplish? Let them see for themselves. I can only hope that the elder shows mercy. However, if they persist in their ignorance, then let it be." As he spoke, Lu Huabai's head, which had been raised, lowered once more, and his eyes glistened with a hint of red. The elder sighed softly, choosing not to speak further. As the two of them continued along the path, gradually fading from view. Outside Xiao Yan's chamber in Lu Manor, the once empty courtyard was now filled with numerous kneeling figures, including several Lu family youths who had come upon learning of these events. Upon witnessing the elders of his household, who typically held themselves in high esteem, now kneeling before Xiao Yan's door with expressions of contrition, the younger members of the Lu family could not help but furrow their brows in bewilderment. Their frowns mirrored those of the elders, who, in addition to feeling the shame of their own misdeeds, found themselves humiliated to be prostrate in front of a gathering of younger relatives. Their countenances were etched with distress, and they longed to find a crevice in the earth to disappear into. Eventually, after an indeterminate wait, a thunderous reprimand resonated from beyond the great door, scattering the onlookers. "Begone! Humph! Do you think the elders require your presence while they attend to their duties? Return to your training at once. I decree that none of you shall leave your quarters for the next 10 days. With the crowd dispersed, the elders finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief, though the gravity of their impending challenges cast a shadow over their spirits. In the courtyard, a multitude of figures remained kneeling, while inside the chamber, an eerie silence prevailed. Atop the bed, a young man clad in white sat in meditation. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut, and with each breath, strands of white energy emanated from his nostrils, causing the curtains by the bed to billow gently. Within him, the fighting spirit circulated continuously, weaving through the intricate pathways of the burning art, ultimately returning to the space within the vortex. As Xiao Yan's technique flowed, the energies of the heavens and earth coalesced into fine threads, entering his body through the heavenly spirit point and pores, vanishing within. The modeled energies guided by Xiao Yan coursed through his meridians, gradually refined by the exotic flames into pure energy, which he absorbed into the vortex. Time sped by, and before long, an hour had passed, during which the peculiarities surrounding Xiao Yan finally subsided. Exhaling deeply, he slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his hand, an ancient scroll appeared, which he unfurled. The moment the scroll opened, 5 gleaming silver characters caught his eye, 9 transformations of the body technique. Upon recognizing the title, Xiao Yan's spirit energy surged forth, completely merging with the scroll, oblivious to the events transpiring outside in the courtyard. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed deeply within his soul, causing him to frown slightly. He then concentrated his soul energy, releasing a cold snort. Following this, his soul energy materialized, manifesting in a vast, ethereal expanse. The space appeared boundless, and not far from him, Xiao Yan noticed a peculiar curvature that seemed discordant, yet harmoniously integrated within the fabric of this realm. It was an irregular arc, devoid of any discernible pattern, resembling a fold in the very essence of the space, yet it seemed to stretch infinitely. This sight deepened Xiao Yan's seriousness. He concentrated his soul energy to probe the vast curvature. Following its lines, he extended his energy, but ultimately had to withdraw in frustration. His expression was grave as he surveyed the endless white expanse, his thoughts swirling, and after a time of contemplation, he could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it! What sort of combat technique is this? Yuan Qing never explained how to cultivate it. In such an immense space, how am I to discover the method of practice? With a furrowed brow and a hint of impatience marring his features, Xiao Yan muttered under his breath. Yet, just as he was on the verge of a frustrated outburst, a flicker of realization illuminated his eyes, altering his demeanor as he surveyed the entirety of the space anew. Calming his mind, he closed his eyes slightly and allowed his soul energy to permeate the expanse. After a moment, his eyes snapped open, a smile breaking across his face. He gazed upward at the continuing void, but appeared to have discerned something profound, letting out a joyous laugh. Ah, how foolish of me! No wonder I could not fathom the cultivation method for the 9 transformations of the body technique. My perspective was too limited. This seemingly void space is precisely the method I sought. He mused, a low sigh escaping him. With a sudden surge, his human-sized form rapidly expanded, reaching hundreds of feet in height within mere breaths. Yet, Xiao Yan continued to grow, and his expression indicated that he had not yet reached his limit. Moments latte. His ever-enlarging form gradually ceased its expansion. Observing the surroundings, he smiled faintly, his lips curving into a subtle arc. In the boundless white space, 10 figures stood apart, 9 of which mirrored each other identically, each appearing dazed, their gazes vacant, arms slack at their sides, resembling a line of puppets. A delighted smile crossed Xiao Yan's face at this sight. These 9 figures represented the initial stage of the 9 transformations of the body technique. If he could successfully cultivate these 9 avatars, he would truly embark on the path of mastering this technique. Regrettably, despite possessing 2 forms of avatar techniques, he could only wield one, and the challenge posed by the 9 transformations of the body technique seemed formidable. Yuan Qing had immersed himself in this technique for years, yet had only achieved minor success. Thus, Xiao Yan realized that to cultivate the 9 transformations to mastery would require considerable time and effort. Moreover, ever since the incident with the flame demon, he had felt an intuitive sense that the road ahead would not be smooth. Relying solely on the 3,000 thunder movements would likely prove insufficient. I must prioritize strengthening my power. He sighed, his expression clouded with worry. Yet, as his gaze shifted, it became resolute. It appears I must hasten to the northern region to seek out Elder Hai. Only then can I acquire the strength necessary for self-preservation. With that, he directed his attention back to the 9 transformations of the body technique, diving into his cultivation. Days passed unnoticed, and thus 5 days elapsed since Xiao Yan had entered seclusion, during which the elders outside the courtyard had dutifully maintained their kneeling position. Despite the duration of their penance, the elders dared not voice a single complaint, for their prolonged kneeling signified that Xiao Yan's punishment was merely disciplinary and did not portend their demise. Thus, how could they possibly fail to seize the opportunity? After all, living a miserable life is better than facing death. Survival is the ultimate truth. Therefore, as long as Xiao Yan does not slay them, they shall kneel, for they have already been seen by their entire clan, rendering the situation somewhat indifferent. Creak. The elders swiftly adopted a kneeling posture, their bodies bent low, with over 10 pairs of eyes intently fixated on the slowly opening wooden door. As Xiao Yan stepped outside, he exhaled deeply but was instantly taken aback, blinking several times, his brows arching high, his mouth slightly agape, and his eyes wide open as he beheld the assembly of Liu family elders kneeling in the courtyard. After a prolonged moment, amidst the elders' astonished gazes, he raised his hand to assist them in standing. The elders, taking the cue, rose respectfully, slightly nodding their heads and averting their gazes from Xiao Yan's, fearful of making direct eye contact. Noticing this, Xiao Yan frowned slightly, his eyes darting about, and after a few breaths, it seemed he understood something. His gaze softened, yet a hint of mockery lingered deep within. Xiao Yan spoke softly. "You may all leave now. I require time for external training. Depart at once." Upon hearing this, the elders' faces flashed with relief as they bowed and retreated from the small courtyard. However, a few of the weaker ones struggled to walk, having endured 5 days of kneeling without daring to use their Do Qi. Despite being Do Huang experts, they found it quite taxing to move. Xiao Yan frowned slightly at this sight, flicking his sleeve, sending forth several beams of light. The elders' expressions shifted dramatically, and just as they intended to retreat with all their might, their pupils suddenly constricted, freezing in place. They opened their hands to reveal a jade vial lying in their palms, and upon seeing this, their faces instantly brightened with joy. Their gazes toward Xiao Yan filled with reverence. In unison, they exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for the precious elixir. We are eternally grateful." Xiao Yan acknowledged them with a hum, refraining from further words. Once they had all departed, he closed the door and vanished within the confines of Qingyang City. A few days later, in the ancient forest outside Qingyang City, Bang, an apparition, seemingly a remnant of a shadow, yet more substantial than mere phantoms, gradually dissipated into the air, transforming into nothingness. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, which coalesced into droplets that fell from his brow, leaving shallow imprints upon the ground. Gasping slightly, he deftly altered the hand seals, causing waves of spatial fluctuations to radiate outward, forming ripples akin to water. Xiao Yan's expression was grave, his soul energy intensely concentrated, his focus unwavering as his hand seals changed rapidly. Suddenly, he unleashed a thunderous shout, "Consolidate!" His entire soul energy surged before him, coalescing into a faint human-shaped silhouette. As his hand seals abruptly halted, he bellowed once more, "Transform!" Separate. Bang! The silhouette fractured once again, returning to the void. Xiao Yan's brow knitted deeply. The most challenging aspect of the 9 transformations technique was the initial stage of consolidating the 9 avatars. Initially, he believed that his foundation in the 3,000 thunder illusions would make this first step relatively easy. However, He soon realized that the first step of the 9 transformations technique was exponentially more difficult than the 3,000 thunder illusions. The foundational aspect of the 3,000 thunder illusions involved consolidating a soul illusion using powerful soul energy, allowing it to exist within this realm. With practice and control, it could eventually be solidified and strengthened, leading to mastery. In contrast, the 9 transformations technique required not only the consolidation of soul illusion, but also had a unique requirement. At the moment of forming the first soul illusion, it must simultaneously separate into 9 distinct avatars. Only then could one be considered to have officially commenced the training of the 9 transformations technique. A point that left Xiao Yan feeling rather helpless. Chapter 38. Consolidating the Avatar. Focus. Condense for me. Xiao Yan's expression was serious, his concentration at an all-time high, as beads of sweat trickled down his face. The hand seals he employed shifted repeatedly, his soul energy expanding and contracting, gradually forming a humanoid silhouette that mirrored his own appearance. Seizing the moment, he concentrated his mind, and the hand seals shifted rapidly. Bang! Unfortunately, the soul silhouette erupted into countless tiny specks of light, vanishing into the void. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly, but his expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of the previous impatience, as if he had anticipated the failure. Pausing briefly, he altered his hand seals once more, condensing his soul energy again, his expression impassive as he rapidly adjusted the seals. The failures continued, yet Xiao Yan's demeanor remained unchanged, his face a mask of tranquility as the silhouettes before him exploded time and again. In this repetitive and detached practice, Xiao Yan seemed to enter another realm, facing an individual who mirrored his every move. Both he and this doppelganger continually shifted their hand seals in perfect synchrony. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the hand seals they were employing were indeed the 9 transformations technique. As their hand seals transformed together, Xiao Yan found himself lagging slightly behind his counterpart. His fingers moved with incredible speed, waves of energy emanating from their contact, creating dazzling ripples before him. Remaining composed, Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed ahead. The doppelganger also looked directly at him, their eyes meeting. In that instant, the rhythmic pace of Xiao Yan's hand seals involuntarily quickened, and in mere moments, they synchronized, matching each other's tempo. At that instant, as the rhythm of Xiao Yan's hand seals aligned with that of his counterpart, the ever-calm Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. A glimmer flashed within his gaze as he widened his eyes, stepping forward with his right leg and swiftly altering his hand seal. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly, and he shouted, "Consolidate!" Upon uttering the command, the soul energy surrounding him rapidly dispersed, and the silhouette that had been before him vanished, replaced by a soul illusion formed from his soul energy. As the soul illusion took shape, Xiao Yan, resembling someone in a horse stance, suddenly stepped forward, flipping his hand seal and unleashing a powerful strike while bellowing, "Separate!" The soul illusion immediately fragmented, but unlike before, this time it did not dissipate into the void. Instead, it transformed into a misty cloud, then dispersed into 9 equally sized white misty orbs. Xiao Yan's mind moved, and 9 clouds of fog floated to Xiao Yan's body. Then, in Xiao Yan's eyes with some sigh, they condensed into 9 identical figures. The 9 figures are extremely unreal, and if you don't look closely, you might just ignore them. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and let out a long breath. Although the 9 paths incarnation is not very solid, at least I have completed the most difficult first step now. As long as I have completed this step, it is only a matter of time before I want to cultivate the 9 transformations incarnation technique to its peak. Xiao Yan's mind moved, and the 9 paths incarnation dissipated invisibly and returned to Xiao Yan's body. The reason why the previous incarnation made a sound when disappearing was completely due to the explosion phenomenon that Xiao Yan did not fully control. Compared to the current ease of control, it was purely accidental. Well, kid, it's not bad. You have a good opportunity to enter the ethereal realm at that time today. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's face instantly changed, but after a moment, he spoke with a slightly depressed expression on his face, saying, "Ancient, you haven't spoken for so long. I thought you were in a deep sleep, but when you suddenly speak, it's really deadly. I finally entered the ethereal realm, but as soon as I woke up, I was scared to death by you. Hey, you have lived for so many years, and you have seen a lot of right and wrong life and death. It's not easy to be scared to death. Besides, even if you really encounter any danger, I won't help you fight. Can't I remind you?" Xiao Yan nodded at the words and was about to answer when Gu Yu spoke again. "Actually, I can't either." The air that Xiao Yan had just inhaled into his lungs was sprayed out once, and he coughed a few times before speaking again with an unpleasant expression. Can't you even help sense the danger? Of course, after the inheritor is selected, they have 5 opportunities to seek help like the spirit of strange fire. But you have already used them up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and used it up. When did it happen? Why doesn't he remember? Xiao Yan is still struggling to recall, but Guyu spoke again. Don't even think about it. You used it last time when you asked me to help you check if there were anyone around in the desolate forest. Xiao Yan's eyes froze at the words. His mouth slightly opened, and then he bit his lips with his teeth in disbelief, causing his facial muscles to twitch slightly. After a while, Xiao Yan frowned and asked again. No, didn't you say there were 5 chances? But I only asked once. What about the remaining 4 times? Guyu smiled slightly upon hearing these words and said, I forgot to tell you, the 5 of us old guys, each one at once, haha. Xiao Yan's mouth twitched slightly at the words, and his hope was shattered once again. He let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky above his head. Looking at the sky, it was getting dark and he hadn't eaten all day. He should have cooked and eaten, with his eyes slightly closed. The power of his soul spread out. After a few breaths, Xiao Yan opened his eyes. In front of him, a rabbit was tightly packed all over. Xiao Yan held it in his hand and glanced at the pitiful-looking rabbit. To survive, ultimately, one must rely on oneself. The law of the jungle is inherent in this world, where strength cannot be obtained without fighting for it on one's own. One can only rely on others to survive. If one wants to survive, they must kill others. This is the rule of the continent and the principle of the strong. Guyu let out a slight sigh and sighed with emotion. Time flies. It has been 2 months since Xiao Yan arrived in this world. The starry sky above makes the entire sky look like a painting. In the desolate forest, a bonfire emitted a faint flame, illuminating the forest within a radius of 100 meters with a thin layer of red veil. Beside the bonfire, a young man dressed in white sat cross-legged. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly closed, and between his eyebrows, the lotus-shaped flame imprint, half red and half white, emitted a faint light. This silence lasted only for a moment, and Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly opened. A fierce aura burst out his eyes, causing the leaves within several yards of Xiao Yan's body to be windless. The seal in Xiao Yan's hand changed, and the power of his soul surged out from between his eyebrows, slowly surrounding and condensing around his body. After a moment, around Xiao Yan's body, the figures of Jiu Dao and Xiao Yan sat cross-legged. The current incarnation of Jiu Dao was very different from the beginning. At the vortex inside and above the body surface of Jiu Dao's incarnation, there was a faint invisible flame that was constantly refining these 9 incarnations. The flame was the most effective abnormal fire for the power of the soul, the falling heart flame. Xiao Yan's soul power surged out, constantly changing above his head, eventually forming several invisible spheres the size of basketballs, suspended above Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's mind stirred as heavy soul beads smashed towards the 9 realms. Although the 9 realms had already been refined, they were still too fragile and needed to be solidified through some refining methods. The most crucial thing is that Xiao Yan currently does not have any attribute spirit stones on his body, making it impossible to depict martial arts techniques and allow his incarnations to practice on their own. For this set of 9 transformations incarnation technique, if he cannot practice independently, he is no different from a soul puppet. Therefore, Xiao Yan has to solidify his incarnations during this period of time. As time passed, when the bonfire that illuminated the forest went out, the stars in the sky disappeared, and the earth regained its light. Another day descended upon the continent once again. Xiao Yan slowly opened his tightly closed eyes and glanced into the distance. The tree shadows on the ground level stood up, and the 9 incarnations surrounding him disappeared. Xiao Yan's figure flashed, and in the forest, only a pile of extinguished bonfires remained. Chapter 39, Gifted Skill, Heavenly Step. Qingyang City, Lu Family Mansion. Lu Huabai and Elder Lu Xinxing walked in the courtyard of Lu Mansion, and everyone who came and went bowed respectfully. The 2 of them smiled and nodded in response, then continued walking forward, looking in the direction of the courtyard where Xiao Yan lived. After walking silently for a while, Lu Huabai saw that there were no more members of the Lu family around him. He turned to look at the elder Lu Xinxing, who was walking with his head buried, and asked, Elder, have you really decided to hand over that thing to Senior Xiao Yan? But that thing is the most important thing in my Lu family. The elder paused at the words, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. He looked up at Lu Huabai, his gaze wandering, but finally nodded deeply and said, Yes, I have decided to give that thing to Senior Xiao Yan. Our Lu family is indeed not qualified to have it anymore. If we force it to stay, it will sooner or later bring disaster to our Lu family and destroy our clan. It is better to give Senior Xiao Yan the opportunity to increase his strength. Only in this way can our Lu family survive. After all, the only power that our Lu family can rely on and trust now is Senior Xiao Yan. At this point, Lu Huabai's face also looked a bit ugly, and his mood seemed a bit low. A family cannot even protect the most important things of their own family. If this were to be said, wouldn't it become a joke? Lu Xinxing glanced at Lu Huabai's somewhat depressed expression again and spoke again. Enough, let not our thoughts wander further. What is the most essential element of our family? What is the foundation of the Lu family's rise? My Lu family? Do we possess the qualification for such a legacy? Setting aside the possibility of others seeking to usurp our legacy in the future, even in the absence of any threats. Considering the talents of the few descendants I have left, do they truly have the capability to cultivate? It may be wiser to bestow it upon Elder Xiao Yan, establishing a solid foundation with him, which would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits for my Lu family in the future. Upon hearing these words, Lu Huabai sighed and fell silent, and the two of them proceeded towards Xiao Yan's residence together. At that moment, within Xiao Yan's chamber, 10 figures were seated in meditation, among which one stood out remarkably, for he was the sole embodiment of a fully solidified human presence. Xiao Yan's soul force surged forth once again, coalescing above his head into several heavy soul orbs. With a mere thought, the orbs descended, dividing into 9 waves, plummeting from the crowns of each avatar. Each orb fell with undeniable grandeur. Yet upon contact with the 9 avatars, they vanished without a trace. The 9 avatars trembled incessantly, emanating soft white light from their surfaces. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, his expression revealing discomfort, yet he managed to relax and endure the strain. Before long, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing arrived at the entrance of Xiao Yan's courtyard. They exchanged glances, hesitated not, and stepped forward in unison. Lu Huabai glanced at the courtyard gate, then at Lu Xinxing beside him. Taking a step forward, he raised his hand, intending to knock, when a voice from within called out, "Come in, I am aware of your arrival." At these words, Lu Huabai's gaze sharpened slightly. Turning to Lu Xinxing, who bore a serene expression, Lu Xinxing smiled gently at Lu Huabai and stepped into the courtyard first. As they entered, they found Xiao Yan seated at a stone table, awaiting their arrival. The two approached him and bowed respectfully. Xiao Yan waved his hand, signaling them to rise and gesturing for them to take a seat at the stone table. He scrutinized them for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Is there a matter concerning the Lu family head and the Grand Elder?" Lu Huabai looked towards Lu Xinxing, who stood up and directed his gaze toward Xiao Yan. With a flip of his palm, a silver-white scroll appeared, which he extended towards the stone table before Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his eyes to Lu Xinxing, who spoke directly. "I trust the elder is already acquainted with the name of my Lu family as ancestor?" Xiao Yan's brow arched, taking out a scroll as he spoke of the Lu family's ancestor. His expression shifted, pupils dilating in sudden realization and joy as he gazed at Lu Xinxing. Indeed, this scroll is none other than the heavenly absolute step. Xiao Yan had harbored suspicions, but upon hearing Lu Xinxing's affirmation, excitement sparkled in his eyes. He sensed that significant events were likely to transpire soon, yet with his current strength, evading them would be challenging. Thus, he had diligently practiced the 9 transformations of Avatar technique. However, ensuring his safety at his current pace seemed improbable. Now, with Lu Xinxing presenting the heavenly absolute step, it felt as though divine justice had descended, a timely blessing amid his tribulations. Noticing the elation on Xiao Yan's face, Lu Xinxing raised an eyebrow, an inkling of doubt crossing his mind. He nodded slightly, contemplating, could it be that Xiao Yan has come to our Lu family seeking the heavenly absolute step? But he quickly dismissed the thought as Xiao Yan stood and, with outstretched hands, bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Elder, for bestowing upon me this scroll of the heavenly absolute step. As it happens, I have recently encountered some troubles and urgently require a technique for self-defense. This gift from the esteemed ancestor of the Lu family is indeed a timely rescue, and I shall be forever grateful." Both Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing were taken aback, initially believing Xiao Yan to be aware of the significance of the heavenly absolute step. However, it now appeared they had overestimated him. "In that case, it seems that the elder and I have indeed assisted you. This must be your fortune," said Lu Huabai. "Please accept this scroll, and we shall take our leave." As they turned to depart, Xiao Yan called out to them with a beaming smile, "Haha, with such a significant favor from you both today, how could I allow you to leave empty-handed? These items may be of no use to me, so consider them a token of my gratitude." As he spoke, Xiao Yan waved his right sleeve, and in a flash of white light, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing were momentarily stunned. Before them lay a pile of medicinal pills and jade vials, stacked like small hills. An array of rare treasures was carelessly strewn about, among which was a small, furry creature resembling a plump cat, causing both Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing to raise their eyebrows in surprise. The small creature, noticing the two, widened its large eyes, its pupils narrowing as it lifted its hefty head, swallowing something down its throat. Upon turning around and spotting the white-clad youth behind it, it instantly brightened and leaped into Xiao Yan's embrace. Xiao Yan smiled broadly, apologetically addressing the little creature. "My apologies, little one. I had forgotten about you during this time. You may stay here for now. I have many matters to attend to and cannot look after you." The creature shook its large head in response, but Xiao Yan gently patted its head, smiling as he set it down. It gazed up at him, eagerly clutching an 8th-grade pill from the ground and gulping it down in a single bite. Xiao Yan paid it no mind, but this scene elicited a twitch from the corners of Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's eyes. They recognized the 8th-grade pill, having just seen it, and were quite eager for it. Yet, the small creature had devoured it in one go, a testament to its gluttonous nature. Xiao Yan chuckled, unperturbed by their expressions. "You may take these for now. I will return to my room and prepare some more for you. Also, as I mentioned, since I've been preoccupied, I must leave the care of this little fellow to you. Rest assured, I will provide its food." With that, Xiao Yan turned and entered his room. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing felt an intense heat envelop the space as the door closed behind him, transforming the atmosphere into something akin to a furnace, causing even the leaves of a verdant tree in the courtyard to take on a slight yellow hue. Chapter 40. The Ancient Tomb of Heavenly Absolute. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing wore solemn expressions, their inner energy fervently surging forth as they endeavored to withstand the onslaught of the external heat. Alas, despite their formidable prowess, the searing waves emanating from within that room proved far beyond their capacity to endure. They were drenched in sweat, each droplet evaporating into nothingness the moment it fell. Their bodies strained under the pressure, brows furrowed, faces contorted, rendered voiceless by the intensity of their struggle. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped them, the world around returning to a state of normalcy. They bent over, hands resting on their knees, laboriously managing to roll their parched throats, gasping for breath. A slightly apologetic voice drifted from within the room, eliciting a subtle twitch at the corners of their mouths. "I apologize. It has been a decade since I last refined pills. Today, this endeavor has proven somewhat beyond my control." Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing exchanged dry chuckles, their eyes meeting, and in that glance, they discerned a flicker of astonishment and helplessness. After all, when a senior makes an error, who would not extend an opportunity for redemption? Inside the chamber, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the floor. Before him stood a crimson alchemical cauldron, silently awaiting his command. With a wave of his hand, brilliant lights flickered, and an abundance of rare materials and spiritual herbs materialized in the room, scattered haphazardly across the ground. With another gesture, hundreds of spiritual herbs surged forth from those piles. And as Xiao Yan struck the cauldron before him, a resounding metallic clang echoed, the lid flew open, and the myriad herbs were swiftly deposited within. A decisive strike upon the cauldron's fire opening followed, resulting in a thunderous roar as flames erupted within, a mesmerizing inferno that churned ceaselessly, extracting the essence of the hundreds of herbs in an instant. Xiao Yan's fingers danced, guiding the flames as the herbs within the cauldron morphed and fused together. After a time, a fragrant aroma of pills began to waft from the cauldron, enveloping Xiao Yan's chamber and gradually spreading throughout the courtyard. In the courtyard, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing's eyes widened in astonishment, a profound shock reflected in their gazes. They exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of excitement in the other's eyes. Just the scent wafting from the room assured them that the pills Xiao Yan was concocting were of at least the 8th grade, and judging by his earlier words, the quantity was likely substantial. Xiao Yan was utilizing the guise of gratitude to elevate the overall strength of the Lu family. Once again, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing exchanged glances, their brows knitting together. It seemed evident that their senior was preparing to depart. Otherwise, he would not bestow upon them such a generous bounty. Lu Xinqing nodded slightly, his tone tinged with reluctant melancholy as he murmured, while Lu Huabai, upon hearing this, revealed a smile and replied, "Enough. How can my Lu family ever think to bind him? The heavenly thunder oath serves merely as a safeguard. As long as the senior holds a measure of goodwill towards our Lu family, that suffices. Alas, we are still too weak." The two shared a knowing smile. falling into silence as they sat at the stone table, patiently waiting. The fragrant mist enveloped the courtyard, obscuring everything within a 3-zhang radius. Yet, the two remained seated by the stone table. Time passed, and before long, 2 hours had slipped by since Xiao Yan entered the room. During this period, the world outside remained tranquil, yet Xiao Yan furrowed his brow in puzzlement. No thunderous tribulation had yet occurred. How curious! Why do these 8th-grade pills fail to attract a lightning tribulation? He mused. It appears this realm possesses many peculiarities. With a slight sigh, he rose, sweeping his sleeve to collect all the pills he had just refined into jade bottles, his hands sealing the techniques. As he did so, the fragrant mist within the room began to swirl and coalesce, converging towards him. With a final seal, all the mist in the chamber condensed, forming a colossal white dragon within mere breaths. As Xiao Yan altered his hand seals once more, the dragon ascended, soaring above his dwelling. This is the transformation of pill energy into a dragon, Lu Xinxing exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The transformation of pill energy into a dragon signified the pinnacle of pill quality, and given the dragon's size and the purity of its energy, it was evident that all the pills Xiao Yan had refined were of the highest caliber. The two exchanged looks, their expressions reflecting profound shock. They swiftly exited the courtyard, their hand seals flipping as shimmering barriers unfurled, enveloping the entire courtyard. They landed at the entrance, barring access to onlookers, ensuring that none could approach. Those who had gathered to witness the spectacle departed with disgruntled expressions. Moments later, the wooden door creaked open, and a figure clad in white emerged. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing promptly bowed in respect, while Xiao Yan gestured for them to enter the courtyard. Seated at the stone table, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve, sending forth a multitude of jade bottles that collided to form a small mountain before the three. In total, there are 13,400 pills here, 6,300 7th-grade pills, 400 6th-grade pills, and the remainder are 8th-grade pills, he stated. He then removed a spatial ring from his hand and addressed Lu Huabai. This ring contains nothing but 8th-grade pills intended for this little one. Remember, do not even think of competing with it for these pills. I will not intervene. However, should anyone attempt to do so, they must bear the consequences. Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing frowned at his words, but refrained from protest, recognizing the authority of their senior. After all, should they inadvertently provoke him, they would be left to face the repercussions alone. Very well, take these pills back for now. Before I depart, I will provide you with this spatial ring and the little one, he added, tossing the ring to the small beast, preparing to return to his room for further cultivation. Yet Lu Xinxing hesitated, brow furrowed, and finally spoke up, Senior, please wait. I believe there are matters that should be clarified, lest my Lu family inadvertently cause you harm, which would render us eternal sinners. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, turning to regard Lu Xinxing. Noticing the sincerity etched upon his face, a faint smile graced his lips. It appeared there were secrets surrounding this heavenly absolute step. How intriguing. With that thought, he resumed his seat at the stone table, gesturing for Lu Xinxing and Lu Huabai to join him. Lu Xinxing understood the unspoken invitation, and without hesitation, began to articulate his thoughts. An entire afternoon slipped away, bidding farewell to Lu Xinxing and Lu Huabai. Xiao Yan also gleaned some secrets from the heavenly step, which, while perhaps a mystery to him, was merely an awaited revelation to the people of the western regions, who anticipated the emergence of the heavenly step as a grand opportunity. From Lu Xinxing, Xiao Yan learned that the heavenly step is one of the 3 renowned combat techniques of the ancient mighty sage, Tianjue Shangren, possessing unparalleled power. Tianjue Shangren once commanded great fame in the western regions. 5 millennia ago, he embarked on his journey, and, within a millennium, ascended to the rank of emperor, becoming a Do Emperor powerhouse. Subsequently, in just a century, he achieved breakthrough after breakthrough, ultimately becoming a formidable figure of the transformation realm. Yet after that, he vanished without a trace, leaving no news behind, save for his 3 legendary combat techniques. These 3 techniques are all of the human rank, yet are regarded as the pinnacle of human-tier martial arts: the Tianjue Palm, Tianjue Finger, and Tianjue Step. Among them, the Tianjue Palm is said to possess the might to obscure the heavens with a single strike, making it the most powerful of the trio. Next is the Tianjue Finger, renowned for its ferocity, capable of extinguishing 10,000 souls with a mere gesture. Lastly, there is the Tianjue Step. Though classified as a human-tier technique, its true power remains unfathomable and unattainable, even to Tianjue Shangren himself. The highest realm of this technique allows one to traverse the heavens as if walking through boundless voids. shattering myriad attacks with unmatched speed. Furthermore, these three techniques are the greatest treasure of the Western regions, serving as the key to unlocking the cave dwelling of Tianjue Shangren. Only by mastering these three techniques can one access the tomb of Tianjue. Chapter 41. Lianer. The existence of Tianjue Shangren's cave dwelling had long been a closely guarded secret, known to none. However, a millennium and a half ago, someone inadvertently discovered a Tianjue stele left behind by him, unveiling the secret. Consequently, the southwestern territories began to experience turmoil. The Xiao Yan sect, which had only recently been established for 500 years and had become one of the 5 major sects in the region, faced annihilation at the hands of the other 4 sects after its vice sect master, Lu Feng, mastered one of the 3 ultimate techniques of Tianjue Shangren, the Tianjue step. Thus, the Xiao Yan sect became a relic of history in the southwestern region, though it was not entirely extinguished. The 4 sects ultimately failed to acquire the Tianjue step. This was due to the first family of the Lu clan, Lu Feng's kin, who, under his desperate protection, fled with the Tianjue steppe, destined to live as exiles, akin to stray dogs. With the Lu family in flight and the whereabouts of the Tianjue steppe unknown, the 4 sects were understandably furious, dispatching a significant portion of their forces to search for it, obliterating several families allied with the Lu clan, yet they ultimately found nothing. At that time, Lu Feng had not perished, but he was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. His demise was merely a matter of time. In his final moments, he left behind a golden plaque inscribed with his insights from a lifetime of cultivation, along with the scroll of the Tianjue steppe, awaiting the Lu family to produce a new genius capable of mastering the technique and securing their place in the southwestern region. Regrettably, the descendants of the Lu family proved ignorant, squandering this golden plaque. Now, although it has been rediscovered, the 4 sects have extended their influence here, rendering the Lu family's resurgence without external support utterly impossible. Thus, Xiao Yan discerned the true intention behind Lu Xinxing's bequeathing of the Tianjue steppe to him. He sought to forge a closer bond between Xiao Yan and the Lu family. However, this was of little significance to Xiao Yan. He would undoubtedly safeguard the Lu family, rendering Lu Xinxing's actions somewhat superfluous in his eyes. The following day, at dawn, Xiao Yan awoke from his cultivation, stepped outside, and raised his gaze to the eastern horizon, where a glimmer of morning light heralded a new day, a fresh beginning. He strolled out of the small courtyard and through the Lu estate, greeted by the respectful demeanor of the Lu family members, who bowed to him as he passed, to which he responded with a smile and a nod. In the Lu family's council hall, Lu Huabai was engaged in a morning meeting with Lu Xinxing and several elders when a guard suddenly reported Xiao Yan's arrival at the hall. Lu Huabai and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they hastily made their way outside. As they passed the guard, Lu Huabai shot him a fierce glare, leaving the guard feeling quite embarrassed and helpless. "Esteemed elder, I regret not receiving you at the door this early," Lu Huabai exclaimed, stepping forward with the elders to bow in greeting. Xiao Yan smiled gently, bidding them to rise, and then turned his attention to Lu Huabai with a warm expression, saying, "Clan head Lu, since my arrival in Qingyang City, I have been a guest in the Lu household for several days. I find myself burdened with matters that require my attention. Thus, I shall take my leave today. I will return when time permits." The faces of Lu Huabai and the others changed slightly at this news, exchanging glances before turning back to Xiao Yan. Unable to contain himself, Lu Huabai inquired, "Elder, you intend to depart so soon?" Observing the reluctant expression on Lu Huabai's face, Xiao Yan nodded with a smile and replied, "I am indeed preoccupied, and it is likely that I will soon engage in battle. Remaining in the Lu household would only bring you peril, hence my decision to leave in a few days." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve, and a small, fluffy creature resembling a cat appeared before them, adorned with a spatial ring around its neck. Looking at the small beast, Xiao Yan continued, "As I mentioned yesterday, this little one shall remain with your Lu family for now. When I have the opportunity, I will take it back." Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing nodded, while the other elders raised their eyebrows slightly, but said nothing further. After conveying a few final instructions, Xiao Yan turned and made his way out of the Lu estate, with Lu Huabai and the others promptly following to see him off. On the streets, Xiao Yan ambled toward the city outskirts, savoring the bustling atmosphere, a contented smile gracing his lips. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a tranquil yet vibrant ambience. As he walked, however, a slight frown crossed his brow as he realized he had wandered into the impoverished district. Not that it mattered, as he intended to explore the city before departing. Continuing onward, Xiao Yan made his way deeper into the slums, and after a considerable time, he finally halted, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. The area was eerily silent until suddenly, his gaze brightened, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Within a dilapidated courtyard, 3 men and 1 woman were present. One man lay on the ground, a finely crafted steel knife fallen beside him. The man was devoid of breath, his body unblemished by blood. Yet his face bore a purplish hue, his eyes rolled back in evident signs of having succumbed to poison. 2 men, clad in black samurai attire and wielding steel blades, stood with their backs to the dilapidated wooden door of the courtyard. They trembled slightly, their eyes darting nervously towards the lifeless body of their fallen comrade. Their gazes filled with palpable fear. Opposite them, a delicate girl dressed in white was retreating step by step, casting cautious glances at the house behind her, her eyes betraying an overwhelming terror. Suddenly, one of the men nudged the other with a knowing look. The second man furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, then lifted his gaze to the girl and spoke. "Humph. Little girl, you possess quite the skill, but alas, whether you live or die today, you must leave Qingyang City. Otherwise, when the master arrives, it will be too late for regrets. Thus, you should make your choice swiftly. Either perish or flee from Qingyang City and never return." Upon hearing this, the girl's face drained of color, her body trembled, and her eyes quickly filled with tears that threatened to spill over. Yet she stubbornly cried out, "No, this is my home. My grandmother and the others are gone. I refuse to leave. I refuse to leave." As she shouted, a swirling mass of purple-black mist erupted from her body, enveloping the 2 men. The color of the mist alone indicated its lethal nature. The men's expressions shifted dramatically as they summoned their inner strength, forming an energy shield before them, retreating swiftly towards the exit of the courtyard. However, their escape was thwarted. The path behind them was already blocked by the toxic mist, making flight impossible. With anxious faces, they realized that their protective shield could not withstand for long. If they did not break free from the mist before their barrier shattered, their demise would be inevitable. For no powerful figure would come to the aid of those in the slums. With a resounding thud, a sound reverberated around them, the source unknown. Yet they felt the encroaching purple-black mist gradually dissipating. Their eyes brightened with hope. It was evident that someone had subdued the girl. They exchanged glances, smiles of relief crossing their faces as they sensed a glimmer of life. As the toxic fog cleared, 2 figures emerged. One was a man in white robes, standing before the girl with a gentle smile. The girl, with tear-streaked cheeks and trembling limbs, clenched her fists tightly, her disheveled hair framing her face, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Xiao Yan smiled softly, bending down to regard the girl, who appeared to be about 12 or 13 years old. He reached out to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, but she flinched back in fear. Observing her apprehensive expression, he offered a warm smile and softly said, "Do not worry, little one. I mean you no harm. What is your name?" At his words, the girl recoiled slightly and asked, "I am Leonor. You're not the powerful person they spoke of, here to kill me, are you?" Xiao Yan was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly at the irony of his misfortune. They had just mentioned him, and now he was here. Steadying himself, he chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I have no ties to them. I will not harm you. You may do as you wish. I simply hope that you will come with me." Upon hearing this, Leonor's expression shifted, her body taking a small step back, her gaze toward Xiao Yan filled with suspicion, which left him feeling rather awkward. Xiao Yan quickly gathered his thoughts and rephrased, "Of course, when I say leave, I do not mean to abandon Qingyang City. You will stay here, and I promise you will no longer harm the innocent." At this, Leonor's eyes brightened with a flicker of joy, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face, prompting Xiao Yan to smile in return. "Is what you say true? I will never hurt anyone again?" Xiao Yan nodded, assuring her, "Yes, I will heal you, and I will find you an elder sister who has overcome the same affliction to be your mentor. She is a friend of mine and will treat you well, allowing you to become strong." Leonor's face lit up with delight. Ever since Xiao Yan had dispelled her toxic mist, she had deemed him a formidable figure, and his words only solidified her belief. After all, powerful beings often had high standards when selecting disciples, and it was not uncommon for them to seek out talented individuals in the mundane world. Thus, Leonor was overjoyed at the prospect of having a mentor, believing that with guidance, she would no longer have to fear and could transform into a strong person, free from the threat of bullying. After exchanging a few more words, Leonor was filled with excitement at the thought of following Xiao Yan. As long as she was in Qingyang City, whether or not she became a disciple mattered little. Her safety was assured as long as she was with him. With that, Xiao Yan and the little girl departed happily from that place. In her innocent mind, Lianer envisioned a future where she could safely remain in Qingyang City, no longer harming others, while also having a powerful mentor to protect her. Likewise, Xiao Yan was delighted to encounter another person with the rare affliction of the heavy affliction poison body, feeling as though he had found a disciple for the little doctor. Indeed, this was the third time Xiao Yan had encountered such a body. The first was when he painstakingly managed to control the little doctor, and the second was with the leader of the Ice River Valley, whose artificial variant of the heavy affliction poison body possessed immense potential. The girl Lianer represented a pure form of this rare body, still in its nascent stage, far from full maturity. Thus, Xiao Yan aimed to protect her during this early phase, both to prevent her from harming others and to ensure that he could provide the little doctor with a satisfactory disciple. As they journeyed, Lianer stayed closely behind Xiao Yan, as if afraid to be seen by others. Xiao Yan continually reassured her, encouraging her not to fear, which only served to strengthen her bond with him. Before long, a duo, one large and one small, arrived at the Lu family estate. Upon recognizing Xiao Yan's return, one of the guards immediately dashed into the Lu residence to summon Lu Huabai and others. The other guard respectfully approached Xiao Yan, casting a fleeting glance at Lianer, before escorting them both into the Lu family mansion. Moments later, Lu Huabai, the head of the Lu family, along with several esteemed elders, approached Xiao Yan with broad smiles, bowing in reverence. As they beheld Xiao Yan's return, they presumed he would linger for an extended period. However, to their surprise, he promptly articulated the purpose of his visit. Observing the curious expressions on Lu Huabai and the others, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly before speaking. My return is not to prolong my stay at the Lu residence, but rather to seek your assistance once more. At this, Lu Huabai and the others raised their eyebrows in intrigue, exchanging glances, noting Xiao Yan's composed demeanor, devoid of any inclination to linger. Lu Xinqing was the first to address him. Might I inquire what assistance you require from the Lu family? If it is within our capabilities, we shall do our utmost to aid you, esteemed senior. Xiao Yan responded with a smile and nodded appreciatively. It is, in fact, a rather trivial matter. With a warm grin, he glanced at the small girl holding on his sleeve, Lianer, and then turned his attention back to Lu Xinqing. I discovered this young girl shortly after my departure. Her physique is commendable, and her innate talent extraordinary. She reminds me of a dear friend of mine from her youth. Consequently, I have taken the liberty of designating her as my disciple. However, I currently cannot locate my friend, and I anticipate encountering some troubles in the near future. Thus, I wish to entrust her to the Lu family for the time being. Upon hearing this, the faces of Lu Huabai and the others twitched slightly. To bring back a prodigious disciple after a mere outing could only imply either remarkable foresight or a lack of discernment. Yet, given Xiao Yan's prowess, his discernment was undoubtedly keen. If he had found a disciple for his friend, it was evident that she harbored a promising future. If the Lu family could forge a bond with her future master, their rise would be inevitable. Moreover, Xiao Yan was personally delivering her. Was this not a gesture of intent? Lu Xinqing's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he regarded Xiao Yan. This was a golden opportunity bestowed upon the Lu family, and he could not afford to overlook it. He gazed at Lianer, standing beside Xiao Yan, and a warm smile creased his weathered face, exuding a sense of kindness. Xiao Yan, noticing this, offered a slight smile. He glanced at the timid Lianer before turning to Lu Huabai, briefly exchanging a few words. Lu Huabai then dismissed the other elders, retaining only the eldest elder, Lu Xinqing, to accompany Xiao Yan and the others into the council hall. A moment later, a young man hurriedly entered the hall. Lu Xiang closed his eyes, and Xiao Yan pointed his finger at Lu Xiang's forehead. A light flickered, and Lu Xiang's body trembled violently. After a few breaths, he slowly opened his eyes and nodded at Xiao Yan. Observing Lu Huabai and the others, Xiao Yan solemnly stated, "This matter is to remain known only to the three of you. In the future, should Lianer encounter any issues, I entrust her care to you." The three nodded gravely. Xiao Yan then turned his gaze to Lianer, bringing his fingers together to touch her forehead. Lianer flinched slightly, but did not evade. Xiao Yan smiled, withdrew his fingers, and a flicker of flame illuminated her forehead, revealing a fiery lotus imprint akin to the one on Xiao Yan's own. Lianer a fool hiaplao, touching the warm mark with her hand, pouting without uttering a word. Xiao Yan then directed his attention back to Lu Huabai and the others, particularly Lu Xiang. After a brief pause, he spoke again. "Regarding Lianer, I trust you have gleaned most of what you need to know from my earlier transmission." The three nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan continued, "Thus, you are also familiar with the sealing method?" They nodded once more, and Lu Xinqing chuckled, "If we were to be clueless even after your guidance, we would truly be wasting our lives. Their laughter filled the hall again, and Xiao Yan focused on Lu Xiang. Among you three, I have faith in Lu Huabai and the eldest elder, yet I am somewhat concerned for you, Lu Xiang. Given your youth, you might struggle to manage Lianer should she unleash her powers. Therefore, I have left my fire god seal within her, which will sufficiently suppress her toxic energy. You need not worry, there will be no mishaps. Lu Xiang's expression shifted slightly, but ultimately, he resolutely nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Xiao Yan smiled and turned towards the hall's exit. Chapter 43, Leaving a Soul Imprint. Upon seeing Xiao Yan departing the hall, Lu Huabai and the others exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern, before hastily following him. As Xiao Yan strolled outside the hall, he turned to the approaching individuals with a gentle smile. Once they gathered before him, he spoke, "Since you are assisting me in caring for Lianer, I shall leave you with a token of my gratitude. As a reward for your kindness." Without waiting for Lu Xinxing and the others to respond, he swiftly moved towards the Lu family's library, prompting Lu Huabai and the others to instruct Lu Xiang to remain with Lianer while they hastened to catch up with Xiao Yan. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan and Lu Huabai arrived at the entrance of the Lu family's library. Xiao Yan stepped forward, approaching the golden plaque once more. This plaque had become the most vital secret of the Lu family's cultivation, for it contained a trace of an ancient sage's soul imprint. At least, that was how Lu Huabai portrayed it to the family members. He did not wish for tales of their ancestor, Lu Feng, to circulate, as it would yield no benefit to the Lu family. Thanks to Lu Huabai's influence, the Lu family understood the significance of the golden plaque. It served to allow their exceptional descendants to seek enlightenment and enhance their strength. When Lu Huabai shared this with the family, excitement surged among the Lu clan, for strength was the foundation of their lineage. The rise and fall of a family hinged upon its power. With strength, they could flourish. Without it, they would inevitably perish. The family's strength stemmed from its younger generation. Yet the Lu family had faltered over the years, primarily due to the inadequacy of their descendants' abilities. With this opportunity before them, the entire clan was understandably thrilled. Consequently, the family's library had become the aspiration of every Lu descendant. This was not merely because the golden plaque resided before the library, but because every family member entering the library for the first time, regardless of their prowess, was permitted to contemplate the plaque for half an hour. Once this news spread, it ignited a fervor throughout the clan, and every young member was filled with anticipation. Each day, they confined themselves to their rooms, diligently practicing, forsaking rest and nourishment, all for the chance to enhance their strength and earn entry into the library. The overall strength of the Lu family has significantly risen in a remarkably short span, garnering the admiration of the entire Qingyang city. At this moment, numerous younger members of the Lu clan are bustling in and out of the library, while a long queue of individuals awaits before the golden plaque, eager for its occupant to depart. Xiao Yan smiled, for this truly resembled the spirit of a family striving together. Only such a family could rise amidst the chaos of this continent. Beside him, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing also exchanged cheerful smiles. The sight of their family thriving was undoubtedly the greatest joy for those in positions of leadership. After all, every family head would likely harbor such thoughts. Their laughter attracted the attention of several Lu clan members, who promptly bowed respectfully to the trio. In response, the three casually waved their hands and continued to stand before the library. Noticing that Xiao Yan remained by the golden plaque, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing exchanged contemplative glances. Moments later, Lu Huabai stepped closer to Xiao Yan and inquired, "Senior Xiao Yan, do you intend to use this golden plaque? If so, I shall have these youngsters step aside to allow you to proceed first." Before his words had fully escaped, he began to move forward. But Xiao Yan swiftly pulled him back, chuckling wryly as he addressed Lu Huabai. "As the leader of a family, how can you act like a child? Can't you see that the individual currently in contemplation has reached a critical moment? If fortune smiles upon him, he should break through right now. Should you disturb him, he may falter and suffer a backlash, leaving us to face the consequences." Lu Huabai's face turned slightly awkward at this remark. Indeed, he could not attribute the blame to Senior Xiao Yan if such a calamity were to occur. Realizing this, he offered a sheepish smile and chose to remain silent, standing patiently in place. As time gradually passed, amidst the multitude of respectful gazes, for hours quietly slipped away. At last, Lu Huabai seized the opportunity as the crowd parted. "Respectfully granting Xiao Yan passage." With a smile, Xiao Yan stepped forward at a leisurely pace. Sitting cross-legged before the golden plaque, Xiao Yan gazed at its surface. a smile gracing his lips as he raised his hand and placed it upon the plaque, whereupon a flash of golden light erupted. His spiritual force reemerged within that realm, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he found the same expansive wilderness, with mountains towering and birds and beasts soaring freely amidst dense forests. However, unlike before, these visions appeared far too illusory, rendering it difficult to discern what was real and what was mere illusion. Everything felt shrouded in enigma and ethereal ambiguity. Why have you returned again? Do not tell me you merely wish to chat. A voice belonging to a middle-aged man suddenly rang out. Unfazed, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and turned to see Lu Feng standing behind him. A smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips, and after a brief pause, he replied, "You should know why I seek you." Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are you leaving?" Xiao Yan smiled, yet remained silent. Lu Feng's frown deepened, and after a sigh, he slowly spoke, "You truly plan to depart? So soon?" This time, Xiao Yan nodded, hesitating briefly before voicing, "I had initially hoped to stay longer, but alas, if I linger, I fear I may inadvertently bring disaster upon the Lu family. Therefore, I believe it is best for me to leave now and pursue my recent objectives." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's brow furrowed once more, and he looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of displeasure, saying, "As the future protector of my Lu family, you should not be courting trouble elsewhere. Such behavior is unbecoming of one with your capabilities." Xiao Yan, unfazed, shrugged off Lu Feng's reprimand before adopting a serious tone. "Enough jesting. I shall first stabilize this space and leave my spiritual imprint as a token for your younger generations to comprehend. This shall serve as both a reward for looking after that young girl and as a form of compensation to you." Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, prepared to respond, but was met with the sight of Xiao Yan already in motion, his hand forming seals as streams of luminous energy shot forth, merging into the heavens and vanishing, as if everything prior had been but an illusion. Lu Feng's lips twitched slightly. This fellow truly treated this place as his own home. With a resigned sigh, he vanished from space. Xiao Yan paid him no mind, continuing to weave intricate seals as streams of light danced and darted into the earth and mountains, creating ripples before disappearing. After a considerable time, he withdrew his hand, casting a gentle smile upon the tangible world around him. Lu Feng reappeared, and Xiao Yan grinned at him, raising an eyebrow in playful challenge, to which Lu Feng merely scoffed in response. Descending from the air, Xiao Yan alighted on the ground, locating a massive stone. With a thought, his spiritual power surged forth like a tide, and within moments, the stone shimmered with a soft glow. Exhaling deeply, he glanced at Lu Feng with a faint smile before vanishing from that realm. In the outside world, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet, whereupon Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing hurriedly approached to greet him. Turning to Lu Huabai, Xiao Yan offered a gentle smile, stating, "I have left a fragment of my spiritual imprint within the golden plaque for your younger members to comprehend. Thus, their cultivation should accelerate significantly." Upon hearing this, the faces of those present lit up with delight, and they bowed deeply to Xiao Yan in gratitude. He returned their gestures with a smile before encountering Lianer and the small creature that had come along upon hearing of his return. Spotting the small beast, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with joy as he bent down to embrace it, whispering sweet nothings that left it nodding enthusiastically, much to the amazement of onlookers. After finishing his exchange with the small creature, Xiao Yan turned back to Lu Huabai and the others, offering a few parting words before striding towards the Lu residence's exit, leaving behind a throng of Lu family members. Chapter 44. The Way of Heaven and Earth. In a state of tranquility, the vast forest lay serene and boundless. A gentle breeze swept through, causing waves of foliage to ripple like blades of light, accompanied by the rustling sound of fallen leaves being carried away. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the verdant expanse as a figure clad in white stood unsteadily atop a colossal tree, swaying slightly. Xiao Yan gently shook his head, casting aside the dizziness that clouded his mind. He surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow slightly. With a graceful motion, he descended from the treetops, landing softly on the ground. Before him lay the colossal corpse of a magical beast, a 6th-tier sky-splitting leopard, renowned for its swiftness and agility. Unfortunately for the beast, while Xiao Yan was practicing the celestial step here, he struggled to control both speed and direction, resulting in a rather unfortunate collision. The physical resilience of a 6th-tier magical beast could hardly compare to Xiao Yan, a semi-emperor level warrior. Therefore, under the immense power of Xiao Yan, combined with the velocity of the celestial step, the sky-splitting leopard was obliterated in an exceedingly bizarre manner, with a peculiar expression on his face. Xiao Yan glanced at the lifeless leopard on the ground, slightly bowed in a gesture of apology, and then vanished in an instant. It had been 5 days since Xiao Yan departed from the Lu family. During this time, he had been journeying towards the wild ancient city, as directed by Lu Huabai, who claimed that there lay a means for Xiao Yan to escape the southern region. This notion struck Xiao Yan as somewhat peculiar, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Following his departure from the Lu family, he continued toward the wild ancient city, simultaneously practicing the celestial step. Alas, the celestial step, being a human-tier combat skill, proved to be exceedingly challenging to master. Even after 5 days of diligent effort, Xiao Yan found himself making no discernible progress. The celestial step is a technique primarily focused on the manipulation of spatial power, seeking not speed, but rather the essence of the void. Upon achieving mastery, one can disregard spatial rules, traversing the earth as if in a state of nothingness, rendering all reality ephemeral. In an instant, one can traverse vast distances, transcending life and death, and pursue illusions beyond the reach of mortals. Truly, the celestial step is remarkable. Even its original master, the celestial sage, could not fully comprehend its intricacies. The essence of the celestial step lies in the utilization of space, harmonizing with it so that it flows alongside the practitioner, rather than obstructing their path. The celestial step comprises 3 realms: wind movement, cloud soaring, and sky mastery, each further divided into 3 substages: entry, minor accomplishment, and major accomplishment. The first realm, wind movement, allows the practitioner to summon winds from beneath their feet. As they walk, the winds follow, creating the illusion that the practitioner is moving with the wind, when in fact it is the wind that accompanies them, reversing the laws of nature into a wondrous phenomenon. At the entry stage, one can stir the winds and clouds, causing chaos in the natural order, rendering it nearly impossible for others to detect their presence. A truly marvelous application, utilizing the power of the heavens to aid the practitioner in extraordinary ways. At the minor accomplishment stage, the power of this technique intensifies, though it no longer disrupts the world as in the entry stage. Rather, it orderly harnesses the winds to provide support. Upon reaching major accomplishment, the winds and clouds are summoned with such finesse that one's aura becomes elusive, rendering opponents incapable of discerning their movements. It is at this point that the celestial step truly becomes a formidable ally for those who have begun their practice. The second realm, cloud soaring, emphasizes speed. Once a practitioner enters this grand domain, their speed in all aspects will dramatically increase, enhancing their overall strength, a prospect that ignited a fervent desire in Xiao Yan. However, reaching the cloud-soaring realm is not a trivial feat. This realm primarily focuses on the practitioner's mastery over the winds cultivated in the wind movement realm. Should a practitioner possess exceptional control over the winds, they would, in terms of speed, easily outpace any opponent of equal rank. Thus, it is evident that the training of the celestial step demands a high level of proficiency in each realm. To grow stronger, one must master every single stage with ease. The final realm, sky mastery, is not to be confused with the ordinary concept of mastery. The minimum requirement for this realm is to command spatial power. However, this control differs from the average understanding. The basic requirement for mastering spatial power is the comprehension of the void path, a fundamental rule among the myriad pathways of the universe. The void path is one of the countless rules governing existence. Throughout the ages, humanity has sought the path of immortality and the unquenchable desire for eternal life, yearning for a singular truth, the eternal path, or the heavenly way. Alas, the pursuit of immortality is fraught with difficulty, and the culmination of such endeavors has long been a distant dream, for true longevity is but an illusion. Though the path to immortality is arduous, the various avenues of power have been discovered throughout history. While there may not have been any who have ascended to the level of the eternal path, the myriad pathways of the universe are abundant, encompassing a vast array of possibilities. Numerous powerful beings have uncovered various forms of these paths, each possessing its own unique benefits, and they are all remarkably wondrous in their applications. As time passed, Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat disheveled, finally halted his movements. Throughout the morning, he had lost count of how many magical beasts he had inadvertently dispatched, leaving him in a state of complete disarray. With a resigned shake of his head, he leaped to the top of an ancient tree, gazing at the waves of trees rolling in from the distance. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, he stretched his arms wide and closed his eyes, allowing the gusts of wind to sweep over him. As the winds enveloped him, his robe billowed, producing a symphony of rustling sounds. Xiao Yan's fingers slightly parted, feeling the air flow through them. Listening to the whispers of the wind, he subtly shifted his feet, adjusting his body's angle, allowing the winds to buffet him, relishing the fierce currents as they surged past his fingertips. His robe danced, and his hair fluttered wildly. With his eyes tightly shut, he absorbed the sensations around him, attuning to the elements and the vigorous winds, shifting his position as if in a delicate dance of adjustment. Moments later, Xiao Yan's eyes flew open, and with a slight advancement of his right leg, he executed a peculiar maneuver. In that instant, as his foot grounded, he pivoted sharply. The next moment, a figure clad in white appeared several hundred feet away, gradually materializing. This figure was none other than Xiao Yan himself. Turning his gaze back to the spot he had just vacated, he noticed a lingering afterimage fading away. A smile graced his lips, revealing a glimmer of delight. Chapter 45. Cultivating the Celestial Step. The first layer of the Celestial Step, wind movement. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his face. That moment had already indicated that he had grasped a fragment of the profound principles of the wind path. And it was precisely for this reason that he had successfully executed the heavenly absolute step in that fleeting instant. Exhaling a long breath, he surveyed his current position. With a mere thought, Xiao Yan's figure instantaneously reappeared several dozen zhang away. In this repetitive motion, he seized the opportunity to practice diligently for half an hour. Although he frequently lost control, his progress was markedly improved compared to before. Xiao Yan's form flickered, landing gracefully on the ground. His body trembled slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. Letting out a breath, a smile graced his lips. After some time, he had nearly mastered the heavenly absolute step, which indeed required the presence of wind for practice. Only in doing so could one truly comprehend the essence of the wind's movement and cultivate to the realm of mastery. Now that he had officially commenced practicing the heavenly absolute step, it signified that he was not far from entering the threshold. At that point, even if the flame demon Old Ghost pursued him personally, he believed he would possess the power to overpower him entirely. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed, his expression instantly turning cold as the surrounding space reverberated with chilling winds. Yet his demeanor softened, and he murmured softly, "Flame demon Old Ghost, though I know not why you recognize me, since you choose to provoke me and have escaped previously, you shall not be so fortunate next time." In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and dawn broke on the following morning. Xiao Yan awakened from his cultivation, glancing at the sky with a smile that suggested the arrival of something long anticipated. The weather was not particularly favorable. A layer of not-so-dense dark clouds floated above. Nevertheless, these clouds evoked a hint of intrigue in Xiao Yan's eyes. With a swift motion, he appeared at the horizon, directly beneath the ominous clouds. His arrival seemed to agitate the already tempestuous clouds, which began to rumble ominously. Chuckling, Xiao Yan looked around. Within several miles, everything lay under the shroud of these clouds. Although the clouds were thin, they were sufficient for Xiao Yan's purposes. With another swift motion, he ascended higher into the sky, soaring towards the very zenith. Boom! Before he even arrived, thunder roared in anger, and a bolt of lightning, not particularly thick, descended wrathfully toward Xiao Yan. Unfazed, he surged forward, his arm bending upward as he clenched his fist to meet the descending bolt head-on. Boom! Upon contact, a blinding flash of white light erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the heavens. As the light faded, Xiao Yan's figure emerged, no longer in his previous position, but standing boldly beneath the dark clouds. A smile curved upon his lips as he gazed at the churning storm clouds above. Stirred by his presence, with a calm demeanor, he raised his hands, his fingers weaving intricate hand seals, the very seals for practicing the heavenly absolute step. As he executed the seals, a cool, eerie wind began to whip across the sky. If one were to claim that this wind did not arise from Xiao Yan himself, few will believe it. Remarkably, after a single night, he was able to invoke a chilling wind through the heavenly absolute step, a feat that left many astonished. Seeing this, a smile blossomed on his face. Pausing his hand seals, his figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear 100 zhang away, flickering briefly before disappearing again. Xiao Yan's seemingly playful demeanor seemed to provoke the roiling storm clouds, which churned angrily, rumbling ominously. As Xiao Yan's figure reemerged, a bolt of lightning struck down furiously, instantly rendering him a mere specter as the thunderclouds rumbled mockingly. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's silhouette appeared again 100 zhang away, a smile lingering on his lips as he regarded the storm clouds overhead. With a swift motion, he vanished once more, yet the ominous winds enveloping the world surged suddenly. transforming into a fierce gale that howled towards a specific direction. Moments later, Xiao Yan's figure materialized at the destination of the wind, feeling the wild gusts sweep past him. He smiled, closing his eyes slightly, murmuring softly, "The winds are rising, and now I can finally achieve it. The winds have stirred today. We shall see how fortune favors us." With the winds rising and clouds billowing, the essence of the heavenly absolute step began to manifest. These lines of thought had emerged during his previous contemplation of the heavenly absolute step, likely inscribed by those who had successfully mastered it, intended for the enlightenment of future practitioners. Each phrase corresponded to a specific realm. The winds rise and clouds surge signifies the initial understanding of wind movement. In essence, it required practitioners to evoke the momentum of wind and clouds, transforming wind into clouds and allowing clouds to bolster the winds. When a practitioner truly achieves this, they can be deemed successful in grasping the wind movement realm of the heavenly absolute step. The phrase "as the winds and clouds stir, one can ascend to the skies" is straightforward yet profound, encapsulating the true might of the heavenly absolute step. Ultimately, the final line of the scroll did not elaborate in detail, perhaps merely as speculation from the predecessor. Xiao Yan chose not to delve deeper into it. However, judging from the surface meaning, if the heavenly absolute step were cultivated to its fullest potential, its power would indeed be formidable, possibly embodying the truth of treading upon the might of the heavens, shattering the very skies. Chapter 46. Visitors from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Xiao Yan's figure danced amidst the storm clouds, his steps appearing erratic yet fluid. This seemingly chaotic movement allowed him to navigate effortlessly through the tempest. The storm clouds churned, winds howled, and thunder clashed violently as the thin, mist-like clouds grew increasingly agitated, unleashing relentless bolts of lightning that crashed down mercilessly. Xiao Yan kept his eyes partially closed, a smile playing on his lips, his expression serene. He understood that the clouds were enraged, yet he remained unperturbed, hands clasped behind his back, his footsteps subtly shifting as he traversed the dense darkness. For him, it was merely another day. Xiao Yan's figure moved with a graceful fluidity, his steps light and nimble, swaying gently, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. With each subtle motion, he stirred up fierce winds, sweeping away the thin veil of dark clouds, which roiled restlessly amidst the stormy skies. It appeared as though he were toying with the elements, provoking the heavens, as thunder rumbled in furious response. Bolts of lightning descended with wrathful intent, yet each time, Xiao Yan deftly evaded them, concealing within his seemingly fortuitous escapes the profound mysteries of celestial order. What appeared to be mere luck was, in fact, a manifestation of the extraordinary. At last, this time, the lightning seemed to devise a strategy, coalescing into a cage of electricity that gradually encircled Xiao Yan, as if to unleash divine retribution upon him. Unfazed, Xiao Yan maintained an air of tranquility, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if all this chaos bore no relevance to him, embodying an aura of serene indifference. His calm demeanor seemed to provoke the wrath of the heavens further, as the electric cage, resembling an iron enclosure, enveloped him, echoing with the thunderous roar of lightning. Suddenly, bolts of lightning, as thick as an adult's thigh, surged toward Xiao Yan with alarming speed. Yet, he remained nonchalant, observing the approaching strikes with no sign of alarm. Just as the lightning was about to strike, he swiftly pivoted, his feet shifting in a peculiar manner, and with an eccentric stance he spun around in place. Astonishingly, the bolts that had aimed at him followed the trajectory of his recent motion, veering off course and shooting towards the distant horizon, where they erupted in a dazzling explosion of light and sound, vanishing from sight. A slow smile crept onto Xiao Yan's face as he continued to navigate through the tempestuous storm clouds. Meanwhile, at Lu family in Qingyang City, a trio of visitors had arrived, causing quite a stir among the household. Though few in number, these three hailed from Qingyang Prefecture and were formidable in strength, ranking among the elite in the region. The most powerful among them had attained the level of 6-star Dozun, while the other two were 5-star Dozun, both considered top tier in this locale. In this moment, the three stood side by side within the Lu family's council hall. The 6-star Dozun initially considered taking a seat at the head of the hall, yet after a moment's reflection, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Lu Wabai, the head of the family, rose from his seat, extending his left hand toward a row of 3 chairs on the left side of the hall, and with a smile, addressed the trio. "Esteemed friends, please take a seat." As his words fell, the eyes of those present momentarily sharpened. The hall was already populated with individuals standing in their respective places, awaiting the patriarch's cue to sit. Yet at that instant, all gazes were abruptly transfixed. There, before the first chair on the left, stood a strikingly beautiful snow-white cat. At least in the eyes of the onlookers, it was simply a cat. At that moment, one of its outstretched paws rested upon a cushion, its bright eyes gazing longingly at the assembly, blinking its luminous eyes. The cat retracted its paw, pulling the cushion closer, and with a quick twist of its body, it plopped down upon it right before the astonished crowd. Then, in full view of everyone, it curled its four paws beneath itself, wrapped its tail around its body, and, with a contraction of its neck, began to emit a series of soft cooing sounds. Though the noises were not loud, in the stillness of the hall, they resonated as the most pronounced sound. Soon after, however, this cooing was drowned out by a chorus of gulping sounds, as Lu Huabai and the leading six-star Do Zun both twitched at the corners of their eyes. The six-star Do Zun furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Huabai, and with a cold snort, remarked, "Patriarch Lu, your cat is remarkably unafraid of strangers. You've raised it well." Lu Huabai's expression shifted slightly at these words, and Lu Xinqing's face darkened as well. This white cat was under their care at Xiao Yan's behest, and what the cat did was of no concern to them. Moreover, this so-called care merely involved allowing the cat to stay in their home, and they remained oblivious to Xiao Yan's true intentions. To have their family brought up in this manner was difficult to accept. The shift in Lu Huabai's demeanor did not escape the notice of the three powerful figures from Qingyun Prefecture. They exchanged glances, and the leading six-star Do Zun subtly nodded before refraining from further action. Just as Lu Huabai was about to speak, the six-star Do Zun let out a cold laugh, sweeping his sleeve dismissively, and declared, "What? Are you afraid? Just days ago, you seemed quite confident. How bold to challenge a Do Zun from Qingyun Prefecture. Where is your family's esteemed elder? Is he not formidable? I'd like to see just how strong he truly is." As he spoke, his gaze flitted around the room, as if wary of an unexpected emergence. Yet, the longer he laughed, the more brazen he became, eliciting subtle frowns from the onlookers, who exchanged apprehensive glances filled with trepidation. However, amidst this palpable anxiety, save for Lu Xinqing and Lu Huabai, no one noticed that the previously slumbering cat had awakened, its bright eyes slightly opened, revealing two thin lines of black. In those luminous eyes lay an endless chill, evoking the sensation of being engulfed in eternal ice, an overwhelming frostiness. Chapter 47. What else could be done? In the council hall of the Lu family in Qingyang City, the arrogant and unrestrained laughter echoed continually. Apart from Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing, who were captivated by the antics of the white cat, the others bore expressions of sheer terror. These three individuals were truly beyond the Lu family's capacity to confront. Absent Xiao Yan, the Lu family could not withstand them. Following the laughter, the six-star Do Zun regarded Lu Huabai with a mocking smirk, his eyes brimming with derision. In response, Lu Huabai narrowed his eyes slightly, tilting his head to the left in a calm demeanor, turning to the Grand Elder. Noticing Lu Huabai's gaze, the Grand Elder subtly shifted his lips, forming an enigmatic smile, and then imperceptibly shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Lu Huabai's attention returned to the six-star Do Zun, his eyes narrowing as a smile, devoid of genuine warmth, crept onto his lips. This prompted a slight furrow in the six-star Do Zun's brow as he glanced at the other two Do Zun by his side. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lu Huabai's voice cut through the air, as a powerful figure from Qingyun Prefecture. "Your presence in this southwestern border must be in search of newly ascended Do Zun. Am I correct? Alas, it is unfortunate that our Lu family does not possess such individuals. As for the formidable figure you mentioned, I, an old man, am also unaware of their whereabouts." Upon uttering these words, the three powerful figures from the Qingyun mansion directed their piercing gazes towards Lu Huabai, fixating intently upon him. The foremost among them, a six-star Do Zun, narrowed his eyes slightly and emitted a cold snort, stating, "Master Lu, I suggest it would be prudent for you to speak candidly. That esteemed individual made their presence known at your Lu residence under the watchful eyes of the public in Qingyang City. Now, you claim ignorance? Do you take us for fools?" Though his words were neither too harsh nor too mild, the moment they left his lips, a palpable pressure emanating from the Do Zun level engulfed the grand hall, causing all present to feel a suffocating weight in their chests. "Humph." With a disdainful grunt, the expressions of everyone in the hall, save for the two Do Zun, shifted dramatically, their faces reddening as their breaths grew labored. Lu Huabai's complexion turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled against the oppressive aura, gritting his teeth to speak. "Your Excellency, your actions may be somewhat excessive. That venerable elder indeed visited my Lu family, But must a powerful figure seek my humble permission as the head of a mere clan? Even if I were to know their current whereabouts, I fear you would not dare to confront them. Upon hearing this, the six-star Dozuin's brows knitted together in contemplation. Was it possible that this individual truly possessed some extraordinary capability to garner such loyalty from the Liu family? The elder quickly exchanged glances with his two companions, and the six-star Dozuin let out another cold snort. Only then did the onlookers, who had been gasping for breath, dare to glance at the trio, their tension unabated. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the large white cat reclining quietly on its cushion had just nodded in a remarkably human-like manner. Its bright eyes flicked toward Lu Huabai before closing again, drifting back into slumber as if utterly indifferent to the proceedings within the grand hall. Lu Huabai inhaled deeply, his gaze returning to a placid state. With a smile, he addressed the sixth artisan, saying, "Haha, since you have journeyed from afar, it must not solely be for my Liu family, but rather concerning the Wu family. That old ancestor of the Wu family is indeed remarkable, managing to break through at such an age. It is truly a stroke of fortune." At this juncture, Lu Huabai's tone shifted from flattery to a more critical note. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, it is regrettable that while his strength has increased, his judgment has waned. He dares provoke anyone, fully aware that an elder resides within my Liu family, yet still recklessly attempts to challenge us. Alas, the hard-earned strength he cultivated has yet to be fully displayed before it is squandered. Life indeed is fragile." With a sigh, Lu Huabai turned his attention back to the six-star Dozuin, continuing earnestly, "Your Excellency, you must prioritize your own safety. Wealth and fortune are meaningless if life is lost. What good is prosperity without existence?" The six-star Dozuin, upon hearing this, let out a non-committal cold snort, while the two Dozuin beside him exchanged subtle glances, their brows furrowing slightly. This situation was not one they wished to witness. Should the Wu family be vanquished, the Liu family would dominate Xinjiang City, inevitably leading to their rise and a significant share of the ensuing benefits. The true purpose of the trio's visit to Xinjiang City was to leverage the Wu family situation to suppress the Liu family, compelling them to agree to relinquish a portion of any future resources they might acquire. Yet, it seemed the Liu family intended to resist firmly. If that were the case, their efforts would be in vain. They had already spent many days waiting outside Xinjiang City, deterred by the overwhelming aura of Xiao Yan. Only days prior, when they could no longer sense Xiao Yan's presence, they cautiously lingered before finally daring to enter, only to find themselves outmaneuvered by that mysterious, powerful figure. After exchanging glances, the six-star Dozuin finally steeled himself, lifting his gaze to rest upon Lu Huabai, his eyes fierce and filled with malice. "Humph, you nearly frightened me. How bold of you, Master Lu, to mock me, employing a coward who has already fled to intimidate me. Truly, you possess an audacity that is astonishing. Lu Huabai, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, or else." The six-star Dozuin's expression was one of fury, his murderous intent surging forth. Yet as he prepared to continue, he abruptly fell silent, standing frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down his brow, too afraid to breathe, his eyes betraying a deep-seated terror. "What do you intend to do then? Annihilate the Liu family? Eliminate the so-called coward you mentioned? Or perhaps capture him and torment him slowly, allowing the Liu family to witness the extent of their so-called savior's worthlessness? Oof. A mere six-star Dozuin dares utter such grandiose threats. Truly, you are oblivious to the perils of life and death." These words sent shockwaves through the audience. In an instant, the three figures below knelt in unison, their heads bowing in submission and apology. Chapter 48, An Act of Mercy. "Oof. What? Have you lost your appetite for confrontation?" A cold snort echoed through the hall, plunging it into silence, none daring to utter a sound. In the center of the grand hall, three elderly men clad in white robes knelt, repeatedly banging their heads against the floor in remorse. The foremost six-star Dozuin, upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a moment, he stammered, "Esteemed elder, you jest. How could we, the younger generations, harbor such audacious thoughts? Your power is beyond measure. We would never dare to provoke you." The six-star Dozuin swallowed hard, his words faltering as he breathed heavily, each syllable slow, as if to prevent inciting the elder's ire. The elder's cold laughter reverberated throughout the hall, causing the entire space to shudder, dislodging centuries' worth of dust from the rafters, which cascaded down like ethereal mist, enveloping the hall. Yet, curiously, all the descending dust settled upon the three figures from Qingyan Mansion, eliciting raised eyebrows from the witnesses. Once the dust settled, the hall appeared remarkably clear. Inhaling deeply, one could sense not a hint of dust in the air, feeling invigorated. The carpet, too, looked pristine, devoid of any dust, and upon closer inspection, it seemed even cleaner than before, appearing vibrantly new. As the gazes of the onlookers swept across the hall, except for Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing, all others were left with reddened eyes, tears shimmering at the brink of spilling forth. Even Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing, though maintaining composure, bore visible signs of emotional turmoil, their jaws subtly quivering as they betrayed their innermost sentiments. In the center of the hall, the only ones unable to smile were the three individuals from the Qinyan mansion, who knelt trembling, their bodies quaking for reasons unknown. At this moment, their appearance was nothing short of comical, kneeling in the hall. Their once vibrant robes had lost all color. A thick layer of dust, as white as snow, blanketed their backs, leaving them looking utterly disheveled and grimy. If one were to gaze down upon them from above, they would appear as mere mounds of dirt scattered across the grand hall. Their faces were ashen, jaws clenched tightly, emitting a series of grating sounds as their teeth rubbed against one another, filled with indignation as they knelt on the ground. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged towards them, startling the trio, who hastily rose to defend themselves, channeling their internal energy to counter the onslaught. With a resounding thud, they were forcefully expelled from the hall, rolling helplessly on the ground before finally regaining their composure. As they stood, the leader among them, a six-star Dozun, glared into the swirling gray mist of the hall, his eyes aflame with rage as he bellowed, "Senior, what is your intention? You have already toyed with us, and now you wish to take our lives? You truly dishonor your esteemed title. Huh, you have grown quite bold, young man. I merely intended to assist you in removing the dust from your garments, yet you dared to rise and resist," came the response, dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the onlookers smirked. The fierce wind had clearly been intended to obliterate them. How could one not defend themselves when their lives were at stake? Who could predict that the intent was not to kill them? If they had stood idle and met their demise, it would have been an act of sheer folly. Even Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing exchanged glances, their lips curling in skepticism without uttering a word. The three elders from the Qinyan mansion felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. How could the blame be placed upon them? Before they could respond, the enigmatic elder spoke again. But do continue to defend yourselves, and yet you still dare to slander a good Samaritan, claiming I am unworthy of the title of senior, devoid of compassion. Now, tell me, do I deserve this title or not? As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The three Dozun strongmen from the Qinyan mansion felt an overwhelming pressure surge towards them, enveloping them in an instant, instilling a sense of unparalleled terror that left them utterly astonished. The leader's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he disregarded the expressions of his companions and hastily declared, "Senior, you do not disappoint your reputation, ridding the Qinyan mansion of those who disregard the rules, upholding justice, and aiding the weak. You certainly deserve the title of senior." His words were imbued with righteousness and benevolence, yet the onlookers merely scoffed, shaking their heads in disbelief, turning their gazes elsewhere. The six-star Dozun felt a flush of embarrassment creep upon his face, his demeanor heating up, yet he merely shifted his gaze without further comment. After a moment, the elder chuckled and said, "Very well, I shall let this go. As for your earlier insults, merely compensate me with a trifle." The three immediately nodded in agreement. Smiling nervously, the elder continued, "I shall not ask for much. I presume you lack valuable items. Just hand over 500,000 spirit coins, and we shall be done." These words were delivered with such nonchalance that the gathered crowd felt their faces twitch uncontrollably at the outrageous demand. 500,000 spirit coins, casually requested as if they were mere trinkets, left everyone speechless. The three Dozun elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. For any one of them, 500,000 spirit coins was an astronomical sum. Even pooling their resources together, the burden would be immense. After a brief exchange, they wore expressions of deep concern. Finally, the six-star Dozun bit his lip and spoke slowly. "Senior, that sum of 500,000 spirit coins is indeed rather excessive." "What? Is it too much?" the elder retorted. "I see you are unwilling. A mere 500,000 for 3 lives. I am being quite merciful." Upon hearing this, the audience's faces twitched violently, and the three Dozun elders found themselves at a loss for words. How could he even utter the word merciful? Each of them would be fortunate to possess even a fraction of that amount, accumulated over years of effort. Yet this individual nonchalantly demanded 500,000 as if spirit coins were worthless. The three exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in distress, grappling with the dire situation. After a long pause, the six-star Do Zun mustered his courage and addressed the mysterious elder. Senior, we truly lack the financial means to provide such a sum. Combined, our spirit coins amount to only 370,000. We implore you to grant us some time. We shall swiftly return to the Qingyan mansion to retrieve the coins and ensure they are delivered to you post-haste. Oof. Do you think I would believe you? You think you can leave and return? Came the voice filled with ire, sending chills down their spines as they trembled uncontrollably. Just as they were about to respond, the voice echoed once more, enough. I find your very presence vexatious. Depart. Should you dare to cause trouble at the Liu family again, there will be no next time. The three bowed their heads in gratitude and promptly turned to leave, but the mysterious voice rang out again. Wait, leave the spirit coins. Without daring to hesitate, they relinquished their spirit coins and hastily fled the Liu estate, racing back to the Qingyun mansion as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, within the Liu family's conference hall, Liu Huabai and Liu Xinqing dismissed their kin, who, understanding the intent of the two, cooperatively exited the hall, scattering in different directions. As the two turned, their eyes sharpened. The elusive white cat was nowhere to be found. The hall was desolate, devoid of any presence, save for the cushion that still bore a hint of warmth, lying quietly on the floor. Liu Huabai shook his head and approached to pick up the cushion, but his gaze sharpened as he noticed several strands of white fur left behind. Initially, he paid little heed, but as he reached for the cushion, he seemed to stumble upon a revelation. The seemingly fallen strands of fur, whether by design or accident, formed a message that elicited a joyous smile from Liu Huabai. The message read, Indeed, your Liu family is well deserving of his assistance. I have high hopes for you. While matters concerning the Liu family have reached a conclusion, another affair has only just begun. Here lies a mountain range, its undulating peaks resembling colossal primordial beasts prostrate upon the earth, their roars echoing through the desolate wilderness. A strange red mist envelopes the mountains, shrouding the scene in an eerie atmosphere. In the densest parts of the mist, pools of water are left behind. Yet their hue elicits a sense of foreboding, for they too are tinted crimson. A chilling wind sweeps through, causing ripples to dance across these ominous puddles, morphing them into shapes reminiscent of grinning faces, their vivid red coloring rendering them exceedingly sinister. Suddenly, the mist in the forest is violently torn apart, creating a vacuum in its midst, only to quickly wreck loose. In that fleeting moment, a shadow darted through, scarcely noticeable. Hours later, deep within the mountains, at the end of the blood-red haze, before a small valley, a figure emerged, cloaked in swirling black mist and adorned with a grotesque mask. Beneath the mask, a pair of dim, aged eyes surveyed the valley, casting a disdainful glance at the not-so-dense black mist surrounding him, revealing a flicker of venomous resentment. After a brief pause, this figure enveloped in darkness surged forward into the valley, leaving behind a venomous vow. Xiao Yan, the next time I find you, I shall obliterate you piece by piece, avenging the grievous injury you inflicted upon me. This individual was none other than the flame demon Old Ghost, who had previously escaped while Xiao Yan was caught unawares. Before long, the flame demon Old Ghost arrived before a grand hall, entirely shrouded in black. Beyond a distance of 100 feet, an energy shield, transparent from within, secured the hall with an impenetrable barrier. From the outside, one could discern no difference between this place and the surrounding mountains. Gazing at the obsidian door, the flame demon Old Ghost revealed a grin, his hands swiftly weaving intricate seals, casting forth mysterious incantations. The surface of the dark door glimmered faintly, and in an instant, with a creaking sound, the door swung open, unveiling a pitch-black passageway. This passage was shrouded in such profound darkness that it seemed as though even the very space within was thick and viscous, inducing a primal fear that surged from the depths of the soul. It felt less like a passage leading into the depths of the hall, and more like a road to the underworld, sending shivers through one's being. The flame demon Old Ghost, with his shadowy eyes, inhaled deeply, casting another glance at the inky passage. Despite having traversed this path countless times, each encounter with the oppressive darkness evoked an overwhelming sense of mortality. Were it not for the memories of his prior journeys coaxing him forward, he might have turned to flee. Steeling himself, he took another deep breath, slowly exhaling, his throat rolling as he swallowed hard. With heavy steps, he advanced into the murky passage. Upon entering the hall, the door creaked shut behind him, plunging the space into an inky gloom, indistinguishable from any other. The sound of deliberate footsteps echoed, and from the darkened entrance, The silhouette of the flame demon old ghost gradually materialized. Accompanied by the clanking of metal, chains adorned with mysterious runes swiftly secured the passage's exit. Figures clad in black, their identities obscured, emerged at the entrance, each gripping a chain, ever vigilant for unforeseen circumstances. As the figures faded into the shadows, the flame demon old ghost paid them no mind, evidently well acquainted with their presence. Exhaling, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes as he glanced back at the shadowy passage. Without uttering a word, he lifted his feet and proceeded deeper into the hall. Meanwhile, in a distant expanse of mountains, an elderly man clad in azure robes, his hair and beard as white as snow, regarded the distant peaks with a relaxed smile. Murmuring softly, I, Yuan Qing, have finally returned. Chapter 50. Xiao Yan has arrived. In a vast expanse of mountains, amidst blood-red mists and a somber forest, the rhythmic sound of footsteps resonated within a darkened hall, where a figure cloaked in black mist advanced slowly. The hall was enveloped in darkness, visibility scarcely extending 10 paces. Yet, the figure's gaze remained fixed ahead, unperturbed by the endless void, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. While his steps appeared measured, they were in fact remarkably swift. And within moments, he reached the end of the expansive hall. The flame demon old ghost halted, lifting his gaze to the front, which remained a relentless abyss, devoid of any light. Everything here felt insubstantial. Leaning slightly forward, he pressed onward. Soon, he came to a stop once more, glancing around to find yet another dark passage. The oppressive space seemed almost suffocating, lending an unsettling thickness to the air, as though each breath drew in a viscous substance. Taking a deep breath of this dense air, he slowly exhaled, preparing to speak, but was interrupted by another ancient voice. Flame demon old ghost? What brings you back? As the words faded, a surprised sound followed. You appear drained, your soul force weakened, and none of your subordinates returned. Could it be that Yuan Qing's old trickery has ensnared you? The flame demon old ghost snorted in disdain, his anger flaring as he retorted. If it were merely Yuan Qing, I could have dispatched him long ago. The unseen figure raised an eyebrow, continuing, Oh, so Yuan Qing has allies? Have they sent others? Before the inquiry concluded, the voice shook its head, frowning as it remarked. But that shouldn't be. If they had sent anyone, the headquarters would have informed us. It seems not, does it? Enough of this. I must first see the Hall Master. After my audience, the Hall Master will enlighten you. With that, he prepared to step into the passage, but suddenly halted. A figure, entirely draped in black robes, materialized before the flame demon old ghost, a cold smile gracing the figure's lips as he addressed the flame demon old ghost. My esteemed lord of the palace, it is not so easy to seek an audience with you. You have previously informed me that you are entering seclusion, and unless several months pass, you shall be utterly inaccessible. With a wry smile, I cast a sidelong glance at the Inferno demon, continuing, moreover, you closed yourself off just 10 days ago, instructing that unless significant matters arise, one should not disturb your retreat. Given your temperament, I trust you are aware of the futility in attempting to see you. Upon hearing this, the Inferno demon felt a wave of tension dissipate, for he knew well the Lord's temperament. Once a command was issued, none could defy it. Yet at this moment, with the latter part of my statement, even if it meant interrupting the Lord's seclusion, I was certain he would not incur any punishment upon me. Thus, with a mocking expression, the Inferno demon regarded the figure cloaked in black and spoke slowly. If that is the case, I must ask the guardian to allow me passage, for I have urgent matters to report to the Lord. The figure in black, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow beneath the cloak, letting out a disdainful snort as he retorted, I find it hard to believe that anything could warrant such urgency as to disturb our Lord's retreat. Are you truly so reckless as to risk your life? The weight of these words was particularly severe, unsettling to the ear. However, the Inferno demon merely laughed coldly in response, saying, Death? I suggest you make way quickly, or else, when the opportunity passes, it may not be you who remains unscathed. Be wary of your life, lest you find yourself in a state of utter despair. At this, the figure in black sharply raised his head, fury igniting in his shadowy eyes. With a heavy sigh of contempt, he vanished from before the Inferno demon. The Inferno demon chuckled derisively, stepping forward into the passageway. Moments later, he emerged from the dark corridor, his expression somewhat numb. He found himself in a vast hall that was a stark contrast to the darkness outside, like a realm of ethereal beauty compared to the depths of the underworld. The first sight that greeted him was a veil of mist, swirling gently throughout the hall, akin to the ethereal essence of spirits. coupled with the black corridor behind him. It felt as though he had stepped into another world entirely. The hall's walls were crafted from radiant white jade, exuding a soft luminescence that bespoke its extraordinary quality. In the center of the hall hung 3 transparent orbs of light, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire space. While they appeared ordinary, the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from them suggested their significance was far beyond mere illumination. Had Xiao Yan been present, he would have instantly recognized these orbs as remnants of the soul essence once collected by the Soul Palace. The mist enveloping the hall was, in fact, composed of pure soul essence. However, the Inferno demon seemed unfazed by this spectacle, though the glint of greed in his darkened eyes betrayed his yearning for the soul essence. Suddenly, a voice brimming with rage thundered through the hall, causing it to shudder slightly. Inferno, do you not realize that this lord is in seclusion? How dare you come here and disturb me? Are you seeking death? At this proclamation, the Inferno demon snapped back to reality, a look of terror flashing across his face. Regaining his composure, he hastily replied, My lord, I would never dare to intrude upon your seclusion. Rather, I have urgent matters to relay that are of great importance to us, necessitating immediate attention. Hence my boldness in interrupting your retreat. I humbly seek your forgiveness. The voice's owner furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply before emitting a cold snort, followed by a thunderous command, Speak. Were it not of great consequence, I would annihilate you. Upon hearing this, the Inferno demon felt the temperature plummet around him, an icy chill enveloping the air. However, he remained undaunted. With newfound confidence, he raised his gaze steadily, articulating each word with precision. My lord, Xiao Yan has arrived. Chapter 51, Cloud Immortel Sect. Boom! A tempest of fierce, fighting spirit surged forth, sweeping through the entire hall and unleashing a powerful storm of energy. The mist dispersed, revealing the full splendor of the hall, rendering it eerily desolate. As the storm surged, the Inferno demon's countenance changed dramatically, retreating several steps to avoid being engulfed. Once the tempest subsided, the Inferno demon turned back, gazing into the hall. Upon steadying his focus, he beheld a figure shrouded in black robes standing defiantly at the center. Above this figure, 3 luminous orbs hung, suspended in midair. Only then did the Inferno demon fully comprehend the hall's structure, which was entirely constructed of warm, white jade, with all furnishings reflecting the same exquisite material. The entire hall radiated a lustrous white, yet at this moment, the Inferno demon and the figure in black stood out starkly against the pristine backdrop, as did the dark chains binding the 3 orbs. These chains, resembling those wielded by the black-robed figures earlier, appeared to be of a larger scale. The ends of the chains disappeared into a towering white jade pillar at the hall's apex, with a coil tightly around it, inscribed with glowing runes. As the runes flickered with soft light, a milky white energy flowed along the chains, extending towards their ends. The figure cloaked in black fixed his icy gaze upon the Inferno demon, sending a chill coursing through him. Hastily, he bowed deeply, speaking in a tone of utmost humility. I, the Inferno demon, pay my respects to you, my lord. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure let out a cold snort and turned to stride towards the only chair in the hall while inquiring, Is the Xiao Yan you mentioned the same Xiao Yan from the Dochi continent? This question was posed in a seemingly casual manner. Yet the excitement and anticipation concealed within were unmistakable, akin to a long-lost friend finally receiving news after many years. The Inferno demon, upon hearing this, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes, nodding slightly as he replied, Indeed, my lord, based on the location of his appearance and the titles he employs, it cannot be mistaken. Moreover, the subordinates felt an exceedingly ferocious power of flame emanating from him, which perfectly aligns with Xiao Yan's characteristic attributes. Thus, this Xiao Yan must indeed be the one we seek. As the flame demon elder spoke, his eyes shifted slightly, and he parted his lips as if to utter something, yet ultimately refrained. The figure cloaked in black fell into silence for a moment, exhaling deeply as he tilted his head slightly. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and the black-robed figure ascended into the air, hovering gracefully. Concurrently, an overwhelming and domineering aura surged throughout the grand hall, and a voice resonated, declaring, All personnel, gather swiftly in the main hall. The master of this hall has significant matters to announce. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone within the grand hall felt a jolt of energy. Even those who had been in seclusion for an extended period were forcibly awakened. They moved swiftly, rising and soaring towards the direction indicated by the voice. Meanwhile, in another location, Another individual was reporting the same matter to someone else. In a resplendent hall, a multitude of individuals stood, their expressions filled with curiosity as they gazed at a figure within. At the center of the hall, an elderly man clad in azure robes, with graying temples, spoke earnestly to a distinguished elder adorned in opulent attire seated in the main position. Indeed, Xiao Yan is a rare prodigy of extraordinary talent. Though he hails from humble beginnings, he has remarkably cultivated such strength as a mere loose cultivator. Therefore, it is only fitting that we integrate him into our Yinxian sect, to bolster our strength and unite against the ghost sect. Before Yuan Qing could finish his statement, the elder known as Yun Mei interjected, continuing Yuan Qing's thought. Yuan Qing nodded in agreement, seemingly eager to secure the elder's approval. He further elaborated, moreover, I believe there may be some animosity between Xiao Yan and the ghost sect, as he exhibited considerable force against the flame demon elder. At this juncture, Yuan Qing paused, only continuing when Yun Mei could no longer suppress his curiosity. Yuan Qing then raised his gaze to Yun Mei, continuing, furthermore, I suspect that the arrival of the flame demon elder and his associates in the southwestern region is precisely to pursue Xiao Yan. This revelation sparked a flurry of murmurs among the assembly. They had remained stationed at the border of this continent for so many years, uncertain of what the ghost sect awaited, thus perpetually constrained. Now, Yuan Qing's assertion that their presence was merely to await one individual seemed rather weak and unconvincing. Yun Mei furrowed his brow, casting a meaningful glance at Yuan Qing, signaling him to refrain from elaborating further on matter. Recognizing this cue, Yuan Qing understood, his eyes darting momentarily before he raised his gaze to Yun Mei, appearing as if he wished to express something but ultimately chose silence. After a brief silence, Yuan Qing managed to muster a somewhat forced smile, remarking, this is merely my personal conjecture, without any substantial basis. There's no need for everyone to take it to heart. Consider it merely a jest. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively dismissed Yuan Qing with a glance, returning to a state of calm under Yun Mei's guidance. Yun Mei surveyed the now tranquil assembly, his gaze lingering on Yuan Qing before he spoke. Yuan Qing, based on your previous assertions, Xiao Yan indeed possesses remarkable potential that could benefit our Yinxian sect. However, I am left to ponder whether this aligns with Xiao Yan's own wishes. The moment Yun Mei posed this query, the rest of the assembly appeared somewhat perplexed. Aside from Yuan Qing, logically, Yuan Qing's statements should have been a result of Xiao Yan's commission, so why would he question whether it reflected Xiao Yan's intent? This was indeed a matter that left many bewildered. Chapter 52, The Heart of Recruitment. Within the hall, confusion spread among the attendees as they exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sentiment. Yuan Qing, taken aback by Yun Mei's inquiry, quickly regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he candidly replied, in response to Elder Yun Mei, my assertions stem solely from my own perspective and not from any commission by Xiao Yan. The moment Yuan Qing uttered this, a wave of astonishment washed over the assembly. This entire discourse was merely Yuan Qing's personal musings. It was indeed perplexing that Yuan Qing would go to such lengths to advocate for someone he had only met once, seeking to recruit him into the Yinxian sect. At this point, some could not help but wonder if Yuan Qing had developed some form of attachment to Xiao Yan. Otherwise, it was hard to fathom why he would concern himself so deeply for another. Yun Mei, however, nodded slightly in understanding and then queried Yuan Qing. If that is the case, there must be a reason behind your fervor. Otherwise, as a distinguished elder of the Yinxian sect, how could you be so devoted merely due to one individual's talent? Yuan Qing offered a sheepish smile at Yun Mei's words and then explained, Elder Yun Mei, you are indeed perceptive. To elaborate, I merely wish to repay Xiao Yan's life-saving grace. I believe that if we were to integrate him into our Yinxian sect, it would not only serve as gratitude, but also grant us another prodigy to enhance our strength. Oh, a life-saving grace? Did he not drive away the flame demon elder? Yun Mei inquired, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Yuan Qing nodded, continuing, indeed, while Xiao Yan did expel the flame demon elder, the elder's final strike inflicted harm upon my corporeal form. As you are aware, for those of us lacking the strength of a Dou Emperor, physical damage can be fatal unless one possesses another's living flesh or knowledge of body-refining techniques. At that moment, only the flame demon elder, Xiao Yan, and I were present, and thus, no other living human bodies could be found. Upon hearing this, the assembly grasped the implications without further elaboration from Yuan Qing. Without a corporeal body, the only recourse would be some arcane method of body refinement. Such methods were not accessible to just anyone. even within the Yunxian sect. They were typically reserved for the upper echelons. As this realization dawned upon them, a spark ignited in their eyes, and even Yun Mei, seated in the main position, exhibited a glimmer of excitement. Xiao Yan had not only rescued Yuan Qing, but also possessed knowledge of body refinement techniques, compelling the assembly to re-evaluate their perception of him. With such extraordinary talent and capabilities, Xiao Yan had undoubtedly met the criteria for them to extend an invitation to join their ranks. The mere knowledge of his body refinement methods was sufficient to sway the majority of those present in the Grand Hall. After all, among those present, even with Yun Mei included, not a single individual possessed the strength to ascend to the level of a Dou Emperor. Consequently, Xiao Yan's secret technique became a significant pillar of life assurance for everyone in the vicinity. Yun Mei furrowed her brow, glancing at the chaotic crowd below, her aged face revealing a hint of impatience. With a slight lift of her left hand, she gently brushed the air before her. An invisible pressure emanated from her being, instantly silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. Yun Mei's gaze swept across the assembly, and with a cold snort from her nostrils, she fixed her eyes on Yuan Qing. Observing Yuan Qing, Yun Mei nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her eyes. A subtle smile graced her lips as she spoke with a hearty laugh. It is commendable that you possess such gratitude. My Yunxian sect requires individuals like you. Only those of such integrity can aid in the expansion of our sect. Before the crowd could respond, Yun Mei's expression turned serious, and she directed a question at Yuan Qing. However, since all of this is your own decision, it is likely that Xiao Yan may not consent to join my Yunxian sect, is it not? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, casting worried glances at Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing himself was briefly stunned by Yun Mei's words. This was a possibility he had not anticipated. Indeed, this was merely his own conjecture. While he hoped to win Xiao Yan over, it was not in the manner that the others might envision. Through Xiao Yan's various actions and his eventual confirmation, Yuan Qing had come to believe that Xiao Yan was certainly a descendant of a hidden, formidable force. Moreover, his identity was anything but ordinary. This was evident from the way the Inferno demon old ghost had reacted upon hearing his name, indicating that he was indeed aware of Xiao Yan. Most likely, the demon's intent was to capture Xiao Yan to threaten the power that lay behind him. The identity of a rogue cultivator was something Xiao Yan had instructed Yuan Qing to assert, and without hesitation, Yuan Qing had complied. In Yuan Qing's view, Xiao Yan's actions were entirely a precautionary measure to prevent the exposure of his true identity, which could invite calamity upon himself. Thus, Yuan Qing sought to use this to facilitate Xiao Yan's entry into the Yunxian sect, both to conceal his identity and to covertly strengthen the sect by aligning with a powerful force. This, undoubtedly, would be a significant achievement for the Yunxian sect, should Xiao Yan be welcomed into the fold, and a solid relationship established. The overall strength of the Yunxian sect could experience a remarkable surge in a short span of time. Alas, had Yuan Qing been privy to Xiao Yan's true background, he might have reconsidered his approach. After much contemplation, Yuan Qing finally inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he stated, Elder Yun Mei, I will certainly persuade Xiao Yan to join our Yunxian sect and secure this extraordinary talent for our sect. Yun Mei raised an eyebrow at his unwavering demeanor, her eyelids lowering slightly as she contemplated, remaining silent for a moment. Finally, she lifted her gaze to Yuan Qing, nodding with a smile before responding. It is commendable that you possess such determination for the benefit of our Yunxian sect. I wish you success in bringing him into our fold. Before her words had fully dissipated, Yun Mei's expression turned grave once more as she added, Remember, regardless of whether he ultimately agrees to join our Yunxian sect, it is imperative to maintain a cordial relationship with him. If he is indeed a genius, do not provoke him lightly. At the very least, it is vital to uphold a good rapport, lest we create enemies for the Yunxian sect. The consequences of such actions will be yours to bear. Yuan Qing nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. However, as Yun Mei gazed upon him, her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. She chuckled and remarked, You seem to be in luck. Fortune often follows misfortune. I perceive that your internal fighting energy has reached a bottleneck. I trust you are on the verge of breakthrough. Before Yuan Qing could respond, Yun Mei continued, In that case, I possess a medicinal pill for you. Take this. As her words fell, she waved her sleeve, and a flash of light shot forth, landing in Yuan Qing's palm. After expressing his gratitude, she dismissed the assembly within the Grand Hall. Yun Mei remained alone in her seat, her gaze turned skyward as she murmured to herself. Could it truly be, as Yuan Qing suggested? Are they indeed seeking Xiao Yan this time? But how could this situation differ from the past? What on earth are these peculiar individuals up to? Chapter 53. The Astonishment of Guyu. Umph. A bunch of stubborn old fools. How dare they postpone my grand entrance by a whole month? It infuriates me to no end. Umph. Just watch. If I do not take a year or two before returning, I shall write my name backward. On the bustling street, an elderly man dressed in ordinary, somewhat disheveled attire walked leisurely, completely oblivious to the disdainful glances cast by passers-by. As he walked, he muttered curses under his breath, inciting irritation among several individuals approaching him. To hurl insults in the public square, even if not directed at these particular individuals, could easily lead to misunderstandings. Had it not been for the observant few who noticed the jade token hanging from his waist, there might have been considerable unrest at that very moment. Those who initially overlooked the token, upon being alerted by others, quickly changed their expressions, their faces paling. After expressing their gratitude to the one who had pointed it out, they hurriedly departed the scene, for upon that jade token, they discerned the emblem of the most powerful force in the region. It was but a single character, Xiao. The tyrants of this domain were the Xiao clan, and within this Xiao city, no one dared to provoke its members. The old man seemed to sense the unusual reaction. Furrowing his brow slightly, he let his large sleeves fall, concealing the jade token, and then lifted them again. However, unlike before, the token that represented the entire Xiao clan had now vanished. The old man, with a faint smile, wobbled away from the city of Xiao. Whoosh! With the sound of slicing wind, a figure clad in white appeared atop a mountain peak. The gusts swirled around, causing Xiao Yan's robes to billow and his hair to dance wildly. He inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp air, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a single motion, he propelled himself into the air, vanishing from the mountaintop amidst a tempest of wind. In the next moment, a fierce gust swept through the nearby forest, causing trees within a radius of several hundred feet to sway perilously, their leaves rustling violently. Xiao Yan's silhouette emerged at the top of a tree, listening to the cacophony of rustling leaves and scanning the sky filled with foliage. Once more, he flickered and disappeared. Xiao Yan's form continued to appear and vanish, while the vast, serene expanse of the heavens was engulfed in a furious gale, the winds roaring incessantly. Suddenly, a powerful roar erupted from Xiao Yan's throat as he stood poised in the void, arms outstretched, unleashing a formidable suction force. A tempest swept through the heavens and the earth, swirling away the clouds and darkening the sky above. With a subtle shift of his feet, he executed a profound step, amplifying the suction in his hands. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, accompanied by a fierce gale that surged forth as if commanded. The winds roared, echoing like a furious dragon, their might resonating throughout the realm. The invisible tempest swept through the forest, lifting broad leaves and forming a serpentine green dragon that danced across the sky. This dragon coiled majestically in the heights, its head held high, embodying an undeniable sense of dominion, even as it was conjured from the winds and clouds. Yet, as the dragon perched with its head elevated, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared atop its crown, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, Xiao Yan commanded the magnificent entity, reminiscent of a true dragon, to dissolve into a flurry of falling leaves that drifted gracefully to the ground. Just then, an aged voice, laced with amusement, resonated in the air, remarking, "Indeed, you have adeptly harnessed the winds to complement your stepping technique. To achieve such proficiency on your first attempt in the wind motion realm of the celestial steps is commendable." Hearing this, Xiao Yan beamed with delight and expressed his gratitude towards Guyu. "I owe this success to your guidance, old Gu, which has enabled me to cultivate the wind motion aspect of the celestial steps with the thunderous momentum of the 3,000 thunderclaps, allowing my progress to accelerate remarkably." Guyu chuckled heartily in response and continued, "To refine the first realm with the requirements of the second, the ascendant realm, is indeed an extraordinary approach. While you may perceive yourself as practicing the first realm, in truth, you are already delving into the second realm, the ascendant realm. Consider this. Having ventured into the ascendant realm, how could the wind motion realm not be within your grasp?" Xiao Yan nodded in admiration and replied, "If I persist in this method of cultivation, I am confident that within 2 months, I shall attain a significant level of mastery in the first realm of the celestial steps, the wind motion." With that, he ceased his training and settled into a nearby spot to rest. Guyu smiled approvingly, but remained silent. The path of cultivation is inherently about gradual progression. Blind haste often leads to failure due to an overzealous desire for quick results. The saying extremes beget opposites encapsulates this principle. Seated atop a mountain peak, Xiao Yan let the burning decision technique circulate within him, absorbing the energies of the cosmos. Suddenly, as though struck by a revelation, he emerged from his meditative state. With a flick of his hand, a jade vial appeared in his grasp. Simultaneously, he called out in his heart, "Old Gu, I have a matter to discuss. I beseech you to appear." No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of light shot forth from the fiery mark on his brow, transforming before him into the figure of an elder, none other than Gu Yu. Noticing Xiao Yan's urgent demeanor, Gu Yu raised an eyebrow, refraining from further inquiry as he settled onto the ground, awaiting Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan, recognizing Gu Yu's position, extended his hands, presenting the jade vial before him. Gu Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at Xiao Yan, who nodded in affirmation. With a contemplative frown, Gu Yu accepted the vial. Examining the jade vessel resting in his palm, he discerned nothing unusual. Nonetheless, he understood that the purpose of Xiao Yan's request must lie within this vial. Under Xiao Yan's expectant gaze, Gu Yu slowly unscrewed the cap of the vial. A small, milky white orb, no larger than a thumb, drifted gently from the container. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yu's eyebrows shot up in surprise, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He extended his hand, enveloping the orb in radiant light, before turning to Xiao Yan and inquiring, "Who is this person? How can he still be alive?" Chapter 54. The Method of Xiao Yan's Resurrection. At this moment, Gu Yu's countenance was one of shock, his pupils constricting, mouth agape as he gazed at the milky orb hovering above his palm, unable to regain his composure. Xiao Yan mirrored the elder's astonishment. A true elder indeed. Despite the fragility of this remnant soul, Gu Yu could still deduce its significance. This realization solidified Xiao Yan's belief that he might indeed discover the long-sought method he had been searching for. After a brief pause, Gu Yu gently placed the orb back into the jade vial and returned it to Xiao Yan. Rising to his feet, he turned slightly, furrowing his brow and letting out a deep sigh before finally facing Xiao Yan. Gu Yu spoke slowly, addressing Xiao Yan, "If I am not mistaken, you wish for me to assist in restoring his soul, do you not?" Xiao Yan was unfazed by this presumption. Since Gu Yu had already perceived the remnant soul, it was only natural for him to infer Xiao Yan's intentions. Consequently, Xiao Yan nodded slowly, a hint of surprise reflected in his expression as he acknowledged this. Gu Yu, upon seeing this, nodded slightly, then gazed skyward, causing a flicker of concern to tighten in Xiao Yan's heart. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yu finally inquired, "What is your relationship with this person?" Xiao Yan's brow furrowed at this question, feeling a twinge of surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "He is my ancestor. To aid me in transcending the imperial realm of the soul, he ignited his own soul's power, ultimately allowing me to enhance my strength." Before Xiao Yan could finish his thought, Gu Yu interjected, "Thus, you wish to save him to repay the boon he bestowed upon you. Am I correct?" Xiao Yan lowered his gaze slightly, nodding in silent affirmation. Gu Yu's brow furrowed deeply, remaining silent for a time. Eventually, he shook his head, rolling his eyes at Xiao Yan with a hint of reproach, and spoke in a slow, mildly admonishing tone. "You truly are a troublesome young one. You summoned me only to present such a challenging predicament, showing no respect for your elders." Yet, Xiao Yan sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy, his enthusiasm rendering him unresponsive to Gu Yu's teasing. His eyes glistened with fervor as he fixed his gaze on Gu Yu, breathing heavily as if he had unexpectedly encountered a captivating beauty. This left Gu Yu in a state of amusement. After a considerable time, Xiao Yan gradually regained his composure, though the excitement and fervor in his heart remained palpable. Bone Ghost observed as Xiao Yan's emotions gradually regained their composure, offering a helpless smile while gesturing gently to help him stabilize. With a deep sigh, he began to speak. "Indeed, this ancestor of yours still retains a trace of life essence." At this point, Bone Ghost paused slightly, but Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. This was something he had failed to uncover in his prior explorations. He had never sensed even the slightest hint of life essence before. Before Xiao Yan could utter a word, Bone Ghost inhaled deeply and continued, "However, do not rejoice too soon. The possibility of your ancestor's resurrection remains uncertain. His residual soul is exceedingly fragile, and consequently, there are virtually no heavenly materials or treasures capable of nurturing his spirit. Thus, do not harbor overly lofty hopes. The only method I can offer you is to utilize your own abilities to safeguard him as best as you can." Upon hearing this, the once hopeful expression on Xiao Yan's face dimmed considerably. For him, And indeed for the entire Xiao clan, Xiao Xian was of immense significance. Without Xiao Yan might not have ascended to the throne, and without him, the Xiao clan would likely have perished long ago, leaving no trace of the flourishing clan that exists today. Although Xiao Xian had lived a millennium ago, even 1,000 years later, he had fought fiercely for the Xiao clan's cause. Yet now, after a decade of painstakingly searching for a method of revival, Xiao Yan's hopes were utterly shattered by Bone Ghost's words. Witnessing Xiao Yan's despondent demeanor, Bone Ghost furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Time flowed slowly in this atmosphere of silence. As both Xiao Yan and Bone Ghost remained quiet, the area within 100 zhang around them transformed into a realm of utter stillness, with everything appearing remarkably silent. Even a magical beast lay quietly on the ground, not daring to breathe, their hearts filled with overwhelming fear. Eventually, as twilight descended and the day quietly slipped away, Bone Ghost, who had remained motionless atop the mountain, finally trembled slightly. He lifted his drooping head, gazing at the still despondent Xiao Yan. In the next moment, the silence that had persisted throughout the day was finally broken by Bone Ghost. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Xiao Yan's vacant expression, and with a resounding clap of his hands, a look of realization illuminated his aged face. This action jolted Xiao Yan from his melancholic state, and he stared blankly at Bone Ghost. As he beheld the change in Bone Ghost's expression, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, and his eyes quickly reddened. Filled with ecstatic joy, he rose from his seated position on the ground, though for some unknown reason, even with his semi-emperor physique, he experienced a sudden numbness in his legs upon standing, causing him to stumble slightly before regaining his balance. Shaking off the numbness, Xiao Yan's gaze was filled with eager anticipation as he looked at Bone Ghost. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to swallow hard, moistening his dry throat before speaking, his lips trembling as he asked, "Elder Bone Ghost, have you conceived a method for my ancestors' resurrection?" Bone Ghost nodded in response, then elaborated. "Your ancestor's residual soul is exceedingly fragile. A moment's inattention could lead to its complete dissolution. I have contemplated numerous methods and considered hundreds of heavenly materials and treasures that could aid the essence of the soul, but regrettably, none proved viable. However, just a moment ago, I conceived a potential method. If this method fails, then the prospect of reviving your ancestor will be utterly hopeless. This method involves using something equally fragile as your ancestor's residual soul to nurture, merge, and restore it, specifically, the pure essence of soul power." "Soul essence?" Xiao Yan inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Is that truly what you mean?" "Indeed, it is the essence of the soul, and it must be of sufficient purity. Otherwise, should the essence lack the requisite purity, it may clash with your ancestor's residual soul during the merging process, leading to a disastrous outcome that I need not elaborate upon," Bone Ghost explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow tightly. The essence of the soul is the very foundation of a person. Extracting another's soul essence would be tantamount to murder. Such an act was beyond Xiao Yan's moral compass. While he did not claim to be a paragon of virtue, he could not bring himself to kill another without cause. Even if it were for his ancestor's revival, he could not conceive of such a deed. Yet, if he did not pursue this course, Xiao Xian could never be resurrected, leaving Xiao Yan in a state of indecision. Moreover, there was a crucial aspect to consider. The essence of the soul was a person's core, the essence of life itself. How could one completely purify it? These weighty concerns caused Xiao Yan's brow to furrow even deeper. Bone Ghost, seemingly perceptive of Xiao Yan's inner turmoil, chuckled heartily and remarked, "You fool. If you have no intention of killing innocents, then why not eliminate those who wish to harm you? This way, you not only adhere to your own principles, but also eradicate your enemies. What could be better? As for your concerns regarding the impossibility of fully purifying the soul essence, such worries are entirely unfounded. Has it been so long that you've forgotten your own identity? Ha ha ha, you are the Flame Emperor. How could you forget such a thing? Elemental fire is capable of incinerating all things, even divine entities. What significance does a mere trace of soul essence hold? Moreover, you possess the fallen heart flame, which has the greatest lethality against soul power, and the purifying lotus demon flame, which possesses unparalleled purifying abilities. Obtaining pure soul essence is merely a matter of your prowess." Bone Ghost concluded with a laugh. In that moment, Xiao Yan fully grasped the implications of Bone Ghost's words. Who said soul essence was unattainable? His formidable adversaries, the Soul Clan, were abundant with individuals whose essence he could seek. A smile of relief spread across his face as he steadied his resolve. After exchanging a few casual words with Bone Ghost, he entered a state of cultivation, recommitting himself to his training. As Xiao Yan entered a state of cultivation, Guyu stood by, gazing intently at the jade vial in Xiao Yan's embrace. His brow furrowed as he murmured to himself, how could Xiao Yan's ancestor possibly survive within this source energy? Moreover, why is he utilizing this celestial source energy for recovery? What could be the reason behind this? After a lengthy pause, Guyu seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at the jade vial in Xiao Yan's arms. Whispering, could it be that the cultivation method practiced by Xiao Yan's ancestor is that one? That technique has long vanished from the continent. I never anticipated this. Truly astonishing. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was deep into the night. In the midst of his cultivation, Xiao Yan, who had initially kept his eyes gently closed, suddenly opened them wide. With a flick of his sleeve, a streak of black light shot forth. This black light began to transform not far in front of Xiao Yan, ultimately coalescing into a shadowy figure, entirely enveloped in darkness. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be black skin was merely a void of space. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, the moment has arrived. Are you not obliged to fulfill the promise you made to me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's brows slightly knitted together, and he inquired, Hey Yan, are you so eager to become an emperor? In response, Hey Yan let out a cold laugh and retorted, Enough. What I desire is beyond your judgment. You need only adhere to your original promise. Xiao Yan sighed, nodding in resignation, and replied, If that is the case, are you prepared? Humph. I have awaited this day for a millennium. I am more than ready. There is no need for further preparation. Xiao Yan nodded and said, Then I shall assist you in this endeavor. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Yan's figure flickered, and he appeared high in the sky. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he called down to Hey Yan below. Hey Yan, I see that your body is brimming with fighting spirit, and you need only harness the source energy for your final breakthrough. I will exert every effort to absorb the celestial energy from the heavens, while you must merely absorb the source energy. As long as the source energy is sufficient, I trust you will break through to emperor status within 10 days. Hearing this, Hey Yan's eyes gleamed with hope, just as he was about to respond when another voice echoed across the heavens. Xiao Yan, I suggest you give him that jade vial before you assist him. It should prove quite beneficial. At this pronouncement, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled but still nodded in agreement. However, Hey Yan was taken aback, his entire being trembling as he instinctively took a few steps back. Glancing aside, he saw an elderly figure observing him with a smile. Hey Yan's expression shifted dramatically, and with a swift motion, he appeared before Xiao Yan, who merely smiled gently and said, This is Elder Gu. You need not worry. He means you no harm. Hey Yan regarded Xiao Yan warily, while Xiao Yan extended his hand, placing the jade vial into Hey Yan's embrace, simultaneously advising, This pertains to my ancestor. Handle it with care, lest you shatter it. After all, you have sensed the terror of Elder Gu, have you not? With that, Xiao Yan ceased further conversation, aligning himself back into a fervent state of cultivation. Hey Yan cast one last glance at Guyu below, dismissing Xiao Yan's previous words entirely, and sought out a location rich in source energy, immersing himself fully in his practice. Meanwhile, Guyu smiled faintly as he regarded the jade vial in Hey Yan's possession. Once both entered their cultivation states, the heavens above suddenly roiled with tumultuous winds and clouds. In the sky, thunderclouds rumbled, lightning flashed, and the celestial realm resonated, rendering the once dark expanse as bright as day. The cycle of night and day alternated incessantly for several hours, yet Hey Yan's breakthrough remained a gradual endeavor. 10 days later, Xiao Yan gestured with his hand, a force of attraction emanating from it as a jade vial ascended into the air, subsequently being drawn into his storage ring. By this time, Guyu's gaze had regained some clarity. In the skies above, Hey Yan unleashed a furious roar, black flames erupting from his surface, his eyes ablaze. The space surrounding him fractured continuously as he devoured the very essence of the realm, gradually assimilating the entirety of this world into himself. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of black lightning suddenly filled the heavens, striking down upon Hey Yan. Following the impact, the realm was left devoid of any presence save for Xiao Yan and Guyu. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly before he could act. Another bolt of black lightning descended from the sky. Hey Yan, witnessing the oncoming black lightning, let out a furious bellow, his hands forming intricate seals as he unleashed a series of complex hand gestures. Upon seeing this, Guyu's expression changed abruptly, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any objection. With a subtle movement of his hand beneath his robe, a beam of light shot forth, illuminating a spot not far from Xiao Yan before vanishing from view. Through Xiao Yan's perspective, everything in the heavens appeared consistent. If He Yan could endure just a little longer, he would achieve a genuine breakthrough. However, from Gu Yu's viewpoint, He Yan's vitality seemed to wane, his flames dimming. At that moment, a blue barrier manifested high in the skies, its shape shifting until a colossal hand began to form. That enormous hand descended toward He Yan, and should it connect, his demise would be inevitable. Just then, a flash of black light swept across, restoring the heavens to their natural state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, He Yan had already vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, in a hidden chamber a great distance away, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire slowly opened his previously narrowed eyes, gazing in a specific direction, toward where Xiao Yan stood. In another location, a pair of bloodshot eyes also fixed their gaze in that direction. Though the two were far apart, they both spoke in unison. Bewildered, who dares to challenge the celestial barrier? Chapter 56. Refining the remnants of the burning flame technique. Upon a mountain peak, Xiao Yan and Gu Yu stood silently, gazing skyward as if observing something of great significance. Suddenly, Xiao Yan squinted, tilting his head to the right, his hands spreading out in front of him. Minutes later, he turned back, opening his eyes to survey the heavens once again, only to frown slightly and emit a soft gasp, scanning the surroundings, yet ultimately finding nothing amiss. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow even deeper, then looked at Gu Yu beside him and asked, "Gu Lao, did you see the trace of black yin when the white light flashed just now?" Not bad. In Xiao Yan's sight, there was indeed a white light flashing just now. And it was this white light that made Xiao Yan turn his head and not see what happened afterwards. At least in Xiao Yan's eyes, it is indeed so. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu's fingers under his sleeve moved, and a flash of light flashed across the horizon, disappearing into the void. Because it was daytime, even Xiao Yan had not been discovered. Gu Yu's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Xiao Yan and then at the edge of the sky, his brow furrowed slightly. After a moment, he looked at Xiao Yan again and shook his head slightly, expressing helplessness. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan's face immediately became somewhat worried, murmuring softly, "How could you not even notice, Bone Elder?" Gu Yu's expression slightly changed upon hearing this, but he still helplessly replied, "There's nothing I can do. If I'm not mistaken, what Black Yin just encountered should be a space storm, and with the addition of the Void God Thunder, I won't be able to detect it either." Void God Thunder? Are you referring to the black sky, thunder? Gu Yu nodded and continued speaking. The Void God Thunder roams in the endless void, equivalent to a sublimated version of the Black Demon Thunder. Like the Dragon Clan, it is not bound by space and has the ability to destroy heaven and earth. The Void God Thunder, coupled with the shattered void that Black Yin was fighting against, combined with the space storm, was enough to drag Black Yin into it without me checking. However, don't worry, I believe that guy will be fine, and perhaps he will get some unexpected benefits from it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. With Jing Gu Yu's words, Xiao Yan no longer worried about He Yan's safety. However, Xiao Yan did not understand the benefits of this. Upon seeing this, Gu Yu smiled and left only a mysterious question mark for Xiao Yan. In a flash, he entered Xiao Yan's body. "Hey, Bone Elder, don't sleep yet." Xiao Yan's expression became urgent upon seeing this, and he quickly spoke up. What? You little one, do you have any strange questions?" I said if you have something to do, you can't finish it all at once. I can't stand the impact of so many strange questions from you, old man. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly upon hearing these words, scratched his head, and then awkwardly smiled and said, "Gu Lao, I really don't have any problems this time. But can you give me the remaining portion of the burning formula in your hand first?" "Oh well, if you hadn't told me earlier, I would have given it to you a long time ago." Xiao Yan was helpless. It was obvious that the old man had been saying that Xiao Yan's strength was too weak and he had not yet stabilized himself, so he had not given it. But now, when he said this, he even blamed Xiao Yan. Gu Yu said casually, and Xiao Yan felt a buzzing in his mind, his eyes becoming somewhat confused. Xiao Yan quickly bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. Xiao Yan also gave a shiver and woke up. Xiao Yan's spirit trembled, and a cold sweat broke out from his forehead. His eyes were also filled with fear. The incident just now really scared Xiao Yan. No wonder Gu Yu said his foundation was unstable and asked him to consolidate himself first. Judging from the amount of information just transmitted by Gu Yu, if it weren't for Xiao Yan's breakthrough in strength to the peak of 2 stars and half emperors this time, it's probably enough to break Xiao Yan's consciousness just now. At that time, Xiao Yan had not encountered any artificial danger and was probably killed by himself first. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, his soul's power gathering towards his head. At this moment, in Xiao Yan's mind, a crimson fire lotus was emitting bursts of intense heat, roasting Xiao Yan's soul power. Xiao Yan's soul power also surrounded it heavily, enveloping it within the soul barrier, and making every effort to approach it, wanting to merge it into his body. Shoo! A hissing sound echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, and the soul power surrounding the fire lotus also dispersed slightly. This also made Xiao Yan's face turn red and tense within just a few breaths. The veins on his forehead were twitching, and he let out waves of painful growls from his throat. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth tightly, his face twisted, his fists clenched tightly, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans kept dripping from his forehead. His clothes were soaked in sweat all over his body. So I really don't know what to say about you. Refining a broken technique like this is really helpless for you. You activate the strange fire in your body and use it to refine. It won't be long before the refining is completed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan tried his best to suppress the fire lotus located above his head while activating the strange fire within his body, which converged towards the top of his head. The fire lotus, located above Xiao Yan's head, seemed to sense the impending danger. The crimson fire lotus kept spinning, and waves of hot flames spread out, hitting the soul barrier and making a hissing sound, making Xiao Yan tremble all over, suppressing the intense pain that came between his souls. Xiao Yan mobilized all the strange flames in his body and gathered them above his head, enveloping the fire lotus inside. The fire lotus, wrapped in strange flames, has obviously become more peaceful, but it is still constantly resisting Xiao Yan's control over it. Huo Yan's obedience also gave Xiao Yan a chance to catch his breath. Taking a deep breath of the scorching air around him, Xiao Yan's mind turned, and the strange fire above his head also began to change. Under the control of Xiao Yanxin's mind, the dazzling strange fire constantly changed. Separate, then coalesce again, coalesce, and gradually fade away. Huo Yan also constantly struggles to break free from this cage. But the barrier and burning of the strange fire trapped it firmly, unable to advance or retreat. The change in the situation also made Xiao Yan gradually calm down, focusing on controlling the strange fire and leaning towards the trembling fire lotus. The strange fire gradually approached the fire lotus, but the temperature also converged during cultivation until the fire lotus was completely enveloped in the strange fire. During this gentle process, Huo Yan gradually quieted down and enjoyed the closeness of the strange fire. Chapter 57. Capturing Xiao Yan. The strange fire slowly approached, emitting a warm and cozy sensation. Enveloped for almost an hour, Fire Lotus has finally been completely enveloped by the strange fire, and even merged into it, becoming a colorful lotus. Under the gaze of Xiao Yan's soul power, the Fire Lotus at this moment has become a part of her own strange fire. The previously irritable Fire Lotus has long disappeared, and now all that remains is a work of art condensed from a strange fire, creating a sense of beauty in the heart. Xiao Yan's mouth curled up, bringing a comforting smile. With a thought, the Fire Lotus, which had melted with the strange fire, trembled slightly and exploded into countless tiny flame spots with a loud bang. The strange fire spread out, forming 3 large nets that divided these light points into 3 parts and refined them separately. Bone Spectre remained silent, quietly observing every movement of Xiao Yan. As the intricate hand seals shifted in Xiao Yan's grasp, one of the 3 net bags ignited into a blazing inferno, emanating an overwhelming force capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, commencing the process of refinement. Although the Fire Lotus had been dispersed, a portion of its original might persisted. Consequently, it continued to resist within the strange flames, prompting the fragments of the Fire Lotus in the other 2 net bags to begin their struggle as well, presenting Xiao Yan with considerable difficulties. Noticing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. He altered the hand seal once more, amplifying the already formidable strange fire, entirely enveloping those fragments of the Fire Lotus. The other 2 portions began their refinement simultaneously, allowing no opportunity for them to resist or wriggle free. Xiao Yan infused all his soul power into the endeavor, completely suppressing the Fire Lotus fragments within the 3 masses of strange fire. Although they still trembled slightly, they could no longer stir up any significant commotion. Xiao Yan's refinement was ongoing, awaiting its final, thorough conclusion. Meanwhile, in Qingyang City, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. In the current skies above Qingyang City, 8 figures shrouded in black mist stood out prominently. The sudden appearance of these 8 figures immediately startled everyone in Qingyang City. Lu Huabai, the head of the Lu family, alongside the Grand Elder Lu Xinxing, emerged from the family's council hall, gazing up at the 8 silhouettes. Lu Huabai frowned slightly, ready to step forward, but was halted by the Grand Elder beside him. Lu Xinxing gently shook his head, leaning towards Lu Huabai to whisper, "Master, these individuals are of unknown identity, and judging by their attire, they are undoubtedly not virtuous. It's best to refrain from engaging." At this point, Lu Xinxing paused momentarily before lowering his voice further, continuing, "Moreover, these ruffians may very well be here seeking the esteemed Xiao Yan, so it is prudent not to provoke them." Upon hearing this, Lu Huabai's pupils constricted slightly. He raised his gaze once more to the 8 figures above, nodded, and retreated. Just as he took a step back, his expression shifted, and he turned to look behind, only to be halted by a voice that commanded, "Do not move. Under no circumstances should you make any sudden actions. Otherwise, if those fellows decide to strike, it will not be a trivial matter." As this statement echoed, both Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing shuddered, their expressions instantly replaced by astonishment. For they could discern from the voice that its owner was directly behind them, so close that any slight movement might lead to contact. The proximity, which they had failed to perceive earlier, instilled a sense of tension in both men. The individual seemed to sense their unease and let out a soft snort, murmuring, "You are with me daily, yet show no fear. Yet upon my revealing myself, you tremble so. I truly wonder how you manage to survive." Upon hearing this, the 2 men frowned, and as if recalling something, exchanged glances. Lu Huabai then asked in a hushed tone, "Senior, do you recognize these individuals?" The man sighed softly, gazing at the 8 dark figures in the sky with furrowed brows, and replied quietly, "As of the current situation, I do not know them, but in the future, I suspect Ishel. These individuals are indeed quite troublesome, and neither I nor he has fully grasped the situation's intricacies. For now, we must circumvent them, though it is merely a matter of time before we confront them." Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries, and continued to observe. In the skies, one figure cloaked in black mist reported to an individual at the forefront of the group, 3rd Hallmaster. "There is indeed a trace of Xiao Yan's presence here, but due to his deliberate efforts to erase it, my subordinates can hardly discern his precise location. I can only conclude that Xiao Yan has already departed from Qingyang City." The person referred to as the 3rd Hallmaster let out a cold snort upon hearing this, his raspy voice slowly articulating, "Useless. If he is not here, why have you lingered for so long? If that Xiao Yan manages to escape, I will ensure your demise." The speaker was none other than the infernal demon Old Ghost, who at this moment wore a mask of deference, not daring to exhibit any relaxation. Yet, beneath his respectful demeanor, a deep-seated resentment flickered in his eyes. The 3rd Hallmaster surveyed the expanse of Qingyang City, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he refrained from taking any action. Casting a disdainful glance at the still figure of the infernal demon Old Ghost, he let out a cold snort, sweeping his sleeve, and soared towards the city's outskirts. Just before departing, he uttered, "What are you waiting for? Which direction did he take? Lead the way, or I shall strike you down with a single blow." Enraged, the infernal demon Old Ghost's face twitched, glaring at the retreating figure of the 3rd Hallmaster before complying, hastily taking the lead. Once the figures in the sky had departed, the townspeople finally exhaled, speculating about the intentions of these newcomers, while some, fearing trouble, hurriedly fled the scene. In a Lu residence, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing turned around to find a young man clad in pristine white, holding a jade fan that, with each gentle flap, released wafts of fragrant medicinal aroma that were truly invigorating. Not daring to show any signs of negligence, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinxing quickly bowed in greeting, saying, "We pay our respects to you, senior." The young man spread the jade fan and lightly waved it, helping the 2 to their feet, then smiled and said, "No need for such formalities. I am indifferent to these pleasantries. You 2 need not be so constrained. Feel free." Upon hearing this, the 2 quickly waved their hands in refusal. Yet, under the young man's insistence, they gradually relaxed, though it was evident that they remained somewhat tense. "Might I inquire if you have any tasks to bestow upon us today, senior?" Lu Huabai dared to ask a question that perhaps he should not have. The young man chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No, it is simply due to those uncouth individuals. Otherwise, I would prefer to return to my true form." Without waiting for their reaction, he continued, "Also, in the future, please refrain from calling me senior. It makes me sound far too aged. I have a name, Bai Hua. From now on, you may simply call me by my name. If necessary, Big Brother Bai will suffice. There is no need for senior." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a sense of resignation. They nodded at Bai Hua, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 58, The battle begins. Fusion. Xiao Yan altered his hand seals, internally exclaiming, and then his hand seals suddenly solidified, controlling the strange fire to circulate within his body. The strange fire flowed through previously untraveled meridians, ultimately returning to the pathways of the burning art. But for some unknown reason, he deviated from the path of the burning technique again. However, even so, according to common sense, the phenomenon of qi and blood reversal that should have occurred due to the operation of the technique causing discomfort in the body has never happened, which is indeed extremely strange. Of course, this is only for those who don't know, and Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't be surprised by it. The strange fire slowly moves along the new technique route, warming and nourishing the meridians. Xiao Yan also tried his best to familiarize himself with the slightly longer route of the technique than before, slowly activating the fighting qi in his body and operating on this slightly unfamiliar route. After several hours of refining and fusion, this part of the burning flame technique has been completely refined by Xiao Yan. Although it is still somewhat unfamiliar, it is generally fully integrated with the burning technique practiced by Xiao Yan. Even when Xiao Yan was in operation, he felt more smooth and fluent in his heart, with faster movement and condensation of qi. This also made Xiao Yan quite happy in his heart. The practice of martial arts is the foundation of cultivation, and with a good technique, one can cultivate more quickly. The increase in cultivation naturally leads to faster and more solid progress, so that in the future, when facing enemies, one will naturally have more confidence. Not bad. It's quite impressive to be able to fully integrate and refine it in such a short period of time. Based on the current operating speed and cultivation speed of the burning flame technique, it has indeed reached the level of a human-level technique. But unfortunately, this technique is not complete, so it will take you some time to adapt. Xiao Yan nodded and smiled, without saying anything. As long as Emperor Tushigu arranges it, he will do it. Although he is not the kind of person who can be manipulated by others, Emperor Tushigu will never harm him. Moreover, he really needs strength now. With the road paved by Emperor Tuoshigu for him, it will indeed help him avoid many detours. After chatting for a few more words, Xiao Yan entered a state of cultivation and began to cultivate. The next day, on the mountaintop, a glimmer of morning light shot from the horizon, reflecting on Xiao Yan's delicate face. Xiao Yan slowly opened his slightly closed eyes, withdrew from the cultivation state, and squinted to see the fish belly white on the horizon. With a movement of his body, he stood up from the ground, straightened his clothes, and flew towards the direction of the barbaric ancient city. A few days later, 8 figures stood on the mountaintop. These 8 figures are none other than Yin, Mo, Lao Gui, and his group. After exploring for a while, one of them nodded and respectfully said to the person beside him, "Report to the third hall master. This is exactly where Xiao Yan stayed. If everything goes well, he should have only left here for a few days. According to our speed of travel, we think it won't be long before we catch up with him." Upon hearing this, the third hall master nodded slightly, glanced in the direction where Xiao Yan had left, pondered for a moment, and spoke up. "This direction is heading towards the barbaric ancient city, Xiao Yan. We need to leave the southern region." After a slight pause, the 3 palace masters let out another cold laugh, and then spoke up. "Leaving the southern region will make everything okay?" "Oomph." The master of the 3 halls lifted his right hand gently, then waved it heavily and shouted in his mouth, "Let's go. We must catch up with Xiao Yan within 3 days and prevent him from leaving this southern region." Everyone agreed, and then flew towards the direction where Xiao Yan left. 2 days later, the deserted city. Inside the second floor of a tavern, Xiao Yan sat at a table leaning against the window, looking at the crowd below. He took a sip of the tea in his cup, smiled slightly, and was about to get up and leave. The sound of Guyu suddenly came, causing Xiao Yan to furrow his brow and sit down steadily. "Wait, I don't think I need to leave either. There should be a good show coming up later." Xiao Yan frowned slightly and asked Guyu in his heart, "Gulao, what do you mean by that?" "Hee. I think it's the group of people you were waiting for that has arrived. I feel that in the direction you're coming from, there are 8 little guys with half-emperor level strength coming towards here. It shouldn't be long before we can get here." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and looked up at the distant horizon outside the window. He calmly asked, "Bone Elder, what are their strengths?" "Hee. It seems that they have made up their mind to take you down." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's face immediately became solemn, but he still listened quietly. "Their overall strength is indeed quite a pressure for you. The strongest one among them is the 7-star half-emperor, followed by 2 4-star half-emperors and 5 1-star half-emperors." Xiao Yan remained silent and nodded silently to express his understanding. Then, with a movement, he disappeared into the restaurant. In the next moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared in the sky, causing everyone on the ground to look up at the sky with a curious expression. Xiao Yan placed his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly closed, and his face expressionless. He stood quietly in the void, waiting for their arrival. After a moment, several faint black spots appeared in the distant sky, and within a moment, they had already arrived at 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. Jie Xiao Yan, your name is so well known to me. In order to wait for you, do you know how many manpower we sent out and waited for 10 years? Now, you have finally appeared. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, slowly opened his eyes, squinted into a black line, and looked at the person speaking but still smiled and asked, "Wait for me?" I've never met anyone before. So why wait for me to say this? Jie. It seems that Mr. Xiao Yan is still not very familiar with many things. So, please ask Mr. Xiao Yan to go back with us and let my master personally explain. I believe Mr. Xiao Yan will understand the reason behind this. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's mouth curled up and he let out a mocking sound, his eyes filled with mockery as he spoke. I'm sorry. I like to be with people and I don't really get along with you guys. Upon hearing this, the three palace masters' eyes suddenly became fierce. Their gaze towards Xiao Yan was filled with murderous intent. After a good moment, they slowly spoke up. It seems that you are unwilling to go with us this time. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Give it all to me. As long as you don't let him die, nothing else matters. Before the words could finish, the 7 people behind them moved and rushed toward Xiao Yan. A big battle is about to erupt. Chapter 59, Human-Level Fighting Techniques. Xiao Yan looked at the 7 clusters of black mist surrounding him, his brow furrowed slightly, and a solemn expression flashed across his face. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 3 palace masters again, saying, "There doesn't seem to be any animosity between us, does it? Moreover, I'm also new to this place. Although I injured Yanemo Lao Gui that day, it seems that I didn't do anything to him." Upon hearing this, the infernal demon's expression instantly turned fierce, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xiao Yan, bellowing, "Humph! Xiao Yan, had it not been for your treacherous ambush, I would not have sustained any injuries from you. Xiao Yan, prepare to receive my palm." Without waiting for the third hall master's command, the infernal demon unleashed a thunderous roar, his figure lunging towards Xiao Yan with a powerful strike. In response, a cold smile crept across Xiao Yan's face. He raised his right arm before him, his hand swiftly forming a fist. Simultaneously, the mysterious flames within him surged forth, enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a radiant figure of vibrant fire. Under the embrace of the strange flames, Xiao Yan gradually lifted his head, his bright eyes gleaming as a flash of light flickered across them. With a sudden, forceful swing of his right arm, he propelled himself towards the infernal demon. Boom! A colossal wave of fire erupted in the sky, obscuring the vision of all present. The third hall master's expression shifted slightly from beneath the black mist. His shadowy gaze emitted a glimmer of ominous light. Astonishingly, Xiao Yan had elevated his power to the pinnacle of a 2-star half-emperor in merely 2 months. If this was solely due to the awakening of his bloodline, then Xiao Yan was indeed remarkable. Clearly, he cannot be allowed to remain. He must be subdued this time. As this thought flitted through his mind, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in the third hall master's eyes, just as he prepared to strike. The third hall master's gaze transformed once more. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of black energy burst forth, followed by another resounding crash. Accompanying the sound was a cry of anguish as the infernal demon's figure appeared beneath the wave of fire. Oof! Useless! The third hall master scoffed coldly without turning his head, his eyes narrowing dangerously as the fiery wave before him parted. As the flames were cleaved apart, revealing Xiao Yan's figure, he turned to meet the third hall master's gaze. Upon their eyes locking, a flash of fire ignited between them, and Xiao Yan's figure shook violently, retreating 3 steps. The third hall master chuckled darkly, his form moving swiftly as he hurled a punch toward Xiao Yan. The air around him roared with the force of his blow, shattering the surrounding space into vast voids. With a third hall master passed, the fabric of reality twisted into a vacuum, only slowly mending after some time. Though this all transpired in the blink of an eye, it felt like an eternity. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yan could have executed numerous maneuvers, yet he found himself engulfed by a sense of helplessness. His face grew solemn. The 7-star half-emperor was indeed not something he could easily contend with. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountably vast. The space surrounding him had already been locked down, rendering any attempt to evade utterly futile. As he gazed at the approaching fist, determination seized Xiao Yan. With a surge of will, he awakened the dragon phoenix bloodline within, golden scales erupting across his body. He trembled with power, stepping into the void as he charged towards the third Hall Master. Huang Quan Pom, Xiao Yan roared, his fighting spirit coalescing into a force that met the third Hall Master's fierce punch head-on. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated. A tempest of energy sweeping across the heavens and dispersing the remaining flames. In the skies, the third Hall Master stood tall, while Xiao Yan was sent hurtling hundreds of feet away, ultimately embedding himself into a colossal mountain amidst a thunderous crash. Nevertheless, despite this, the third Hall Master, standing imperiously in the void, furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he murmured, "I never anticipated Xiao Yan's physical prowess to be so formidable. Even with 30% of my strength as a 7-star half-emperor, I could not cripple his arm." Truly chilling. However, the third Hall Master's gaze turned cold once more as he fixed his sights on the mountain where Xiao Yan had crashed. Clenching his fist tightly, the sound of creaking bones echoed as his aged, yellowed skin glimmered with a hint of pallor. In the next instant, the third Hall Master vanished in a flash, enveloped in the swirling black mist around him. Concurrently, a chilling wind swept through the heavens, manifesting as several swirling vortices that howled ominously among the crowd, creating an eerie spectacle. In the next heartbeat, the third Hall Master, who had been charging toward Xiao Yan, suddenly unleashed a furious roar. "Xiao Yan, you dare to toy with me, the Hall Master? You seek death. Today, I shall flay your skin and peel your flesh." His eyes gleamed crimson as he turned, his face contorted with rage, and his aura surged violently, causing the surrounding black mist to ripple like waves. To his shock, beneath the oppressive aura of his 7-star half-emperor strength, Xiao Yan had managed to vanish without a trace. This realization ignited a sense of humiliation within the third Hall Master, who had long occupied a position of power. The chilling wind swept over, and in its wake, a figure clad in white appeared high above, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded the third Hall Master. The third Hall Master's face twitched as he summoned all his fighting spirit, his figure flashing to materialize before Xiao Yan, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Xiao Yan's countenance shifted in alarm. He leaned back, arms outstretched, and with a gust of wind, he vanished from his original position. Yet, despite his swift reaction, the third Hall Master's punch still left a shallow imprint on Xiao Yan's chest. Xiao Yan reappeared 100 feet away, spitting a mouthful of blood. His face flushed as he gazed at the palm-sized blood mark on his chest. His expression tightened with gravity as he thought, "The strength of a 7-star half-emperor is indeed no trifling matter. Had I not reacted swiftly, that punch alone could have severely injured me, rendering me incapable of fighting back." Contemplating this, a chill crept down his spine. The 7-star half-emperor was truly beyond his reach. If he couldn't withstand even a single heavy blow, how could he hope to contend for his life? "Huh, what is this? You've lost your confidence?" A voice taunted. "Don't you still possess a human-tier fighting technique? Are you truly afraid of him?" Chapter 60, The Clash. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features as he glanced at the distant third Hall Master. In his heart, he questioned Bone Ghost, "Old Bone, while I understand that you mentioned I possess a human-tier fighting technique, as you stated in the Ghost Bone Hall, the power of the Buddha's Wrath reincarnation has indeed reached that level. But how does that relate to fearing the third Hall Master? Are you suggesting that I, with merely a human-level combat technique, should engage in battle with a half-emperor of 7 stars?" As the question echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, Guyu was momentarily taken aback, coughing several times before gradually regaining composure. Xiao Yan seemed to sense his misjudgment, but refrained from probing further, knowing that Guyu would eventually provide an answer. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Guyu spoke again. "Had I not been present to overhear your words, even the most casual observer would be incensed by such disgraceful remarks." Their fury reaching a boiling point, Xiao Yan blinked, as if beginning to grasp the extraordinary nature of the human-level technique. Yet, maintaining a facade of calm, he glanced at the third Hall Master, who wore a similarly dubious expression. A sense of relief washed over Xiao Yan. Human-level techniques, though deemed the lowest tier among heavenly techniques, possess an unparalleled potential for development. Heavenly techniques serve merely as a collective term. The human, spirit, intent, and holy stages are all classified as heavenly techniques, while the earth, sky, profound, and yellow stages denote imperial techniques. This classification is quite commonplace among practitioners of various strengths. The developmental potential of human-level techniques lies in their accessibility. They're the easiest to cultivate and comprehend within the realm of heavenly techniques. Mastery of human-level techniques enables the practitioner to summon a spectral image of the Creator, facilitating enhanced control over the technique. It is precisely this spectral image that grants the practitioner the opportunity to uncover deeper mysteries and potentially elevate the original technique, even creating a spirit-level technique. Naturally, the might of human-level techniques is formidable. For instance, should you employ such a technique against the third hall master, a single strike could severely injure him. Having conveyed this, you must now understand that human-level techniques are far from simple, especially considering that yours is a self-created technique, which likely augments its power. Therefore, proceed with confidence. Though lengthy, the exchange between Xiao Yan and the third hall master transpired in mere moments. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan felt invigorated, taking a deep breath as he prepared to engage the third hall master once more. Yet, in the next instant his expression shifted, and he clutched his chest, coughing violently. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he sensed the faint metallic tang in the air, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. The third hall master's speed was evidently superior, and the initial condition for Xiao Yan to unleash the Buddha's Fury reincarnation required ample time, something he currently lacked. Although he possessed the heavenly absolute steps for assistance, they had yet to be fully mastered. Even with all his effort, his speed would likely only match that of the third hall master. Furthermore, with the likes of the flame demon old ghost and others lurking nearby, the prospect of executing the Buddha's Fury reincarnation seemed increasingly unlikely. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, casting around for an escape route. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely decided that, with no other avenues available, he must force his way through. Xiao Yan's eyes turned icy, prompting a slight arch of the third hall master's brow, followed by a derisive laugh as he crossed his arms, gazing down at Xiao Yan with contempt. In an instant, Xiao Yan's figure blurred as he vanished silently into the void. The third hall master scoffed, clenching his fists before propelling himself to a location in the void, swinging his massive fist with the force of a scorching wind towards the space before him. A resounding thud echoed as the third hall master frowned beneath his mask, followed by a cold grunt as he darted forward once more. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's expression remained grave as he focused entirely on mastering the heavenly absolute steps, evading with utmost caution. With each of the third hall master's movements, there was a resonating sound in the air, occasionally accompanied by a grunt of exertion. Yet, despite the relentless pursuit, the spectators in the city below could see no trace of the combatants, leaving them in awe. After a brief moment, a disheveled figure, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and adorned with bruises, finally came to a halt in the skies. Xiao Yan gasped for breath, the skin around his eyes twitching. Glancing at his tattered clothing, he managed a cold smile directed at the third hall master. In their brief exchange, the third hall master had unleashed nearly 100 punches, yet Xiao Yan bore only a handful of bruises. While his attire was somewhat tattered, the injuries he sustained were surprisingly few. Moreover, Xiao Yan realized that amidst this relentless onslaught, his control over the heavenly absolute steps was improving significantly, a silver lining in this tumultuous encounter. The third hall master, incensed by Xiao Yan's mocking smile, clenched his fists once more and bellowed, "You lot, join me. I shall not rest until I have utterly incapacitated him." Hearing this, the 7 combatants, led by the flame demon old ghost, sprang into action, their hand seals shifting as a chorus of thunderous shouts erupted from their lips, directing their ferocious assaults at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow but remained composed, altering his footwork to adopt an unexpected angle before vanishing once again into the void. At that moment, the attacks from the 7 had reached him, yet regrettably, Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared without a trace. A resounding impact reverberated as the third hall master reappeared 100 paces away from the 7, only to be met with a hefty black measuring rod. At this moment, the rod had been forced into a 3-inch deep indentation under the might of the third hall master's ferocious punch, with cracks sprawling across its surface. Seeing this, the third hall master's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had once again fallen into Xiao Yan's trap. Anger surged within him as he struck the black measuring rod, sending it flying. Without hesitation, he turned to pursue Xiao Yan, his figure shuddering as he took flight. With a thunderous crash, the black measuring rod was sent hurtling thousands of paces away, ultimately crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everything in its vicinity. At the bottom of the crater beside the black rod, the air shimmered before revealing a figure clad in white, the very Xiao Yan the third hall master was now chasing. Xiao Yan reached for the heavy measuring rod, pulling it from the earth. Observing the deep imprint of a fist upon its surface, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, a flicker of anger igniting within him. The Xian Zhongqi was bestowed upon him by Elder Yao, embodying a multitude of emotions that Xiao Yan harbored for the old man. Witnessing the condition of the Xian Zhongqi now, Xiao Yan's heart was ablaze with indignation. Yet, fortunately, he did not allow this fury to cloud his judgment. The Xian Zhongqi was nearly rendered useless, and although he felt a surge of anger, the pressing matter at hand was the imminent danger he faced. Resolving the current predicament was of utmost importance. The issue with the Xian Zhongqi could be addressed in due time, but if he did not escape at this moment, he would truly find himself out of options. With this thought racing through his mind, a glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he stowed the Xian Zhongqi into his spatial ring and swiftly vanished from sight. A few breaths later, a piercing sound of wind slicing through the air echoed, followed by the appearance of the third hall master at the bottom of the pit. Upon observing the marks left by the massive ruler, the third hall master trembled with rage beneath his mask and let out a furious roar before lunging toward Xiao Yan. Behind him, 7 figures followed suit, helplessly pursuing him. The people in the city gazed in astonishment at the 9 figures that had appeared and vanished in an instant. Such unparalleled power was something they could hardly fathom in their daily lives. Yet today, they witnessed 9 such beings in their midst, leaving them utterly astounded. Once the 9 figures completely disappeared from view, the previously silent city erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Roar! Xiao Yan, how dare you repeatedly toy with this hall master? Today, I shall capture you and let you experience the torment of wishing for death, yet unable to find it. At this moment, Xiao Yan was exerting every ounce of strength in his Tianju step, racing towards the direction of the ancient wild city. However, a dark mist, resembling a human form, was closely pursuing him from a distance of 1,000 feet. Following closely behind were 7 figures of the same hue, closing in at an alarming speed. The distance between them was rapidly diminishing, and it would not be long before the third hall master would intercept Xiao Yan. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Xiao Yan's heart raced, yet he found himself with no alternative but to accelerate further ahead. The third hall master, noticing Xiao Yan's increased speed, let out a cold snort, yet soon followed with a thunderous roar. His figure surged forward, dramatically increasing in speed as he distanced himself from the 7 pursuers and charged ahead to intercept Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, his brow tightly furrowed, felt a profound sense of anxiety. At this rate, he feared that his fate today would be dire indeed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a black figure suddenly appeared 100 feet ahead, a figure that belonged to the third hall master. He halted his advance, his gaze filled with endless murderous intent as he glared at Xiao Yan and bellowed, "Xiao Yan, what do you think you're running to? After repeatedly mocking me today, you must return with me. Once your matters are resolved, I will ensure you suffer to the brink of death." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's forward momentum gradually ceased, and he regarded the third hall master with a grave expression. A few breaths later, the other 7 figures caught up, surrounding Xiao Yan and leaving him with no escape route. "Oof! You 7 attack him. Use your most vicious fighting techniques to strike Xiao Yan fiercely. I want to drain his do qi and then tend to him properly," commanded the third hall master, his tone particularly heavy on the word tend, revealing just how humiliating Xiao Yan's actions had been in his eyes. Though each of the 7 harbored their own thoughts, they raised their hands, forming intricate seals. Among them, the seal wielded by the flame demon Old Ghost was particularly distinctive. As he executed it, the space around him rippled, creating waves akin to water, exuding an overwhelming strength. Observing this, Xiao Yan felt a weighty sense of foreboding. The third hall master, noticing this, cast a surprised glance at the flame demon Old Ghost, but remained silent. At this moment, the flame demon Old Ghost had become the focal point of everyone's attention. The fighting technique he was invoking was none other than the human tier technique, known as the Xian Ming Soul-Devouring Palm, which he had utilized previously. Although Xiao Yan could not see the expression on the flame demon Old Ghost's face due to the mask, he understood perfectly well the difficulty of executing such a technique given the Old Ghost's strength. Any disruption could lead to severe consequences. With this in mind, Xiao Yan sprang into action, darting towards the flame demon Old Ghost, but the third hall master coldly snorted and soared forward to intercept him. In a moment of panic, Xiao Yan spread his right hand, launching an attack against the third hall master, while simultaneously shouting, "Huang Quan Palm." At the same time, he altered the seal in his left hand. Before his palm could collide with the third hall master's, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed Huang Quan Tian Nu. Boom! The release of the Huang Quan Tian Nu caused the third hall master's soul to shudder, resulting in a fleeting moment of daze. Though it lasted but an instant, it was more than sufficient for Xiao Yan. With one palm, he sent the third hall master reeling backward. immediately turning to unleash another attack on the flame demon old ghost. Huang Guan Tianu, Wang Guan Baong, Wang Guan Finje. After executing these series of techniques, Xiao Yan finally stood before the flame demon old ghost, who was on the verge of unleashing his final move. Just as Xiao Yan struck the flame demon old ghost, with bloodshot eyes, prepared to retaliate, but Xiao Yan's palm met his. Boom! A swirling black energy storm erupted, sending the third hall master and the others flying thousands of feet away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit hundreds of feet wide. Even the flame demon old ghost could not escape unscathed. Strangely, among those sent flying by the storm, Xiao Yan was conspicuously absent. Chapter 62. The initial mastery of the wind movement realm. The black energy storm swept across the heavens, shrouding much of the sky and plunging the entire expanse into sudden darkness. 8 black figures were hurled away by this energy storm, each sustaining considerable injuries. The third hall master crawled from the rubble, coughing up blood, his face twitching beneath the mask. Taking a deep breath of the blood-tainted air, he swiftly moved to the sky above. Scanning the surroundings, all he could see was swirling dust and debris. The third hall master suppressed the waves of pain in his chest and fiercely waved his tattered sleeve, dispersing the mist. As the dust settled, 8 massive pits became visible. In 7 of them, a shadowy figure could still be faintly discerned. The third hall master ignored them and swept his gaze across the area once more, his brow furrowing tightly. Where is Xiao Yan? At that moment, he was closest to the flame demon, who was gravely injured. How could he possibly be unscathed? Could it be that Xiao Yan was directly obliterated by that strike? Doubts surged within the third hall master, yet he felt somewhat helpless. He could neither see Xiao Yan's body nor detect his aura. Consequently, the fate of Xiao Yan remained unclear to the third hall master, and he found himself increasingly anxious. If Xiao Yan was deceased, yet no corpse was found, it would render the third hall master unable to report back satisfactorily, and he feared he would face dire consequences upon his return. Conversely, if Xiao Yan was alive, yet his presence was undetectable, it left the third hall master in an even greater state of concern. Damn that flame demon! If Xiao Yan cannot be found, I shall certainly exact my vengeance upon you. The third hall master's anger directed itself at the flame demon. However, just as these words left his lips, the expression beneath his mask abruptly shifted, and he turned to look behind him. At that moment, at a distance of 1,000 feet behind the third hall master, a figure clad in white materialized slowly within the space, Xiao Yan. At this juncture, Xiao Yan's robes were somewhat tattered, his complexion pale, and bloodstains marred the corner of his mouth. Yet, in comparison to the third hall master and others, Xiao Yan appeared to be in remarkably better condition. Upon seeing that Xiao Yan was seemingly unharmed, the third hall master's expression changed again, his brow furrowing with a newfound gravity. Xiao Yan's capabilities had evidently surpassed their comprehension, instilling within the third hall master a palpable tension. Xiao Yan revealed himself, first wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, before turning to face the third hall master. Observing the latter's disheveled appearance, Xiao Yan smiled broadly, devoid of any hint of concern. Standing in the void, the upward curve of his lips only served to further ignite the third hall master's ire. Beneath the mask, the third hall master's face twitched violently. Had it not been for the mask's concealment, one might have thought he was afflicted by some malady. Incited by Xiao Yan's provocation, the third hall master was truly enraged. His figure moved, and a fist was hurled toward Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan remained unfazed by this assault, intensifying the third hall master's fury, prompting him to strike with even greater ferocity. Boom! The massive fist, accompanied by a force that seemed to tear through space, struck Xiao Yan. Yet before the third hall master could revel in his triumph, his expression transformed once more. Through the mask, one could see the incredulity reflected in his eyes, as astonishment etched itself upon his features. After a moment of stunned silence, the third hall master finally regained his composure and spoke gravely. A mere afterimage? How is this possible? With Xiao Yan's strength, how could he possibly possess speed greater than mine? In the next instant, the third hall master's gaze shifted to another location. There, accompanied by a howling wind, Xiao Yan's figure reappeared. Upon witnessing this, the third hall master finally comprehended, exclaiming, "No wonder you were able to evade my strike so effortlessly. It turns out you have mastered the celestial steps. No wonder you can surpass me in speed with such strength." Hearing this, the smile that should have graced Xiao Yan's face vanished, replaced instead by a furrowed brow and an expression imbued with murderous intent. He was acutely aware of the implications of the celestial steps, having been cautioned repeatedly by the Liu family to ensure that no one discovered its existence. Yet, having just attained the initial mastery of the wind movement phase, he had inadvertently revealed it to the third hall master. This alone made the third hall master an irrevocable threat to Xiao Yan. Indeed, Xiao Yan's wind movement phase had just reached a minor success amidst the chaotic storm unleashed by the flame demon's soul devouring palm. Although he had managed to fend off the devastating attack, the ensuing energy released had been sufficient to inflict grievous harm upon him. By a stroke of fortune, Xiao Yan had broken through to this phase in the midst of peril, allowing him to narrowly evade a fatal blow. Though not entirely unscathed, he was in far better condition than the grievously wounded flame demon and his ilk. Xiao Yan gazed at the third hall master, his murderous intent intensifying. The third hall master, sensing the impending danger, felt his already grave expression deepen further beneath his mask. His internal energy circulated throughout his body, ready to confront Xiao Yan's assault at any moment. Xiao Yan paid no heed to the third hall master's movements. Instead, he calmed his mind and took a deep breath of the cool air, which carried the faint metallic tang of blood. As the energy within him gradually began to circulate, streams of energy coalesced from the surrounding environment, forming a colossal vortex around him. The third hall master furrowed his brow. What on earth was this individual attempting? Did he dare to cultivate at such a moment, seemingly unafraid of death? Typically, this would be the prime opportunity to attack. However, facing Xiao Yan, the third hall master dared not let his guard down. Thus, while he watched Xiao Yan in the midst of his cultivation, he refrained from making any rash moves. Indeed, after only a few breaths, Xiao Yan's cultivation ceased. Feeling the mottled energy surrounding him, he raised his hands, focused his gaze ahead, and began to form a series of seals, each one executed with precision. Chapter 63. Human Class Do Technique. Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation. As Xiao Yan completed the hand seals, ripples of energy, reminiscent of water waves, emanated from his hands, creating a captivating spectacle. Yet, as these beautiful ripples spread forth like dark flowers, the third hall master's eyes narrowed sharply, and his expression behind the mask shifted dramatically, his demeanor suddenly turning to one of sheer terror. Xiao Yan's complexion was slightly pale, yet his movements did not falter. On the contrary, they quickened. While forming the seals, he coldly addressed the third hall master. Since you are so well acquainted with my abilities, you must surely recognize what I am about to unleash. Upon hearing this, the third hall master struggled to swallow the lump lodged in his throat. Whether from fear or some other reason, he hesitated for a long moment before stammering. Teach this is your second renowned technique, Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan knew he had achieved his objective, and a smile crept onto his lips, rendering his already pale complexion even more ghostly. With a cold sneer, he redirected his focus back to the Do technique in his hands. The third hall master was rendered speechless by Xiao Yan's words, his gaze vacant as he fixated on the hand seals in Xiao Yan's possession, murmuring repeatedly, "How is this possible? How can this be?" The rumor stated that Xiao Yan only mastered celestial tier fighting techniques. Yet how can this be? How can this be? It is no wonder he was engulfed in trepidation. Human tier fighting techniques were already formidable skills on the continent, possessing the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Despite being a 7-star half-emperor level expert, he was not immune to the onslaught of human tier techniques. Just considering the failed release of the human tier technique by the Flame Demon Elder, its sheer force had caused the third hall master, with his considerable prowess, to spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. This illustrates just how potent human tier techniques truly are. As the speed of Xiao Yan's hand seals accelerated, a resplendent layer of flames erupted from his body, encasing him in a fiery visage. The exotic flames, accompanied by ripples of energy, radiated outward in concentric circles, enveloping an area of 100 feet around him entirely. The flames expanded until they collided with the third hall master. The sudden surge of heat jolted the previously dazed expression beneath his mask back to clarity. His trembling form shuddered violently, his eyes widening in alarm, and the expression on his masked face tightened immediately. Retreating a few steps in the air, the third hall master finally gasped, regaining his composure as he gazed at Xiao Yan, whose hand seals continued to shift while being engulfed in flames. Observing the increasingly intense fluctuations of energy surrounding Xiao Yan, a sense of alarm pierced through him, and he fully awakened to the realization that Xiao Yan's earlier words were merely a diversion to distract him, providing the perfect opportunity to unleash the Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation upon him. At this moment, the third hall master understood that although the Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation was a human tier technique, His own limited strength rendered him incapable of vanquishing the third hall master outright. Thus, Xiao Yan concocted this ruse to divert the third hall master's attention and strike when he was most vulnerable. Even though this would likely leave him severely injured, it would ensure the preservation of his secrets. As this thought crossed the third hall master's mind, his eyes ignited with a blazing fury. Yet within that fury lingered an abyss of terror. Xiao Yan's strength surpassed their expectations, making this mission far more arduous than before. The line between life and death was perilously thin. Glancing at the waves of vibrant flames surrounding Xiao Yan and recalling the earlier mockery directed at him, the third hall master's wrath surged once more. Casting a glance at the 7 dark figures within the massive pit below, the third hall master snorted coldly, his gaze sharpening abruptly. Raising his hands, he swiftly pointed his fingertips to form an array of peculiar seals. As the seals shifted, dark, ink-like energy ripples emanated from his fingertips. The black mist surrounding the third hall master surged, splitting into 6 distinct masses that descended upon the 6 shadowy figures below, notably excluding the flame demon elder. The 6 masses of black mist, trailing elongated wisps, plummeted like meteorites, swiftly enveloping the already gravely injured bodies. Simultaneously, the third hall master roared, 10,000 ghosts devour Een souls. Devour. Accompanying this fierce shout, a cacophony of gnashing and chewing emanated from within the 6 masses of black mist, sounding utterly chilling, interspersed with hoarse cries of agony. The atmosphere became saturated with a gruesome brutality. After a while, the screams faded into silence, leaving only the grating sound of bones being crunched, which resonated harshly. There was no further response from the pit below, yet upon turning to glance at the third hall master, one could discern a profound transformation in him compared to earlier. The black mist enveloping him had thickened noticeably, creating an impression of ethereality. With the density of the black mist intensifying, the third hall master's aura had grown significantly stronger. Not only had his injuries healed, but his overall power had also surged tremendously. Adorning his chest was a suit of black armor that mirrored the visage of the beast depicted on his mask. At this moment, the beast upon the armor appeared vibrantly alive, its maw agape with 2 black tusks pointing outward, energy waves swirling within as if resembling blood. Furthermore, the beast's eyes radiated a flicker of light, giving the unsettling impression of possessing a soul. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's hand seals were accelerating, clearly indicating that he too had sensed the third hall master's extraordinary transformation, causing a sense of urgency to swell within him. Time passed, and at last, Xiao Yan reached the culmination of his technique. While the third hall master had readied himself, his expression grave as he awaited the inevitable lethal strike from Xiao Yan. The third hall master was acutely aware that evasion was futile. Thus, he resolved to face the oncoming assault head-on. Ultimately, Xiao Yan's complexion had turned ashen, his body wavering unsteadily as he came to a halt, his movements gradually ceasing. At this moment, a magnificent circle of flames radiated brilliant light from the center of his palm, where a thumb-sized black point quietly materialized. With great effort, Xiao Yan lifted his arm towards the third hall master, laboriously uttering the words, Human Tear Technique, Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation. Chapter 64. Both Sides Suffer. Xiao Yan's pallid visage stood firm in the void, his body slightly swaying, yet he strained to direct the fiery circle towards the third hall master. With a surge of thought, he thrust his palm forward with great force. The moment the fiery circle aligned with the third hall master, the black point at its center flickered ominously. Then, with a thunderous roar, a massive black beam, 100 feet wide, surged towards the third hall master. Upon seeing the black beam, the third hall master's expression turned taut with gravity. His armored arms swiftly rose, crossing defensively before him. Simultaneously, his internal fighting energy surged violently, transforming into a series of long, black energy shields stretching hundreds of feet before him. Each shield possessed enough defensive power to withstand the full force of a 3-star half-emperor strike. With hundreds of these energy shields arrayed before him, it was evident that the third hall master had exhausted his most potent life-preserving measures to counter Xiao Yan's strike. Boom! A colossal and piercing sound reverberated through the heavens, sending tremors across the expanse, causing fissures to appear within the very fabric of space. A furious energy storm swept through the land, and the already massive pit was further torn apart by this unmatched force, forming a chasm 100 feet wide. Above, the sky, once dotted with clouds, was instantaneously obliterated by the ferocity of the tempest, until the distant edge of the horizon, one can behold a circular arc formed by a congregation of clouds. The pitch-black energy shield had just taken shape when Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath reincarnation arrived, perfectly coinciding with the moment of contact. Upon their first touch, the dark energy shield was utterly annihilated by Xiao Yan's formidable attack, propelling forward until it slowed, halting 10 zhang away from the third Hall Master. The dark energy shield emitted tendrils of black mist, obstructing the advance of the black beam of light. Observing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows slightly, then focused intently, causing the black beam to swell even further. He raised his left hand to grip his right wrist, biting down hard, his brows knitting tightly as he exerted force with both hands to thrust the flaming ring forward. Boom! With Xiao Yan's mighty push, the jet-black energy beam surged forth, shattering several energy shields and advancing several zhang into the distance. The energy shields, also dark in hue, exploded, but inexplicably, the black energy beam absorbed them, merging them within its essence, thereby enhancing its density and potency. The third Hall Master, propelled backwards 100 zhang by Xiao Yan's vigorous thrust, finally stabilized his stance. Witnessing the successive destruction of his energy shields, his eyes were filled with grave concern. Moreover, he sensed a hint of disintegration emanating from the black beam. At this moment, he could clearly perceive that the energy shields protecting him were gradually being decomposed by the dark energy beam. It wouldn't be long before these shields, painstakingly condensed from the essence of 6 individuals, will be systematically dismantled by Xiao Yan. Casting a glance at the struggling energy shields and then at his own black armor, the third Hall Master's expression turned serious. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a monumental decision, his gaze sharpening as he altered his hand seals. The energy shield, which had been desperately holding on, let out a resounding explosion before shattering into countless black motes, returning to the third Hall Master's body. Boom! With the black energy re-entering him, the third Hall Master's aura instantly surged with newfound strength. As he faced the impending black energy beam, his hand seals shifted rapidly, and at the very moment the black beam approached, he let out a thunderous roar, proclaiming, "In Soul Palm." As the declaration echoed, he struck out with his right palm, meeting the dark energy beam head-on. Silence. An eerie, deathly silence enveloped the realm. At the instant of contact between the third Hall Master's palm and the black beam, the entire expanse fell into a profound stillness. Neither Xiao Yan nor the third Hall Master found this phenomenon surprising. The fury of all matter originates from silence, and now, what appeared as a silent confrontation was, in reality, a fierce struggle for survival, a contest of energy reserves. However, Xiao Yan was not concerned about this. The Buddha's Wrath reincarnation had been unleashed, ensuring an ample supply of energy. The true battle lay in the endurance of both Xiao Yan and the third Hall Master. Such a state could not endure for long. Concerning the might of their techniques, the victor of this silent clash would undoubtedly be Xiao Yan. Boom! A thunder explosion érupted, sending violent energy ripples sweeping across the entire expanse, hurling both Xiao Yan and the third Hall Master away in the ensuing tempest of energy. Boom! Another resounding crash followed, as Xiao Yan's body was violently slammed into the ground, the force of his descent leveling everything within 100 zhang radius to the ground. Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, his previously pale complexion now tinged with a flush, yet his condition was dire. His bones had broken in several places, and he was severely wounded from the energy storm, rendering him exceedingly weak. In contrast, the third Hall Master, though his robes were tattered and bloodstains marred his chest, appeared in a markedly better state. Even now, parts of his black armor remained intact, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. Struggling to his feet, the third Hall Master produced a jade vial in his palm. After consuming the elixir, he disregarded his injuries and trudged toward Xiao Yan. However, as he approached within several zhang, his body suddenly gave way, collapsing to the ground and ignoring Xiao Yan. Gasping for breath, he withdrew his legs, sitting cross-legged to begin refining the medicinal essence within. Chapter 65, Severely Wounded and Retreating. Xiao Yan lay amidst the ruins, laboriously lifting his head to squint at the third Hall Master, who was merely 10 zhang away. He then closed his eyes again, allowing his body to relax as he gasped for breath, striving to find some comfort. Within, he examined his condition, only to furrow his brows in concern. At this moment, his meridians were grievously damaged, nearly severed, and all fighting spirit had vanished, leaving the vast space within his core desolate and empty. Suppressing the waves of intense pain coursing through him, he focused his thoughts, conjuring a pill the size of a longan into his blood-stained palm. The ninth-grade recovery pill possessed remarkable efficacy for internal injuries, with a gentle nature, making it an excellent remedy. Forcing himself to reverse the situation, he swallowed the pill along with the blood that surged forth from his mouth. After a few labored breaths, he began the process of refining the pill's power. Several hours later, the third home master, once seated, slowly rose, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the still-lying Xiao Yan amidst the rubble. Approaching Xiao Yan, he took several deep breaths tainted with a hint of blood. Raising his right hand with great effort, the third home master bent it into a claw, targeting Xiao Yan's chest, and struck down forcefully. Feeling the encroaching danger, Xiao Yan's half-closed eyes flew open. Instantly, his muscles tensed, and he delivered a powerful kick toward the third hall master's chest. The third hall master was struck squarely by Xiao Yan's kick, sent sprawling to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, subsequently collapsing and gasping for breath, utterly incapacitated. In stark contrast, Xiao Yan appeared to be infused with an overwhelming vigor, as he abruptly straightened his body and flipped back onto his feet. However, the dimness in his eyes revealed that he was not as formidable as he seemed at that moment. With his fists clenched tightly and his muscles taut, he swallowed another mouthful of reverse blood and bit down hard on his tongue, causing it to bleed. The sting from his tongue sent jolts through his entire body, causing a flicker of light to appear in his eyes. Ignoring the fallen third hall master, Xiao Yan moved with a semblance of desperation, breaking free from the massive ruins. He then thrust his foot into the void, shaking his body as he surged toward the distance, leaving droplets of crimson blood in his wake. Bang! In a secluded grove, a bloodied figure, clad in tattered garments, descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before lying still. Had it not been for the faint sound of his breathing, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan slowly awakened amidst a fit of coughing, his gaze scanning his surroundings. "Well done, young one," a venerable voice echoed from within Xiao Yan's heart, startling him and causing his previously relaxed muscles to tense once more. Upon recognizing the source, he finally relaxed, but the tension in his body slowly gave way to an overwhelming soreness. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, distorting his already bloodied visage into something more fearsome. Gasping for breath, he suppressed the agonizing sensations and inwardly scolded Bone Spirit. "Old man, could you at least give a warning before you speak next time? You might just take someone's life with your abruptness." Bone Spirit, slightly embarrassed, chuckled quietly, choosing to remain silent. After internally cursing a few more times, Xiao Yan closed his eyes, focusing intently on refining the medicinal pills within him. During the skirmish with the third hall master, although he had refined some medicine to heal his injuries, the time had been far too brief for complete assimilation. Coupled with the strain of delivering that kick and the subsequent flight, his injuries had worsened to a critical state. If he did not take this opportunity to heal, he might indeed suffer lasting repercussions. Several hours later, Xiao Yan's eyes gradually opened. He moved slightly, only to be met with excruciating pain once more. With a sigh of resignation, he summoned a ninth-grade recovery pill into his palm. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the pill and once again closed his eyes, settling into a state of focused refinement. Meanwhile, at the site of Xiao Yan's battle with the third hall master, an elder clad in green was making his way from the distant horizon. The once lush terrain had transformed into a desolate ruin, now resembling a vast crater as if struck by a meteor. The third hall master and that fiery old ghost had long since vanished. The elder, with an expression of solemnity, surveyed the devastation. After a lengthy pause, he released a deep sigh and looked skyward, proclaiming, "Xiao Yan, my friend, I am Yuan Qing. I have arrived late. If your spirit lingers, trust that I, Yuan Qing, will devote the remainder of my life to avenging you, to provide your family with the justice they deserve." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yan, engrossed in his medicinal refinement, suddenly sneezed, causing pain to ripple through his body. After a moment's respite, he grimaced and muttered, "Which cursed being is cursing me to death? Once I'm healed, I'll be sure to pay you a visit." Oomph. At that moment, the heavens darkened, thunderclouds swirling ominously, while Yuan Qing gazed upward, undeterred, awaiting the storm's declaration. Yet, inexplicably, the storm clouds dissipated before unleashing their fury, leaving Yuan Qing bewildered. Blinking in confusion, he leaped toward a specific direction. Chapter 66, Healing Swish. Above, dark clouds blanketed the sky, enveloping the world in an eerie twilight that rendered the once bright day as dark as night. In the verdant canopy, fierce winds stirred, creating a massive whirlwind. Energy currents continuously streamed from the heavens, drawn into the vortex, vanishing in an instant. Amidst the boundless wilderness, a young man clad in white sat cross-legged upon a jade stone, his legs bent. With his eyes gently closed and a pallor to his complexion, he formed seals with his hands, absorbing the energies of the universe for his cultivation. Streams of mottled energy cascaded from the vast whirlpool above, coalescing into a thick pillar of energy that surged into his body through the crown of his head, subsequently being refined and absorbed. This cycle persisted for several hours until the energy vortex above him gradually dissipated, allowing the young man to exit his meditative state. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, a radiant glimmer flashing within their depths. Moments later, the air before him warped, entwining with fine strands of black. With a sudden crack, a towering ancient tree several paces away disintegrated into a fine powder, scattering downwards, only to be swept away by an inexplicable breeze. Exhaling a deep breath, Xiao Yan released the pent-up tension, narrowing his eyes slightly as he lifted his head to inhale the pure air, feeling a wave of comfort envelop him. A subtle smile graced his lips. After half a month of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed. Remarkable, your physical resilience exceeded my expectations. For an ordinary person, such grievous wounds would surely require months to mend, Bone's spirit remarked. And that dragon phoenix bloodline within you, truly extraordinary. Xiao Yan smiled in response, choosing to remain silent. Having grown accustomed to Bone's spirit's elusive nature over time, he no longer found it surprising. After a brief pause, he wore a smile, his expression turning serene as he spoke. Indeed, I did not anticipate my recovery to be so swift. This, is largely thanks to that figure in black. At the conclusion of his words, Xiao Yan's previously unremarkable tone abruptly turned frigid, causing the temperature in his immediate vicinity to plummet. Shaking his head lightly to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan straightened his posture, twisting his body side to side, and with a powerful shock, the azure stone beneath him shattered dramatically, scattering into a heap of lime. Yet, Xiao Yan remained seated in place, utterly unmoved. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though he was levitating in midair, rendering the stone base unnecessary. After a brief moment of rest, Xiao Yan's soul energy began to radiate outward, and with a mere flicker of thought, the leaves in the surrounding forest stirred into a cacophony. Shortly thereafter, a wild rabbit soared through the air toward him. A slight smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he casually remarked, "It seems tonight, you shall be my meal. May you find a better reincarnation in your next life." Following that, his soul energy surged once more, and soon the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the forest. The following day, while immersed in his cultivation, Xiao Yan felt a slight tremor in his eyelids before slowly opening his eyes. With a flip of his right hand, a pill the size of a longan appeared in his palm. This was the Tai Healing Pill, a 9th-grade elixir renowned for its rapid and effective healing properties. When utilized in the midst of severe injuries, it could significantly hasten recovery, reducing the usual month-long healing period to a mere fortnight. This attests to the potency of the Tai Healing Pill. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the pill's effects were rather overwhelming, rendering it unsuitable for use when severely wounded. This had initially led Xiao Yan to pay it little heed, resulting in him only refining a few. Reflecting on it now, he felt a sense of gratitude. Although he had not produced many, those few were sufficient for his current predicament. Were it not for this, if the cloaked figure were to pursue him while he remained grievously injured, he would undoubtedly have found himself regretting it too late. After swallowing the pill, Xiao Yan gently closed his eyes once more, concentrating on its refinement. The pill melted upon entry, transforming into a stream of searing yet not excessively forceful energy that surged into his body. Within him, a crimson wave of energy traversed through his meridians and organs. Wherever it flowed, everything turned a vivid red, accompanied by a stinging sensation and waves of heat, causing a feeling of swelling throughout his body. Externally, Xiao Yan's complexion flushed, veins bulging upon his forehead, tiny beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Inside, at the center of his energy vortex, a red orb emanated waves of intense heat, sending fiery currents sweeping throughout his being. Upon contact with his muscles and organs, this fiery energy seeped deep within, simultaneously imparting a throbbing pain that rendered Xiao Yan exceedingly uncomfortable. This agonizing state persisted for a full 6 hours, leaving Xiao Yan somewhat numbed by the pill's effects. His garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin. Ultimately, the potency of the Tai Healing Pill was fully refined, permeating every organ and meridian within him, continuously mending his injuries. At the moment of complete refinement, Xiao Yan's body slumped, collapsing backward onto the grass, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Half a month later, amidst howling winds, the world felt desolate despite the blazing sun overhead, failing to provide any warmth. In a clearing within the forest, Xiao Yan, clad in white, sat cross-legged on the ground, forming seals with his hands as he summoned the energies of heaven and earth, which instinctively converged towards him before being refined and absorbed. After an hour, Xiao Yan emerged from his meditative state, feeling the abundant dough qi surging within him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As of today, the injuries sustained from his battle with the Third Hall Master had healed completely. While his physical wounds had mended, the pain in his heart remained unabated. Although he had recovered, the injuries inflicted upon the Xian heavy ruler while shielding him still lingered vividly in his mind. Flipping his hand, he summoned the black giant ruler into view, the Xian heavy ruler. Regrettably, it bore the marks of battle, cracks marred its surface, making it appear as though it would shatter at the slightest pressure. Supporting the ruler with one hand while gently caressing its surface with the other, Xiao Yan could certainly levitate it with his own strength. Yet the ruler's precarious state and his deep-seated feelings for it, and for Yao Lao, prevented him from allowing it to float freely in the air. As his fingers traced the tiny fissures on the Xian heavy ruler, he reminisced about the days spent traversing the continent with Yao Lao while carrying it on his back. A serene expression adorned his face, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Observing this, the bone spirit within him silently nodded. The boy's temperament was remarkably composed. Even in the face of such deep-seated enmity, he could maintain such tranquility, truly extraordinary. Enemies who wear their emotions on their sleeves are not to be feared. What is truly frightening are those who, despite having suffered losses, still greet you with a smile. For beneath that smile often lies an unfathomable abyss of terror. After a brief pause, Xiao Yan's hand moved to place the Xian heavy ruler into his spatial ring. With a shift of his form, he appeared atop a mountain peak several hundred miles away. Standing there, hands clasped behind his back, his soul energy surged forth from his brow, radiating outward in all directions. Moments later, his brow furrowed slightly, and with a flicker of his form, he darted into the depths of the forest. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yan's movement halted momentarily as he expanded his soul energy once more, surveying everything within a radius of several thousand miles. 7 9th-tier magical beasts, 16 8th-tier beasts, 49 7th-tier beasts, and over 100 6th-tier beasts, with even more beyond that. As Xiao Yan conducted his investigation, the magical beasts were thoroughly subdued by his overwhelming aura, all bowing low to the ground, too intimidated to utter a sound. Xiao Yan's expression remained calm, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. Raising his hand, a muffled roar erupted as a brilliant flame ignited within his palm. The moment the extraordinary fire blazed forth, the surrounding atmosphere became parched. Even inhaling air felt painfully dry in his throat. With a flicker of thought, he unleashed a peculiar wave from the fire in his hand. In the next instant, before the magical beasts could react, they were instantaneously reduced to nothingness, leaving behind only pure blood and an array of colorful magic cores. As Xiao Yan's thoughts whirled the next instant, the sky above was instantly replaced by an overwhelming expanse of demonic cores. An otherworldly flame surged from his hand, swiftly expanding to envelop all the demonic cores. With each hissing sound, the cores were refined by the flame, leaving behind only droplets of pure energy. Moments later, Xiao Yan flipped his palm, revealing the Xianzhong ruler, which materialized in his grasp. Before him, a magnificent orb of radiant energy droplets floated serenely. With a gentle push of his hand, he directed the Xianzhong ruler into that orb. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's hand seals shifted, and in an instant, a vast cluster of otherworldly flames appeared out of thin air. Enveloping the droplets, the flames completely surrounded them, and under their continuous refinement, the droplets began to merge with the Xianzhong ruler at a painstakingly slow pace, gradually mending its body. What was that just now? Hiss, it seems I've heard of it before. Could it be? Oh, the Xianzhong ruler. How astonishing that it has appeared. TSK, TSK. While Xiao Yan endeavored to restore the Xianzhong ruler, a young man clad in a blue robe, perched upon a towering ancient tree merely 1,000 feet away, watched him with keen curiosity. It appeared that something had gone awry with the Xianzhong ruler. Was he attempting to utilize the blood of myriad beasts and this pure energy to mend it? Indeed, how naive. The Xianzhong ruler. How could it be so easily restored by you? In that case, that object relies on you now. The young man murmured to himself as he observed Xiao Yan's actions. After several hours had passed, the vast orb of energy droplets finally fully permeated the Xianzhong ruler. Yet Xiao Yan felt no joy, for the anticipated restoration had yielded not even a hint of success. No signs of repair were evident. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Yan sighed, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. "Friend over there, having watched for so long, shouldn't you come out and meet me?" Chapter 68. Luo Jin. Within the radius of Xiao Yan's aura, he could distinctly sense a somewhat elusive presence. The owner of this aura caused his heart to tighten slightly, for this individual had attained the formidable level of a 4-star half-emperor. Moreover, upon further investigation, Xiao Yan discerned that this person's age did not exceed 35. Such a young half-emperor was indeed the first Xiao Yan had encountered since his ascension, although he had already detected this presence. Xiao Yan had refrained from making it known due to his focus on restoring the Xianzhong ruler. Now that the restoration had failed, Xiao Yan harbored a growing disdain for the one who was observing him. Despite the observer's strength, Xiao Yan was confident in his own speed, should it come to that. A single strike of the Buddha's wrath would suffice. As Xiao Yan spoke, the young man in the blue robe 1,000 feet away smiled knowingly and replied, "Seeing my friend going to such lengths to restore this ruler, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity, hence I paused to observe." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's brow slightly furrowed. The man's tone was gentle, devoid of any hostility. However, it intrigued Xiao Yan that he immediately mentioned the Xianzhong ruler, leading him to feel a sense of suspicion. After a brief moment, Xiao Yan tentatively responded, "If that is the case, since you have seen enough, should you not take your leave?" The man raised an eyebrow at this direct dismissal. However, he soon regained his composure, a thoughtful smile crossing his face as he replied, of course. Since my friend has issued a dismissal, it would indeed be rather impolite of me to linger. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and began to walk deeper into the forest, glancing back at Xiao Yan with a slight nod as he departed. Observing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered, and he began to piece together the situation. Thus, as the man faded from view, Xiao Yan's figure surged forward, taking flight from the mountaintop in pursuit of him. A quarter of an hour later, deep within the forest, an aura of oppressive power pervaded the air, palpable to all within its reach. This pressure was insurmountable for those at the Dozong and Dozun levels. Even a Doshang would tread cautiously in such an environment. At this moment, within a somewhat secluded cave in the jungle, a gigantic beast, cloaked in stripes like a tiger, lay in quiet slumber, exhaling gusts of wind with each breath. From its aura, it was apparent that this magical beast had reached the late stages of a 9-star magical beast, its strength comparable to that of an 8-star Doshang, reigning as a dominant force in this region. Suddenly, the beast's large, copper-sized eyes snapped open, its fur standing on end, and a chilling terror enveloped its bloodthirsty gaze. As a 9-star magical beast, its intelligence was considerable. Although it was uncertain why high-level magical beasts on this continent did not transform, their cognitive abilities were undeniably present. Just moments ago, this king of the forest had sensed an overwhelming aura of terror in an instant, though the owner of that aura had reigned in their power. Even the residual pressure was enough to instill a sense of impending doom. After a few breaths, the beast confirmed that the aura's owner had departed. Yet, before it could relax, another aura flashed by, causing the tiger-like creature to tremble once more. Although this aura was slightly weaker than the last, the beast dared not move a muscle. In the outside world, at the edge of the sky, a figure clad in blue robes came to a slow halt, with Xiao Yan's form appearing 1,000 feet behind him. The man turned, a hint of surprise flashing his eyes at Xiao Yan's speed, which clearly astonished him. TSK, such speed could only be matched by me at full strength, yet he appears to achieve it with ease. Clearly, he possesses some skill. Seeing Xiao Yan's swiftness surpassing his own, the man was only momentarily taken aback before his expression once again broke into a smile. This suited my intentions well. Perhaps I could indeed harness his strength to achieve my goals. He murmured softly to himself, while Xiao Yan approached him from a distance. With a smile, the blue-robed man addressed the composed and steady Xiao Yan. Your speed truly exceeds my expectations. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, given the gentleness of the man's tone, Xiao Yan's response was equally cordial. Merely a modest skill, for one must possess means of escape when venturing into the world. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's casual remarks, the man merely smiled and did not pursue the matter further. He then addressed Xiao Yan, saying, I presume your presence here is not without reason. The man's tone was so unassuming that it bore no hint of skepticism. Xiao Yan returned the smile and replied, If you possess the means to restore my ruler, It is only natural for me to accompany you." At these words, the man's smile brightened even further, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "I find great pleasure in conversing with intelligent individuals. It is both efficient and delightful. In that case, let's take a moment to introduce ourselves." He cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and continued, "I am Luo Jin." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yan silently committed it to memory, then returned the gesture with a slight smile and said, "I am Yin Xiao."